A legendary special forces king, Xiao Zhan, wakes up in a rebirth only to find himself as a tuberculosis-ridden ghost in an ancient dilapidated house. 5 emaciated children are huddled in a corner, some are crying, some are fainting, and some have wet their pants. Xiao Zhan, in pain, struggles to get up. Just as he tries to find something to eat, the broken door is kicked open by someone. Tuberculosis ghost, if you don't repay the debt today, your children will be taken as collateral. Chapter 1, Soul crossing into a dilapidated house. His head felt like it had been repeatedly run over by tank treads, heavy and painful, buzzing. There were also screeching noises in his ears, making him feel irritated. Damn! Who the hell dares to play loud music while I'm sleeping? Tired of living? Xiao Zhan suddenly tried to sit up but felt as heavy as if filled with lead. His chest felt suffocated, and a rusty taste surged up his throat. Cough! Cough, cough, cough. A fit of painful coughing erupted uncontrollably, almost bringing his lungs out. Stars danced before his eyes, and he struggled to focus his vision. What he saw was not the white ceiling of a hospital, nor the familiar concrete ceiling of a base. Instead, it was a few dark, crooked wooden beams covered in cobwebs, with several large holes in the ceiling letting in a grayish light, cold wind whistling in. The walls were peeling, cracked with wide gaps. The room was empty enough for mice to run around, with just a rickety table propped up by stones. Which godforsaken corner of the world is this dilapidated house in? He wanted to move, but every bone in his body protested, feeling more fatigued than when he had carried a heavy load on a 50-kilometer cross-country run in his past life. Looking down, he saw himself wrapped in a tattered, stiff burlap cloth, so thin he was nothing but bones. Chapter 2, The Evil Slave Collecting Debts. The broken house fell eerily silent, leaving only the stifled sobs of the children and Xiao Zhan's low, uncontrollable cough. Lu San and another lackey were stunned, staring at Xiao Zhan as if he were a monster. This tuberculosis ghost, did he take the wrong medicine today? How dare he fight back? How dare he speak to me like that? Lu San's facial fat twitched, narrowing his triangular eyes as he scrutinized Xiao Zhan. Still that skeletal frame of a tuberculosis ghost, ready to fall over with a gust of wind, coughing until his face turned pale. But that gaze, something was off. In the past, when this Xiao Laosi saw them, he would have wished to shrink into the ground. How could he dare to glare like this? That look was fierce enough to bite. Oh! Lu San snapped back to reality, spat, and stepped closer, almost pressing his face against Xiao Zhan's, a mix of garlic and cheap liquor stench hitting him. Xiao Laosi, are you tired of living? Dare to act tough with me? Do you believe I'll break your bones and feed you to the dogs today? The lackey behind him rolled up his sleeves, showing a fierce expression, ready to strike at any moment. The children in the corner were so frightened their cries quieted. The oldest girl bit her lip, looking tearfully at the thin figure in front of her, trembling even more. Chapter 3, Desperate Situation System. After a while, feeling the deadly cough finally subside a bit, although his chest still hurt and his body remained soft as noodles, at least. He could breathe evenly now. Xiao Zhan propped himself against the mud wall and stood up unsteadily. The world still seemed a bit dark. He shook his head, forcing himself to wake up. The first step was to find out what food was left at home. He slowly moved around the broken house, rummaging through boxes and cabinets, though there weren't really any. The empty rice jar in the corner was clean enough to reflect his ghostly appearance. He checked a few broken jars and baskets, but apart from dust, there was nothing. The stove was cold, the pot was broken, and the only thing that could pass for food was a few shriveled wild vegetable roots drying on the windowsill, so hard they could break. Teeth, damn! This place is so poor even the rats would leave in tears. His stomach growled, feeling like there was a fire burning inside. The eyes of the few small children in the corner were like little hooks scratching at his heart. The feverish kid, seemed to be called Sanhua in his memory, began to whimper again, his small face flushed red. The youngest one, Wu Bao, was crying weaker and weaker, looking like he was about to run out of breath.
Chapter 4, The first signs of warmth. The sun was tilting towards the west, and the wind had turned colder, slicing against his face like a small knife. Xiao Zhan stood at the entrance of the dilapidated courtyard, his eyes scanning the desolate land outside and the edge of the forest in the distance. His stomach was so empty it felt as if his front and back were pressed together. The little fire in his stomach had long been extinguished, leaving only a gnawing emptiness that made him anxious. The countdown from that damn system echoed in his mind like a death knell, reminding him that time was running out. Food. I refuse to believe that in such a vast area, I can't dig up something to fill my teeth. He took a deep breath of the cold air, suppressing the urge to cough, and stepped into the wild outside the courtyard. His steps were a bit unsteady, this broken body was extremely weak. And he was out of breath after just a few steps, but there was no time to rest. The wilds were littered with dry grass, looking unappetizing. He squatted down, rummaging through the dry grass roots, hoping to find some edible wild vegetables or tubers. The vague memories of the original owner were useless. He had to rely on his own survival skills. His sharp eyes swept over the ground, and suddenly, he spotted a few clusters of dark green leaves, wilted and lying flat against the soil. This thing looked a bit like purslane, but smaller and droopier. He plucked a leaf and stuffed it into his mouth. A sour and astringent taste rushed to his head, accompanied by a hint of earthy flavor. Chapter 5, Cleaning up the filth after the thin porridge went down. The desperate coldness in the room seemed to dissipate a little. The faces of the few little ones were still waxy yellow. But there was finally a spark in their eyes, no longer the empty look of despair. Daya carefully licked up the last bit of porridge from the bowl, then looked at Sanwa, who was still dozing but seemed to be breathing more steadily, and let out a gentle sigh of relief. Xiao Zhan caught his breath. The weak warmth and restorative effect made him feel slightly better, at least the intervals between his coughs had lengthened. He glanced around the room, the task was completed. And the reward had been received, but the mess in front of him was far from over. The air was filled with a strange smell, a mix of mildew, sourness, and the stench of child urine, assaulting his nose. That little brat named Ago had changed into dry clothes. But the rag that had been wet with urine was still thrown outside the door, and the smell hadn't dissipated. The floor inside was also a mixture of dust, dirt, and straw, so dirty that there was nowhere to step. Most importantly, the youngest, Wu Bao, wrapped in his tattered swaddling, had cried fiercely before but was now quiet. Yet his little face was still purple, occasionally hiccuping. For such a small infant, just drinking rice soup was definitely not enough, and the swaddling looked icy and stiff, providing no warmth at all. Chapter 6, Foraging in the wild. The sun had climbed a bit higher, but the early spring wind was still damned cold, slicing against his face like small knives. Xiao Zhan stood at the entrance of the dilapidated courtyard, squinting as he surveyed the area outside. Sparse dry grass, a few crooked trees, and in the distance, a grey forest. This place was even more desolate than the environment he had trained in on the northwest Gobi Desert back in the day. His stomach was singing the empty city song, making him anxious and weak. The little ones inside were eagerly waiting for food, especially Sanwa, who had just recovered a bit, and Wu Bao, whose cries had nearly stopped. They couldn't wait. Damn! The world is vast, but food is the most important. Xiao Zhan spat, suppressing the itch in his throat, and lifted his foot to walk towards the wilds outside the courtyard. His steps were a bit unsteady, but he forced himself to stabilize. A wolf must dig for food wherever it goes, it's in its nature. As he walked, his sharp eyes acted like a scanner, not missing any hint of greenery on the ground. He couldn't name many of the grasses, the original owner's memories were a jumbled mess, utterly useless. He had to rely on his own rudimentary outdoor survival skills. This thing looks like shepherd's purse. The old squad leader once said it could stave off hunger in times of disaster. He squatted down, yanked up a handful of serrated-leaved wild vegetables, chewed on them for a couple of bites, and a taste of earthy flavor mixed with slight astringency emerged, not bad, not poisonous. He quickly pulled up all he could see, using his tattered clothing to gather them. Chapter 7, Firewood, Rice, Oil, and Salt. Xiao Zhan stared at the cracked and somewhat deformed broken iron pot, along with the cold ash in the stove, feeling drained of strength to curse. According to the original owner's memories, this place was called Xiaohe Village, under Qingshan Town. Beyond that, the memories were fuzzy about the county and the government. But this world was said to be under the Great Xia dynasty. What a load of nonsense, the Great Xia dynasty. While contemplating how to start a fire, he pieced together the situation of this cursed place from the fragmented memories of the original owner and the reactions of the old lady from earlier. The great Xia dynasty had seemingly been established for about 100 years. On the surface, it appeared peaceful, but in reality, the lives of the common people were as bitter as hell. The taxes were so heavy they could crush a person. And it was said that apart from the imperial grain, there were various miscellaneous levies disguised under different names. Local officials and powerful families, like Lord Wang, exploited the people layer by layer. Land consolidation was severe. Many farmers had lost their land and could only work as tenants for landlords, toiling all year round. And after paying rent, the remaining food was not enough to feed the family for half a year. In years of disaster, they would have to sell their children. Xiao village was just a typical reflection of this world. The village was small, with around 100 households, mostly surnamed Li, along with a few Wang families and some others. A lone outsider like the original owner, who was also a consumptive, was naturally ostracized and looked down upon. The biggest landlord in the village was Lord Wang, who was said to have some connections in the county, ruling the area with an iron fist, lending money at high interest, and committing numerous acts of bullying. The 300 when that the original owner owed was due to these usurious loans, accumulating interest that could drive a person to death. Chapter 8. The warmth and coldness of neighbors, the harshness of society after feeding the little ones. Xiao Zhan's own stomach growled with hunger. He took out the hard black rye cake given by the system, broke off a small piece, and laboriously chewed it. It had no flavor, but it was indeed food. While chewing, he contemplated his next move. There wasn't much firewood left in the house, so he needed to gather some. He might as well check that rabbit trap. What if he caught something? He instructed Daya to keep an eye on her younger siblings, and not to go outside, then stepped out again. The village was small, with most houses being low and dilapidated, made of adobe walls and thatched roofs, except for the few eye-catching brick houses in the center of the village, which belonged to Lord Wang. As noon approached, some villagers returned from the fields or worked in front of their homes. As soon as Xiao Zhan appeared, the villagers, who had been chatting, suddenly fell silent, as if their throats had been squeezed. Eyes turned towards him, filled with wariness, disgust, fear, and unabashed disdain. Look! The consumptive has come out. Stay away, don't get infected. I heard he beat up someone from Lord Wang's house yesterday. Truly asking for death. Keep your voice down. What if he hears? So what if he hears? A dying man dragging along 5 little debt collectors. Chapter 9. The mountain of debt. The rabbit meat was stewing. There weren't many seasonings, just a bit of something found in the wild that resembled wild onions, tossed in a few pieces of the dug-up roots to boil with it. But the aroma of the meat still made mouths water. And the little ones gathered around the stove eagerly, even the sickly San Wa craning his neck to see. Xiao Zhan watched the bubbling meat in the pot, but his mind was calculating heavier matters. The 300 when debt to Lord Wang weighed like a large stone on his chest. Based on the original owner's memories and Liu San's words from yesterday, the origins of this debt became clearer. When the original owner's brother and sister-in-law suddenly passed away, money was needed for the funeral, for the coffin, for hiring help, and everything required money. The original owner was just a sickly person. The meager earnings were barely enough to buy medicine to stay alive, with no savings at all. With 5 children crying for food, it was like adding insult to injury. There was no choice but to borrow. The villagers were poor and wouldn't lend to a consumptive like him. He could only turn to Lord Wang's family. Lord Wang is an old hand at lending money with exorbitant interest, and he is very ruthless. At first, it seemed that he only borrowed less than 100 wen. But the interest is shockingly high, a classic case of compounding interest. The IOU must have been tampered with. The original owner was probably in a panic and didn't take a close look before signing. Chapter 10. Daily tasks. As dawn broke, Xiao Zhan woke up. It wasn't a peaceful awakening, it was a coughing fit that roused him, as the tightness in his chest hadn't completely subsided. Damn it. This tuberculosis is truly relentless. The room was still dim, and in the corner, there was a rustling sound, accompanied by a suppressed sob. It was Daya. This girl is so sensible that it's heart-wrenching. Even when she wakes up, she doesn't dare to make a loud noise, fearing that she might disturb her uncle. She secretly wipes her tears, probably missing her parents again. Xiao Zhan propped himself up to sit and coughed a couple of times, hoarsely asking, "What are you crying about?" The rustling in the corner immediately stopped. After a while, Daya, with a nasal voice, softly replied, "I'm not crying, uncle." "Are you awake?" Xiao Zhan responded, feeling his way down from the bed. Although he had eaten some rabbit meat yesterday, his body was still too weak. He needed to take advantage of the morning when he had a bit of strength to get the work done. The cold system prompt rang in his mind on time, daily tasks refreshed. 1. Children's basic needs. Provide food for all guardians. 05. 2. Basic cleanliness. Supervise or help guardians complete facial and hand cleaning, and clear obvious garbage from the living environment. Incomplete. Reward. 2 survival points, minor physical recovery. Chapter 11. The child's illness recurs just after finishing cleaning the bowls and chopsticks. Before Xiao Zhan could catch his breath, Daya cried out with a sob, "Uncle! Uncle! San Wa has a fever again." Xiao Zhan's heart sank, and he quickly walked over to feel San Wa's forehead. Sure enough, it was even hotter than yesterday afternoon. His little face was flushed red, breathing rapidly, and his lips were cracked. Damn! Xiao Zhan cursed under his breath. In this broken ancient time, even a minor illness could be fatal. Physical cooling is limited, it seems there's inflammation, and medicine must be used. He immediately called out to the system in his mind, "System, do you have antipyretics? Anti-inflammatory medicine? Anything will do." Searching. Host's survival points are insufficient to exchange for finished medicines. Herbal knowledge can be provided for 1 survival point. Alternatively, the host can find common cooling and detoxifying herbs, such as honeysuckle, dandelion, and scutellaria. Although the Special Forces soldier had rich experience and skills in wilderness survival and had some knowledge of common herbs, he knew that relying solely on this limited knowledge was far from enough. He understood that a child's physical condition and needs are different from those of adults. So he needed to have a more comprehensive and in-depth understanding of various herbs' properties and effects, so that in emergencies, he could accurately identify and use them to care for the child's health. Chapter 12. Foraging in the deep mountains. San Wa's condition was temporarily stable. But Xiao Zhan knew that the herbs couldn't stop, they needed to be reinforced. Moreover, the family needed to keep some herbs on hand, just in case. Dandelion is cold in nature, and shouldn't be used in large amounts for a long time. It would be best to find other complementary herbs. The knowledge provided by the system mentioned that deeper in the back mountain forest, there might be herbs like scutellaria and silver buplurum, which have better effects. But going deeper into the back mountain means danger. According to the original owner's memories, there were wild boars in that area. And it was rumored that there were wolves as well. The hunters in the village didn't dare to venture deep in. Looking at the few children, especially San Wa, who was still ill, Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth. Damn it, he had to brave the dragon's den and tiger's lair. He couldn't put all his hopes on luck and that little bit of dandelion. He heated the last bit of rabbit meat soup at home. Let Daya distribute it to the children, and only nibbled on a hard biscuit himself. Then he found the sharpest broken hatchet and tucked it behind his waist, along with some rope and fire starters. I'm going into the mountains to find herbs. You keep an eye on the house. Don't open the door for anyone except me. Xiao Zhan sternly instructed Daya. Daya nodded vigorously, her small face full of tension. Uncle, be careful. Xiao Zhan ruffled her hair and turned to leave. He avoided the villagers and walked along the familiar yet strange path towards the back mountain. The deeper he went, the denser the trees became, the darker the light was, and the harder the path was to walk. The air was filled with the scent of decaying leaves and soil. Xiao Zhan slowed his pace, cautiously observing his surroundings. The Special Forces soldier's skills in field stealth and reconnaissance instinctively kicked in. He paid attention to the traces on the ground, animal footprints, droppings, broken branches, judging whether there were large beasts active nearby. At the same time, his eyes scanned the ground and the bushes like radar, searching for the herbs mentioned in the system's knowledge. Efforts do not betray the diligent. Under a shaded hillside, he discovered a few plants with narrow leaves that were already wilted, scutularia. And they looked like they were of good age. According to the system prompt, he should remove the fibrous roots and sand, and after drying, what remained would be the scutularia we commonly use. He felt delighted and was about to approach to pick them, when suddenly he heard a rustling sound from the nearby bushes, accompanied by a low grunting noise. A wild boar. Xiao Zhan's muscles tensed instantly, and he quickly darted behind a large tree, holding his breath. He saw a sizable black-haired wild boar, tusks protruding, rooting through the bushes with its snout, seemingly searching for food. It was less than 20 meters away. Fighting head-on would be suicide. With his current physical condition, plus a broken hatchet, he wouldn't even be able to scratch the wild boar. Xiao Zhan calmed down, using the environment to hide himself, and slowly moved back, looking for a retreat route. He remembered that there seemed to be a rocky area nearby with narrow gaps that the wild boar couldn't squeeze into. He moved extremely lightly, trying not to make a sound. Fortunately, the wild boar seemed focused on foraging and didn't notice him. After retreating safely to the rocky area, Xiao Zhan finally breathed a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. Damn, this place is indeed dangerous. He didn't dare to delay. Quickly harvested the discovered scutularia, and based on the environment and knowledge guidance, he fortunately found a few bupleurum plants. Bupleurum generally grows in thickets or grass. And after removing impurities and leftover stems, it can treat fever, prevent convulsions, reduce heat, and have anti-inflammatory and antiviral effects. Xiao Zhan thought this was a good medicine. Seeing that he had gathered enough, he didn't dare to go deeper, and immediately returned along the same path. He remained highly vigilant along the way, but fortunately, he didn't encounter any more danger. By the time he returned to the dilapidated courtyard, it was already afternoon. Daya heard the commotion and peered through the crack in the door to see it was him before daring to open the door. Looking at the herbs in Xiao Zhan's basket, Daya's eyes lit up. Uncle, did you find the medicine? Xiao Zhan took out the herbs to process them. They were enough for San Wa to use for a few more days. This trip into the mountains was risky, but the harvest was significant. Not only did he find the urgently needed herbs, but he also gained a more intuitive understanding of the surrounding environment. In the future, he would have more confidence in obtaining resources. Chapter 13. The medicine is bitter. The freshly collected scutularia and bupleurum were processed by Xiao Zhan according to the knowledge. And he added a bit of dandelion before putting everything into a broken pot to boil. This time, the medicinal liquid was darker and tasted even more bitter. Administering the medicine remained a tough challenge. San Wa smelled the even more bitter scent than last time, and buried his small head in Daya's arms, refusing to come out. His small body trembled slightly from fear and weakness. San Wa, be good. Drink the medicine, and you'll get better, Daya coaxed softly, her own eyes turning red with worry. Ergo watched from the side and made a face, so bitter. I'm not drinking it. Sai was hiding in the distance in fear, as if that bowl of medicine was something terrifying. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brows. Forcing it down wasn't a solution, and could easily lead to choking. He stared at the bowl of dark medicinal liquid, then glanced at the scared San Wa. who looked like a quail, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Modern medicine seems to have a way to improve the taste of oral medication using sweeteners. Where could he find sugar in this broken place? Honey was out of the question. His eyes swept over the meager belongings in the room, finally landing on the few shriveled wild persimmons he had picked yesterday, but hadn't he finished eating? These had a bit of sweetness after freezing, and although they were nearly spoiled, they might do. He picked up a persimmon, squished it, squeezed out a little sticky juice, dripped a few drops into the medicine bowl, and stirred it with a small spoon. Then he took out the piece of rye bread that the system had rewarded him with earlier, which he hadn't been willing to finish, broke off a small piece, crushed it into powder, and sprinkled a bit into the bowl, trying to mask the bitterness with the aroma of the grain. Let's try this. He handed the bowl over, trying to make his tone less fierce. Daya took the bowl in confusion, tasted a little of the medicinal liquid that had gotten on her fingertip, and her eyes brightened slightly. It didn't seem so bitter anymore. She quickly coaxed San look, Uncle added something sweet, it's not bitter anymore. You should try it. San, still skeptical, raised his head from his sister's arms, looked at the dark medicine in the bowl, then at Xiao Zhan, his small face full of hesitation and fear. Xiao Zhan didn't speak, just took a bit of the remaining powder from the bread and ate a tiny bit himself, then looked at him expressionlessly. San seemed to be calmed by this action, or perhaps he trusted his sister too much, and finally opened his small mouth, cautiously tasting a sip. The medicine entered his mouth, and he still frowned, but he didn't spit it out immediately. Instead, he swallowed it down with difficulty. It seemed that the persimmon juice and bread powder had some effect. Good, drink a bit more. Daya quickly seized the opportunity and fed him spoonful by spoonful. Xiao Zhan watched beside her, occasionally helping to steady the bowl or using his gaze to scare off a go, who wanted to come over and cause trouble. After nearly half an hour of feeding, they finally managed to get most of the medicine down. San little face was scrunched up in bitterness, but he didn't resist violently anymore. After taking the medicine, San soon fell into a drowsy sleep again. Xiao Zhan touched his forehead. The heat seemed to be steadily decreasing, and his breathing had become much more even. Time-limited task, alleviate San condition, completed. Reward, 3 survival points. 2 basic physical restoration. A faint warmth flowed into his body, and Xiao Zhan felt that the lingering weakness that had been clinging to him had lessened a little, and his coughing wasn't as frequent. Although he was still sickly, he finally saw a glimmer of hope for improvement. Daya watched her brother sleep soundly and finally felt completely relieved. She turned to Xiao Zhan and offered a timid yet sincere smile. Uncle, thank you. Xiao Zhan was taken aback for a moment, awkwardly turned his head, and said gruffly, what is there to thank? I'm his uncle. But looking at the sleeping little guy on the bed, and then at Daya, who was thin yet trying hard to maintain this family, as well as a go, who was lively and mischievous, Sai, who was still innocent, and Wu Bao, who was in swaddling clothes, a strange, heavy feeling pressed down on his heart. It was no longer just simple responsibility, it seemed to carry something more. Damn it, these little burdens didn't seem so annoying after all. Chapter 14, Renovation of the dwelling. The north wind howled like a mourning wail, never ceasing all night, making the broken window paper flap loudly, and the cold air whistled in. When he got up in the morning, there was a thin layer of ice on the edge of the water tank in the room. The little ones huddled together, wrapped in those few hard, useless cotton scraps, still frozen with their little faces turning blue and their lips purple. San was just getting better, but started coughing again. Xiao Zhan looked at this scene and cursed under his breath. This damn broken house was worse than the conditions he had when he was hiding in a snow hole back in the day. If he didn't take some measures before the creditors showed up, his family would freeze into popsicles first. Relying solely on mud to seal the gaps had limited effects. He needed to think of something more effective. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brows, surveying the drafty broken house. And the knowledge he learned in physics class from years ago rushed through his mind: insulation, which essentially meant reducing heat convection, and thermal conduction. Heat convection was easy to handle, just block the drafty areas. Thermal conduction required insulating materials. In this ancient rural setting, where could he find plastic foam? Cotton. He couldn't afford it, nor did he have the time. His gaze swept over the pile of dry grass, dead leaves, and leftover straw from mixing mud in the yard, which were all set to be firewood. These materials were loose and porous, filled with air, which is a poor conductor of heat. An idea popped into his mind: make straw bricks, or a straw insulation layer. Without further ado, he instructed Daya to take a go, and Xiao to collect as much dry grass, dead leaves, and small twigs as possible while he dug up a lot of clay. "Uncle, are we going to play with mud?" Ergo asked excitedly, forgetting the cold. "Play my ass, we're making walls," Xiao Zhan replied irritably. He found a relatively flat area, chopped the dry grass and dead leaves as finely as possible, then mixed them with clay and water, making it much thicker than the previous wall mud, creating an extremely sticky mixture with more grass and less clay. Then he used his hands to firmly pat this mixture into thick bricks, or directly plastered it onto the inner walls, pressing it tightly to form a thick layer of straw mud insulation. He did the same for the inside of the roof, trying to make it thicker. "Uncle, why are we adding so much grass?" Daya asked curiously while helping to pass the grass material. "Grass contains air, it insulates against the cold," Xiao Zhan explained succinctly. Daya seemed to understand a bit, but felt that what her uncle said must have some reason, so she worked even harder. After a whole day of busy work, the walls and the inside of the roof were covered with a thick, uneven layer of straw mud. Although it looked ugly, like it had developed a skin disease, the effect was immediate. The wind was clearly blocked, and the bone-chilling cold in the room had lessened significantly. Next were the windows. That broken hole was a major source of heat loss. Xiao Zhan recalled the principle of double-glazed insulation. Without glass, he made a simple inner and outer double-layer window frame with thin wooden strips, leaving a few centimeters of space in between. Then he hung the grass curtain he had woven earlier between the two window frames, letting it down at night and pulling it up during the day. This way, the air layer combined with the grass curtain formed a simple insulated window. The door was treated similarly. He added a layer of the remaining straw mud mixture to the inside of the door, and stuffed the gaps with torn rags. After all this was done, it was almost dark. Although the temperature in the room hadn't risen much, the pervasive draft had disappeared. The children clearly felt it was no longer so cold, and they moved around more freely. Ding! Living environment comfort significantly improved, cold resistance enhanced. Reward: 2 survival points. Xiao Zhan was exhausted, his back and waist aching, his hands covered in grass clippings and mud, but looking at this house that he had personally transformed into a huge straw nest, which finally had some warmth. A sense of achievement surged within him for the first time. Damn it, knowledge is power, the ancestors did not deceive me. Chapter 15. Words of a child after living in the slightly warmer house for a few days and having several hot meals, occasionally with some meat. The children's faces improved visibly. Although they were still thin, there was a glimmer of spirit in their eyes, no longer lifeless. San Wa's illness had mostly healed. He could sit up and play for a while on his own, although he still looked a bit wilted. Daya had more smiles on her face. Ergo returned to his mischievous nature, running around both inside and outside the house. Xiao was still a bit dazed, but she spent less time in a daze and occasionally ran around aimlessly with Ergo. Wu Bao continued to eat and sleep, but his cries were noticeably louder than before. That afternoon, Xiao Zhan sat at the door, polishing a sharpened wooden stick, hoping to make a better spearhead for self-defense next time he went into the mountains. The sun lazily spilled down, slightly dispelling the cold. Ergo and Xiao chased a grasshopper that had mistakenly wandered in the yard, while Daya watched Sanwa, preventing him from falling. Suddenly, Ergo ran over, holding the half-dead grasshopper, as if it were a treasure, and offered it to Xiao Zhan, saying, "Uncle, here, eat this." Xiao Zhan replied, "Do I look like someone who eats bugs?" He glared at Ergo, saying, "Go play somewhere else." Ergo wasn't afraid and ran off laughing, studying the grasshopper himself. After a while, Xiao wobbled over, holding a wilted little wildflower she had picked up from somewhere, and presented it to Xiao Zhan, saying sweetly, "Uncle, this flower is pretty." Xiao Zhan looked at the ugly little flower and then at Xiao's eager big eyes, paused for a moment, and subconsciously accepted it, dryly saying, Xiao seemed to have accomplished a significant task, smiling contentedly, as she wobbled back to find Ergo. Daya watched this scene and quietly told Sanwa in her arms, "Look, Uncle likes Xiao's flower." Sanwa blinked at Xiao Zhan, suddenly whispering, "Uncle doesn't spank." Xiao Zhan replied, "When did I ever spank you?" "Oh, I might have scared you when giving you medicine." He felt a bit awkward, coughed, and remained silent. At this moment, Daya hesitated and asked quietly, "Uncle, will we be able to eat meat every day in the future?" Xiao Zhan paused, looking at Daya's eyes filled with longing and a bit of unease, while the other little ones also perked up their ears. He remained silent for a few seconds, then continued polishing the stick, his voice still rough, but with an undeniable firmness, "From now on, we'll eat meat every day." "Wow!" Ergo was the first to cheer. Xiao laughed foolishly along. Sanwa leaned closer to Daya. Daya's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously, Seeing the pure and hopeful smiles blossoming on the children's faces due to a promise, Xiao Zhan felt that heavy sensation in his heart return, but this time it was mixed with an indescribable warmth and motivation. These little rascals seemed quite interesting. For this wow and these smiles, damn it, he had to find a way to get some meat. However, the pleasant atmosphere was quickly shattered. Sanwa suddenly started coughing softly, at first. It was just a few mild coughs, but soon it worsened, his little face turning red, and finally, he let out a loud cough, spitting out a small mouthful of dark red, blood-tinged medicine. Sanwa. Daya was terrified, her face turning pale, her voice trembling. Xiao Zhan's heart sank, and he dropped the stick, rushing over. He supported Sanwa, realizing the little guy was trembling slightly and felt a bit warm on his forehead. Chapter 16, Critical Illness. What happened? Wasn't he fine just now? Xiao Zhan's voice tightened as he checked what Sanwa had coughed out. The bloodstains stung his eyes. "I don't know, he just suddenly started coughing." Daya was anxious, tears falling, feeling helpless. Xiao Zhan immediately recalled the herbal knowledge the system had instilled in him, mentioning that some weak children, if given too much medication, or the wrong kind, might injure their spleen and stomach, even causing them to vomit blood. Huangqin is cold in nature. If Sanwa had taken it continuously for several days, he probably couldn't handle it. Damn! Xiao Zhan cursed under his breath, feeling both regret and urgency. He had only thought about reducing inflammation and fever, forgetting to consider the child's tolerance. He quickly carried Sanwa into the house and laid him flat on the bed. The little guy's coughing became more severe, each cough seeming to exhaust all his strength. His small body curling up, breathing becoming rapid and difficult, his face gradually turning pale. "Uncle, will Sanwa be okay?" Daya cried, breathless. Ergo and Xiao were also frightened, surrounding the bed, not daring to speak, only looking on in fear. Warning: life signs of target Sanwa are rapidly declining. In an extremely dangerous state. Emergency task: save Sanwa's life. Task reward: none. Failure penalty: target's death. Chapter 17, Silent protection. San Wa crawled back from the gates of hell once again, but afterward, his body was noticeably weaker, spending most of the time in a deep sleep. Xiao Zhan dared not use medication lightly anymore. He had the system reassess, which suggested temporarily stopping the medication and focusing on nurturing him with warm food, providing several dietary recipes, such as slowly feeding him rice oil, the thickest layer on top of the porridge. Xiao Zhan carefully boiled the precious rice, filtering out the thin layer of rice oil, feeding it to San Wa bit by bit. Each time he fed him, he was extremely patient, afraid of making any mistakes. After this incident, the children seemed to sense something. Even the most mischievous ergo would unconsciously tread lightly when running inside, keeping quiet when seeing San Wa sleeping. Sai Ya would sometimes quietly sit by San Wa's bed, staring blankly. Ya stayed close, even hugging San Wa tightly while sleeping at night. This rundown home fell into a careful silence. A silent bond, protecting fragile lives, tied these originally disparate souls closer together. Xiao Zhan changed the most. He still didn't talk much, and his tone remained rough, but his gaze lingered on the children for noticeably longer, especially when looking at San Wa. His eyes now held not just responsibility, but also a mix of indescribable emotions: fear after experiencing life and death together, relief, and a hidden softness that even he might not fully recognize. He would silently scoop the thickest rice oil for San Wa, tear the softest meat to share with the little ones, and get up several times at night to check San Wa's breath, confirming that the faint breath was still there before lying back down. This silent, clumsy protection touched the heart more than any words could. Ya felt it the most. She noticed that although Uncle still glared and yelled at her go, the way he looked at them was different. It was like the way their parents used to look at them in her memories, though it was already quite blurry. One day, San Wa's spirit improved a bit, allowing him to sit up in bed for a while. Xiao Zhan sat at the door, watching the herbs drying in the yard, his gaze occasionally sweeping inside the house. San Wa looked at his uncle's back and suddenly whispered to Ya beside him, "Sister, Uncle is crying." Ya hurriedly covered his mouth, glancing nervously at the door. Then whispered, "Don't talk nonsense, Uncle is a strong man, how could he cry?" But deep down, she knew her brother wasn't mistaken. San Wa blinked, seeming to understand. And after a while, he whispered again, "Uncle is good." Ya nodded vigorously, Uncle is the best." Outside, Xiao Zhan, with his back to them, seemed to slightly move his shoulders. However, beneath the warmth and peace, the crisis was never far away. In the evening, Xiao Zhan went to the corner of the yard to check on the several warning devices he had secretly set up, made of thin strings, dry branches, and stones, which would trigger if anyone approached a specific area. He found that the mechanism near the backyard fence had been triggered. The thin wire snapped, and a stone fell. Someone had sneaked over, and they were very careful, not taking the main path. Xiao Zhan's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp, like a wolf that had discovered its prey. Was it Liu San's men? Or did Lord Wang send someone else to investigate? It seemed the other party was already growing impatient. The daytime tranquility was merely an illusion before the storm. He silently repaired the mechanism, his gaze sweeping over the few young ones inside who knew nothing of this, having just gone through a life-and-death test. His eyes gradually settled, becoming as deep and cold as a still pond, resolute. Anyone who wanted to break this hard-earned brief peace would first have to ask the knife in his hand whether it would agree. Debts must be repaid. But those who wish to move against him should just try. Chapter 18, Making Tools. The warning mechanism in the backyard was triggered, like a sharp thorn piercing through the little warmth and calm that had just been built up. Xiao Zhan's gaze completely turned cold, an uncontrollable aura of killing intent, honed through countless battles, seeped out, lowering the temperature in the room. Liu San's gang, or other lackeys sent by Lord Wang, had already crept under his nose. The next time they came, it would not merely be for spying. Could he expect these ruthless people to reason? It would be more likely to expect a pig to climb a tree. Begging for mercy. Compromise. Va? Those 4 words do not exist in my dictionary. The only principle is that the one with the stronger fist has the louder voice. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging killing intent and the urge to cough. This body was barely able to throw a few punches and run a few steps. Facing off against several strong men wielding sticks was courting death. He had to rely on his brain, on skills, on tools. After all, he was the gun king of Longyang, not only accurate in shooting, but also possessing an almost instinctual deep understanding of weapon structures and lethality principles. Even without the support of modern industry, using whatever materials he could find, making something lethal was not difficult at all. Chapter 19. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Weapons were ready, but mere weapons were not enough. Special forces emphasize systematic operations and environmental control. Xiao Zhan would never be foolish enough to wait for the enemy to charge into the yard for a head-on clash. He needed to discover them before they got close, using the limited terrain of this shabby yard to prepare a grand gift for them. While it was still not completely dark, he dragged his weak body and began to busy himself around the yard. First, he reinforced the warning system. Not just the simple tripwire from before. He set up multiple warning mechanisms at different directions and heights, using fine wires, dry branches, and light tiles. Some would emit a slight clicking sound when triggered. Some would drop dust, and some would even activate the small mechanisms he set up inside the house, like small stones hanging down, ensuring that no matter from which direction or in what manner the enemy approached, he would be able to notice immediately. Then, he began to set traps, in a position on the inner side of the yard door where it could easily be kicked open. He dug a shallow pit filled with sharpened bamboo stakes and wooden spikes that had been slightly hardened by fire, cleverly covered with lightweight branches and dry grass. Once someone burst through the door, they would be caught off guard immediately. At several corners of the yard wall that were easy to climb over, he set up spring-loaded sharp stakes, using flexible branches to tighten them, with stones pressing down on top. Once stepped on, the stones would sink, releasing the tension, causing the sharp wooden stakes to spring up violently, stabbing at the lower body or abdomen of the climber. He even used that broken pot and several ropes to create a simple falling rock trap, suspended above the door frame. Although the stones were not large, they would certainly be enough to cause some trouble if they hit someone on the head. Each trap was set up extremely discreetly, fully utilizing visual blind spots and human psychological inertia. He was like a spider meticulously weaving its web, waiting for prey to arrive. After finishing all this, the sky had completely darkened. Xiao Zhan was so exhausted he felt almost drained, leaning against the door frame, gasping for breath, and unable to suppress a cough. But he felt a bit more at ease inside. With these setups, he at least had some leeway to maneuver. He was no longer a lamb to be slaughtered. Returning to the house, the children had already huddled together and fallen asleep. Sanwa was breathing steadily, and Daya was slightly frowning even in her sleep. Ergu and Siyu were sleeping in all sorts of positions. Xiao Zhan carefully did not disturb them, picked up the self-made spear, and sat at the door. The spear tip angled toward the ground, like a beast on guard, ears catching every unusual sound from outside. The night was as cool as water, and the cold wind seeped in through the repaired gaps. In the distance, the occasional sound of barking dogs made the night feel eerily quiet. Time passed slowly. Just as Xiao Zhan thought nothing might happen tonight, a soft crack, a very faint sound, like dry branches being stepped on, came from the east side of the yard. Xiao Zhan's eyes snapped open, a glint of cold light flashing in the darkness. He rose silently, pressed against the wall, and peered through a deliberately left gap outside. In the moonlight, 2 shadows were sneaking around the base of the east wall, seemingly intending to climb over from there. One of them was about to reach up to grab the wall. Ua! A suppressed cry of pain suddenly rang out. That person seemed to have been stung by a scorpion, abruptly retracting his hand, losing balance, and nearly falling to the ground. He had stepped on the thorny trap set at the base of the wall. The other shadow was startled and quickly helped him, the two cursed softly, seemingly arguing. In the end, they dared not try again, supporting each other and limping away into the darkness. Xiao Zhan coldly watched them leave, tightening his grip on the spear. The warning had been given. Next time, it wouldn't be so simple. Chapter 20. The village chief comes to the door the next morning. The sunlight barely dispelled some of the chill. The little incident from last night seemed as if it had never happened. But the tension in Xiao Zhan's heart had only tightened further. He checked the traps outside the yard. A few of the thorns at the base of the east wall were missing, still stained with some blood. Sure enough, they had come. And they had also been temporarily scared off. Just as he restored the traps to their original state, he saw the village chief Li Fuguei swaggering over from the direction of the village, hands in his pockets, striding with a swagger, his face wearing that familiar, seemingly friendly yet actually shrewd smile. Xiao Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly, standing still, watching this village head. Li Fuguei, in his 50s, was slightly plump. Dressed in a semi-new silk robe, which was considered quite respectable in this poor village. He was the most smooth and cunning person, timid and afraid of trouble. Always prioritizing his own interests. The villagers all said he was a smiling tiger, speaking human words to humans and ghost words to ghosts. Lord Wang had great power in the village, and Li Fuguei acted more like Wang's steward, helping to collect rents and debts, suppressing dissent, and profiting from it. But to ordinary villagers, he would occasionally play the good guy, saying a few polite words to maintain a facade of harmony. Chapter 21. New rewards from the system. After sending off that old fox Li Fuguei, Xiao Zhan's anger did not subside, instead, it burned even more fiercely. Those bastards thought of him as a soft persimmon, all eyeing the few kids in his house. Damn it, did they really think he was a sick cat? He weighed the self-made spear in his hand, the rough wooden shaft tied with sharp bone and pottery shards, shabby enough to fall apart. This thing is fine for scaring off the scouts, but if it comes to facing Liu San and his gang of armed thugs, it would be a loss. If I had my modified Type 10 sniper rifle, even just a 92 handgun, those ragtag bunch outside would have licked their back teeth and shown a hint of bloodthirst in their eyes, but then they were interrupted by a fit of coughing. Damn it, a hero doesn't speak of past bravery. The current situation is even worse than being isolated and unsupported behind enemy lines back then. At least I was well equipped and in good shape. While I was pondering how to boost my combat power, that untimely cold voice echoed in my head, ding. Severe armed threat detected for the host, self-defense needs have sharply increased. Based on the host's recent performance and environmental adaptability. Reward granted, skill knowledge infusion, mastery of basic trap making. Note, knowledge sourced from database integration, enhanced by the host's rich practical experience in trap setting and ambush tactics, making it more effective and lethal. Chapter 22. Playing in the courtyard. After a busy and tumultuous time, the traps were finally set. At this point, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the sunlight bathing the body brought waves of warmth, making one feel incredibly comfortable and pleasant. Perhaps it was because the children had finally been able to eat their fill these past few days, though only relatively speaking, their bodies had received some nourishment. Or perhaps it was due to Xiao Zhan's courageous act of rescuing San Wa that night, which unknowingly brought an indescribable sense of security to the children. In any case, the spirits of these little ones had significantly changed compared to before. They had clearly become more lively and energetic. After a period of recuperation, San Wa's fever finally subsided. Although he still looked very weak, he could now stagger a few steps with the help of Daya. A hint of a smile gradually appeared on his originally pale little face, like the first flower blooming in spring. Though weak, it was full of vitality. Ergo had completely returned to his mischievous monkey nature. He ran around like a happy little bird in the limited safe area of the yard, chasing his own shadow, as if it were a playmate he could never catch up to. His laughter and shouts echoed in the yard, filling the entire household with life and energy. Chapter 23. Storm approaches in the Wang family estate, in the study. Old Master Wang, who was secretly nicknamed Wang the Skinner by the villagers, was leisurely sipping a cup of steaming fragrant tea. He gently blew away the steam from the surface and then slowly sipped, letting the warmth flow down his throat into his stomach. Old Master Wang was about 50 years old, with a round face resembling a steamed bun, exuding a sense of wealth. His eyes were slightly squinted, as if he was constantly observing everything around him. His thin lips were tightly closed, giving a shrewd and capable impression. He wore a satin jacket, soft and smooth, clearly made of high-quality silk. The color of the jacket was bright yet dignified, complementing his status. On his finger, he wore a green jade ring, translucent and smooth. Undoubtedly a precious treasure. Old Master, that Xiao Laozi is truly a devil. Liu San, still unhappy from being injured by the trap a few days ago, added fuel to the fire. He seems to have really recovered a lot, speaking quite boldly. He even made some ridiculous things that almost harmed the brothers. I think he never intended to repay the money. The steward nodded in agreement. Old Master, the deadline is today. Village Chief Li checked yesterday. And that tuberculosis patient is stubborn, even threatening that whoever touches his child will die. Oh? Wang the Skinner raised his eyelids, took a sip of tea. His voice not loud but carrying a chill, let him die. A tuberculosis patient, quite the bravado. He put down the teacup, his fingers lightly tapping the table. 300 coins, though not much, but the rules must be upheld. If everyone learns to default like him, how can I continue this business? Besides, his squinted eyes flashed with a lecherous light. His daughters are indeed quite decent looking. A few years of proper training, whether to sell or keep for oneself. It's all profit. The youngest one, even keeping her alive would be a labor. Liu San immediately replied, what the old master says is true. What do you think? Wang the Skinner waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing off some dust. Since he gives no face, let us do it by the rules. Liu San, take a few more people. Be quick and quiet, but don't be afraid of blood. Bring those kids back to me. As for that tuberculosis patient. He paused, speaking indifferently, his life or death doesn't matter. Just right, his broken yard has decent soil. After leveling it, I can expand it into my livestock shed. His tone was flat, yet it decided the fate and destiny of people. In his eyes, Xiao Zhan and those children seemed no different from the livestock in a barn. Yes, old master. Liu San grinned, excitedly rubbing his hands. You can count on us. This time we'll make it neat and tidy. The brothers have been itching for action. Wang the Skinner nodded and added, quick and decisive. Once it's done, go to the accounts room and collect 20 coins as a reward. Thank you, old master. Liu San was overjoyed and bowed as he exited. As soon as he left the study, Liu San straightened his back, his face twitching as he waved to the 8 or so ragtag men waiting outside. Armed with clubs and knives, brothers. Arm yourselves. The old master has spoken. Go to Xiao Laozi's house to take people. Take the kids away, that tuberculosis patient. Beat him to death. Rewards await us. Roar. The group of thugs let out a series of excited howls, like hyenas smelling blood. They were already used to this kind of oppression of the good, especially with a reward in sight. A large group of them set off aggressively towards the isolated broken yard at the end of the village. Along the way, villagers, seeing this, hurriedly hid back in their homes, closing doors and windows, fearing trouble would come their way. The air was filled with a sense of impending storm. Chapter 24. Urgent defense. By evening, the sky had become heavily overcast, with lead-grey clouds pressing down, bringing a sense of oppressive heaviness. As if a mountain rain was about to fall. The wind had died down, and the yard was dead silent. Even the usually chattering sparrows had vanished. Xiao Zhan stood in the center of the yard, like a solidified statue, with only his eagle-like eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, his ears catching any unusual sounds. That familiar tension before a major battle spread through every nerve, ending like a cold tide. It was even more intense than ambushing drug lords at the border, because this time, what he had to protect was right behind him in that broken house. They are coming. He could almost smell the faint, mixed scent of sweat and malice in the air. Liu San and his gang would never wait until the deadline tomorrow. They were definitely going to strike at this moment, while it was getting dark, when people were most likely to let their guard down. Daya. Xiao Zhan growled. His voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable commanding tone. The door creaked open a crack, and Daya's anxious little face appeared. Take them inside. Hide under the bed at the back. No matter what noise you hear, do not come out. Do not make a sound. Xiao Zhan spoke quickly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Chapter 25, Wolves at the Door. Bang. Another violent impact, accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of breaking wood. The old courtyard door could no longer withstand the force and crashed inward. Fragments of wood flew everywhere. Charge in. Grab the kids and leave. Liu San's coarse and arrogant voice rang out from outside the door, charging in at the forefront, wielding a thick wooden stick. Followed by 4 or 5 henchmen armed with clubs and machetes, surging in like hungry wolves. It seemed there were more people following behind, their figures flickering in the dim light. Under the murky light, their faces looked fierce, their eyes flashing with violence and greed. However, as the first 2 henchmen stepped into the courtyard, they hadn't yet grasped the situation when they felt the ground give way beneath their feet. Oh no! Damn! There's a pit! The cries of agony echoed almost simultaneously. The 2 men, caught off guard, fell headlong into the cleverly disguised sharp pit. The sharpened bamboo stakes and wooden spikes instantly pierced through their soles and calves, blood gushing out, letting out howls akin to slaughtered pigs. This sudden turn of events caused the others rushing in behind to halt abruptly, their formation thrown into chaos. Damn! There's a trap! Watch your step! Liu San, both surprised and furious, shouted loudly, cautiously slowing his pace, while swinging his stick to clear away any potential danger ahead. Chapter 26. Tactical strike. The chaos and screams in the courtyard acted like the best stimulant, exciting Xiao Zhan's nerves while also making him more composed. The remaining 2 henchmen still able to stand, along with Liu San, who was outside jumping in rage yet too afraid to enter, were now the final targets. Damn it! Playing tricks! I'll burn your broken courtyard down. Seeing his men hesitate, Liu San, in a fit of anger and urgency, came up with the cruel idea of setting fire. He glanced around and shouted at a terrified henchman beside him, "Go find a torch. Hurry!" He absolutely could not let him set fire. There are still 5 children inside. Xiao Zhan's gaze sharpened, knowing he could wait no longer. He had to take the initiative. Disrupt their rhythm, with the target aimed squarely at the leader, Liu San. Just as that henchman turned to go look for a torch, whoosh! Another short crossbow bolt shot out from behind the woodpile, aiming straight for the henchman's back. Xiao Zhan didn't intend to kill him. The goal was to intimidate and create chaos. The henchman, hearing the wind, let out a frightened scream, suddenly lunging forward. The bolt narrowly missing him and embedding itself in the earthen wall behind, the arrow's tail trembling incessantly. This sudden arrow drew everyone's attention toward the woodpile. Chapter 27. Smartly retreating strong enemies. Liu San was pinned to the ground, a cold, sharp bone shard pressing against his neck with such force that it almost embedded itself into his flesh, the biting pain and suffocation making him stiffen all over. Cold sweat pouring down. He could clearly feel the unabashed killing intent radiating from the consumptive figure behind him, icy and piercing. More terrifying than any beating he had ever endured. Everyone stand still. If anyone moves again, I'll cut their throat and let them bleed out first. Xiao Zhan's roar echoed like thunder in the dead silence of the courtyard, filled with a desperate madness and resolve. The henchman, who had initially wanted to charge forward, suddenly froze as if under a spell, stopping in their tracks, looking uncertainly at the horrifying scene before them. The boss was captured. This consumptive guy really dares to act. The sight of their companion still lying on the ground, wailing in agony, further stimulated their nerves. Blood covered the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Xiao Zhan gasped heavily, each breath tearing at his chest painfully, the metallic taste in his throat growing stronger. The recent struggle had nearly exhausted the little strength he had managed to gather. But his grip on the spear and bone shard remained steady as a rock. He knew that even a hint of weakness now would cause this pack of wolves to pounce and tear him and the children apart. Chapter 28 The emergence of a fearsome reputation. Watching the figures of the henchmen completely disappear at the end of the path, Xiao Zhan let out a breath he had been holding, his whole body swaying slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. He quickly propped himself up with his spear, barely managing to stay upright. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. The intense cough that had been suppressed for so long erupted like a volcanic explosion, bending him over. Coughing so hard it felt like his insides were being torn out, his vision going dark as he coughed up a mouthful of thick, bloody phlegm that splattered onto the dirt beneath him. Exhaustion, weakness, and pain washed over him like a tide. Just now, he had relied solely on willpower and adrenaline to hold on, but now that the enemy had retreated, his body immediately protested fiercely. But he couldn't fall just yet. He struggled to straighten up, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic courtyard. Blood stains, broken wood, discarded weapons, and triggered traps lay scattered like a small battlefield. He took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the cough and dizziness, and began the arduous task of cleaning up the scene. He dug up the bloody dirt with a shovel to bury it, collected the clubs and machetes discarded by the henchmen, hiding them behind the stove, and restored or dismantled the triggered traps. Chapter 29 The children's admiration. The sun shone through the broken window, dazzling him. Xiao Zhan woke up from hunger, combined with the familiar feeling of suffocation in his chest, like he had a restless toad stuck inside him. Damn it, he cursed softly, struggling to sit up. Feeling as if all his bones had been dislocated and roughly reassembled, every part of him aching, especially his arms and chest, wincing with every slight movement. Damn it. The fight yesterday was more exhausting than sitting in the border jungle for 3 days and nights. The key point was that he had gained nothing, not a single coin, and had even expended effort for nothing. Just as he started to move, the few little kids in the corner woke up in a flurry like startled little mice, all turning to look at him, their eyes devoid of the fear from yesterday, replaced by a bright, almost fanatic light. Especially Ago, his eyes wide like copper bells, mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it, staring intently at him, his expression as if he had seen a deity manifest in the temple. Uncle, you're awake. The eldest girl spoke first in a small voice, tinged with a bit of timidity, but more so with uncontainable excitement. She scooted over, holding out a piece of tattered cloth that was unrecognizable in color, a bit shy as she handed it over. Uncle, wipe your sweat. Chapter 30 System Rewards. After finally managing to shoo the overly excited little kids off to drink the wild vegetable porridge that could reflect a person's shadow, Xiao Zhan leaned against the wall, grimacing in pain, as he moved his sore shoulders while calculating in his mind. 300 when in 3 days. This was harder than taking down a drug lord's hideout in 3 days. Steal. Rob. The target was right there at Wang Laoi's house. But in this physical state, going would probably just lead to sending his head as a gift, while also putting on a show of a consumptive moth flying into the fire. Just as he was almost tying himself in knots with worry, the long-lost cold voice in his head finally rang out. Ding! Crisis event of the evil slaves demanding debts has been handled. Starting settlement assessment. Assessing. Successfully protected all guardians, none deceased, none lost. Evaluation, excellent. Successfully repelled the invading enemy, causing effective damage and psychological deterrence to the enemy. Evaluation, excellent. Successfully maintained the basic safety of the residents, tactical application was reasonable. Defeating the strong with the weak. Evaluation, excellent. Comprehensive evaluation, S grade. Reward distribution in progress. A series of prompt sounds left Xiao Zhan a bit dazed. Goodness, this broken system can even give scores. S grade. Sounds pretty impressive. Chapter 31 Accounting for Assets, with a bit of warmth in his stomach from the porridge. Xiao Zhan felt a surge of strength returning. At least he didn't feel as winded as before. He leaned against the wall, squinting his eyes, and began to ponder serious matters. The 300 coins rewarded by the system were a lifesaver, able to alleviate immediate difficulties. But it was definitely not feasible to just eat away at them. Moreover, that old miser Wang was like a hyena scenting meat, if he didn't succeed this time. Who knows what more sinister schemes he might concoct next time. It wouldn't do to just stay in this broken courtyard and endure the beating. He had to take the initiative, make money, make more money, pay off this debt completely, and ensure that old man wouldn't dare to covet his few children again. With this in mind, he cleared his throat, trying to make himself look like the head of the family, even though the family was quite shabby. Ahem, everyone come here. We're having a meeting. Xiao Zhan said with a serious face, trying to sound authoritative. 4 little heads, excluding Wu Bao, turned in unison, looking at him in confusion. A meeting? What does that mean? It means I have something to say. Xiao Zhan changed his phrasing, pointing to a relatively clean patch of ground in front of him. Sit here. Daya pulled San Wa and Sai Ya to sit down obediently. Ergo then plopped down on the ground, curiously patting the surface as if checking its firmness. Chapter 32 Suggestions from the cute kids. The family meeting ended abruptly, and Xiao Zhan began to contemplate concrete plans. Hunting was risky, he didn't know the way to gather herbs, and given his current appearance, working was probably out of the question. Did he really have to go to town and try his luck? He was irritably tracing patterns on the ground with his fingers when Daya, observing his actions, seemed to recall something and murmured, "Uncle, you're drawing that crooked-necked grass from the back mountain." Xiao Zhan paid no attention and just hummed in response. Daya watched for a while, as if confirming something, then continued, "A while ago, there was a man with a rattle drum who came to the village, asking if anyone had seen it." A man with a rattle drum. Xiao Zhan raised his head. Was he a traveling merchant? What did he want with the crooked-necked grass? Traveling merchants usually collected mountain goods, furs, or homemade trinkets. It was rare for them to collect herbs. Daya shook her head, trying to remember. I just heard him say to Grandma Li that the lantern grass hanging with golden lanterns seemed quite rare, and if found, it could be exchanged for sesame candy. At the mention of sesame candy, she instinctively swallowed her saliva. Chapter 33 Deciding to try. Let us do it. Xiao Zhan slapped his thigh, remembering to control his strength this time, and immediately began to deploy this military operation. Everyone, listen up. Follow my orders. He placed his hands on his hips, trying to regain the feel of training rookies back in the day, but unfortunately, in front of him were 4 wobbly little ones, who couldn't stand straight, and a baby gnawing on his fingers. Our task for tomorrow: go up the mountain and find lantern grass. Red and ripe. No green, no rotten. Understood. Understood. Ergo shouted the loudest, although he probably didn't fully grasp what it was. Daya nodded vigorously, yes. Find the red ones. San Wa and Sai Ya followed, nodding in confusion. Good. Xiao Zhan was very satisfied with their morale. Now, check the equipment. The so-called equipment consisted of several baskets that were worn to the point of being unusable, dug out from the corner of the wall. Whether they could last until they got down the mountain was questionable. Daya, you're in charge of directing. Your eyes are sharp. Ergo, just don't fall into the ditch. San Wa and Sai Ya, stick with your sister, no running around. Whoever runs around Won't get any food tonight. Xiao Zhan issued what he considered to be quite thorough instructions. The next day, at dawn, the family of 6, with Xiao Zhan carrying Wu Bao, set off in a grand manner. The group walked in a very uneven manner, with Xiao Zhan leading, stepping deep and shallow, occasionally turning back to shout to keep the stragglers in line. Daya followed closely, trying to discern the direction. Ergo chased butterflies one moment and grasshoppers the next, never still for a moment. San Wa and Sai Ya held hands, walking slowly. And occasionally Xiao Zhan had to pull them along. Chapter 34. Carrying the burden. They had gathered some herbs, but how to turn them into money was another problem. They couldn't drag 5 kids to town, right? They would probably lose 1 or 2 along the way. After pondering for a long time, Xiao Zhan's gaze turned to the neighboring courtyard. It was the old Mrs. Wang who had previously brought wild vegetable porridge for the kids. In the original owner's memories, this old lady was a lonely elderly person, not a bad person, just timid and fearful. Usually solitary, she occasionally showed kindness to the children. It had to be her. Xiao Zhan picked up a small bunch of the best-looking lantern grass, tied with grass rope, and wrapped a few pieces of the hard rye cakes rewarded by the system, which could only be boiled, before stepping out of the courtyard. Old Mrs. Wang was sitting on a small stool at her door, soaking up the sun and dozing off. When she saw Xiao Zhan coming, she was startled and nearly fell off her stool. Who in the village didn't know that Xiao Lao Sai had become the fierce man who could drive off evil bullies? Aunt Wang, Xiao Zhan tried to make his tone sound friendly, although the effect might not have been very noticeable. Xiao family S Lao Sai. Is there something? Mrs. Wang nervously didn't know where to put her hands. Xiao Zhan handed her the lantern grass and the cakes. Some mountain goods and food, please try. Chapter 35. Going to town to sell medicine before dawn, Xiao Zhan set off, carrying a tattered basket cleaner than his face, filled with herbs carefully covered with rags. Hurrying along the way, relying on the original owner's vague memories and asking an old man, who was out early to collect manure. He walked for about an hour before seeing the low earthen city wall of Qingshan town. The town wasn't large, but compared to Shaohe village, it was like heaven and earth. The stone-paved streets, though uneven, were lined with shops, with wine flags fluttering, people coming and going, and the sounds of vendors and donkeys blending into a cacophony that gave Xiao Zhan a headache. Dressed in ragged clothes, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, and dirt from the journey on his face, he stood out on the street. The chubby shopkeeper selling buns saw him, and hurriedly moved the steamer back, as if the poverty emanating from him could spoil the buns. A few well-dressed passers-by even covered their noses and took a detour, casting him looks akin to those given to beggars by the roadside. Damn! Judging people by their appearance. Xiao Zhan cursed inwardly, but remained expressionless. He had seen such scenes often. He had experienced environments worse than this during his years of infiltration. He tightened the straps of the basket on his back and scanned the shop signs on both sides of the street with sharp eyes. Chapter 36. The first bucket of gold holding the heavy 300 coins, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This was the hard-earned money he had accumulated. At this moment, he felt as if he had straightened his back a lot, as if he had become taller. Damn it! The feeling of having money is different. Xiao Zhan secretly sighed in his heart. This feeling was like suddenly possessing endless power and confidence, filling him with anticipation for the upcoming purchases. With his goal clear, Xiao Zhan strode unhesitatingly toward the largest grain shop in town. As soon as he pushed the door open, a rich aroma of rice and flour rushed at him, prompting him to take a deep breath. Inside the shop, various grains and flours were displayed in a dazzling array, as if beckoning him. Xiao Zhan's gaze quickly swept over the grains, calculating what to buy. The first thing that came to mind was rice, a necessity for life. Then he spotted flour nearby, thinking about making steamed buns and noodles. In addition, there were various beans, millet, sorghum, etc., which made his head spin. When the shopkeeper saw someone enter, he looked up, saw Xiao Zhan's attire, and immediately lost some of his enthusiasm, lazily asking, "What do you want to buy?" Chapter 37. Wild boar prices with the items he purchased on his back. Xiao Zhan was preparing to return home when he was drawn to a commotion at the game store at the town entrance. A few hunters were gathered around a large wild boar, which had been gutted and appeared to have died not long ago, its tusks protruding and its size considerable. "Zhong Leoj, you're hitting the jackpot this time. This big guy weighs at least over 200 pounds. Hey, lucky us, we caught a lone one. What a hassle it was. The skin is intact, we can sell it for a good price. The tusks are also quite nice. The key is the meat, it's fresh." The owner of the game store was weighing the boar and loudly announcing the weight, 230 pounds, including skin and bones. As per the usual rules, meat is 15 yen per pound, the skin is priced separately, and the tusks are sold individually. Xiao Zhan quickly calculated in his mind, just the meat alone is about 3,500 yen. That's over 3 strings of cash. Plus the skin and tusks, oh my. How many lantern grasses does he have to collect for that? He felt hot with envy and approached to ask, "Bro, are there many wild boars in the back mountain?" A hunter with a full beard glanced at him. Seeing that he was thin but sturdy, with a bit of blood on him, actually from a fight the day before, he replied, "Many? Those things wreak havoc on crops. If you really want to hunt them, it's not easy to find. And they are quite fierce. This one," he pointed to the wild boar on the ground, "isn't even the biggest. I've heard there's a wild boar king deep in the mountains. At least 400 or 500 pounds, with tusks like daggers. If you encounter it, whether you come back in one piece is another story." Chapter 38. Fighting the wild boar the next day, before dawn, Xiao Zhan set off into the mountains again, with his homemade gear. This time he didn't bring his child, it was too dangerous. Following the hunter's descriptions and the original owner's vague memories, he made his way toward a rarely visited deep valley in the back mountain. He was particularly vigilant along the way, noting the fresh signs on the ground, digging marks, huge hoof prints, broken small trees, and the faint smell of musk in the air. "Damn, it looks like there really are big ones around here." Xiao Zhan licked his lips, feeling not afraid, but rather excited. This feeling was long overdue. He selected a narrow valley with dense wild boar footprints, close to a water source, as his ambush point. The terrain was advantageous, with steep slopes on both sides and a narrow passage in the middle, suitable for limiting the boar's charge. Next came setting traps. He didn't have enough materials to make a large deadly trap, but he could use the environment to create trouble. He set up several simple tripwires and obstacles using sharpened wooden stakes in the passage. While they wouldn't kill the boar, they could effectively slow it down, provoke it, and cause injuries. Then, he chose a large rock on a steep slope as a sniping point, readied his makeshift bamboo crossbow, and placed it nearby along with his spear and machete. Chapter 39. Selling the wild boar, dragging the massive wild boar that resembled a small mountain. Xiao Zhan struggled to reach the town entrance just as dusk was approaching, covered in blood and with the enormous prey. He looked like a god of death crawling out of hell. Passers-by avoided him, as if he were the plague, and even wild dogs dared not approach and bark. He headed straight to the game store at the town entrance, where a few shops were still open at night, handling the wild game brought in by hunters. When he threw the wild boar down with a thud at the door of the shop from yesterday, the plump owner, who was about to close up, dropped his abacus in shock. "Good heavens! Did you catch this?" The fat owner walked around the wild boar, his eyes wide in surprise and envy. This boar's size and tusks were absolutely king-level from the nearby mountains. Xiao Zhan was exhausted and plopped down on a nearby stone stool, panting, "Of course. Or did it die in front of me by itself? No more nonsense, are you buying or not? Give me a straightforward price." The fat owner rubbed his hands together, his small eyes shining with excitement. "Of course, I'll buy. Brother, you have great skills. This big fellow, TSK, the meat is probably over 300 pounds. Wild boar meat is tough, but fresh meat sells well. I'll give you 18 wen per pound. The skin, while it has a few holes, is good quality, once tanned. It can be made into hard leather armor. I'll give you 500 wen. And these tusks, in good condition, are great. The gentlemen in town love to carve them for fun. I'll give you 800 wen for those. How does that sound? Chapter 40, River Pearl Hunting. With a full load of harvest, Xiao Zhan walked along the dirt road back to the village. The setting sun stretched his shadow long. Although his body was still tired, his mood was lighter and more pleasant than it had ever been since he crossed over. I'm rich. Finally, I'm freaking rich. No more having to drink that vegetable mush that can reflect ghostly shadows at every meal. Thinking of the expressions on the faces of his little ones when they saw new clothes and candies, he couldn't help but smile. Passing by a small river at the edge of the village, he stopped. After a day of hard work, killing pigs and selling goods, covered in blood and sweat, he felt sticky and uncomfortable. He thought it would be better to wash his face, feel refreshed before going back, and see if he could find some river clams or something. He heard those make a delicious soup, just right to nourish the few skinny little monkeys. He carefully placed the items on his back in a dry spot on the bank, took off his worn-out straw sandals, rolled up his pants, and stepped into the icy river, which reached his knees. The water was clear, revealing smooth pebbles and some aquatic plants below. He bent down and began to feel around at the bottom. He really did manage to find a few palm-sized clams, their rough shells heavy. Hey, tonight's extra meal. He happily tossed the clams onto the bank. Chapter 41, Hero saves the beauty with pearls in his pocket, supplies on his back, and treats for his little ones. Xiao Zhan walked back with a cheerful heart, even humming a tuneless military song. As the sky darkened, the woods on either side of the path appeared somewhat deep and eerie. Suddenly, he heard a woman's startled cry and a man's rough reprimand, mixed with sounds of struggle and fabric tearing. Let go of me. Do you know who my father is? He, little beauty, stop struggling. In this desolate wilderness, shouting your lungs out won't help. Just come back with us and serve our young master well, you won't miss out on the benefits. Pa. Shameless. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Xiao Zhan frowned and quickened his pace. Damn, another case of bullying. Is there no fresh plot in this godforsaken place? Following the sounds through a thicket, he saw two burly men dressed as servants tugging at a young woman in a light blue dress. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothing was torn in places, exposing her snow-white shoulders. Tears streamed down her face, but she grit her teeth and struggled fiercely, her eyes filled with despair and anger. Chapter 42, Bandaging the wounded. After sending the lowlifes away, Xiao Zhan walked toward the big tree. Miss, it's okay now, the bad guys have been driven away. He tried to keep his tone gentle to avoid scaring her. The girl, who was Su Wanqing, cautiously peered out from behind the tree. When she saw that it was indeed only Xiao Zhan and the nasty servants were gone, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, her body going limp as she slid down the tree trunk to the ground, softly sobbing. Her earlier facade of calm completely crumbled, and she looked pitiful, her shoulders shaking. Xiao Zhan scratched his head. He was most afraid of women crying. What to do? He couldn't just leave her here, right? It was the wilderness, and it was getting dark. Ah, miss, where is your home? I can take you back, Xiao Zhan asked, steeling himself. Su Wanqing raised her tear-filled face, shook her head, and choked out, I got separated from my family servant on the way from Qingju Prefecture, and that's how I was targeted by this group of villains. Now I don't know where to go, I'm still homeless. Xiao Zhan felt overwhelmed. He already had 5 hungry little ones at home, and now he was picking up another. And a delicate young lady at that. Chapter 43, The Expensive Pearl. Xiao Zhan first settled Su Wanqing in the melon shed, and hurried back home. He handed over food and supplies to the eagerly waiting little ones, and briefly explained to Daya that he had rescued a distressed person, and was temporarily accommodating her outside, asking her not to spread the word. Daya nodded, somewhat understanding. Xiao Zhan took some flatbreads and water and rushed back to the melon shed. Su Wanqing was probably really hungry. She quickly ate the hard flatbreads without caring about her manners. Xiao Zhan squatted beside her and asked, "Miss, you said you're from the prefecture. Which family? How can I contact your family?" Su Wanqing swallowed her food, wiped her mouth, and regained some composure, saying, "I am Su Wanqing, my father is Su Wenyuan, the assistant magistrate of Qingju Prefecture. I was supposed to visit my grandmother with my family servant. But unexpectedly, we were scattered by a group of refugees on the way, and then targeted by those robbers. If it weren't for your brave rescue, I fear." Her eyes reddened again. Assistant Magistrate of Qingju Prefecture. Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't know exactly how high the position was, it sounded impressive. No wonder that group called her young lady. The daughter of an assistant magistrate, huh? Xiao Zhan stroked his chin. "All right, I understand. Tomorrow, I'll find a way to send you to the town. We should be able to find someone from the government to contact your family." Chapter 44, Paying off debts with 200 taels of silver notes and a few taels of change left from selling the wild boar. Xiao Zhan felt like he was walking on air. The first thing to do was to pay off that disgusting debt to Master Wang. Master Wang's house was easy to find, the only imposing blue brick and tile house in Xiahe village, located in the best spot in the village, with 2 stone steps in front. Compared to the surrounding low adobe houses, it stood out, showcasing the owner's extraordinary wealth and status. High walls, a large courtyard, and a vermilion gate, although somewhat faded, with 2 stone stumps placed at the entrance. Xiao Zhan walked up confidently, striding to the door without knocking, and directly banged on the door, causing dust to fall from the door frame. "Who is it? Are you looking for death? How dare you knock on the master's door?" A doorman scolded as he opened the door, startled at first to see Xiao Zhan, then showing a disdainful expression. "Oh. It's you, Xiao Laosi. What, have you gathered enough money to beg for mercy?" "Beg for mercy, my ass." Xiao Zhan was too lazy to talk to him. Pushing him aside and barging in, "Where's Wang Papai? I'm here to pay the debt." The doorman stumbled back, wanting to stop him but not daring to. Could only shout after him, "Hey! Stop! The master didn't let you in." Chapter 45, Building a new house having paid off the heavy debt that weighed on his heart. Xiao Zhan felt relieved. Next up was improving the living conditions. That dilapidated house leaked in the summer, and was drafty in the winter. It was simply uninhabitable. Now that he had money, he had to build a new one. He had long been fed up with that broken courtyard. Looking at the crooked beams and the drafty walls, he had already sketched out the blueprint for the new house in his mind. Damn it. There must be a big Kang. I'm from the northeast. I can't get used to this hard southern bed. It has to be warm in winter. With a few little ones rolling around on it, it would definitely be comfortable. There also had to be a separate kitchen. No more cooking inside and making it smoky. There must be a proper stove. The toilet also needed renovation. Build a tidy dry toilet, set up a sturdier shed, it can't be so shabby anymore. The house structure has to be solid, with a deep foundation, thick walls, and a tightly laid roof. At least 3 rooms, 1 for him, 1 for the kids, and 1 left as a living room and dining area. The courtyard also had to be enclosed, and it would be best to build a firewood room. With a plan in mind, he started taking action. First, he went to find the well-known old mason, Master Li, in the village, and then gathered a few strong laborers with good reputations. In the past, people might have ignored him because he was poor and sickly, but now it was different. Xiao Zhan had silver and spoke with confidence. Chapter 46, Moving into the new home. Time flew by, and the new house was finally ready for occupancy. Although it couldn't be called extravagant, it was built very well, solid and bright. The walls were made of blue bricks, the roof tiles were neatly laid. And the floor was packed with a mixture of yellow soil and lime, flat and dry. It was 100 times better than the previous dilapidated thatched house. With tightly sealed windows and a sturdy wooden door, it was like heaven and earth compared to the drafty old courtyard. Looking at the new home, he had participated in building brick by brick, mainly with the help of a few reliable villagers, for whom he provided food and processing fees. Xiao Zhan felt a sense of stability for the first time. Although the silver in his pocket was flowing out like water, causing him pain, seeing the bright, eager eyes of the little ones made it worth it. On moving day, there were no complicated ceremonies. Xiao Zhan got up early and moved the last few bits and pieces into the new house. The biggest change was that he finally had a separate bedroom, though still simple, while the children squeezed into another slightly larger dormitory, which excited them for a long time. Listen up, everyone. Xiao Zhan stood at the new house's entrance, hands on his hips, trying to establish the authority of the head of the family. Once we move into the new home, it has to have a new look. No drawing on the walls. No muddy feet on the kang. Do you hear me? Chapter 47, Military Management. Warmth is fleeting, and the daily life of a rough man raising kids is always chaotic. Just a couple of days after moving into the new house, problems arose. First was the issue of internal affairs. The kids were wild, throwing things around. Shoes and socks scattered everywhere, food crumbs all over the place, especially Ago, whose bedding looked like a pigsty after one night. What drove Xiao Zhan to the brink was the wet kang. It was mainly caused by the third child and the fourth girl. The third child was weak and sometimes couldn't hold it, the fourth girl was young and slept deeply on the brand new kang mat. There were wet patches for 2 consecutive days, making Xiao Zhan's forehead vein bulge with anger. This is my new kang. Not your toilet. On the third morning, seeing yet another wet area, Xiao Zhan finally exploded, his roar shaking the dust from the beams. The culprits, the third child and the fourth girl, shrank in the corner, tears in their eyes. Daya was at a loss, wanting to clean up. Ago, on the other hand, sneaked away, not wanting to get involved. With a dark face, Xiao Zhan gathered everyone in the middle of the courtyard and began to implement the military-style management he had been planning for a long time. Stand straight. He walked back and forth in front of the older kids, except for Wu Bao, hands behind his back. Without rules, nothing can be done. From today on, we will establish rules in our family. Chapter 48. Acquiring Land. Chapter 6. From an empty courtyard to a grand ambition of 200 taels, the dim light of the oil lamp barely illuminated the small, dark room. The newly built earth kang occupied half the room, solidly packed, and still slightly damp. At that moment, the kang was filled with little ones lying in all directions, each sleeping position more unrestrained than the last. Daya, waking up in the middle of the night, flung an arm over, landing squarely on Ago's face. Ago, grunting in his sleep, turned his head and continued sleeping. The third child curled up in the corner, forming a ball. The fourth girl smacked her lips, her cheeks moving, probably dreaming of catching something delicious again. Wu Bao slept on the outer side, sprawled out in a big character shape, his little belly rising and falling with each breath, snoring evenly and finely, just like a little piglet. Xiao Zhan was not asleep. He sat sideways on the edge of the kang, one leg bent and resting on the edge, his arm casually draped over his knee, while the other hand held a straw stem he had picked up from somewhere, idly picking his teeth. Although he had only eaten a bit of coarse grain porridge with pickles for dinner, he still needed to maintain a certain demeanor. The dim light cast half of his side face in sharp contrast, and his eyes, like searchlights, slowly scanned every corner of the room. Chapter 49. Visiting the village head. The next day, as the rooster crowed for the first time, the neighbor's rooster, Xiao Zhan sprang up from the kang like a carp jumping out of water. His movements were so nimble that they completely contradicted his previous sickly demeanor. A few kids were still sleeping in all sorts of positions. Wu Bao muttered as he turned over, his little feet landing on Ergo's belly. Xiao Zhan carefully stepped over these obstacles, put on his faded but clean short pants, and went to the kitchen to grab a small packet of coarse salt and some hemp rope that he had prepared the night before. His goal for the day was clear: to get some hard currency and knock on a certain door. Target location, the back mountain. Tools, a few snares he set a few days ago. The morning dew had not yet dried, and the air in the mountain forest was crisp. Xiao Zhan moved like an old cat returning to its territory, light on his feet and observant. Soon, he discovered his target near a bush, a plump grey wild rabbit. Firmly caught by a vine snare on its hind leg, thrashing in panic upon seeing a person. "Oh, it's a big one." Xiao Zhan grinned, approached, and skillfully dealt with the prey, tying it with the grass rope. A good start, not bad. He didn't rush back, instead. He turned and walked toward the small river at the east end of the village. The river surface shimmered in the morning light, shrouded in mist. Xiao Zhan found a spot where the water flowed gently, pulled out a homemade simple fish spear, essentially a sharpened hardwood stick, but in his hands, it seemed to have a soul. Chapter 50, the land in hand. Just as dawn broke, a thin mist hung like a milky veil, lazily enveloping Kaoshan village. Xiao Zhan was already with the village head, Li Fugui, both of them like stakes planted in the wasteland at the east end of the village. The dew dampened their pant legs, and the air was filled with the smell of fresh grass and wet mud. "Look! Xiao Zhan, take a good look." Li Fugui waved his arms, gesturing at the vast expanse of desolation before them, nearly spitting saliva onto Xiao Zhan's face. "This is a whole 40 acres. No exaggeration. Wasteland goes for 2 taels an acre, sloped land for 3.5. Look at this slope, although there are a few more stones. And look at this wasteland, how close it is to the river. Water is life. Take good care of it, this will be a gold mine in the future." Xiao Zhan remained silent, his eyelids drooping, his face showing no expression. He squatted down and casually grabbed a handful of dirt from the slope, pinching it hard between his fingers. The rough, gritty feel immediately came through, mixed with some small stones that pricked his hand. Fertility. The soil looked rather barren. It probably wouldn't support much growth. He carefully walked to the riverbank, lifted his foot to step on it. Goodness, the bottom of his foot instantly felt the wet, soft sensation, sinking down with a little pressure, very muddy. This place would definitely flood in the summer, when there was too much rain. Chapter 51, clearing land for farming. Having bought the land and armed with good seeds, Xiao Zhan felt a fiery determination burning within him. The gossip in the village was nothing but idle chatter. He let it go in one ear and out the other. How could a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan? "Just wait until I turn this wasteland into a granary, it will scare you." The most important task at hand was to solidify the first step of his 5-year agricultural development plan, which was really just to make it to next year's harvest. That 40 acres of wasteland connected to the riverbank lay quietly at the east end of the village, like a silent challenge. The weeds grew rampant, tall enough to hide a person, swaying in the wind as if saying, "Come on, come and cultivate me, it won't tire you out." The stones were scattered here and there, the exposed soil was light-colored, clearly lacking fertility. Not to mention the villagers. Even the occasional passing wild dogs were too lazy to venture in. Xiao Zhan stood at the edge of the field, hands on his hips, squinting as he surveyed this piece of land that belonged to him, not feeling worried at all, but rather grinning wider and wider. What's wrong with the riverbank? What's wrong with the slope? He muttered to himself, his eyes shining. Do you see that river? That's a natural water pipeline. How convenient for irrigation. Too many weeds. Burn them for fertilizer. Too many stones. Pick them up and build ridges. Poor soil. I have science. He patted the invisible agricultural technology guide in his arms, feeling confident. Chapter 52, Seeds and Fertilizer. After spending several days in the wasteland, Xiao Zhan felt like he was about to pickle himself. When he returned home at night, he didn't even have the strength to take a shower, let alone undress. He just collapsed onto the big kang like a dead body, feeling like all the soreness was seeping out of his bones. Coughing. What is that? It had long been exhausted by this high-intensity physical labor. In a sense, this could be considered a form of labor therapy. Clearing land was truly not a job for humans. It was more exhausting than rolling in the mud in special forces, carrying logs up a mountain. The roots of those wild weeds were intertwined like they had grown a barbed wire net underground, bending several new hoes he had painstakingly bought, making him wince in pain. The stones in the field were everywhere, varying in size and shape, always targeting the tenderest spots of his palms, leading to blisters, when they broke. They would form new ones. Now his palms were layered with calluses, so rough they could be used as sandpaper. Although relying on the strategy of getting paid in food for work had stabilized the aging and weak clearing team. And the wasteland did improve day by day with large patches of weeds cleared and stones piled into ridges, deep down. Xiao Zhan still felt a heavy stone pressing down on him. Chapter 53. Scientific planting. The land had been cleared, although it couldn't be called fertile yet. At least it was flat and soft, and a few stones wouldn't hinder planting. The composting project was in full swing. With several compost pits continuously emitting a hopeful scent, in Xiao Zhan's words, the golden, mouth-watering system seeds lay quietly in the consciousness space. As if saying, "Hurry up and plant me, I'll take you to the next level." Xiao Zhan rubbed his fists, feeling full of energy. He thought that with the high-quality seeds and the knowledge of traditional fertilizer from the system, farming would be a simple physical task, easy and enjoyable. However, when it came to the practical operation, he realized he was too naive. This was way more complicated and delicate than carrying out sabotage right under the enemy's nose. Picking a fine day, marked on the old calendar as suitable for planting. Xiao Zhan brought his elderly clearing team, and the specially invited Ergo, and San Wa, to the field with great enthusiasm. He solemnly placed the precious bag of wheat seeds, transferred from the system space to a regular sack for disguise, at the edge of the field, cleared his throat, and prepared to assign the planting tasks. Chapter 54. Daya and Ergo. As the farming activities gradually got on track, Xiao Zhan finally had a moment to catch his breath. The household matters were back on the agenda. Although he had made some money, the expenses were also significant: wages for hired help, wear and tear on tools, buying grain, oil, and cloth. All these transactions needed to be accounted for. He was a rough man, used to handling tasks in the military without worrying about meticulous management. Asking him to keep accounts was more of a headache than going out to hunt wild boars again. That night, after dinner, still brown rice porridge. But it was much thicker, with occasional oil floating on top. Xiao Zhan watched Daya drawing on the ground with a stick, illuminated by the dim light of the oil lamp. She was drawing how many pancakes they had eaten today, and how much firewood they had used. Her serious little expression suddenly stirring something in his heart. Daya, come here. He waved his hand. Daya put down the stick and walked over obediently. Uncle. What is it? Xiao Zhan took out the small wooden box he bought after selling the wild boar, poured the remaining silver and copper coins onto the broken table. Come. Count how much money is left here. Daya's eyes brightened, carefully looking at the copper coins and a small piece of silver. Stretching out her little hand to count one by one, 1, 2, 30 coins is one string. There are 3 strings here plus 7 more makes 37 coins. This piece of silver, the boss said it's worth 500 coins. Chapter 55. San Wa awakens. The wheat seedlings in the field were growing rapidly. And the few little ones at home were not idle either, each like bamboo shoots after the rain, visibly growing taller, their faces also showing some color. No longer looking wilting and fragile as before. The biggest change was undoubtedly San Wa. After Xiao Zhan's life-saving efforts and subsequent careful nurturing, this little guy finally crawled back from the brink of death. Although he was still weaker than other children and would cough occasionally, his complexion had become much better. And there was a sparkle in his eyes, no longer curled up in a corner looking sickly all day. Perhaps due to being sick for too long. He became particularly sensitive to things that could cure sickness. Zhan developed a strong interest in the various herbs that Xiao Zhan occasionally brought back. Every time Xiao Zhan returned from the fields or riverbanks, he would casually pull up some familiar herbs, either drying them or processing them simply. Zhan would quietly squat beside him, staring with his big, shiny eyes, sometimes even reaching out his little hand to touch them cautiously. "Uncle, this herb is bitter." He picked up a dried leaf of Scutellaria bacalensis and sniffed it, speaking softly. He had a deep memory of this taste from the medicine he had to drink before. "Yes, this is Scutellaria bacalensis, it clears heat, and you've had your fair share," Xiao Zhan casually replied while sorting the dried buplurum. "And what about this one?" Zhan pointed to a plant with small purple flowers. "This is purple flower ground ivy. It can also clear heat and detoxify, and if mashed and applied externally, it can treat boils." "This smells nice," he said, pointing to mint. "This is mint, it refreshes the mind, and drinking it makes the throat feel better." Xiao Zhan noticed that this little guy had a really good memory. After telling him the names and general uses of the herbs once, he could recognize them next time, and could almost get it right. "Hey! This is interesting," Xiao Zhan thought to himself. The bits of modern medical knowledge and herbal knowledge he had been taught were feeling a bit useless, and he didn't expect to find a potential heir right beside him. Thus, he began to intentionally and unintentionally teach Zhan to recognize herbs. "Look carefully, Zhan, this is plantago, it grows everywhere by the roadside. The leaves can promote urination, and the seeds can also be used as medicine. This is dandelion, it's a treasure all over, it clears heat, detoxifies, reduces swelling. And we've even made money from it before. And this, fish mint, has a strong taste, but its heat-clearing effect is top-notch, you can eat it cold too." His teaching was rough, often just pulling the herbs and explaining their properties in simple terms based on his system knowledge. Yet Zhan listened extremely seriously, nodding his little head, trying hard to remember those unfamiliar names and effects. Sometimes, Xiao Zhan would deliberately test him by mixing several herbs. "Zhan, come and see. What are these called? What are their uses?" Zhan would furrow his little brows, lean in to look closely, sniff with his little nose, and even taste a bit of the leaf, which he was later strictly prohibited from doing, so he switched to just licking it. Then timidly yet accurately reported the names and main effects. "Good job, kid. You've got potential." Xiao Zhan couldn't help but ruffle his hair, feeling a bit proud inside. It seemed his skills wouldn't be lost to time after all. Although he was just a little kid version of an heir. He even looked for opportunities to teach some basic hygiene and first aid knowledge that were suitable for children to understand. Such as washing the wound clean before bandaging it with a clean cloth when injured, and using warm water to sponge down to reduce fever. Zhan showed great interest in this knowledge, learning faster than recognizing characters. Sometimes he would even draw inferences. "Uncle, if you have diarrhea, you can't drink raw water. Right?" "Exactly. Kid getting it." Xiao Zhan felt a great sense of relief. Watching Zhan fiddling with those herbs, his little face full of focus and curiosity. Xiao Zhan seemed to see a little herbalist slowly growing up. Perhaps this kid could really make a living from this in the future, or even help the world. No matter what, it was certainly better than farming like his old man for a lifetime. Chapter 56, Xiao and Wu Bao. Although life at home was still poor, after being well fed and warm, the oppressive atmosphere of despair had long been swept away, replaced by a vibrant busyness and occasional laughter. Xiao's changes were silent yet obvious. She used to be confused and slow to react, unable to answer one question out of 10, often staring at you with big, bewildered eyes. Now, the little girl was gradually talking more, although her voice was still babyish and sometimes stuttered, at least she could clearly express her thoughts. Uncle, food. She would point at her empty bowl, indicating she wasn't full. Sister, flowers. She would stuff the wildflowers she picked by the roadside into Day's hands. Brother bad. She would puff her cheeks and point at Go, who snatched her toy to complain. Sometimes she would make funny mistakes while learning to talk, saying drinking water as drinking bandit and sleeping as breaking sleep, making everyone laugh heartily, and she would giggle along, not at all annoyed. Xiao Zhan watched this little girl become more clever by the day, feeling quite pleased. Occasionally, when he was in a good mood, he would tease her, "Ya. Call me Dad." He always felt a bit awkward letting these kids call him uncle. Ya blinked her big eyes, tilted her head to look at him, and cheerfully called out, "Uncle Dad." Well, that's a mix of both. Xiao Zhan found it both amusing and exasperating, but he let her be. The youngest, Wu Bao, was the focus of the entire family's attention. This little one was no longer satisfied with just lying in the swaddle all day eating and sleeping. She was eager to explore this world. First, she learned to crawl proficiently, moving quickly, and could unexpectedly crawl from the bed to the door, getting herself all dusty. Then she started to hold onto the edge of the bed, the legs of tables and chairs, and wobbled trying to stand up. Each time she stood up, swaying. It was accompanied by her excited sounds and the encouragement, or gasps, from the entire family. Wu Bao. Slow down. Oh no. You're going to fall. Quick. Support her. Daya followed closely like a diligent little nanny. Go was cheering her on from the side. Wu Bao. Take a step. Brother will give you candy. Even though he didn't have any candy himself. San quietly sat beside her watching, wearing a gentle smile. Xiao Zhan watched the little meatball holding onto the wall, sticking out her little bottom, her two chubby legs trembling as she attempted to take a step, the way she swayed. Ready to fall, but stubbornly refusing to give up melted his heart. He didn't say anything, but the joy in his eyes was impossible to hide. Finally, on an evening as the sun set, Wu Bao took her first shaky steps without any support. Although she only took 2 short steps before plopping down onto the ground. It was enough to send the whole family into a frenzy. She walked. She walked. Wu Bao can walk. Go was the first to start howling. Daya clapped her hands in delight. Great. Wu Bao is amazing. San also laughed, his eyes squinting with joy. Even Daya, who was focused on counting, looked up and revealed a happy smile. Wu Bao seemed to be stunned by this new skill, sitting on the ground in a daze for a while. Then raising her little face and showing everyone a toothless, incredibly bright smile, with shiny drool dripping from her mouth. Ha ha ha. Good. My daughter is awesome. Xiao Zhan exclaimed, momentarily lost in pride. After saying it, he felt a bit off, but looking at that soft little bundle, the strange feeling in his heart quickly turned into a warm softness. He walked over and lifted Wu Bao high, causing the little girl to burst into giggles. Inside the house, the sounds of the abacus, children's laughter, and the babbling of learning to speak intertwined, filling the humble yet warm broken house. Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden halo over the wheat fields that had begun to head out. Holding Wu Bao, Xiao Zhan looked at the few little ones in the house, though still thin, were full of life, watching their natural interactions and dependencies. A sense of unprecedented stability and satisfaction filled his heart. Damn it, even though I'm exhausted like a dog, this life seems really damn good. This group of little debt collectors is finally worth raising. Chapter 57, Turmoil in the outside world. Life flowed like the stream beside Xiaohe village. Seemingly quiet, but rushing by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the cold wind turned to warm, the barren land was reclothed in green. And the seedlings in Xiao Zhan's 40 acres of precious wheat fields began to head out. The greenish-yellow, increasingly plump wheat ears swayed gently in the spring breeze. making Xiao Zhan feel as if he were carrying a small stove inside him, warm and delightful all day long. Li Laoxuan and the other old farmers squatted at the field every day, marveling, saying they had farmed their whole lives, but had never seen wheat grow so vigorously. With such uniform heads, they all regarded Xiao Zhan as a living Shen Nong. The family was also thriving. Day's abacus skills improved day by day, managing the household accounts clearly. Ergo was still obsessed with his land surveying work, using a broken rope in the yard to measure where they could open up a vegetable plot. San Wa's knowledge of herbal medicine grew, and he could help Xiao Zhan sort and dry some simple herbs. Yas chatter became increasingly clever. Wu Bao could now run around everywhere, and although she occasionally fell on her bottom, her giggles could always dispel all the fatigue. Chapter 58. Harvest season. The summer sun blazed down on the earth, and the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of ripe wheat. Xiao Zhan's 40 acres of wheat fields became the most eye-catching sight in the entire Xiaohe village. The golden wheat ears drooped heavily, with stalks thick enough to rival a little finger, and the grains were so full they seemed ready to burst their shells. As the wind blew, the waves of wheat rolled, making a rustling sound, like the sound of flowing gold coins. The villagers had long been envious, coming every day to watch the spectacle. When the day of harvesting arrived, nearly half the village showed up to see Xiao Zhan and Li Laoxuan sweating profusely as they harvested. The feel of the wheat ears was frighteningly heavy. Li Laoxuan cut a handful, weighed it in his hands, and trembled. "Oh heavens! I've farmed my whole life, but I've never seen such heavy wheat ears. Boss, how much will you yield per moo?" Xiao Zhan had an idea in his mind but replied vaguely, "It's okay, probably more than in previous years." When it came time to thresh, winnow, and finally weigh the grain into bags, the true shock came. 1 moo of land produced nearly 3.5 she of wheat, equivalent to over 400 pounds in modern terms. To know, in these times, well-tended irrigated fields yield just over 2 she. And this was newly reclaimed wasteland. Chapter 59. Tax collectors as fierce as tigers. Before the aroma of wheat had warmed up in their mouths, the sound of gongs began to clang in the village. Accompanied by the village chief Li Fugue's hoarse shouts, "Attention everyone! The county officials have sent people down to collect the summer tax. Prepare your grain according to the records. Late submissions will incur penalties, and those who resist tax collection will face prison." The sound of the gong felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the little joy that had come from the harvest. The fragrant aroma of wheat in the air seemed to carry a sense of heaviness and helplessness. Taxes, the fierce tiger hanging over every farmer's head, had finally come. Xiao Zhan had been prepared for this, but when the moment arrived, he couldn't help but curse. After working hard for half a year, through wind and sun, he finally managed to dig out some food from the ground, only to turn around and feed it to those officials. The tax collection site was set up at the village threshing ground. The tax officials from the county brought along a few lackeys wearing tilted hats and carrying curved knives, setting up a rickety table, spreading out thick ledgers in a manner that was both official and arrogant. Beside them were large measures for collecting grain and a pile of empty sacks. Village chief Li Fugue was busy running around, bowing and scraping, serving tea and water to the tax officials. Chapter 60. Extra grain for money exchange. With the life-saving grain safely hidden in the cellar, Xiao Zhan finally felt a bit more secure. But having grain alone wasn't enough. Oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, needles, and threads, and the increasingly costly clothes and shoes for the kids, all required money. Xiao Zhan pondered that he needed to take some of the extra grain he had set aside to the county to exchange for cash. The house wasn't far from the county town, about 10 li away. This distance, for someone like Xiao Zhan, who used to carry heavy loads over dozens of kilometers, as if it were nothing, felt like just a walk in the park. At dawn, he got up. He made a few substantial dry pancakes from the new wheat flour and boiled a few eggs to carry as food. Then, he shouldered a bag of wheat weighing about 50 or 60 pounds, said a few words to Daya, and strode out the door. 10 li. If a regular farmer walked, would take about half an hour. But Xiao Zhan quickened his pace, adjusting his breathing. Even with the grain on his shoulder, he moved quickly. His footsteps on the dirt road made a steady, powerful rustling sound, startling the grasshoppers in the bushes beside the road. He calculated how much he could exchange for, and what he should buy to bring back. However, the closer he got to the county town, the stranger the atmosphere on the road became. Usually, this road would be bustling with villagers carrying loads, heading into town for markets or visiting relatives. But today it was particularly desolate. Moreover, he began to see a few ragged, emaciated people by the roadside. Chapter 61, Difficulties at the Grain Store. Xiao Zhan, carrying the grain, headed straight for the largest grain store in the county town, the Fengyu grain shop. This shop was large and the grain buying prices were relatively fair. Just as he reached the entrance, before he could set down his grain, a middle-aged man in a satin gown, portly and fanning himself, sauntered out, followed by 2 subservient attendants. It was none other than Wang Guanjia from the Wang family. Xiao Zhan's heart sank. It was truly a narrow road for enemies. Could it be that this Fengyu grain shop was owned by the Wang family? Wang Guanjia spotted Xiao Zhan at a glance, especially the heavy bag of grain on his shoulder, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his small eyes. He quickly replaced it with a feigned smile. Oh, isn't this Xiao family's little brother? What brings you here to sell grain? Looks like the harvest is good this year. Xiao Zhan set down the grain and replied calmly, Wang Guanjia, just trying to make a living. Wang Guanjia pointed at the grain bag with his fan and signaled to the attendants behind him. What are you still standing there for? Help brother Xiao weigh it and see the quality. The man hurried forward, untied the sack, grabbed a handful of wheat, rubbed it in his hands, put it in his mouth to chew, and then said to Steward Wang, Steward, the wheat is good, quite dry. Chapter 62, Refugees like a tide. After selling the grain and gathering supplies, the sun was already setting in the west. Xiao Zhan didn't dare to delay and planned to hurry home immediately. Leaving the county town gate, the scene gradually became desolate. On both sides of the official road, where there should have been farmland, some shabby huts were erected sporadically. And many emaciated, ragged people either sat or lay down, staring blankly at the passers-by. A faint smell of decay lingered in the air. Refugees. There were even more than before. Xiao Zhan felt a slight tightening in his heart, and instinctively tightened his grip on the machete at his side. This world is not peaceful. He intended to quicken his pace through this area, but his gaze caught sight of a woman by the roadside holding a baby. The woman was so thin that she was unrecognizable, and the child in her arms cried weakly like a little kitten. A few half-grown children looked at him eagerly, their throats constantly swallowing. Xiao Zhan stopped in his tracks. He remembered the difficulties he faced when he had just arrived, carrying 5 hungry cubs. Compassion stirred within him. He took out a few flatbreads he had just bought in town and walked over to the woman, handing her 2 flatbreads. The woman was taken aback for a moment. Then, as if afraid he would change his mind, she snatched the flatbreads and stuffed them into her mouth, quickly tearing off a small piece to feed the baby in her arms. Chapter 63, The Chaos Intensifies. The urgent sound of gongs echoed over Xiahe village, shattering the tranquility of dusk. The villagers, unsure of what was happening, set down their work and gathered curiously towards the threshing ground. When they saw Xiao Zhan standing on the grinding stone, holding a spear with a serious expression, alongside the village chief Li Fugui, who looked as if he had lost his mother, everyone realized something significant might have occurred. Once most people had arrived, Xiao Zhan wasted no words. With his coarse voice, he got straight to the point, his voice echoing across the entire threshing ground. Listen up, everyone. Old men and women too, hear me out. His shout seemed to pierce the clouds, ensuring everyone could hear. The previously noisy crowd fell silent in an instant, all eyes focused on the speaker. Without further ado, something big has happened in the north. The urgency in his voice tensed everyone's nerves. Jiangcheng has been attacked by the Wolf Clan savages. This sentence exploded like thunder among the crowd. What? Jiangcheng has been breached by the Wolf Clan savages. What do we do? Are we in danger too? Will those defeated soldiers and refugees rush into the county town? Chapter 64, The Power of Excrement Bombs. Building defensive works is easier said than done. Xiao village is so poor that it lacks iron and bricks, relying solely on wood, stones, and dirt. Xiao Zhan instructed the villagers to set up wooden horse spikes, made from sharp and thick wooden sticks, at the main entrances around the village, and to dig horse pits and pitfalls. But he felt it was still not enough, especially to deal with the potentially chaotic refugees or small groups of barbarians, and he needed some more unique measures. Looking at the stinking latrines and piles of filth in the village, a particularly outrageous idea suddenly popped into his head. This stuff is a famous biological weapon in ancient city defense battles. Although disgusting, its effectiveness is outstanding. Boiling water mixed with filth can cause burns and infections, definitely leaving a lasting impression. Without hesitation, he immediately organized manpower to build simple stoves behind the low walls at several key points in the village. Using the largest iron pots, almost all the villagers contributed to boil water. He then sent people to dig up the latrines and collect various filth. When this order was given, even the villagers working alongside him were stunned. Dongdong's family. What is the use of this stuff? A man pinched his nose. Looking at the bucket of yellow and white substance, his face turning green. What is the use? Xiao Zhan grinned, revealing his white teeth, which looked somewhat sinister in the dusk. When someone foolishly tries to climb over the wall, they get a scoop of hot stuff. And then they know what it's for. I guarantee they never forget it. Everyone imagined that scene and immediately felt a chill, but at the same time, they thought it might actually make some sense. Detected that the host is adopting unconventional defensive measures. Although crude and simple, they are suitable for the current environment and resource conditions, providing significant deterrent and actual lethal effects against low-intensity conflicts. Judgment, effective. Reward, slight increase in adaptability to dangerous environments. Even the system acknowledged it. Xiao Zhan became even more energized, personally directing how to adjust the concentration of the mixture and how to safely heat and pour it. Besides the mixture, he also had people collect a large amount of thorns and prickly bushes, piling them behind the horse spikes and at the base of the walls. He also used bamboo and flexible branches to create many trigger-style spike traps, hiding them in the grass and along the main paths. The entire Xiahe village resembled a massive construction site, brightly lit, with numerous bonfires and torches lit, and everyone was busy. The sounds of chopping trees, digging earth, singing work songs, and the bubbling of the special weapon pots mixed together, filling the air with the smell of burning wood, sweat, and a faint, nauseating stench. The villagers went from initial panic and doubt to being inspired by Xiao Zhan, developing a sense of camaraderie and a tragic yet inexplicable excitement to defend their home. Watching the rudimentary defensive works take shape, especially the several pots of boiling, aromatic mixture, Xiao Zhan wiped his sweat and grinned. Damn it, although conditions are tough, I'll use my brain to compensate. Anyone who wants to mess with my territory and grain will first taste my specially made farmhouse delicacy. Meanwhile, in the open space next to the county town, a group of haggard refugees was being driven away by a gang of fierce-looking people. These refugees carried simple bundles, dragging their families along, stumbling forward, their faces filled with exhaustion and helplessness. The gang driving them consisted of armed, aggressive Yamen runners. These Yamen runners executed their orders coldly and ruthlessly, mercilessly driving the refugees away. The county magistrate stood not far away, watching this scene with a serious expression, occasionally shouting, "Hurry up! Don't linger around the county town." His voice echoed in the open space, sending chills down people's spines. Among the refugee crowd, there were some young, strong men whose eyes were particularly fierce, These individuals might be angry about being driven away, or despairing about life. In any case, their gazes conveyed an unspeakable hostility. Chapter 65. The Help of the Cubs. The adults were sweating profusely, digging trenches and erecting horse spikes, while the village was also busy inside. Xiao Zhan knew the importance of early warning. Relying solely on human lookouts would always have oversights, so he needed some high-tech gadgets. But with nothing at hand, where would he find high-tech? His gaze turned and landed on his restless little cubs at home. The eldest girl was busy cleaning up dishes with the third and fourth kids, while Ergo was waving his precious measuring rope, pretending to be on a non-existent battlefield in the yard. Wu Bao was wobbling around, chasing a little chick. "Come here!" Xiao Zhan yelled. The little heads immediately gathered around. "I have an important task for you." Xiao Zhan's expression was serious, as if he was assigning a special operations mission. "We need to set up a warning line around the village to prevent bad people from sneaking in. You all are responsible for making some noise inside the village, near our house." "Noise?" Ergo's eyes lit up. "Uncle, are we going to set off firecrackers?" He had seen others do it during the New Year. "What firecrackers? Where would we get firecrackers?" Xiao Zhan scolded him lightly. "Use this." He took out several small bells he had bought earlier for Daya, along with some sturdy thread, and a pile of broken pots and empty bamboo tubes. "Watch closely." Xiao Zhan squatted down, tied the bells with the thread, and hung them in an inconspicuous spot on the inside of the courtyard door, gently snagging the other end of the thread on the door hinge. This way, when the door opened, the bells would ring. He then took some empty bamboo tubes and pots, hanging them at varying heights under the eaves and on branches, cleverly placing the thread where people might pass by. When someone walked past and touched the thread, these things would come crashing down with a loud bang. After the demonstration, Xiao Zhan looked at the few little ones who seemed to understand but not quite. "Got it. It's just a little trap. If someone comes by, we'll know in advance. Daya, you're in charge. Ergo, you're nimble, responsible for hanging things up high. San Wa and Sai Ya will help pass things. Wu Bao, you're in charge of being cute to boost morale. Can you complete the task?" "Yes." Daya was the first to puff out her little chest, feeling a sense of responsibility. Guaranteed to complete the task. Ergo imitated a character from a play and comically saluted. San Wa and Sai Ya nodded vigorously. "Let us get to work." The little ones immediately transformed into a little engineering team. Daya, being meticulous, planned the warning points and checked if the threads were hidden. Ergo climbed up and down like a monkey, hanging bells and suspending pots. Although he accidentally broke a bowl with his clumsiness, his enthusiasm was high. San Wa and Sai Ya followed behind him, running back and forth, passing things and cleaning up the construction debris. Wu Bao sat on the ground, cheerfully cheering them on. It must be said that the children were pure-hearted. Although the things they made were rudimentary, they often yielded unexpected results. Ergo even whimsically removed the metal teeth from a few mouse traps, which Xiao Zhan had made earlier, connected them with ropes to the bells, and created a pressure-triggered alarm. Looking at the swaying jars and pots under the eaves, by the corners, and on the branches, as well as the barely visible threads, Xiao Zhan nodded in satisfaction. Although it wouldn't stop intruders, as long as someone sneaked in, it would definitely make a noise, and that was enough. Ding! The target has participated in defense construction, triggering a hidden effect. Home Guardian Spirit 1. Simple early warning system has been set up. Hearing the system prompt and looking at the few little ones who were sweating profusely, their faces flushed yet exceptionally excited. The gloom in Xiao Zhan's heart caused by the tense situation dissipated significantly. Damn, my kids are capable. Chapter 66. The villains probed. The defensive works were hastily constructed, and the village's self-defense team had also arranged their shifts to take turns keeping watch at night. After 2 peaceful nights, some villagers began to relax, thinking Xiao Zhan might be overreacting. However, in the latter half of the third night, with the moon hidden and the wind howling, it was the perfect time to stir up trouble. From the east side of the village, near the woods, several sneaky shadowy figures crept in. They were a few local bullies mixed in with the refugees, relying on their strength to gather a group of ruffians, specializing in petty theft and robbing lone refugees. During the day, they hid in the forest and observed that Xiao village seemed to be on guard, but since they looked like simple folk, they thought there wasn't much to gain. However, driven by hunger, they decided to sneak in at night to steal some food and run away. The group crouched low, cautiously avoiding the obvious barricades at the village entrance, intending to climb over a low wall they deemed weakly defended. Just as they approached the wall, their feet suddenly slipped. Oh damn! Plop! Two of them fell directly into a cleverly disguised pit. Though the bottom of the pit was not spiked, they still tumbled around in confusion, screaming in pain. The remaining accomplices were startled, and before they could react, they felt something suddenly trip them at their ankles. Crash! Several broken pots hanging from the nearby tree fell to the ground, shattering loudly. In the silent night, the sound was particularly jarring. It's a trap! Run! The villains panicked and turned to flee. But it was already too late. Bang bang bang. The harsh sound of a gong rang out instantly. The self-defense team members responsible for patrolling that night had already been alerted by the noise from the traps and immediately began to sound the alarm. To the east. There's a situation. Grab your weapons. Xiao Zhan had not been sleeping deeply. Upon hearing the gong, he sprang up, grabbed his spear, and rushed out. Many villagers who were awakened also grabbed hoes and hatchets and rushed toward the east side of the village. The few villains, realizing their cover was blown, became desperate and even swung their hatchets, attempting to charge through. Pour the golden juice! Xiao Zhan shouted. Behind the low wall, two men who were on night watch had already prepared, using long-handled wooden spoons to scoop up scalding, foul-smelling special soup and poured it on the villains trying to climb over the wall. Ah! My face! It's burning me! What is this foul smell? The scalding dirty water mixed with filth poured down on them, causing the villains to scream in agony, and to make matters worse, the indescribable stench made them tear up and runny-nosed, their stomachs churning, their fighting spirit instantly evaporating. Meanwhile, other self-defense team members, using sharpened bamboo poles, jabbed through the gaps in the barricades. Although they lacked strategy, the sheer number of people and the chaotic jabbing from the bamboo poles made the villains cry out in despair. Retreat! Quick retreat! The leading villain, with his face blistered and stinking, completely lost his nerve, leading the remaining injured and foul-smelling companions to crawl back into the dark woods. The battle, or rather, the one-sided beating, ended as swiftly as a gust of wind. Villagers, holding torches, looked at the bloodstains and the pool of foul-smelling remnants left behind. Initially stunned for a moment, then erupted into loud cheers. We won! We won! Xiao Zhan's method really works. That golden juice is amazing. Ha ha! Although the opponents were just a few petty thieves, this was the first time Xiao village had repelled an external threat with its own strength, and in such a unique way. The villagers' confidence soared to new heights, and the looks they gave Xiao Zhan were filled with admiration and trust. Xiao Zhan wiped the cold sweat, which might also have been from the golden juice, off his face, feeling relieved inside. The first battle was a success, which was of great significance. He kicked at the pool of filth on the ground and grinned, "Damn, the hot soup I treated them to must have tasted good, right?" Everyone burst into laughter, and the tense and fearful atmosphere vanished. Successfully repelled the first attack, villagers' morale significantly boosted. The defense system has been preliminarily verified effective. Rewards are being calculated. Chapter 67, Arrow Towers and Entrustment. As dusk fell, the open space in front of the ancestral hall in Xiao village was brightly lit, bustling with activity. The air was filled with the fresh scent of newly cut wood and an uncontainable excitement. Xiao Zhan stood on a wooden platform about half a person high, bare-chested, with sweat glistening on his bronze skin under the firelight. In his hands, he held a piece of uniquely textured paper that felt icy to the touch yet was incredibly flexible. It depicted complex structures outlined with glowing lines, causing the surrounding old carpenters to exclaim in wonder. "Did you all understand?" Xiao Zhan's voice was hoarse, carrying an undeniable authority. "This thing, awarded by the system, is called Simple Modular Wooden Arrow Tower. Don't be intimidated by the flashy stuff. To put it simply, it's just building blocks. The mortise and tenon joints are clearly marked. Just follow the example, and anyone can get started." He kicked a few oddly shaped wooden components that were already taking shape on the ground. "Columns are columns. Wallboards are wallboards, platforms are platforms. Let's build separately and pile them together at the end. I don't have high demands, within 3 days. At each of the 4 corners of the village entrance, I want a structure up." The villagers surrounded him, their eyes a mix of awe and confusion. Village chief Li Fuguei was puffing on his dry tobacco, squinting at the blueprints. "Xiao's kid, can this thing really work? It looks a bit uncertain." Chapter 68. Killing chickens to warn monkeys. 2 days and nights of intense labor left many villagers looking exhausted. The production of the Arrow Tower components was progressing smoothly, but assembly required physical strength and morale. After the initial excitement wore off, fatigue and fear began to surface. The conflict first erupted among the Li family. Li Yuliang and his 2 sons, relying on the fact that their family had more males, were a bit domineering in the village, but now, exhausted like dead dogs, they started complaining. "Damn it, how long do we have to do this?" Li Yuliang's eldest son sat down heavily, throwing tools far away. "Who knows if the refugees will even come? We are going to wear ourselves out. I'm done, I'm done." His shout made several already wavering villagers stop their work, their eyes flickering towards Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan was carrying a thick beam, and, hearing the noise, slammed it down on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He didn't immediately explode in anger. He just slowly straightened up, his cold gaze sweeping over those who had dropped their tasks, finally landing on Li Yuliang's face. "Li Yuliang, take care of your sons." Xiao Zhan's voice was not loud, but it was sharp like ice, cutting through the air. "Don't want to work? Fine." Chapter 69. Compassion. On the evening of the 3rd day, the first Arrow Tower finally stood at the east end of the village. Nearly 3 zhong high. The wooden structure had a platform with guardrails at the top. Though rough, it exuded a chilling sense of defense. Standing atop it provided a wide view, allowing one to see most of the surroundings outside the village. Just as they were about to rejoice, the villager on watch at the Arrow Tower came tumbling down, his face as pale as paper. "Big brother Xiao. It's bad. Many people are coming outside. It's a sea of black." Xiao Zhan's heart sank, and he quickly climbed up to the Arrow Tower platform. Looking out, under the setting sun, the dirt road, the field ridges, and the wasteland outside the village were packed with people, sitting or lying down. Men and women, old and young, all tattered and thin, resembling a spread of withered grass. They were silent, gathering quietly, their eyes appearing especially large due to hunger, reflecting a glimmer of light in the dusk, akin to the eyes of starving wolves in the wilderness. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire Xiaohe village. The festive atmosphere in front of the ancestral hall vanished, replaced by a suffocating fear. The villagers stopped their work, gazing in terror at the silent sea of people outside the village. Chapter 70. Night Exploration. After enduring another sleepless night, at dawn, Xiao Zhan called the old rich man and core villagers like Li Hu to the ancestral hall. "We can't keep dragging this out," Xiao Zhan said, his eyes bloodshot and voice hoarse. "We can't afford to wait. The refugees are like locusts, gathering more and more. If we don't act now, when they go mad from hunger or appoint a leader, it will be our doom. So what should we do? Charge out and fight?" Li Hu's hand tightened around his waist knife, veins bulging. Fight? Nonsense. Xiao Zhan scolded. That's a death sentence. I want to go to the refugee camp for a visit. What? Everyone was shocked. Big brother Xiao, that's too dangerous. That's a den of wolves. What if they recognize you? Xiao Zhan waved his hand, stopping their objections. I didn't flinch when I killed the wild boar king. Why should I fear this mob? They are nothing but a scattered group, lacking a leader. I need to find that potential leader and have a chat. Everyone understood what he meant by chat. How do we find him? The village chief was worried. A fox will always reveal its tail, Xiao Zhan sneered. I've been observing for 2 days. Although it's chaotic, there are a few places where people subconsciously look. When someone gets some food, they tend to send it in a certain direction. Following these clues, it won't be hard to find. Chapter 71. A one-man meeting. A small campfire was lit around the broken cart, casting dim light. Zhao Scarface was complaining to his subordinates about being unable to steal food when he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, a cold, hard object pressing against his cervical spine. At the same time, a low, chilling voice echoed in his ear, "Don't move, or I'll kill you." Zhao Scarface froze. And his subordinates, realizing what was happening, were about to get up when Xiao Zhan picked up a burning branch from the ground and flicked it, sending sparks flying directly into the face of the most reckless man, causing him to yelp and cover his face. Everyone sit down. Xiao Zhan's voice was low but carried a dispassionate indifference, as if he regarded human life as nothing, making the men shiver in fear, and they dared not move again. Which side are you on? Let's talk this out. Zhao Scarface forced himself to stay calm, but cold sweat was already trickling down his forehead. Xiao Zhan loosened the short blade pressed against his neck, but the overwhelming pressure still loomed over Zhao Scarface. He moved to the front, illuminated by the firelight, allowing Zhao Scarface to see his face, which was smeared with dirt, but the sharpness and murderous intent in his eyes were unmistakable. I am from Xiao village. Xiao Zhan stated bluntly, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the weather, but the content made Zhao Scarface and his gang's hearts skip a beat. You surrounded my village and cut off my lifeline. So tell me, how do we settle this score? Chapter 72, Knowledge of Medicinal Materials. The next day, around the hour of Chen, inside the fence at the east end of Xiao village, the atmosphere was tense. Many villagers were armed with farming tools and bows, hiding behind the fence and the newly built arrow tower, nervously watching the outside. Xiao Zhan only brought Chen, Hu and 2 brave villagers, armed with a few shovels and picks, standing at the fence entrance. In the distance, Zhao Scarface indeed approached with 10 emaciated but hopeful and vigilant refugees, stopping 100 paces away. Stand right there. Xiao Zhan shouted over the fence, look closely. He had Chen, Hu and the others demonstrate how to identify kudzu root through vines, how to dig without harming the roots, and how to clean the harvested thick roots. Xiao Zhan explained in a loud voice, do you see this vine, these leaves? Look for ones like these. The roots have to be this thick. Don't touch the small ones, leave them to grow. When washing, rinse off the dirt, but don't peel off too much skin. The white powder inside is the good stuff. Take it back, crush it with stones, soak it in water, and the layer of white residue that sinks to the bottom, when dried, becomes powder. It can be used to make porridge, to make pancakes, so you won't starve. The refugees watched with wide eyes, afraid to miss a single detail. When they saw Chen, Hu dig out a kudzu root as thick as an arm, and after cleaning it revealed its snowy white flesh, a low gasp and sounds of swallowing echoed through the crowd. Chapter 73. The initial signs of epidemics. Xiao village indeed welcomed a rare period of calm. Under Xiao Zhan's strategy of using work to aid the relief efforts, the refugees mostly spread out during the day to designated areas to dig for kudzu roots and gather wild vegetables and mushrooms. Although life remained harsh, at least there was a way to survive, and the horrific sight of corpses strewn across the land did not occur. The barren slope at the east end of the village has been turned upside down, and by evening, wisps of smoke began to rise from the refugee camp. Mostly from the thin, kudzu porridge, and wild vegetable soup that could barely cast a shadow of a person. But it was still better than gnawing on tree bark and guanine soil. The tense atmosphere in the village has eased significantly. The watch at the Arrow Tower continues. But the frowns on the villagers' faces have softened a bit. Some brave children, like Erwa and Taidan, occasionally crouch behind the fence at the village entrance, curiously observing the refugee children outside, who are as emaciated as they are but no longer show fierce looks. Sometimes, the village children would secretly toss out a few wild fruits, and the children outside would timidly pick them up, quickly stuffing them into their mouths, then showing shy smiles. This brief and fragile exchange has become a faint warm light in this cruel world. However, Xiao Zhan did not dare to relax. He knew well that this balance was extremely fragile. He urged the villagers to continue reinforcing the fence and improving the facilities of the Arrow Tower, while also searching the knowledge base provided by the system for more information on survival in the wild, basic medical care, and even basic farming, preparing for the worst. Chapter 74, Modern Epidemic Prevention. In the Ancestral Hall, the flickering flames of the oil lamp cast shadows on several anxious faces. The village chief, Li Fugui, was puffing on a dry cigarette, his brow furrowed tightly. Li Hu and several other key figures from the village had also arrived, each with a serious expression. The faint cries from outside felt like hammers striking everyone's hearts. Xiao Zhan, what kind of plague is this? Why is it so fierce? Li Fugui's voice trembled. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that he was the backbone now, and could not afford to panic. Uncle Fugui, everyone. His voice was steady but carried undeniable strength. Based on the symptoms and what I've heard outside, this is likely cholera, or an epidemic, highly contagious. Mainly spread through contaminated water sources and contact. If not handled properly, the entire village could. He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone present understood the implication. Their faces turning even paler. What should we do? A villager asked, his voice breaking. Clearing his throat, he said, there are measures. Using the simplest language. Here are the epidemic prevention measures. First, isolation. Anyone with fever or vomiting must be gathered immediately at the abandoned brick kiln at the end of the village. No one who is not sick is allowed to approach. Family members must not casually come into contact. Food and water should be left at the door. The same goes for the refugees. Have Zhao Bailian gather the sick people at the edge of the camp and designate a quarantine area. Second, disinfection. Cover and bury the patient's vomit and feces with quicklime. All bowls, chopsticks, and clothes they used must be boiled in hot water. Third, water. From today on, everyone in the village, including the refugees outside, must drink boiled water. If anyone dares to drink raw water again, I'll knock their teeth out. The water from the river cannot be used directly for now. Use the water from the village's deep wells, and it must be boiled first. Fourth, watch what you eat. Wild vegetables and mushrooms must be cleaned, cooked thoroughly. No raw or cold food allowed. Chapter 75, Enforcing by force. The arguments yielded no results. Time passed. But the bad news from the village and the refugee camp only increased. 2 more households showed symptoms. And panic crept into everyone's rationality like an accomplice to the plague. Xiao Zhan knew they could not wait any longer. Democratic discussions were too inefficient in the face of life and death, and the cost could be everything. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Chen, who and the few self-defense team members, who had followed him early on and had relatively good discipline, Huzi. Bring people and follow me. Clear out that abandoned mill at the west end of the village. Since we can't use the brick kiln, let us turn the mill into a quarantine point. Go to the storeroom and get quicklime. Then he cast a sharp glance at everyone in the ancestral hall. His voice as cold as iron. I'm going to Li Laoxuan's house, and Li Widow's house now. Those willing to trust me and want to live should do as I say, take care of their own families, boil water, wash hands, and minimize going out. Anyone who dares to openly obstruct epidemic prevention measures will be treated as if they are poisoning the village. I'll tie them up and throw them out of the village to fend for themselves." After saying this, he strode out, ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd. Li Hu hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and called his subordinates to follow. Village Chief Li Fugue opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed heavily and sat down in despair. Chapter 76. The mysterious young master. Under Xiao Zhan's iron-fisted approach, Xiao village barely maintained the operation of epidemic prevention. In the quarantine area, the moans and cries of patients continued day and night. And the villagers responsible for delivering medicine and food were fully armed, covering their mouths and noses with cloth, feeling anxious. The situation in the refugee camp outside was even worse, lacking effective organization, and the epidemic was nearly out of control, with cries and wails echoing day and night. Bodies starting to be carried out and buried randomly, adding to the atmosphere of terror. Xiao Zhan felt that his strength had been completely exhausted. He relied on the knowledge provided by the system, doing his utmost to direct the villagers in responding to this terrible epidemic. However, the resources in their hands were so limited, consisting only of some common herbs, such as purslane and plantain. Xiao Zhan told the villagers to brew these herbs into water for the patients to drink, hoping it might provide some relief. At the same time, he emphasized the importance of replenishing with diluted salt water, as patients would lose a lot of fluids and electrolytes during fever and diarrhea. However, despite their best efforts, the spread of the epidemic was not effectively controlled. New cases kept appearing, and Xiao Zhan felt as though all his efforts were in vain. The villagers were on the brink of physical and mental exhaustion, their faces etched with fatigue and despair. Chapter 77. Lord Wang's scheme. While Xiao Zhan and Lin Qingyuan delved deeper into the quarantine area, trying to curb the epidemic, another force in the village began to stir. The high-walled courtyard at the east end of the village belonged to the Wang family. The Wang couple had fled early on under the pretense of visiting relatives in the prefecture, taking their valuables with them, leaving only a small manager and a few bodyguards to look after the place. This manager, surnamed Qian, was a shrewd and calculating individual. In recent days, he had been watching the epidemic in the village and Xiao Zhan's iron-fisted methods from a distance, feeling anxious. He feared that the plague would spread to his own walled compound, and was even more afraid that the starving, sick refugees would lose control and storm the estate. That night, he secretly sent someone out through the back door, riding fast, and the next day, he really managed to bring Lord Wang back. In the early morning, sunlight spilled onto the path at the village entrance, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. However, when Lord Wang's carriage appeared at the village entrance, this tranquility was instantly shattered. The patrol team at the village entrance spotted Lord Wang from a distance, and their previously leisurely pace suddenly turned tense. They exchanged glances, whispering to themselves, "Isn't that Lord Wang's carriage? Why has he returned?" Chapter 78. The unconventional doctor. Although they had temporarily managed to suppress Lord Wang, preventing him from recklessly moving the refugees, this was merely the beginning. Xiao Zhan knew that his task was far from over. In this quarantined area, patients were suffering from the torment of disease and urgently needed them to do everything they could to find a way to treat them. They carefully observed the symptoms of each patient and recorded them. They didn't miss any details, hoping to find clues to cure the disease. The smell in the quarantine area was overwhelming. The stench of medicine, sweat, and the decay from the patients mixed together, invading their noses. Xiao Zhan covered his mouth and nose tightly with a cloth, leaving only his bloodshot eyes visible, as he watched Lin Qingyuan flit between several seriously ill patients like an untiring bee. This young doctor really knew what he was doing. When others see this scene, they would have long avoided it by 8 miles, but he, on the contrary, actively headed into this hall of the King of Hell. With his fingers resting on the patient's filthy wrist, his brows furrowed, yet his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. The humid heat was oppressive, and the foulness hindered the flow of qi, causing both yin and yang to be harmed. Lin Qingyuan felt the pulse while occasionally spouting some terms that Xiao Zhan could only half understand. The prescription he wrote was also strange, besides the common Huanglian and Huangqin. He even asked people to dig up earthworms, Delong, look for crickets, Jiang Jungan, and even use stove heart soil, Fulonggan. Chapter 79, Lack of Doctors and Medicine. After an in-depth academic exchange with Lin Qingyuan, the relationship between the two escalated rapidly, akin to a rocket, directly becoming sworn brothers. Lin Qingyuan's attitude towards Xiao Zhan underwent a dramatic change. His gaze towards Xiao Zhan was filled with brilliance, as if he saw endless wisdom and potential in him. This brilliance was not a mere friendliness, but rather the fervor that intellectuals exhibit when encountering a kindred spirit. Although Lin Qingyuan had some misconceptions about the microbiological theory proposed by Xiao Zhan, the general direction was correct. This insight was like a sudden awakening for Lin Qingyuan, elevating his understanding of medicine to a new level. Inspired by Xiao Zhan's theory, Lin Qingyuan seemed to have been open to a new world. He began to examine the prescriptions in his hand from an entirely new perspective. He delved into the principles behind the traditional concepts of clearing heat and detoxifying, transforming dampness and dispelling filth, carefully pondering every detail and mystery within. At the same time, he attempted to find connections and complementary aspects between this concept and the microbiological theory proposed by Xiao Zhan. After thoughtful consideration, Lin Qingyuan finally made a new discovery. He realized that those tiny worms causing diseases were actually a manifestation of microorganisms. Although traditional prescriptions could have certain therapeutic effects, they often only alleviated symptoms without truly addressing the root cause of the disease. Chapter 80, Adventuring into the Mountains. When Xiao Zhan said he wanted to go into the mountains, the village was immediately in an uproar. The village chief, Li Fugui, was the first to oppose. Xiao's boy, you can't do that. The back mountain connects to the old forest. No one has dared to go in for many years. I've heard there are spirit beasts, tigers in there, and pythons as thick as a bowl. If you go to gather herbs and something happens, what will the village do? Lord Wang, upon hearing this in his own yard, sneered, HMPH, showing off. Just right, feed it to the wild beasts, saving me the trouble. Even Lin Qingyuan hesitated. Brother Xiao, this is too dangerous. Why don't we think of another way? Think of what? Xiao Zhan waved his hand, interrupting everyone's persuasion. By the time you come up with something, the flowers will have wilted. I have a strong fate, the king of hell won't take me. Lin, draw a picture and tell me what the 7-star lotus looks like. Li Hu, get me a machete, rope, fire sticks, and 3 days' worth of dry food. His attitude was resolute and indisputable. Seeing that he was determined, everyone knew they could not persuade him, and had to prepare accordingly. Lin Qingyuan carefully drew the shape of the 7-star lotus on a piece of cloth with charcoal, a small herb, with oval leaves that grow opposite each other. And the most unique aspect was that a row of tiny bead-like fruits hid under the leaf axils, hence the name Yexiaoju, or 7-star lotus. Chapter 81, Perils abound. After walking for nearly 2 hours, the sun was clearly setting, and the light in the forest grew darker. Just as Xiao Zhan was pondering whether to find a place to spend the night, a faint and continuous sound of flowing water came from ahead. There's water. Xiao Zhan perked up, stopping to listen intently. Sanwa said the place where the water sounds came from might be just ahead. The two pushed aside a thicket of bushes taller than themselves, and suddenly, a small valley opened up before them. A mountain spring cascaded down a steep cliff on one side, forming a small waterfall that pooled into a tranquil pond below. The mist hung in the air, and the stones by the pond were wet and slippery, covered with thick moss. Opposite the pond, under the shadowy, sun-deprived rock wall, a patch of low plants glimmered strangely with a glossy sheen in the dim light. Lin Qingyuan took one look, and his breath quickened. His voice trembling with excitement, the 7-star lotus. It's the 7-star lotus. My God. So many. Look at those white beads under the leaves. That's it. Xiao Zhan squinted and examined carefully. Hey. It looks exactly like what Lin Qingyuan drew on the cloth. Clusters of low green plants tightly pressed against the damp rock wall, with white fruit the size of rice grains hidden under the green leaves. Looking at the arrangement, let alone 50 plants, there could be 100. Chapter 82. Returning with herbs, the two dared not delay for a moment, quickly wading through the icy cold stream to rush to the life-saving 7-star lotus. Lin Qingyuan, being the professional, immediately got into the zone upon seeing the medicinal material, despite having been scared moments before. He carefully took out a small medicinal hoe from his backpack, held his breath, and gently dug up each 7-star lotus with its roots and soil intact, treating them as delicately as if they were infants. Murmuring, "The roots must be intact. Only then can the medicinal power be preserved without harming the main root." Xiao Zhan, however, did not have such concerns. He was responsible for keeping watch around, his ears perked like antennas, capturing any unusual sounds in the forest. At the same time, he aggressively pulled down any auxiliary herbs he could see, like honeysuckle and periploca, stuffing them into several large burlap sacks he had brought. His efficiency was high, but his methods were rather rough. "Lin, are you doing embroidery? Hurry up. This place gives me the creeps," Xiao Zhan urged as he worked. Lin Qingyuan could only smile wryly. "Brother Xiao, collecting medicinal materials requires method. Being rough might damage the efficacy. Method my foot. If it can save lives, that's a good method. Hurry and pack it up," Xiao Zhan insisted, stuffing the dug-up 7-star lotus into the burlap sack in one go. Chapter 83. The epidemic under control. Bitter medicine is beneficial for the illness. Lin Qingyuan meticulously formulated a prescription using the herbs Xiao Zhan risked his life to gather. Combined with the strict, even rough, isolation and disinfection measures previously implemented, which finally began to show powerful effects. After 3 consecutive days of consuming the large pot of medicine, the results were immediate. In the isolation area, the severely ill patients, who were originally on the brink of death with incessant vomiting and diarrhea, showed significant control over their symptoms. Although their bodies remained weak, they could at least drink some rice soup, and there was a spark of life in their eyes. The mildly ill patients recovered even faster, their fever subsided, they regained strength, and even a few robust young men were able to help with preparing medicine and cleaning. More critically, the number of new cases dropped dramatically, from more than 10 new cases a day to sporadic few, and finally, in the last 2 days, there were actually none. The shadow of death that had hung over Xiahe village for over 10 days finally began to dissipate. The village, which had been oppressed for too long, seemed to be rejuvenated like a long-awaited rain after a drought. The villagers' expressions of worry and fear gradually transformed into relief and gratitude for having survived. Their gazes towards Xiao Zhan and Lin Qingyuan were filled with almost reverent admiration. Chapter 84. Qingyuan's background. The epidemic wolf was finally temporarily crippled, and Xiahe village caught its breath. Several days of bright sunshine had dried up the moldy air in the village, and the gloom in people's hearts had also dissipated somewhat. The large pot used for boiling medicine in front of the ancestral hall was replaced with a large jar for boiling water. And the air was no longer filled with the bitter smell of medicine, but rather carried a hint of life. Xiao Zhan, chewing on a stalk of grass, squatted on the newly reinforced fence at the village entrance, squinting at the refugee camp outside as they began to tidy up their shelters, pondering what to do next. Lin Qingyuan, on the other hand, sat on a large stone nearby, holding a tree branch, doodling on the ground, muttering to himself, presumably thinking about a new prescription. Lin Laudi, Xiao Zhan spat out a grass stem and tilted his head to look at him. "Your medical skills, who did you learn them from? You're quite skilled at such a young age. I see from your demeanor that you don't seem like someone from an ordinary family, but rather, like a young master from a wealthy household." Lin Qingyuan paused with the branch in his hand, raised his head, and revealed a complex smile on his face. A bit self-deprecating yet somewhat calm. "Brother Xiao, you have a good eye. To be honest, My father is the deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel in the current dynasty, and my grandfather once held the position of a provincial governor. Chapter 85. Sanwa's talent. The village gradually regained its energy, and the children started running around like crazy again. Ergo and Tai Dan were still the kings of the kids, but there was a little tail following them recently who was a bit different. Sanwa, who had been the most seriously ill before, later distinguished himself by using his sense of smell to guide the way. After recovering from his illness, this kid wasn't like the other children who only thought about playing. Instead, he liked to stick close to Lin Qingyuan, watching him handle medicinal herbs, his little nose twitching. Lin Qingyuan set up a temporary shed next to the ancestral hall to dry the leftover and newly collected herbs. Sanwa squatted beside him, watching intently, occasionally pointing at a certain herb with his little black finger and asking in a baby voice, "Mr. Lin, this grass smells cool. Is it for treating fevers? That flower smells a bit fragrant yet bitter. Is it for treating stomachaches?" At first, Lin Qingyuan thought it was just a child's curiosity and casually responded. But soon he realized something was off. Sanwa wasn't just asking blindly. The herbs he pointed out often truly had the medicinal properties he mentioned. For example, he pointed at the dried mint leaves and said they were cool, pointed at the huanglian and said it was bitter enough to numb the tongue. And he could even vaguely sense the bitterness mixed in the fragrance of honeysuckle, which could drive away bad things. Chapter 86. The refugees returned to Heart with the epidemic under control. The biggest beneficiaries, besides the villagers of Xiao village, were the hundreds of refugees outside. The life-saving kindness of Xiao Zhan and Lin Qingyuan left a deep mark in the hearts of every surviving refugee, like a brand. In the past few days, several refugee leaders, led by Zhao Baolian, had been almost daily squatting outside the village fence, eagerly looking in, hoping to find a chance to repay their gratitude. But Xiao Zhan was too busy to pay them any mind. One day, Xiao Zhan was with a few old masters from the village, inspecting the 40 acres of land at the eastern edge of the village, which had just been planted with wheat, but was still full of weeds, stones, and slopes. Figuring out how to tidy up the mess, Zhao Baolian seized the opportunity, leading dozens of young and strong refugees who had recovered well, and swarmed over. Kneeling down from a distance, "Brother Xiao, Dr. Lin, we have nothing to repay you for saving our lives. We only have a little strength left. Please give us a chance to help with some work. We can repair bridges, build roads, and cultivate land. We can do anything. We don't want wages, just feed us." Zhao Baolian shouted, and the group of refugees followed suit, bowing. Xiao Zhan was taken aback by this scene, walked over, and lightly kicked Zhao Baolian with his foot. Get up, get up. A man's knee has gold beneath it, kneeling like this all the time, what kind of image is that?" Chapter 87. Crisis temporarily resolved. The refugees worked hard, and the progress of land reclamation exceeded Xiao Zhan's expectations. In just a few days, the barren land at the eastern edge of the village had transformed significantly. The weeds were cleared, large stones were collected and stacked as the foundation for the field ridges, and the area near the riverbank had been roughly leveled, revealing dark brown soil. Under Xiao Zhan's direction, the initial shape of a water diversion canal began to take form along the slope. Next to the slope, there was a long line of neatly arranged organic fertilizer piles, meticulously made by those organized by Xiao Zhan. Each pile was uniform in size and shape, emitting a faint earthy smell and the scent of humus. In the village, people's lives gradually returned to normal. The quarantine area was lifted, most patients had recovered, and they helped with some light tasks. The guards at the Arrow Tower remained, but the atmosphere had lightened considerably, and some even began to consider cultivating a small vegetable garden next to the tower. On the surface, it seemed that Xiao village had survived a catastrophe and even benefited from it, absorbing labor and beginning to move towards construction and development. However, Xiao Zhan didn't dare to relax his guard. He knew better than anyone that the current calm was built on an extremely fragile foundation. Chapter 88. Qingyuan's departure. The barren land at the eastern edge of the village had taken on some initial shape, the water canal was being dug properly. And the refugees' huts no longer looked like they could collapse at any moment. It seemed that life was finally getting back on track. But Lin Qingyuan suddenly announced he wanted to leave. That evening, as Xiao Zhan was shirtless, discussing with Zhao Baolian and several refugee men how to bend the water canal to irrigate more land, Lin Qingyuan approached, standing beside him, hesitating to speak. "What's wrong?" Lin Laudi, standing there like a telephone pole. "If you have something to say, spit it out quickly, can't you see I'm busy?" Xiao Zhan wiped his sweat and turned to look at him. Lin Qingyuan rubbed his hands, looking a bit embarrassed but also resolute. "Brother Xiao, I plan to set off early tomorrow morning." "Set off? Where to?" Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, still holding a broken jar to indicate the direction of the water flow. "To the north." Lin Qingyuan's voice was not loud but clear. "The epidemic in Xiaohe village seems to have stabilized, and I feel at ease with you here. But the north is worse. There are more refugees and I fear another epidemic might arise. My medical skills can't just stay in one place." Chapter 89. The inspector arrives on the third day after Lin Qingyuan left. Xiaohe village had just begun to regain a bit of post-disaster vibrancy. In the rice fields at the eastern edge of the village, several old masters were squatting on the ground with Xiao Zhan, using branches to illustrate how to divert water and divide the ridges. Xiao Zhan had a grass stem in his mouth, discussing how to leave an opening here, otherwise it would turn into a fish pond when it rained. Suddenly, from the lookout tower at the village entrance, a cry akin to that of a dog having its tail stepped on rang out. "Brother Xiao! Brother Xiao! Bad news. A large group is coming on the official road. It's a sea of people, moving like ants, but damn it, it looks like they are here to raid us." The lookout hurriedly tumbled down from the arrow tower, stumbling and nearly falling flat on his face, but fortunately, Aunt Wang, who was making hemp rope nearby, caught him. He didn't have time to thank her. His throat was almost smoking as he rushed to the entrance of the ancestral hall, shouting to Xiao Zhan, flags waving, armor shining. The cavalry in front all have stern faces, like they've been constipated for half a month. In the middle, there's a big green sedan chair, carried by 4 bearers, with a mounted scribe fanning beside it. Following behind are those carrying signs of silence, beating gongs, and drums. The tail end stretches for at least 2 miles. Is it bigger than our county magistrate's inspection? It's even more grand than the prince's performance on stage. Chapter 90. The county magistrate seizes credit just as Xiao Zhan cleared his throat, preparing to give this seemingly reasonable Lord Su a detailed report on the village's difficulties, the plight of the refugees, and the counter's lack of assistance. A loud wailing sound came from the other end of the official road, comparable to the noise of slaughtering pigs during the New Year in the countryside. "Oh dear! Lord Su! Lord Su, wait! I'm late. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Everyone turned to look, and they saw the county magistrate Qian Yude, dressed in a robe that looked as if it had just been pulled from a pickled vegetable jar, riding a horse so skinny it could serve as a model for a sketch, rushing over with 3 to 5 yamen runners, tumbling and rolling as they came. The yamen runners were in even worse shape, their hats askew, buttons mismatched, panting heavily, looking like a group of ducks being chased by dogs. Qian Yude rushed forward, disregarding any official decorum, nearly rolling off his horse and almost landing in a dog-eat-dog manner. He scrambled to the front of Su Wenqing's sedan chair, not caring about the dust on the ground, and bowed his head repeatedly, making a loud thudding sound as his forehead hit the ground. His face was instantly smeared with snot and tears, and he cried out earnestly, causing those who heard to feel sorrowful and those who saw to shed tears. Chapter 91. Neither humble nor arrogant. When Su Wenqing called his name, Xiao Zhan felt no fear at all. Back in Longyang, as an elite soldier in the special forces, he had seen all sorts of storms and waves. He had dared to sneak into drug lords' dens at midnight, leaving a note saying he had been there, and had faced thousands of troops without flinching. How could he be afraid of this powerful, but reasonable civil official in front of him? Although the civil official's gaze was like X-rays, Xiao Zhan stood tall and straight, unafraid. He stepped forward, straightened his back as if he could carry mountains, and began to report in a clear and loud voice. Unlike Qian Yude, who piled on flowery rhetoric or wept pitifully, he spoke plainly, stating facts with accurate data and clear logic, exuding a military-like decisiveness, replying to Lord Su, the epidemic in Xiahe village. From the first case of high fever and vomiting to the last case recovering from fever, was basically under control in 13 days. His precise timeline made Su Wenqing nod slightly. Regarding the population, Xiao Zhan continued, as if reporting accounts, the village originally had a population of 217. During this epidemic, there were a total of 89 infected individuals, 21 of whom unfortunately died, mostly the elderly and weak, or those who did not receive medication in time. The displaced people gathered outside the village, according to our rough statistics and the statements of Zhao Bailian and others, originally numbered over 400, with an estimated 200 infected. Due to the chaotic conditions at the time, we could not accurately count the deaths, but based on buried bodies and missing persons, we estimate it to be between 60 and 80, mainly due to a lack of medical resources and the initial absence of organized prevention and control. Chapter 92. Slapping the county magistrate. Su Wenqing's question of whether there was evidence was like a drop of water splashing into a boiling oil pot, instantly causing an uproar. Qian Yude, grasping at straws, shrieked, "Yes, yes. Lord Su, you see clearly. Anyone can talk nonsense. They are all colluding to slander me. A bunch of unruly commoners." Xiao Zhan dug at his ears, seemingly annoyed by the noise, and grinned, revealing his white teeth. "County magistrate, with a voice like yours. It's a pity you don't go sing opera. No need to rush, good food isn't afraid of being late, the evidence will be brought to you right now." He turned around and waved at Chen Hu, who had been unable to contain himself. Chen Hu immediately shouted at the villagers. "Displaced brothers. The Honorable Lord is here. If you have grievances or truths to tell, come forward and speak clearly." This shout was like opening a floodgate, and the villagers and displaced people, who had been holding back their energy, surged to the village entrance like a flood breaking a dam. Old village chief Chen Fu was the first to rush out, his beard trembling with anger, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before Su Wenqing, banging his head on the ground. "Oh, Honorable Lord. Every word Xiao Zhan said is the truth born out of life and death. People were dying every day in the village, and hearts were scattered. It was Xiao Zhan. He bore the blame, hardened his heart to isolate the sick, and he also led a few young men into the mountains to find medicine, risking being eaten by wolves. Where was the county office? Not to mention delivering medicine, we didn't even see anyone to report the deaths." Chapter 93. Asking for advice from Xiao Zhan. Qian Yude, like a dog whose backbone had been whipped, was dragged away by two fierce-looking yamen runners, howling and struggling, his voice fading into the distance, finally disappearing around the bend of the village road. His official robe, which symbolized power and authority, was now covered in dirt and terrified tears, becoming utterly filthy. A stark contrast to his usual image of tyranny in the county. The emotions that had been suppressed for too long burst forth like a dam breaking. The villagers inside the fence of Xiahe village, and the crowd of displaced people outside, first fell into a momentary silence, as if they couldn't believe what was happening. And then an ear-splitting cheer erupted, soaring into the sky. "Oh, Honorable Lord! The corrupt official has fallen. Heaven has opened its eyes. Xiao Zhan! Xiao Zhan! Xiao Zhan!" Some embraced and wept, their tears filled with the humiliation of being oppressed, the pain of losing loved ones, and the ecstatic joy of surviving a desperate situation. Some knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing towards Su Wenqing and Xiao Zhan, oblivious to the dirt on their foreheads, while many others waved their crude farming tools, wooden sticks, or even their empty hands, shouting with all their might to release the pent-up frustration in their chests. Chapter 94, Visionary facing Su Wenqing's serious inquiry and the countless intertwined looks of anticipation, tension, and doubt from those around, Xiao Zhan took a deep breath. He knew that pretending to be foolish or being perfunctory was useless. He had to present something substantial. The fragmented knowledge from his past life, combined with the experiences he had summarized while struggling on the edge of life and death in this time, collided and fused rapidly in his mind. He grinned, revealing a mischievous smile, but his tone became serious. Since Lord Su trusts me, I'll speak a few words, and if I'm wrong, just consider it background noise. This crude opening made the corners of Su Wenqing's mouth twitch slightly, but his gaze became more focused. First, let's talk about these displaced brothers. Xiao Zhan pointed at the crowd outside the fence. They aren't born rebels, nor are they lazy. They are all forced to leave their homes due to natural disasters and wars. Qian Yu's approach, just blocking without accommodating, is like surrounding a pile of dry firewood. It will inevitably lead to a raging fire. To deal with them, we must manage like Da Yu did with the floods, we must guide them. He raised two fingers and spoke eloquently. First and foremost, we need to ensure they have food to eat and can survive. Relying solely on the government opening granaries for relief and distributing porridge and rice is not a long-term solution. How long will that little food last? It also easily breeds laziness. We need to implement substantial work for relief programs. Chapter 95, Opportunities and Challenges. Just as Su Wenqing was deeply shaken by Xiao Zhan's insights that transcended the limitations of the times and pointed directly to the core of the issue. Lost in profound thought and repeatedly chewing over terms like work for relief and epidemic prevention regulations, a long-lost, cold metallic sound of a system prompt unexpectedly rang in Xiao Zhan's mind again. Unlike the vague and intermittent noises of the past, this prompt was exceptionally clear, even carrying an unprecedented allure that seemed to stir the deepest desires within a person. Ding. A significant turning point in the host's fate trajectory has been detected. External environmental variables have surged, and historical possibility branches have expanded. Opportunity-linked chain tasks triggered. Task name, Ascending to Greatness. Task requirements, Phase 1. Successfully gain the high regard and substantial policy support of the court's Inspector Su Wenqing. Laying the official foundation for the development of Xiaohe village and oneself. The appreciation level must reach 80 to 100 or higher. And the policy support must include at least one specific resource tilt or authorization. Task rewards, 1. Unlock and basic system storage space, initial capacity 1 cubic meter. Can store non-living objects. Conscious control for access, time within the space is relatively static. 2. Significant increase in reputation, regional. 3. Random basic life skill book X1. Chapter 96. The village feast turmoil. The rotten influence of Qian Yu was completely eradicated. And the oppressive clouds that had loomed over Xiaohe village for countless years seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible hand. The long-lost sunlight poured down unreservedly, and even the air carried a sweet and free scent. The villagers walked along the road, their spines unconsciously straightening a bit, and the voices of greeting became much louder. No longer the timid whispers of the past. The Inspector Su Wenqing, who was supposed to be a high-ranking official surrounded by attendants in the imagination of ordinary villagers, surprisingly remained grounded. Displeased by the foul atmosphere left by Qian Yu in the county office, he set up a temporary headquarters in the village's simple yet solemn ancestral hall. For several days, the oil lamp in the side room of the ancestral hall burned late into the night, with Su Wenqing and Xiao Zhan sitting across from each other. One quoting classics and analyzing with precision, while the other, drawing from memories of his past life and experiences from this life, proposed various seemingly unconventional yet directly targeting the core issues. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Hero Xiao. Su Wenqing once again slapped the table in admiration, causing the teacup to jump. Holding the freshly organized draft of the epidemic prevention regulations, he felt as if he had found a treasure, excitedly pinching the sparse beard on his chin. Your approach of using labor to aid relief aligns perfectly with the ancient saying about teaching a man to fish rather than giving him fish. It can not only soothe the displaced people, preventing them from idly consuming their resources and causing trouble, but also quickly restore local vitality, repair water conservancy and roads. Truly a strategy that achieves multiple gains. And this method of isolation, disinfection, and centralized treatment of filth, though expressed simply without invoking the words of sages, is full of wisdom, directly targeting the key points of epidemic prevention and control. If it can truly be implemented, it would be a blessing for the local people and a fortune for the court. Chapter 97. The young one recognizes poison. The atmosphere at the banquet, created through Su Wenqing's deliberate warmth and the villagers' heartfelt gratitude, gradually reached a climax. The air was filled with the simple aromas of food, the taste of cheap liquor, and a vigorous spirit named Hope. Inspector Su Wenqing clearly enjoyed this moment of merriment with the people. His face was radiant as he raised the wine cup just filled by Sun Detsai, standing up to prepare an impromptu speech for the eager villagers and representatives of the displaced, themed around encouraging agriculture and looking to the future. Therefore, the Agricultural Administration states, when the granaries are full, one knows etiquette; when food and clothing are sufficient, one knows honor and disgrace. Agriculture is the foundation of the nation and the basis for the people's peace. From my observation of Xiao village, after this ordeal, not only do I not see decline, but rather unity and mutual assistance among neighbors, displaying signs of a flourishing resurgence. As long as you all diligently fulfill your duties, work hard in farming, and adhere to the court's teachings, how can there be a worry about rich fields and full granaries? How can there be a worry about prosperous households and thriving clans? Su Wenqing quoted classics with rhythm and emotion. After a lengthy discourse, he felt parched, as if smoke would burst from his throat. He subconsciously picked up the cup of wine that had just been poisoned by Sun Detsai, intending to moisten his throat before accepting the villagers' toasts. Chapter 98. Turning the tables. Just as Su Wenqing's lips were about to touch the cold rim of the cup, at that critical moment, Xiao Zhan suddenly leaped up from his seat. The intensity of his movement was undeniable, even knocking over the already shaky stool behind him, creating a loud, jarring noise that instantly drew everyone's attention. He wore an exaggerated yet enthusiastic smile full of the spirit of a rogue, his voice booming as he intentionally overshadowed the noise in the room and the tail end of Su Wenqing's speech. Lord Su, your golden words are truly gems, each one resonating deeply with us simple farmers. I, Xiao Zhan, am a rough man who doesn't understand the teachings of sages, but I admire you. A good official who sincerely thinks of us common folks without fear of hardship, a clean official. I have nothing else to say. All my gratitude and expectations are in this wine. I will drink this cup first as a toast to you. You hold a noble status, so feel free. Before he finished speaking, he swiftly grasped the cup of poison that Sun Detsai had filled in front of him. His actions appeared bold and filled with a warrior's decisiveness, as he tilted the cup toward his mouth. However, just as the liquid was about to touch his lips, his wrist made a nearly imperceptible flick, and with the momentum of standing up, his wide sleeves naturally dipped, allowing most of the wine to silently splash into the thick, absorbent old cloth that he had secretly prepared under his other arm. Only a few drops dampened his lower lip and stubble. He purposefully made a loud, satisfied slurping sound, savoring the taste before turning the cup bottom up to show everyone at the table, exclaiming, "Good wine. Strong flavor. Thank you, my lord, for the wine." Chapter 99. Thunderous measures. Good. What boldness! How dare you commit such treasonous acts in broad daylight? Take him down. Conduct a strict interrogation. By the time Sun Detsai was dragged away, he was already gasping for breath, on the verge of collapse. In a fit of rage, Su Wenqing disregarded all procedures, directly ordering Sun Detsai, charged with plotting against the imperial envoy, to be executed on the spot, his head displayed at the village entrance. Sun Detsai's head, still refusing to close its eyes in death, was gruesomely hung on a bare pole at the village entrance, while crows circled overhead, emitting ominous cries. The lively atmosphere that Xiao village had just enjoyed due to the feast was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water, dropping to freezing point. The villagers looked on from a distance, their expressions a mix of satisfaction and uncontrollable fear. This was an official. He really just executed someone on the spot. Lord Su's thunderous wrath was not to be taken lightly. Su Wenqing, still fuming, paced back and forth in the side room of the ancestral hall, nearly wearing down the green bricks beneath his feet. Damn it, he had faced storms in the capital before. But this was the first time someone had brought poisoned wine right under his nose. This was no longer just an attempt on the imperial envoy's life. It was rubbing his face in the dirt. It was treating the court's authority like a doormat. Chapter 100. Seeking help under the stars. The situation was urgent and left no time to delay. Su Wenqing immediately had someone prepare writing materials. Taking a deep breath to gather his focus and began to write. His pen no longer produced the usual bland bureaucratic language, but instead became sharp as a knife. Filled with anger, vividly detailing the deep corruption of the county's administration, the rampant tyranny of the local gentry, and the serious situation where county officials openly resisted arrest and confronted the imperial envoy, akin to treason. He wrote with fervor, his words piercing through the paper. Finally, he solemnly stamped his inspection seal onto the letter, that small seal now seeming to carry the weight of the world. He personally handed the sealed letter to Xiao Zhan. Firmly patting his shoulder, his expression grave, "Xiao Zhan, this letter concerns whether tens of thousands of people here can see the light of day again. And it also pertains to whether the court's laws and authority can be upheld. You must deliver it personally to Lord Zhao Wenkang. Be extremely careful on the way. Those people in the county may be desperate, and might send someone to intercept you." Xiao Zhan tucked the letter close to him, flashing a grin that revealed a row of white teeth, with a hint of the swagger gained from battlefield experience. "My lord, rest assured. Those crooked and useless fellows in the county think they can stop me. Delivering a letter is a piece of cake." Chapter 101. Solid Foundations. 500 elite riders, led by Li Jin and Xiao Zhan, kicked up clouds of dust as they arrived at the outskirts of Qinghe County by noon the next day. At this moment, the city of Qinghe County is tightly shut, with the drawbridge raised high. On the city walls, a few anxious-looking yamen runners and household guards stand with makeshift weapons. They had originally thought they could hold out for a few days against the wall, waiting for a turnaround, or at least make Su Wenqing retreat in the face of difficulty. But when they saw the 500 iron cavalry outside the city, clad in bright armor and lined up in neat formation, with an almost tangible murderous aura, all their hopes were instantly shattered. The sunlight reflected off the cold iron armor and sharp spear tips, casting a chilling glow. The war horses stomped uneasily, snorting loudly, while the knights in different gazes swept over the city walls, as if looking at a group of lambs ready for slaughter. The invisible pressure weighed heavily on everyone atop the city walls, making it hard for them to breathe. County Magistrate Zhu Bin and County Lieutenant Liu Meng were supported by others. One had scared his legs soft, and the other had his old injury flare up due to anger from Xiao Zhan, barely managing to stand on the city tower, watching the armed elite cavalry below. Their faces as pale as if they had just been fished out of a vat of flour, cold sweat soaking their backs. Chapter 102. The patrol departs. The mess in Qinghe County has finally been thoroughly cleaned up. Those who deserve to be executed, main perpetrators like Sun Dezai and Wang Kuei, were executed. Those who should be imprisoned were imprisoned, a group of accomplices, and minor officials. And those exiled 3,000 miles to eat sand were shackled, some collateral relatives, and wicked servants of the Wang family. The greasy, murky clouds that had shrouded the county town and Xiao village for years seemed to have been washed clean by a heavy rain, making the air feel crisp and sweet. Su Wenqing's mission this time could be considered a complete success, even exceeding expectations. He needed to return to the prefectural office as soon as possible to report everything to Prefect Zhao Wenkang in detail, while also finalizing a series of follow-up matters, such as official replacements. The day before his departure, the sunset dyed the sky a warm orange-red. Su Wenqing dismissed those around him, and called Xiao Zhan to a willow tree by the small river outside the village. The water flowed gently, reflecting the evening glow, lending a sense of tranquility and depth. He looked at the man before him, still dressed simply, even a bit muddy from days of busy work, but standing tall with bright eyes like stars, and felt a myriad of emotions, both the satisfaction of a job well done and a subtle sense of cherishing talent and considering future investments. Chapter 103. A burst of inspiration. After sending off the two large Buddhas, Xiao Zhan felt not a trace of loss. Instead, he felt like a released husky, no, a tiger out of its cage, with every cell in his body filled with restless energy and boundless creativity. Now, he is the legitimate, officially recognized, and rank equal to the county lieutenant Xiao Tuanlian. Holding in his hand the appointment document personally issued by Su Wenqing, though it didn't have the imperial seal yet. It was more useful than an edict, and with a heavy weight of 230 acres of land deeds in his pocket, more importantly. In the depths of his consciousness, he possessed a 1 cubic meter, time-stopped, instantly accessible magical storage space. He had secretly experimented with this treasure several times. Concentrating his mind, locking onto a target, he silently thought collect. And the half-eaten steamed bun in his hand instantly vanished, appearing in that void yet perceptibly clear space. Another thought to retrieve it, and the warm bun returned to his hand, with even the bite mark still intact. He tried putting a rusty firewood knife inside, and after a few hours, took it out again, and not a trace of rust had increased. This was simply a personal refrigerator, safe, and time capsule. Although the space wasn't large, if planned well, it could serve a great purpose at critical moments. For instance, hiding some gold and silver valuables, confidential documents, or lime powder and smoke bombs for shady uses. Chapter 104. A grand display of talent. The appointment document left by Su Wenqing was framed with high-quality pine wood by Xiao Zhan and hung in the most prominent position in the ancestral hall. With a red silk background and black characters gilded in gold, the words Qinghe County Security and Civil Affairs Militia Commander Xiao Zhan were written in a Dragonand Phoenix style, dazzling in the sunlight filtering through the window, brightening the hearts of everyone in Xiaohe village. Did you see that? Did you see that? Village Chief Li Fuguei pointed to the appointment document whenever he met someone, his beard standing tall, sharing in the glory. Our Xiao kid is now a legitimate official. Militia commander, equal in rank to the county lieutenant. In the past, we would have to call him Lord Xiao. Xiao Zhan himself didn't feel as grand. But this thing was indeed useful. Previously, it was a self-defense team, not a legitimate name, sounding like a group of mud-legged folks huddling together for warmth. Now it was different. A security corps sounded professional and tough. It was an armed force receiving imperial rations, though currently still self-financed, working for the court. Walking in the village, those who had previously harbored small thoughts, or were simply lazy now looked at him with a bit more respect. With a stiffened back, it was time to get to work. Xiao Zhan waved his hand, and the formal training and comprehensive construction of the security corps were put on the agenda. Chapter 105. The young eagle spreads its wings. No matter how loud the grand words are, they must be supported by hard power. For an armed force, one of the cores of hard power is equipment. Xiao Zhan understood better than anyone that without good weapons, even the best soldiers couldn't unleash their power. Therefore, while promoting various constructions comprehensively, he devoted most of his energy to the construction site by the river behind the mountain, named the Industrial Park, which carried his dream of achieving iron freedom. Training requires good swords and guns, and good swords and guns require good iron. In this era, ordinary pig iron is brittle and breaks easily. Weapons made from it can get dull, or even break after just a few clashes with bandits, undoubtedly sending soldiers to their deaths. Xiao Zhan's goal was steel, even if it was in its most rudimentary form. Fortunately, he had the system rewards of detailed explanation of primary blast furnace steelmaking, traditional charcoal production, and simple crucible steel technology. Along with those fragmented yet transcending concepts that had been around for hundreds of years in his mind. Although he himself only half understood many principles, guessing and inferring. The overall direction was correct. He became the most unique chief engineer of this era, leading a motley crew made up of farmers, refugees, and blacksmith apprentices. Embarking on a grueling technological breakthrough. Chapter 106. Pre-war mobilization. Practicing tricks in one's own yard is just a pretty sight, useless in a real fight. Training soldiers. Making equipment, shedding blood and sweat. The only goal is to defeat the enemy on the battlefield and return intact. Xiao Zhan's eyes glowed green. Like those of a hungry wolf, already locking onto the biggest, fattest, and most annoying thorn in the nearby 100 miles, the Black-Wind Mountain bandit stronghold. Which claimed to act on heaven's behalf while actually committing all sorts of crimes. These bandits are no small fry. According to the intel that scouts risked their lives to bring back, there are estimated to be over 300 people in the stronghold. Most of whom are seasoned bandits with years of bloodshed under their belts, ruthless, murderous, engaging in kidnapping and extortion, committing every crime imaginable. With blood debts piled higher than the city walls. Previously, when the refugees attacked Xiao village, they had stirred up trouble with the encouragement of these bandits. Robbing amid the chaos. Not to mention the personal score Xiao Zhan had to settle. When he fished out Su Qingwan, that proud girl from the mountains. The ones chasing after them, shouting and yelling, were precisely the thugs from the Black-Wind stronghold. This grudge, this enmity, had long been as hard as the stones of Black-Wind Mountain. Chapter 107. A sudden strike on a moonless, windy night. It's time for killing and arson, no. It's a good time for acting on heaven's behalf, ridding the people of harm, and conveniently getting rich. The bandits of Black-Wind stronghold did show some insight in choosing their location, building their lair on a protruding eagle's beak rock halfway up Black-Wind Mountain. Only a winding path, as narrow as a sheep's intestine, leads up, with a crooked gate made from a gnarled tree blocking the entrance, flanked by steep, bare cliffs. In the bandits' self-aggrandizing words, this is a place where one man can hold the pass against 1,000. And even a fly would have to present a letter of introduction to enter. Unfortunately, today they ran into Xiao Zhan, a guy who doesn't play by the rules. With a head full of thousands of years of military essence plus a system cheat. Conventional tactics. How lacking in technical content. In the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, the light was as dark as if ink had been spilled. Xiao Zhan squinted his eyes, staring at the few flickering lantern lights on the mountainside in the night wind, looking like will-o'-the-wisps. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth that shone in the darkness. Resembling a weasel ready to steal a chicken. Check all the gear one last time. Xiao Zhan lowered his voice, sounding like he was meeting with the underground party. Load the crossbows, but don't pull them all the way. Make sure the arrowheads are in the mud. Don't be like a stupid roe deer reflecting light and exposing our target. Tighten the knives and guns. If anyone makes noise like a street vendor while running, I'll throw him into the furnace to be remade with the iron ore. Chapter 108. The overwhelming momentum. Damn it. Finally, we waited for this. At the foot of the mountain, our security team, with over 100 brothers, had been waiting so long that they were about to hatch little chicks in their pants. Each of them stretched their necks, eagerly staring at the dark mountain peak, feeling restless. In this cold weather. Instead of staying in the village with their wives under the blankets, running into this mountain ditch to drink wind. They wouldn't have come if it weren't for the captain leading them, who would want to suffer this. Deputy Commander Li Hu, not to be confused with the Li Hu on the mountain who was on lookout. There are more Li Hus in our team than there are dogs named Sheng Deng. As soon as he saw the agreed fire signal at the mountain top flash 3 times. This stout man jumped up with a roar, his facial flesh trembling excitedly. Brothers! Did you see that? The captain succeeded. Grab your gear. Everyone shout. Make some noise. Let those bandits come up on the mountain hear their daddy is coming. Just wait and see. In an instant, the gongs and drums clanged loudly. That broken gong sounded louder than the village's mourning when someone died. The brothers started howling at the top of their lungs, shouting things like "kill those damn bandits. Flatten the Black Wind stronghold, rob money, grain, and women." Ahem, the last part was improvised by the brothers. Anyway, shout whatever is scary and uplifting. Chapter 109. A great victory charging into the stronghold. What a scene. Just imagine, pouring boiling water into an ant nest. What's it like? That's exactly what it was like in this stronghold. The bandits were completely thrown into chaos, crying for their fathers and mothers, clutching their heads and fleeing. Many didn't even have time to pull up their pants and ran out, probably scared back inside after those few thunderous noises. Battle? What battle? It was purely one-sided. Like catching pigs and chasing dogs. A few drunken or naturally stubborn bandits still wanted to resist with knives, cursing, "Damn you, security team. I'll fight you to the end." Fight? With what? Our brothers were full of morale, with handy weapons, in groups of 3 or 5, if they dared to stab. There was no need for words, just shove the shield forward and let the spear behind stab through. Clean and crisp. Easier than slaughtering a pig. "Hey, you over there?" "Yes." "You, stop looking, cover your head and squat down. Kneel. Surrender and you won't be killed. Dare to move, I'll send you to meet the Thunder God. You want to run? Try running just one step. My crossbow bolts are not for show." Most of the bandits were already scared out of their wits. When they saw us rushing over, they threw down their weapons, plopped down to their knees, banging their heads like pounding garlic. With snot and tears all over their faces. "Spare me, great hero. I'm just a guy trying to make a living. I haven't done anything bad. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me." Chapter 110. Celebration feast after a victory. We must celebrate vigorously. What does universal celebration mean? Today in Xiao village, that's what. Goodness. The scene in the village was 100 times livelier than the New Year. During the New Year, we still have to count those little bits of meat. Today, it's all out in the open. From the few fat pigs seized from the Black Wind stronghold, we picked the 3 fattest, and right there, we bled them out and butchered them into 8 pieces. A big pot was set up, firewood crackling, the smell of pork stewed with vermicelli wafting out for 10 miles. Making people's stomachs rumble with hunger. Lamb? No shortage. Those bandits knew how to enjoy. They had over a dozen fat sheep in their pen, all slaughtered. Roasted whole lamb, lamb soup, make whatever you want. As for wine, don't even mention it. The good wines hidden by the bandit leaders, such as sorghum liquor, sweet potato brew, and even a few jars of so-called Xinhua village that were robbed from some unfortunate merchant caravan, were all brought out by the brothers. Happily setting up a long banquet table in the open space in front of the ancestral hall. Not enough tables. Just take the doorboards down and set them on stones. Not enough bowls and chopsticks. Neighbors could lend some, and if that didn't work, clean leaves could serve as plates. Men, women, old, and young. Everyone was at the table. The elders laughed so much that the wrinkles on their faces smoothed out, and they held their wine bowls steady without shaking. The women no longer had to fuss around the stove, sitting down generously, eating while chattering about which young man was the bravest today. The children were even more like it was New Year, weaving through the crowd, holding greasy meat bones, their faces smeared with grease, laughing with their eyes squinted shut. Chapter 111. Distribution conference. By midday, Xiao Zhan finally rubbed his head, which felt as if it had been ravaged by 18 strong men. Grinning as he crawled out of bed. The basin of foot-washing water in the yard had long gone cold, but the warmth in his heart, the dizzy feeling, was like old wine that had just been warmed, with a long lingering aftertaste. He smacked his lips, seemingly still savoring the bustling camaraderie of last night. In the open space in front of the ancestral hall, the mess from last night's revelry had already been tidied up neatly by the diligent women. Not even a bone fragment was left. Yet strangely, the rich aroma of meat and the mellow scent of old wine seemed to have permeated every inch of this land. Lingering and enticing, making the old yellow dog that got up early circle in place, sniffing the air vigorously, its tail wagging like a windmill. At this moment, the small mountain of spoils in the center of the open space, under the bright sun, looked even more spectacular than last night's dim lights. The sacks of grain piled up higher than the eaves of the nearby ancestral hall, bulging and reassuring to see. The few opened wooden boxes were even more impressive. With strings of copper coins piled high, a sea of yellow, shards of silver, and a few rare gold ingots reflected an alluring glow in the sunlight, dazzling the eyes and itching the heart. Various types of cloth, chunks of coarse salt, crude but usable iron farming tools, and those miscellaneous items scavenged from the bandit den were neatly categorized, overflowing, resembling a small market. Chapter 112, Public Trial of the Captives. When it came to the captives, Chen Hu's expression became serious, and he lowered his voice, saying, "They are all locked up in that big shed where the bandits used to keep livestock. Just as you instructed, with double shifts watching them, they can't escape. The main leaders are kept separately, in the small cages originally used for unruly livestock, including that one-eyed dragon, and his little beast of a son. There are 103 ordinary thugs crammed in the big shed. Most of them scared out of their wits, with their heads drooping, very obedient, not daring to move east or west." Xiao Zhan nodded. "Let us go see these distinguished guests." Over by the livestock shed, the smell was far from pleasant. 100 or so people were crammed into a place originally meant for cattle and horses, and since it was summer, the odor was incredibly pungent, from a distance. One could smell a strong mix of sweat, feces, and urine, combined with despair. The thugs were all squatting on the ground, hands on their heads, their faces ashen, eyes blank. When Xiao Zhan, a figure who clearly looked like a leader, arrived, many people were so frightened that they shivered all over, wishing they could bury their heads in their pants. Xiao Zhan ignored these insignificant figures, and walked straight to the specially made wooden cages where the leaders were imprisoned. These cages were not high, the people inside could only curl up, unable to stand straight or lie flat. Originally used by bandits to torture people, they were now being used to return the favor. Chapter 113, The little ones start school. No matter how the outside world speculated, the festive atmosphere of the celebration banquet in Xiao village faded away, the smoke cleared, and life had to return to normal, moving towards a better direction. The tension in Xiao Zhan's mind had always been high. The next focus he needed to firmly grasp was the education of these little ones. They couldn't be like their parents, who only knew how to wield hoes and knives. That wouldn't do. The schoolhouse had already been built during the slack farming season, with sturdy earthen walls and a thick thatched roof. Inside were simple tables and chairs made by the village carpenter, still smelling of wood, although it looked plain. The windows were large, making the room spacious and bright. The teacher was also ready. It was the old student named Wang among the refugees, over 50 years old, slightly hunched, with knowledge that wasn't particularly profound. He had spent his whole life trying to pass exams without even achieving the status of a scholar. But teaching these little ones to recognize characters and learn some basic arithmetic was more than enough for him. Xiao Zhan stood on the high platform in front of the ancestral hall, facing the crowd of villagers below, and shouted, "Listen up. Starting tomorrow, our Xiao village school will officially start classes. All children of school age, whether they are boys or girls, every single one of them, must go to school. Tuition is completely free. The village will cover the costs for pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. If anyone dares to hide their child at home and not let them come, I will bring soldiers to your door to invite them." Chapter 114, Packaging and Branding. After the raid on Black Wind Stronghold, Xiao village was completely shaken up. The granary was overflowing, and gold and silver treasures dazzled the eyes. However, Xiao Zhan, the formidable figure, was not swayed by this overwhelming wealth. He stood with his hands on his hips at the entrance of the ancestral hall, observing the villagers' jubilant expressions, and thought clearly, living off the fat of the land. That's what spendthrifts and fools do. If we want this good life to last, we need a hen that lays golden eggs. His fierce eyes began to scan Xiao village like a searchlight, pondering how to transform the existing assets into a hen that could lay golden eggs. Hey! This pondering actually led him to some insights. First, there was the blacksmith workshop. Relying on the earthen furnace that he had modified and his knowledge of basic metallurgy that surpassed the local level, the knives, swords, and farming tools produced were of excellent quality. The steel was shiny and tough, capable of slicing through bandit blades like cutting tofu. Old Ju and his apprentices now looked at Xiao Zhan as if he were a deity. Secondly, there were the medical books left by Dr. Lin Qingyuan before he left. Xiao Zhan had Mr. Wang, who could read, pick out some practical prescriptions, and combined them with local herbs to concoct a medicinal wine. Anyone in the village with injuries or colds could drink a few sips, and it really worked. It was much better than the deceptive pills sold in the town's medicine shop. Chapter 115, Channels are king. The high-end goods from the Xiao family business, a name that Xiao Zhan casually came up with for its ease of use. Packaged so well that even their mothers would hardly recognize them, gained fame with the mysterious brand stories and exquisite packaging, spreading like wings to neighboring states and counties. Those merchants with a keen sense for profit immediately sensed the unusual business opportunity and began to trickle into Xiao village, a place they used to overlook. These seasoned merchants, well-traveled and experienced, were not easy to fool. Upon arriving and seeing the dilapidated state of Xiao village, they initially felt disheartened. But once invited into the ancestral hall, seeing the exquisite porcelain vases and redwood boxes, listening to Mr. Wang, who was dragged in by Xiao Zhan to serve as a facade, in his faded long gown, shaking his head and telling the story of the legendary master Ouyezi, they felt even more skeptical. What a load of nonsense. The boasting is off the charts. However, when Xiao Zhan waved his hand to have the actual products displayed for them to inspect, those knowledgeable merchants picked up the standard waste knife from Long Yuan Pavilion, flicked the blade, and heard a clear, long-lasting sound. After weighing it and examining the gleaming edge, and the mysterious dragon logo with a unique serial number, their expressions immediately changed. Others, with some old ailments, cautiously tried a small sip of the medicinal wine, and moments later felt a warm current flowing from their throats through their limbs, loosening their previously stiff joints. Now, everyone was restless. Chapter 116, The essence of multi-level marketing. The general distributor agreement was signed, the hefty, shiny deposit was received, and the previously dry account book of Xiao village instantly became plump. The village chief walked with a newfound swagger. However, Xiao Zhan was not the type to be easily satisfied. He pondered that relying solely on these 5 distributors to sell would ultimately have limited reach, and the penetration speed would be slow, like an old cow pulling a cart. He needed to find a way to motivate these merchants, who had already tasted sweetness, to enthusiastically expand their networks, ideally spreading the sales network like a plague to every nook and cranny. So, just a few days later, he called back those 5 distributors who had just obtained their rights and were still dreaming of monopolies. This time, he wore a mysterious smile, reminiscent of a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, making the 5 merchants uneasy and unable to sit still. Taking his time, Xiao Zhan sipped the bitter tea brewed from the village's own ingredients and squinted at them, asking, "So, these days, have the goods been shipped back one after another? What is the market response like?" Chapter 117, Hunger Marketing. With the systematically imparted knowledge of basic brand management, Xiao Zhan felt his mind opened up. The previously vague ways to make money became as clear as his own palm lines. When it came to hunger marketing, he was even more adept, employing one tactic after another, intricately linked, firmly grasping those cunning distributors and end buyers, making them unable to resist. One day, in the makeshift meeting hall of Xiao village, actually a large straw shed beside the threshing ground, Xiao Zhan gathered the heads of various parts of the workshop for a meeting. He sat prominently at the head, with a large bowl of cool boiled water in front of him instead of a teacup. He pounded on the table, startling the sleepy old blacksmith Jew. Listen up. Everyone keep your ears open. Xiao Zhan's gaze swept across the crowd, his voice booming. From today, the production of knives and swords from Longyuan Pavilion this month will be reduced by 30%. Externally, we will say that Master Ouyeze is spiritually guiding us and has been in seclusion to refine his mind, so the speed of producing knives is naturally slower. Why? We need to ensure that every knife and sword that leaves Longyuan Pavilion is a masterpiece infused with the essence of the Tao, an artwork. Not just some iron scraps. Chapter 118. Word-of-mouth fermentation relying solely on marketing hype, no matter how outlandish the stories were, could only fool people temporarily. To ensure longevity and establish a solid brand, the product itself must also be of high quality. The truth will be revealed when it is put to the test. Fortunately, the goods from the Xiao family business indeed live up to the outrageous prices and the fantastical stories crafted by Xiao Zhan. This genuine word-of-mouth effect began to spontaneously ferment wildly, even more fiercely than Xiao Zhan had anticipated. In Qingju Prefecture, the wealthy Liu merchant, who had traveled far and wide in his youth, developed a chronic leg ailment after years of hardship. For decades, whenever it rained or the weather changed, it felt as if countless needles were stabbing his bones, causing excruciating pain that kept him awake at night. He sought out famous doctors from north to south and tried countless medicines and folk remedies, spending money like water, yet there was never any effective solution. And it almost became a heartache for him. Later, he leveraged multiple connections and spent an astonishing sum of money to finally procure 2 bottles of the Imperial Spring Rejuvenation wine, hoping against hope that it would work. Unexpectedly, within less than half a month of drinking this wine, the old leg ailment that had plagued him for over 20 years showed significant improvement. On a rainy day, although there was still some soreness, it was no longer the kind of pain that kept him from getting out of bed. The Liu merchant was so moved that he shed tears of joy and praised the wine to everyone he met, exclaiming, "Divine wine! Truly divine wine! The Xiao family business is like a living bodhisattva, saving the suffering." He not only became the most loyal supporter of the Imperial Spring Rejuvenation wine, ordering it year-round, but he also vigorously recommended it to his friends in business and clients, confidently assuring them, "Trust me, this wine is worth it." Chapter 119. The little ones handle accounts with money flowing in greater amounts every day. The cash flow was staggering, copper coins, silver, and occasionally even gold leaf flowed in and out like a small river. Xiao Zhan felt overwhelmed trying to manage it all by himself. His head was about to explode. He had to train soldiers, oversee production, handle sales, and deal with potential diplomatic issues from surrounding forces. He wished he could split himself into 8 pieces to manage it all. Suddenly, he remembered the 2 little helpers he had already begun to cultivate, Daya Xiao Wenjin and Ergo Xiao. These 2 kids had learned addition and subtraction from Xiao Zhan. Daya was now 9 years old, careful and steady, with a bit of a mature demeanor. Ergo was 8, clever and energetic, always restless. Oddly enough, both children had a great talent for mathematics and were particularly sensitive to numbers. Before they started school, Xiao Zhan had taught them literacy and arithmetic during his free time. Now, they went to school during the day and acted as little teachers in the evening, teaching their siblings to read. Daya had even managed the household expenses for several months, mainly covering the children's and Xiao Zhan's own living costs, keeping clear and accurate accounts without a single mistake. One day, Xiao Zhan called the 2 children into a makeshift room behind the ancestral hall, guarded day and night by loyal members of the security team. Pointing to the large boxes of strung copper coins and neatly categorized silver, as well as the stacks of meticulously recorded account books on the table, Xiao Zhan cleared his throat and put on a serious expression. Chapter 120. Interests tied together. The silver flowed into the ancestral hall's cellar like the mountain spring water from the back hills of Xiaohe village. Xiao Zhan counted the money until his hands cramped, yet his mind was as clear as a mirror. In this chaotic world, having money alone was like a fattened pig waiting to be slaughtered. it could be devoured by some mountain king or official at any moment. He needed to turn the silver into armor, into weapons, into a strong web of connections, firmly protecting himself and Xiao village in the center. He couldn't just let the horses run without feeding them, no, he needed to make the horses feel like they had a share in the feed. Xiao Zhan, chewing on a straw stick, paced in the ancestral hall like an old fox calculating the fate of the chicks. He first initiated a deep strategic cooperation upgrade with the core distributors. Previously, it was a simple transaction where they sold goods and he took a commission. But things were different now. Xiao Zhan gathered the total distributor Old Zhong from Yunju and several managers from neighboring counties for a substantial working meal that was not extravagant, but substantial. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, Xiao Zhan tapped the table and began to paint a grand vision. Everyone here is my old brother, who will make money alongside me. Our business cannot just stay in the realm of buying and selling, we must move up. I plan to set up 2 new workshops by the river. One dedicated to producing high-end medicinal wine, and the other to researching new agricultural tools. There is a lot of profit in this. Chapter 121. The caravan is an army. Xiao Zhan stood in his command room, transformed from a side hall of the ancestral hall, with a progressively detailed map of the northern region hanging on the wall. Unlike ordinary maps, this one was marked with countless nodes and paths using different colored threads. Red represented the sales points for Long Yuan Pavilion's weapons, blue indicated the popular areas for Imperial Spring Rejuvenation wine, and green represented the coverage of the Ping'an Fu baskets. The most prominent golden threads, like blood vessels, interconnected these nodes, ultimately converging in the center of the map, Xiao village. In Xiao Zhan's eyes, this vast sales network, radiating like a spider web, was no longer just a tool for making money. It was essentially a superb intelligence network covering nearly half of the northern region. Self-funding and even profitable. The caravans coming and going, with goods circulating, served as the best cover. Who would have thought that those merchants with smiling faces and meticulousness hid another face beneath? Our staff must be versatile. They need to be able to sell goods, extolling our treasures to the heavens, while also being able to read the wind, overhear conversations, and keep their eyes and ears open. When Xiao Zhan held a monthly meeting with all the caravan managers, he emphasized passionately, banging his fingers on the table, that from now on, before every caravan departs, whether to a big city or a remote town, they must gather for 3 days of training with the security team. They should learn basic reconnaissance, counter-surveillance, and how to extract information discreetly. We can't let them get sold out and then help count the money. Chapter 122. Seeking help from Qingyuan just as Xiao Zhan's career was flourishing. Counting money until his hands were sore during the day and waking up with laughter in his dreams at night, one scorching afternoon. A swift horse burst into Xiao village like an arrow shot from a bow, kicking up a cloud of dust and thundering hooves like a drum. Charging through the routine checkpoint at the village entrance toward the ancestral hall. Make way. Clear the way. Urgent military situation. The rider, leaning over the horse's back, cried out in a hoarse voice, his body coated in dust, lips cracked and bleeding, eyes glazed over, relying solely on sheer willpower. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, he nearly fell off the horse, staggered a few steps, and collapsed heavily on the ground, yet still clutched a letter that was crumpled and stained with sweat, dirt, and dark red marks, almost falling apart. The group leader, seeing Xiao Zhan rush out of the ancestral hall after hearing the news, seemed to see a savior. With the last of his strength, he raised his arm to hand over the letter, managing to utter a few indistinct syllables before his eyes rolled back and he fainted, clearly exhausted from his relentless journey. Chapter 123. Settling the rear. Rescuing Lin Qingyuan was of utmost urgency. Delaying for even a moment could put that bookish man in greater danger, and Xiao Zhan didn't dare to think further. But Qingju Prefecture was not Xiao village. It was someone else's territory, unfamiliar and perilous. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, especially when the opponent is a long-standing powerful faction allied with the government. Going there would mean facing open arrows and hidden daggers, fraught with danger and an uncertain future. Xiao Zhan knew in his heart that he must first ensure that the hard-earned family business and the people he cared about were settled securely before he could venture into that den of danger without worry. He immediately instructed his personal bodyguard to sound the low and urgent horn typically reserved for the highest alert. Soon, the village head Li Fuguei, deputy captain Li Hu, Zhao Scarface, and the heads of various workshops such as Longyuan Pavilion, Yuqian Rejuvenation Winery, and Ping'an Fulu, along with the managers of several major merchant teams, all gathered in the ancestral hall with serious expressions, rushing to assemble at the fastest speed. Looking at the sea of faces below, the core members who had fought alongside him or started a business together, Xiao Zhan did not engage in any small talk. He got straight to the point. His voice calm like water but carrying an undeniable force, as if it could stabilize the world. I need to go out for a while to handle some personal matters, which might also involve our public affairs. I'm going to Qingju to save someone, my brother, our lifesaver Lin Qingyuan, the divine doctor from Xiahe village. Chapter 124, Codename Wolf Warrior. The rear was already stable, like a rock. What Xiao Zhan needed to do next was to train the elite personnel for this trip to Qingju. He was clear in his mind that this mission was not for sightseeing, nor was it to negotiate business with those unscrupulous merchants. It was to pull teeth from the tiger's mouth, to snatch people from under the eyes of the king of hell. It was a life-threatening undertaking. Having too many people at this time would instead be a burden. A large target is easily noticed. Quality over quantity was his ironclad principle. He locked himself in the newly established room of the security team command center, marked as the confidential room, which was essentially a reinforced adobe house, filled with yellowing rosters and crude maps. Under the oil lamp, he meticulously reviewed a detailed record of each team member's background, specialties, achievements, and even family situations. Selecting and filtering through them, his fingertips traced over familiar names, recalling their appearances during training and combat. Were they agile? Did they possess remarkable courage? How adaptable were they in emergencies? Most importantly, could their loyalty withstand the test? Were their families all in Xiahe village, forming a solid bond? Each criterion was weighed repeatedly in his mind, filtering out any trace of uncertainty. Chapter 125, Arrival in Qingju City. This famous northern metropolis truly lived up to its reputation. The towering city walls, made of enormous blue stone blocks, were as thick as the shell of a 1,000-year-old turtle, silently lying on the ground, exuding an undeniable majesty. The city gate was bustling, with a long line of carriages and mules, people carrying burdens, pushing carts, and riding donkeys. All kinds of folks flowed in and out, filling the massive city gate to capacity. Vendors shouted at the top of their lungs, their voices carrying through 3 streets. The wheels of ox carts and horse-drawn carriages thudded on the polished bluestone slabs, producing a dull sound that could easily make one drowsy. The air was mixed with the sound of silk and bamboo instruments wafting from an upscale restaurant, contrasting sharply with the chaotic scene in front of them. This was not a city, it was simply an exaggerated marketplace multiplied by 100, with noise increased 10,000 times. Compared to Xiahe village, where one could hear roosters crowing in the daytime and count the stars at night, this was another boiling hot human world. Xiao Zhan, along with his 11 carefully selected members of the Wolf Warrior team, including himself, led a few pack horses carrying ordinary goods, blending into the thick crowd entering the city like unnoticed specks of oil. They wore slightly worn, dusty merchant attire, with deliberately smudged faces, showing just the right amount of weariness and numbness from a life of hardship. Looking no different from those small merchant teams that traveled far and wide to earn a meager living. Chapter 126, Saving the Great Beauty. After sitting idly in the inn for a day, listening to the mixed and confusing news brought back by his team members, Xiao Zhan felt like he was about to develop a rash from being stifled. On the afternoon of the next day, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Strolling through the streets under the pretense of experiencing Qingzhou's local culture and seeking potential business opportunities, when in reality, He was just restless and wanted to get some fresh air, hoping to stumble upon some leads regarding Lin Qingyuan. He called for Mountain Cat and another team member known as Iron Head, who had a particularly tough head and was good at pushing through crowds, Zhong Taizu, to accompany him. The three disguised themselves as merchants who had just completed a small transaction and were out for a leisurely walk, meandering into the bustling streets of Qingju City. Indeed, Qingju City was prosperous, with shops lined up in succession, selling everything from overseas glass mirrors to old hens collected from the countryside. Mountain Cat was dazzled by the sights, constantly exclaiming in wonder. If it weren't for Xiao Zhan occasionally warning him with his eyes, he might have rushed over to a vendor's stall. As they walked into a relatively upscale market selling silk and jewelry, they noticed a small crowd gathering ahead, accompanied by a commotion and cheers. Xiao Zhan frowned. He hated to watch crowds, especially when it was clearly a case of bullying. Chapter 127, Reunion at the Tavern Miss Susu. Xiao Zhan finally dug this name out from the corners of his memory, his tone carrying a hint of surprise that he wasn't even aware of. Is that really you? Wow, you've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you. I thought a fairy from a painting had accidentally fallen down. His words were blunt, carrying a roughness typical of a soldier, but they were heartfelt. Su Wanqing, upon seeing her lifesaver and an acquaintance in a foreign land, blushed with excitement. Her face resembling the most beautiful evening glow, radiant and stunning, causing Mountain Cat and Iron Head, who had just finished a fight and were flexing their wrists, to gawk. Nearly drooling. Xiao Zhuangshi, it's really you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely help just now, I would have. Su Wanqing began, seemingly recalling the recent danger, patting her chest anxiously. Xiao Zhan's eyelids twitched at the sight, quickly averting his gaze, silently reminding himself not to look. As she was his brother's wife, oh no, his brother wasn't settled yet. Just a small effort, it's nothing to mention. It was just a matter of speaking out against injustice. Xiao Zhan waved his hand, trying to sound cultured, but his words still had a rural flavor. Yet, he felt a bit uneasy. It seemed that Qingju City had bad luck, or was it that Miss Su attracted trouble? Why did she always encounter such ridiculous situations? Last time it was being targeted by bandits near Xiaohe village, and now being teased by a local official in the provincial capital. What terrible luck she had. Chapter 128, Secret Meeting and Negotiation. Under Su Wanqing's clever arrangement, Xiao Zhan returned to that hidden courtyard one rainy afternoon. This time, he was to formally meet the Qingju magistrate, Su Wenyuan. For some reason, Xiao Zhan felt even more nervous than when he first led troops to fight bandits. Damn it. Meeting the parents was more stressful than chopping people. In the study, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Su Wenyuan sat in the main seat. Around 50 years old, with a thin face and sharp eyes like two surgical knives. As if he could dissect you inside and out to see if your heart was black. He carried the steady demeanor cultivated from years in officialdom. But the fatigue and worry etched on his brow were like the persistent fog that hung over the Qingju city walls, impossible to shake off. Father. This is the benefactor I often speak of, Captain Xiao Zhan, Su Wanqing introduced softly, her tone betraying a hint of excitement and pride. Like a squirrel that had secretly hidden nuts. If it weren't for Captain Xiao risking his life to save me during that bandit attack in Xiaohe village, I wouldn't know where my bones would be buried. And yesterday on the street, it was also Captain Xiao who stood up for me and dealt with the annoying Zhu Wenchang, so I didn't suffer any losses. Chapter 129, Teaching Under the Moon. Having successfully passed Lord Su's preliminary test and obtained key intelligence, Xiao Zhan felt as if he was walking on air. In the following days, he busied himself with reconnaissance and perfecting the rescue plan, hardly having a moment to rest. Su Wanqing often visited the inn under the pretext of thanking Captain Xiao for saving her life, bringing along snacks and tea, mainly to cover up their interactions, for a legitimate visit. Their encounters gradually increased. Su Wanqing discovered that although Xiao Zhan spoke directly, and sometimes even a bit crudely, he had extraordinary insight knowledge occasionally imparted by the system would pop up. His views were incisive, and he was humorous, always able to make her giggle behind her hand. Xiao Zhan also found that Miss Su not only looked like a fairy, but also had a good temperament, being knowledgeable and sensible without being coy. Far more interesting than the village girls who either blushed and ran away or wanted to pounce on him when they saw him. That evening, the moon was bright and the stars were few, casting a silvery light over the earth. Su Wanqing came to the inn to relax, chatting about some trivial matters she had heard during the day. When she mentioned that some weak women had been bullied by scoundrels and unfortunately perished, she couldn't help but relate it to herself, her expression dimming as she sighed softly. I only regret that as a woman, I am powerless and can only be at the mercy of others in times of danger. Chapter 130, Rescuing Qingyuan with the Nourishment of Love. Xiao Zhan believed unilaterally and felt energetic. The preparations for the rescue plan proceeded smoothly and efficiently. At midnight 3 days later, the dark moonless night was the perfect time for chivalry. Outside the city in the western suburbs, a vast estate belonging to the brother-in-law of the governor Zhu loomed like a giant shadow, quietly lying in the dark, with only a few scattered lights flickering like ghostly flames in the night wind. Xiao Zhan led his meticulously assembled wolf squad, a total of 11 brave men, quietly sneaking into the shadows around the estate like ghosts hunting in the dark. Everyone was dressed in dark night gear, their faces smeared with soot, revealing only pairs of bright eyes shining in the darkness. Check your gear. Load the crossbows and mud the arrowheads, so we don't reflect light and become live targets. Xiao Zhan lowered his voice, like a wolf ready to pounce, issuing the final command. The team moved swiftly, as if they had practiced 1,000 times. The crossbow mechanisms made a faint click, and the mud-covered arrowheads lost all sheen in the darkness. Chapter 131, Political Intrigue. After successfully rescuing Lin Qingyuan, Xiao Zhan transferred him secretly to another safer hideout that Su Wenyuan had prepared in advance, and immediately called for a trusted doctor to treat him. Although Lin Qingyuan had serious external injuries and had lost a lot of blood, fortunately, they were all superficial wounds and did not threaten his life. Coupled with his own medical skills, he would be able to recuperate after some treatment. Upon hearing the news, Su Wenyuan hurried over quietly. When he saw Lin Qingyuan, who was bruised and weak, but still alive and currently in a deep sleep, the tension on his face finally relaxed, and he let out a long, deep sigh of relief. He turned to Xiao Zhan, who stood beside him, just having changed out of his bloody clothes, his face still showing some fatigue, but with bright eyes, and sincerely praised him, even adding a touch of respect. Hero Xiao truly is a tiger general of the world, with the courage of 1,000 men and the cunning of the gods. This thunderous method of rescuing people from a den of tigers and dragons is as easy as reaching into a bag, clean and efficient. I, Su, am truly impressed. His words were heartfelt, no longer just polite or probing. Xiao Zhan's displayed abilities and efficiency far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 132, Schemes and Intrigues. Late at night, all was quiet. Even the wild cats of Qingzhou, known for their nocturnal antics, had settled down. However, in the heavily guarded study of the Su residents, the lights were still bright, shadows flickering, and the atmosphere was tense enough to squeeze water from it. Xiao Zhan, Su Wenyuan, the heavily bruised Lin Qingyuan, who walked with a slight limp, and Su Wanqing, who insisted on participating in the core secrets despite her father's objections, sat around a large Huanghuali desk covered with detailed maps of Qingzhou and its surroundings. On the map, several military camp markers were heavily circled in red, like heavy stones pressing on their chests. That old scoundrel Zhu Yanru has suffered such a great loss at your hands, losing face and substance. He will not let it go easily. He is probably smashing cups and plates in his residence right now. Su Wenyuan pointed at the glaring red circles on the map, his brows furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. He controlled most of Qingzhou's military power, especially the city defense camp, where the main generals were all his loyal confidants. If we were to fight openly, our number of men wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. He glanced at Xiao Zhan, who resembled a humanoid beast, and added, "Even if Hero Xiao is extraordinarily brave, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands." Chapter 133, Escalating Conflict. The sun climbed high, illuminating the bustling Shouyuan Street, the largest market in Qingzhou. This place was truly lively, with vendors selling candy, hawkers shouting about miracle pills, fortune tellers conning money, and the crowd of common folk bustling about like boiling water. Xiao Zhan walked leisurely in front with his hands in his pockets, followed closely by Ironhead, who resembled a giant. Ironhead's face was so full of flesh that he looked like a registrar for the king of hell. Ordinary people saw him from afar and automatically stepped aside, fearing that they would accidentally brush against his newly changed silk shirt and be charged for it. "Captain, what shall we buy? I heard that Zhongji's sauced donkey meat is a must-try. How about we get some to treat the brothers?" Ironhead asked in a deep voice, saliva nearly dripping from the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, nothing was more important than ensuring that the captain and the brothers were well fed. Xiao Zhan squinted, seemingly casually surveying the shops on either side of the street. But in reality, he was observing everything around him. By some, while also keeping an ear to the ground. This incident with the old man Lin has stirred quite a bit. We must not let that old dog Zhu Yanru catch a whiff and trace it back to us. Chapter 134, Collusion between officials and merchants. When Zhu Wenchang was carried back to the governor's mansion like a dead pig, the entire residence nearly erupted. Just imagine. Governor Zhu's precious son, who usually walked arrogantly in Qingzhou, making even crabs call him second brother, had never suffered such a loss before. Zhu who originally had a fairly decent face, was now swollen like a doughy pancake, with bruises of varying colors, and his eyes squinted into slits. Even his own mother would have to rely on her teeth to recognize him. His clothes were torn and tattered, looking as if he had just crawled out of a refugee camp. The maids and servants in the mansion were all so scared that they dared not breathe, lowering their heads while their eyes darted about, wondering, wow, which brave hero has taken justice into their own hands. The blow was truly vicious. Zhu Yanru, our governor, was leisurely sipping on some freshly arrived pre-rain Longjing tea in his study, contemplating whether to visit his concubine for music or to count money in the accounting room that evening. Upon hearing this news, the teacup in his hand crashed to the ground with a loud bang, the fine Jingdajun porcelain shattering instantly, tea splashing onto his trousers. Who? Which bastard is tired of living? How dare they touch my Zhu Yanru's son? The governor's roar nearly blew the roof off, his well-maintained white face instantly turning the color of liver, and his goatee bristling like an old cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chapter 135, Framing and Blood Battle. Wang Qianhu was an action-oriented person, or rather, he had an urgent desire for money and life. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, he split his forces into 2 and took action. The first group, led by a team leader named Liu, consisted of 50 people, all in bright armor, relatively speaking, carrying a report letter, personally forged by Wang Qianhu that still smelled of ink. They rushed towards the warehouse of Xiao Zhan's caravan outside Qingzhou City, making a loud commotion. The warehouse was located in a remote area, but was quite large, filled with the Royal Spring Rejuvenation wine, and a small number of quality knives from Longyuan Pavilion, considered as a sample display, ready to be shipped to various places. Team leader Liu rode on a skinny horse, high and mighty, pointing with his whip at the warehouse door, shouting with a voice like a broken gong, "Thieves inside! We received a tip-off that you are hoarding a large amount of smuggled weapons here, plotting something sinister. We are here to search. Open the door quickly, or you will be treated as co-conspirators." The warehouse manager was Old Zhu, an old man who had fought his way out of a refugee crowd with Xiao Zhan. Clever as a monkey, he had already received instructions from Xiao Zhan and was clear about the situation. At this moment, he put on a professional fake smile, bowing and scraping as he opened the door. "Oh, military gentlemen, you all must be tired. Is there a mistake? We are doing legitimate business here. All about the wine trade, where would we have any weapons? Chapter 136, Life and Death. The rain of arrows from the elite army was not comparable to the Yamen servants and local militia sent by Inspector Ju before. Those miscellaneous arrows were soft and wobbly, shooting out crookedly like drunken locusts, posing limited threats. But the men under Wang Qianhu were seasoned fighters, bred from blood and arrows. Suddenly, Wang Qianhu shouted outside, "Shoot! Turn him into a sieve." In an instant, the sound of arrows whistling through the air became a chorus, dense enough to make one's scalp tingle. Black arrows flew like a flock of crows returning to their nest, or like sudden summer hail, smashing down on the already shaky city god temple. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows piercing door panels, window frames, pillars, and walls was like a torrential rain beating on banana leaves, relentless. In the blink of an eye, the walls and windows of the city god temple facing outside were filled with trembling arrow shafts, resembling a porcupine that had exploded. Some particularly powerful arrows even penetrated the tattered window paper, carrying wood chips, and shot into the room, deeply embedding themselves in the ground, their tail feathers still shaking violently. Damn it, did this Wang Peel skin bring all the supplies from his army's arsenal? It was like he was throwing money around. Xiao Zhan cursed in his heart, but did not dare to slack off in his actions. He firmly pressed the terrified Su Wanqing against the most recessed corner of the wall, while he himself stood in front of her like a rock, using his broad back and solid muscles to build the last line of defense. Chapter 137, Military officials arrive. After Xiao Zhan fainted, Su Wanqing's world nearly collapsed. She looked at Xiao Zhan, who was lying in a pool of blood, breathing weakly, and felt as if the sky was spinning, her brain a blank. The skills she had learned in embroidery, poetry, and etiquette seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. What to do? What to do? Brother Xiao, you can't die. What will I do if you die? She knelt beside Xiao Zhan, futilely trying to cover his bleeding wound with a handkerchief. But the bright red blood soon soaked through the silk cloth, staining her fair and delicate fingers. She thought of Lin Qingyuan, the skilled traveling doctor. Yes. Find Mr. Lin. He must have a way. Su Wanqing seemed to grasp the last straw of hope. Suddenly raising her head, and shouting to the small maid, who was also scared silly and trembling behind the shrine, "Quick! Go to Su Mansion. Find my father. Tell him to invite Mr. Lin over no matter what. Hurry!" The small maid finally awakened from her dream, rolling and crawling out of the back window, stumbling towards Su Mansion to deliver the message. Inside the city god temple, only Su Wanqing and the unconscious Xiao Zhan remained, along with the scattered arrows and the gradually cooling corpse. The air was thick with the smell of blood and the smoke of burning gunpowder, mixed with the dust of the temple itself, creating a strange and nauseating atmosphere. Chapter 138, A narrow escape from death. The military doctor brought by Li Zhan was indeed skilled, quickly cleaning Xiao Zhan's wounds, applying medicine, and rebandaging. As soon as the special hemostatic powder was sprinkled on, the bleeding quickly stopped. The old military doctor then took out silver needles and pricked a few acupuncture points on Xiao Zhan's body. The originally weak Xiao Zhan's breathing began to gradually stabilize and strengthen. Although he was still unconscious, his complexion was no longer so frightening. "Sir, this brave man has an excellent constitution and willpower far beyond ordinary people." The crossbow bolt was dangerous, but did not truly harm his vital points. It was only excessive blood loss and severe pain that caused him to faint. Now that the bleeding has stopped, with proper rest, he should be out of danger, the old military doctor reported, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hearing this, Li Zhan's previously tense black face finally softened a bit. His large hand, like a fan, heavily patted the old military doctor's shoulder, causing the old military doctor to stagger. "Good. Well done. Later, go to the military supply officer and collect 10 taels of silver as a reward." The old military doctor immediately beamed with joy. Forgetting the pain in his body, "Thank you for the reward, sir." At this time, The elite cavalry brought by Li Zhan had completely controlled the area around the city god temple. Those scattered officials and soldiers had long since vanished, leaving only a few unfortunate souls who had been injured by black powder, wailing on the ground. They were dragged aside by Li Zhan's men like dead dogs for supervision. Chapter 139, Tender care on the sickbed. Xiao Zhan was placed in a small independent courtyard named Tingzhuan in the backyard of Su Mansion. The environment here was serene, surrounded by green bamboo, far from the noise of the front yard, making it the most suitable place for recuperation. Su Wenyuan issued strict orders that besides a few core servants and doctors, no one was allowed to approach casually. With Li Zhan, this fierce general from the border, and the 50 elite cavalry he brought standing outside Su Mansion, the various forces that had been restless due to pressure from the inspector's mansion immediately quieted down, becoming more obedient than quails. The inspector Zhu Yanru's side was even more silent. It was said that the Zhu mansion's doors were tightly shut, and not even a fly could enter, the atmosphere oppressive to a terrifying degree. The days of recuperation were dull and long. Xiao Zhan was severely injured. The crossbow bolt had nearly taken half his life, and coupled with excessive blood loss, he remained in a hazy state for the first 2 days, sometimes conscious, sometimes unconscious. Su Wanqing completely cast aside all etiquette and worldly views, disregarding her parents' initial objections and the whispers of the servants. She insisted on moving into the outer room of Tingzhuan, staying by Xiao Zhan's bedside day and night, personally taking care of him, making tea and delivering medicine, wiping his body, changing bandages. She did everything herself, unwilling to hand it over to anyone else. Her hands, which had only been used for playing the zither and embroidery, now had to touch blood and medicine stains, but she didn't mind at all. Chapter 140, The Inspector Faces Justice. Li Zhan, this fierce general from the border, made a significant impact on Qingzhou City, comparable to the deterrence of nuclear weapons. The 50 elite cavalry he brought patrolled boldly at the door of the inspector's mansion every day, their armor bright and eyes fierce, scaring the doorman of the Zhu mansion so much that he didn't even dare to show his head, and even farmers delivering vegetables had to take a detour. The atmosphere in Qingzhou's officialdom made a complete 180-degree turn overnight. Those officials who had previously avoided Su Wenyuan like the plague, even openly siding with Zhu Yanru, now regretted it deeply. One by one, they brought gifts, wearing smiles that looked worse than crying, rushing to the door of Su Mansion to seek an audience, claiming they were there to inquire about Xiao Zhan's illness, but in reality, they wanted to gauge the situation and see if they could extricate themselves from Zhu Yanru's sinking ship. Su Wenyuan finally felt a sense of relief this time. Previously, he was pressured by Zhu Yanru to the point where he could hardly breathe and almost lost his daughter and future son-in-law. He had been holding back a surge of resentment. Now, with the tides turned, he fully embraced the literary tradition of kicking a drowning dog and ignored those who wavered, focusing on compiling Zhu Yanru's dark materials behind closed doors. Chapter 141, Military Recruitment. Xiao Zhan's injuries were healing rapidly under the dual care of the military doctors brought by Lin Qingyuan and Li Zhan. His physical condition was already extraordinary, and being young and having a good foundation, he was able to get out of bed and even start some rehabilitative exercises in less than half a month, astonishing the old military doctor who called him a monster. One day, under the pleasant sunlight, Xiao Zhan was leisurely practicing a set of seemingly uncoordinated military boxing moves in the courtyard of Tingzhuan, while Su Wanqing sat on a stone bench nearby, embroidering a handkerchief, and watching him with a smile, her eyes filled with affection. "Ha ha! Brother Xiao. It seems like you're doing well." A loud laugh came from Li Zhan, whose towel-like figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Today, he was not in armor, but in casual clothes, yet the military aura still emanated from him. Xiao Zhan stopped his punches, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled. "Thanks to Brother Li, I've regained my life. If I lay down any longer, my bones might rust." "That's good. That's good." Li Zhan strode over and naturally put his arm around Xiao Zhan's shoulders, carefully avoiding the injury, his affectionate demeanor making Su Wanqing blush slightly. Chapter 142. Farewell. A few days later, Xiao Zhan made the decision to accept the recruitment of the Northern Border Army. This news quickly spread, and Su Wenyuan naturally supported it wholeheartedly, believing his son-in-law was stepping onto a golden path. Although Madame Su was worried about her future son-in-law's safety, seeing her husband and daughter supporting him, she said nothing more. Various factions in Qingju City were secretly astonished. Xiao Zhan was indeed not an ordinary person, transforming into a military figure, making him even more formidable. Preparations for departure were proceeding rapidly. Xiao Zhan formally entrusted the full authority of the Qingju Longyuan Pavilion branch to Su Wanqing. In the back hall of the branch, Xiao Zhan solemnly placed a black iron token, representing managerial authority, which he designed himself, engraved with an abstract symbol and the words Longyuan, into Su Wanqing's hands. Wanqing. Xiao Zhan restrained his usual playful demeanor, and said seriously, "From now on, you are the head manager of the Qingju Longyuan Pavilion. The accounts, craftsmen, and sales will all be your responsibility. If you encounter any unsolvable issues, consult with your father-in-law or send someone to inform me." Su Wanqing took the heavy token, feeling it represented a significant responsibility and trust. She took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes shining with determination and confidence. "Brother Xiao, rest assured. I will manage Longyuan Pavilion well, and will never let you down. When you return, I will make it the best weapons workshop in Qingju, no, in the entire northern border." Chapter 143. Entering the military camp. In the Northern Border Army camp, the banners were waving as if someone was hanging laundry, though the colors were a bit gloomy and not vibrant. The sound of horns blared, exuding a fierce atmosphere, contrasting sharply with the delicate music of the women in Qingju. Here, even the wind felt sharp, stinging against the face, entirely different from the warm breezes of Qingju. Xiao Zhan, accompanied by Mountain Cat, Iron Head, and over a dozen core brothers from Qingju, followed the guide, Li Zhen, stepping carefully on the compacted mud as they ventured into the belly of this massive war machine. "Look over there, that arrow tower is so high, it could probably see the wolf cub's grandmother's Kang." Mountain Cat craned his neck, his eyes darting around, as if he were a country bumpkin entering the city. Iron Head was even more exaggerated, staring at a bare-chested soldier, muscular and practicing with a stone lock, his mouth almost watering. "My goodness, that physique rivals our ox." Xiao Zhan turned around, glaring, and scolded, "Straighten your backs. Keep your legs tight. Look at your lack of ambition, like monkeys who have never seen the world. Don't forget, we're here to be masters, not grandsons." Chapter 144. Space cheating. The original business level of the craftsman's camp was, in Xiao Zhan's words, akin to a garbage recycling and waste manufacturing station. Their main tasks included repairing armor and weapons that looked as tattered as a beggar's patched clothing, barely making them look usable, and crafting poorly made arrows and spearheads that might hit the target if luck allowed. The materials used were low-quality pig iron allocated by the camp, full of impurities, producing items that were usable but not reliable, often failing at critical moments. Xiao Zhan's first order of business was to torch these abysmal raw materials and production processes. Under the guise of researching ancestral secret methods to improve iron quality and create undisclosed secrets, he seriously set up a small, independent workshop in the far corner of the craftsman's camp, putting up a sign that read "Confidential, trespassers will be executed. Peepers will have their eyes poked out," strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching, even questioning passing flies. Inside the workshop, Xiao Zhan stealthily closed the door, bolted it, and had Mountain Cat and Iron Head guard outside. Rubbing his hands together like a weasel preparing to steal a chicken, he summoned the small, efficient steel furnace awarded by the system a few days earlier. Chapter 145. Improved crossbow. With the ability to turn stone into gold through steelmaking, Xiao Zhan firmly established himself in the military logistics department and the entire border army. The rewards from Governor Zhao Wenkeng came in waves. Although his official position remained unchanged, after all, he had just been promoted, the tangible rewards of gold, silver, meat, and cloth benefited everyone in the craftsman's camp, raising the standard of living, which had previously been just enough to survive, to a level where they could eat well and occasionally enjoy meat. Xiao Zhan's prestige in the craftsman's camp soared, and his word became law. However, Xiao Zhan was the type of person who flourished with a little encouragement, but faltered with minimal setbacks. After being well fed, he turned his keen eyes toward another terrifying weapon in the military that made wolf cavalry tremble in fear, the crossbow. The standard crossbows used by the border army had considerable power, known as the kicking crossbow, meaning it required foot pedals and back support, exerting all one's strength to draw. While effective, they had obvious shortcomings. They were infuriatingly slow to load, allowing enemies to charge in while you were still struggling with the bowstring. Their range and accuracy were mediocre, primarily relying on area coverage, with hits being more of a coincidence. Chapter 146. The Wolf Nation invades. Just as Xiao Zhan was busy with technological innovations, immersed in the grand narrative of technology transforming warfare, preparing to turn the craftsman's camp into the premier arms factory in the northern border while rushing down the path to promotion and wealth, the calm at the border was ruthlessly and brutally shattered. The wolf cubs, after all, could not hold back any longer and launched another large-scale southward invasion. Initially, it was just small groups of cavalry, like hyenas smelling blood on the prairie, appearing unpredictably near the border, attacking solitary patrols, robbing nearby villages, burning, killing, and plundering without restraint. But soon, the scale began to escalate. Beacon towers stood like gigantic torches ignited, thick, straight black smoke billowing into the sky one after another, drawing desperate and glaring scars across the azure sky, sending alarms far and wide. The atmosphere in the northern border camp instantly escalated from tense preparations for battle to the highest level of alert. The air seemed to solidify, filled with the smell of gunpowder. The low, mournful, and penetrating sound of horns was no longer the rhythm of daily drills, but transformed into urgent, continuous alarms with a clang of steel, resonating throughout every corner of the camp, and striking deep in everyone's hearts. Chapter 147. The first battlefield. According to common sense and previous arrangements, Xiao Zhan, as the commander of the craftsman camp, a technical and logistical officer, could easily remain in the relatively safe rear camp to oversee production and ensure material supply, living a stable life as a tech geek. However, the adventurous spirit, the unwillingness to back down, and the deep-seated desire to achieve something great surged within him like wild grass. He proactively approached Lieutenant Li Zhan, who was in charge of logistics, to request to be involved. "Brother Li," Xiao Zhan said with righteousness and determination, as he believed, "I wish to personally escort the first batch of critical military supplies, especially the improved crossbows and accompanying arrows, to the Haishi outpost. The new equipment needs to reach the front lines as soon as possible for our brothers to familiarize themselves with its performance, so we can enhance our combat capability. Moreover, I want to see for myself how our gear performs in actual combat, and identify areas for improvement to adjust our processes in time." Li Zhan looked at Xiao Zhan with a complex expression. He admired this spirit of determination and responsibility, but he also worried that this promising talent might perish on the battlefield before fully maturing. After a moment of contemplation, he patted Xiao Zhan on the shoulder and sighed. "Very well. The Haishi outpost is strategically vital, and the pressure is indeed significant. I'm not at ease just sending the transport team. It's better that you go personally. I will assign you a team of 50 new recruits to ensure your safety along the way. Remember, your primary task is to safely deliver the arms. In the face of enemy threats, prioritize your own safety and the protection of the supplies. Do not act recklessly or seek glory in battle. You are not a soldier." Chapter 148. Military merits and honors. The battle at Haishi outpost was not large in scale. The total number of participants might not even exceed a proper drill in the camp. However, its significance was profound, especially at a time when the Wolf Nation's army loomed close, and the people were anxious. As the military supply officer, a nominal technical officer, Xiao Zhan commanded with confidence. Leading by example, personally slaying several fierce wolf cavalry, including a centurion worth a considerable bounty, successfully safeguarding critical military supplies to the beleaguered outpost, and assisting the garrison in repelling the enemy's assault, earning solid military merits. The news spread like wildfire, even faster than Xiao Zhan and his team returned to the camp. The good news arrived first, dropping a heavy bomb in the somewhat dull and tense camp. Have you heard? That Xiao Zhan from the craftsman camp, the one who makes divine weapons, led a group of rookie soldiers and a supply team and beat the wolf cavalry at Haisha Pass. Is that true? Isn't he just a blacksmith? Absolutely true. They say he took down 7 or 8 wolf cubs on his own, plus a centurion. It's incredible. My goodness. He truly excels in both civil and military affairs. He can forge iron and kill people. When did our border troops get such a fierce character? Chapter 149, Intelligence Achievements. With Xiao Zhan becoming the team leader and commanding 100 able-bodied men, he felt as if a local tycoon had suddenly inherited a gold mine. His posture straightening, as if it could serve as a door brace. He immediately promoted his old brothers from Xiaohai village, like Shankat and Taichu, to the ranks of squad leaders and team leaders. As he put it, we should not let the good resources flow to outsiders. Key positions must be held by our own. These guys knew each other well. While they might not be the fiercest fighters, they were absolutely obedient, following orders without hesitation. The core of the team was firmly in his grip. Every day before dawn, Xiao Zhan would wield a whip mainly to scare people. He had never really used it, while standing in the training ground, using his hoarse voice to start his inhumane devilish training. Run, you lot. Haven't you eaten? Look at your pathetic state, you're huffing and puffing after just a few steps. The wolf cubs won't wait for you to catch your breath before they attack. Shankat. Are you dancing? Thrust. Be fierce. Be precise. Imagine that ugly wolf cub's face in front of you. Chapter 150, the prototype of military industry, with his promotion to camp officer, and the authority to manage 500 men armed with weapons, Xiao Zhan's autonomy skyrocketed. He no longer had to look at the superior's face for everything or engage in petty squabbles. The idea in his mind of making a significant breakthrough grew wildly. He was determined to consolidate all available resources to create a sustainable system that belonged to him. In his view, this was far more important than merely leading people to fight wolf cubs. Cutting off heads was a one-time deal. While this system would provide continuous benefits and establish a foundation, he first set his sights on Xiaohai village, his absolutely loyal and reliable base far away in Qingju. Through a heavily encrypted channel, he sent a long letter to Zhao Baoface, who was managing the affairs of Xiaohai village. The letter was thick as a book. With no unnecessary greetings, it got straight to the point with one core message: Old Zhao, stop fiddling with those ordinary iron pots and hoes. Immediately, right now. Establish the Longyuan workshop, move away from the low-end market, and focus on imaginative products. Go high-end, customize, pursue black technology. Chapter 151, in one's element with this self-controlled, continuously revenue-generating covert system backing him, Xiao Zhan was not just thriving in the northern border army, it was beyond mere comfort. It was like a dragon entering the sea. Flourishing and thriving, almost matching crabs in their sideways swagger. First and foremost, the most direct evidence was the treatment of the 500 brothers in the Sharp Arrow camp, which felt like they were raised by a mother who was both loving and wealthy. All of them were outfitted with high-quality carburized steel knives produced from the Xiaohai village laboratory and the military camp's repair shop, their blades straight and gleaming, slicing through ordinary iron armor as if cutting vegetables. The crossbowmen were equipped with standardized crossbows that had undergone at least 3 rounds of improvements, with range, accuracy, and loading speed far surpassing other units. Some outstanding squad leaders had even secretly begun testing early samples of the divine crossbow. Although it was still somewhat unstable and occasionally jammed, requiring a few kicks to work, once fired successfully, its 5-shot barrage could daze the wolf cavalry charging at them. Walking through the military camp. Any soldier from the Sharp Arrow camp had armor polished to a shine, as Xiao Zhan required personal hygiene and equipment maintenance to be included in evaluations. With a fierce look in their eyes, fueled by quality meals and ample pay, standing straighter than a spear. Radiating a sense of superiority and confidence that made the eyes of officers from other camps turn red with envy. Chapter 152, Reunion with an old friend. The reputation of Xiao Zhan's Sharp Arrow camp in the Northern Border Army was so strong that it was hard to ignore. Even more pungent than the smell of the camp toilet. The troops are so well equipped that other camps are envious, still troubled by their rusty blades. They have already started to complain about the crossbows not having enough range. The food is outrageously good, with meat at every meal. And every few days they can even have a couple of sips of watered-down wine. Soldiers from other camps can smell the aroma, and are tempted to eat more. The pay is also issued in full, never delayed. The camp officer, Xiao Ying, is as generous in this regard as a prodigal son. On top of that, the camp officer, Xiao Zhan, not only can wield a sword and charge to the front lines, but also knows how to navigate relationships deftly. In the eyes of ordinary soldiers, the Fingi camp is almost indistinguishable from the legendary Paradise units. The training may be tough, but that's a sweet burden. Every day, people from other units come under the pretense of exchange and learning, wandering around the Fingi camp. While they appear humble and eager to learn, their eyes are almost glued to the shiny steel blades and uniquely designed crossbows, swallowing their saliva loudly, their hearts sour enough to pickle vegetables. That afternoon, as the sun leaned westward, warming the people, Xiao Zhan had just led his men through a round of 20-mile weighted cross-country training. With his muscular, bronzed arms exposed and only wearing a pair of shorts, he was personally supervising the exhausted recruits practicing precise crossbow shooting on the training ground. Chapter 153, Bad news for the elder brother in Xiao Zhan's barracks. The charcoal fire crackled, dispelling the early winter chill. Several low tables were pushed together, displaying a few luxurious dishes for the military, a large basin of shiny braised pork, a plate of fragrant cured meat, and several seasonal vegetables. Of course, the most eye-catching was the jar of good wine that had just been opened, its aroma wafting through the air. In fact, it was high-distilled liquor specially supplied by Longyuan Pavilion, which Xiao Zhan usually didn't dare to drink too much of. After 3 bowls of strong liquor, a spicy warmth flowed down from his throat to his stomach, warming the atmosphere of their long-awaited reunion. Memories from the past surged between the two like a floodgate had been opened. Talking about childhood friends fishing in the river, climbing trees for bird eggs, and stealing watermelons from Old Man Li in the neighboring village, they couldn't help but laugh heartily. Even Wang Wu's usually sorrowful face rarely showed a genuine smile, the corners of his eyes relaxing. Xiao Zhan picked up a piece of fat and lean braised pork for Wang Wu, filled his bowl with wine, and casually asked, "Fifth brother, back then you were in the army with my second and third brothers. It's been years since we last met, and there's been no news. The family is almost worried sick. Where are they now? How are they doing? Have they been promoted to any ranks?" Chapter 154, Blood feud. The commotion in the barracks was far scarier than the howls of ghosts and wolves outside the northern frontier. Mountain Cat and Iron Head, Xiao Zhan's loyal confidants, were crouched at the door, discussing which military girl had the softest waist. Suddenly, they heard a loud crash from inside, followed by Wang Wu's broken-voiced wail that could summon wolves. The two exchanged glances, instantly feeling displeased. What's going on? Is the boss wrestling with fifth brother in there? The noise is so loud. Ironhead scratched his shiny head, which was said to shine like a signal light. Mountain Cat, being more clever, perked up his ears. His expression serious. Doesn't he sound right? Fifth brother's crying sounds like he's lost his father, but the boss's father has long passed away. It's more like someone has snatched his last bowl of meat. They dared not delay, quickly kicking open, gently pushing, the barracks door. Good heavens! The scene before them almost made them think they had walked into the wrong set, arriving at a bandit lair that had been ransacked. The once tidy barracks was now in utter disarray. One table leg was broken, pitifully leaning on the ground, chairs were shattered, and Xiao Zhan's beloved Qingxi teacup, said to be a gift from Miss Su Wanqing, had also turned into a pile of fragments on the floor, tea leaves and water stains mixed together, as if the ground had received a failed facial mask. Chapter 155, Tracing the Wolf Nation. The cold wind of the northern frontier stung like a stepmother's hand on the face. Xiao Zhan locked himself in the barracks, where the howling wind outside was nothing compared to the chill in his heart, mixed with murderous intent and anxious shards of ice. Before him lay a specially made sheet of paper, rumored to be soaked in 49 secret medicines, impervious to fire and water, and not eaten by insects or ants, costing as much as its weight in silver. In Su Wanqing's words, "Boss, this letter paper is worth more than the content of the letter." Xiao Zhan snorted at the time. "What do you know? This is called presence. If those wolf cubs intercept it, I'll burn it so they can't see the whole thing." At this moment, he picked up the wolf hair brush, dipped it in ink. His wrist steady as a rock, but his writing had a fierce determination, as if he wanted to pierce through the table. For the letter to Su Wanqing. He abandoned the previous flowery language of love and affection. Last time he wrote that way, Su Wanqing replied criticizing him for being cheesy and wasteful with paper, suggesting he get to the point to save costs. This time, he was concise, the killing intent almost seeping through the paper. With only one line that seemed to echo with the sounds of battle, Chapter 156, infiltrating the wolf court. Xiao Zhan's frenzied order was like a giant key, inserting into the massive and intricate commercial machine of Longyuan Pavilion, instantly revving it up to an overloaded operational state. Gears meshed, steam roared, and banknotes were thrown in like fuel, driving it deep into the grasslands. The main line, a golden highway, extravagance beyond humanity. Longyuan Pavilion's caravan was once a small team of 35, but now it was a massive group of 35 and 1. The scale of the convoy was unprecedented, banners waving, proudly entering the Wolf Nation's territory. Their proclaimed intentions were grandiose, exuding an aura of extravagance. Longyuan Pavilion traversed the grasslands, purchasing high-quality furs and rare medicinal herbs at high prices. Prices were double, triple price based on goods. Cash settlement, absolutely no delays. Support for barter. Plenty of silk and porcelain. This time, it wasn't just a stone dropped in water, it was more like a giant rock crashing into a cesspit, exploding into golden flowers across the grasslands. The tribal leaders and herders, watching the caravans from Longyuan Pavilion bring in cartloads of dazzling silver ingots, exquisite teas, silks, and ceramics shining under the sun, were utterly mesmerized. They forgot to wipe the drool flowing down those furs, medicinal herbs, and even strange stones once piled up in tents, tasteless and regrettable, instantly transformed into treasures that could be exchanged for real gold and silver. Chapter 157, Portraits. To find family simply throwing money and sending people was not enough. Xiao Zhan knew he needed a clear and enticing target to attract those driven by money, the informants and potential informants, to come rushing like sharks sensing blood. He locked himself in the barracks for an entire day, avoiding everyone, even scolding Mountain Cat for bringing food. Inside the barracks, the ground and table were covered with thick stacks of wasted white paper, and nearby, a pile of worn charcoal pencils made it look like an abstract art studio. He closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, trying to sketch the images of his second and third brothers in his mind. When his second brother was silent, the slight furrow of his brow seemed to contain endless thoughts and worries. His eyebrows slightly raised, forming a gentle arc, giving a sense of restraint and depth. When he spoke, his demeanor was always focused, his eyes fixed on the other person, listening to every word, as if to engrave their words deep in his heart. His lips parted slightly, his voice low and gentle, yet carrying an undeniable strength. Even while walking, his second brother's posture appeared particularly steady. His steps were neither big nor small, each one firmly planted as if the earth could feel his weight. His body stood straight, his back as solid as a mountain, giving a sense of reliability. Chapter 158, Intelligence Discrimination. Money was being thrown around like water, with more bounty notices posted than cow dung on the grasslands. For the next few months, Xiao Zhan's temporary office, which was just a slightly larger dilapidated barrack, completely turned into a gossip exchange center of the grasslands. Various mixed messages, difficult to discern truth from falsehood, were coming in like snowflakes in winter, whirling in from every corner of the grassland, collected through both open and secret channels. The scene was even more bustling than a marketplace. One day, while Xiao Zhan was staring at the tattered map he had drawn in bright colors, almost unrecognizable, a caravan manager hurriedly squeezed in, bowing and scraping. "Camp officer, we have news." An old herdsman from the Blackwater tribe said he seemed to have seen a scar-faced summer slave drawing water by the Hulan River last autumn. But the manager rubbed his hands, chuckling awkwardly. He said he was far away, it was getting dark, and he didn't see clearly. Just felt that the figure looked a bit like that. Before Xiao Zhan could respond, the lynx beside him, sharpening a dagger, scoffed without looking up. "Last autumn. Hulan River. Brother, the Blackwater tribe is farther from Zhujian Wang's territory than a damn rabbit can run. Our third Master's incident happened in Wolf Valley, which is close to the west side of Zhujian Wang's territory. Does the time and place match? That old herdsman probably mistook his own wife, who fell and looked like a dog's dinner, for a scar-faced slave." Chapter 159, A Ray of Hope. Just when Xiao Zhan felt he was about to be completely submerged in this swamp of countless false leads, and the flame in his heart for seeking revenge and finding his relatives was about to be extinguished by the icy waters of reality, a turning point finally came at the most unexpected moment. A small elite team, disguised as salt traders and composed of the most skilled and resourceful members from the Night Owls, traversed through the depths of the Wolf Kingdom's Zhujian Wang's territory, enduring hardships, evading at least 3 inspections, and 2 waves of horse bandits, almost clashing with a small tribe over a water source. In the end, they brought back a crucial piece of information that cleared the gloom over the entire camp. The team leader, codenamed Old Ghost, lived up to his name. Clever as a ghost, had been mingling in the grasslands as a traveling merchant for over a decade, knowing all sorts of people and the rules of the land. This time, his target was a fallen noble named Batu, who had lost power due to choosing the wrong side. Batu's ancestors were wealthy, and he had once been someone who could speak a few words in front of Zhujian Wang, knowing a lot of dirty secrets within the royal court. Unfortunately, once he fell from grace, he became worse than a dog, and now his family was in decline, leaving him with nothing but an empty shell and a terrible drinking habit. In Old Ghost's eyes, he was the perfect source of intelligence that could be pried open with money and strong liquor. Chapter 160, Taking the Initiative. The days of waiting were truly torturous. Like waiting for years. Xiao Zhan felt like there were 25 little kittens scratching at his heart. He wished he could sprout wings right now and fly into the grasslands to drag that turtle-son centurion named Bald Wolf out of his den, give him a good beating for 300 rounds, and then ask him about his second brother's whereabouts. But reason told him that impulsiveness was the devil, especially in the army. Acting on his own, that was a crime worthy of losing his head. If he couldn't take revenge and ended up being tied up at the gate, that would be truly unjust. There was no choice. He could only vent all his pent-up anger on training. As a result, the brothers in the Arrow camp were in for a rough time. Hurry! 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 Are you old ladies embroidering? Run! Li Dazhu! Is your knife made of wood? Swing it harder. Lynx! Are you a loach? Root your feet when fighting. Do you understand rooting? Xiao Zhan, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, shouted louder than a broken gong, jumping around the training ground like a grim reaper. The brothers in the camp secretly called him Xiao Wang, and upon hearing his footsteps, they were more alert than when hearing the assembly call, immediately perking up. Fearing that if they were slow, they would be punished with extra training until they vomited. Chapter 161. A lone force. Xiao Zhan rushed back to the arrow camp like a gust of wind, unable to hide the joy on his face. His mouth almost stretching to his ears. All assemble. Hurry up. He stood in the middle of the open space, hands on his hips, shouting. In less than 30 breaths, the team was assembled. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could tell from the camp officer's demeanor that something big was going on. Xiao Zhan's gaze was sharp as he scanned the team, starting roll call. Zhao Scarface. Here. A strong man with a fierce scar on his face stepped forward. Lynx. Here. A lean man with quick eyes responded. Ironhead. I'm here. A stout man with a head larger than usual, said to be able to break wooden stakes, grinned. Wang Wu. Camp officer. The veteran familiar with the grassland situation, Wang Wu, straightened his chest. He called out 49 names in one breath, each one being the most capable, smart, or having special skills among the veterans in the camp. Those whose names were called, stepped forward. 50 men stood in front, each with shining eyes. Knowing a tough battle was coming, Xiao Zhan walked up to them, hands behind his back, deliberately putting on a stern face. But a hint of a smile still leaked out. Listen up. This time, we are not going to a brothel to listen to music. We are going into the den of those wolf cubs to dig for food. It's like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Dancing in front of the king of hell. If you're afraid of dying, if you're a coward, you can roll back to the ranks now. I won't hold it against you. Chapter 162. Survival on the grasslands. As soon as they entered the depths of the grasslands, it felt like stepping into another dimension. The sky was frighteningly blue, like a huge gemstone set above. The ground was vast and boundless, stretching as far as the eye could see, nothing but grass. The wind blew, raising waves of green, bringing an overwhelming sense of raw, wild desolation. Here, humanity seemed so insignificant. At first, there was some fresh excitement among the team. Hey! You can't say, this grassland really looks damn bright. It opens up the mind. The air is good too. Unlike that sweaty smell and horse dung smell in the camp. Look! There's a wild rabbit over there. So fat. But soon. The grassland showed its unique way of giving these newcomers a reality check. First, the compass, a simple one, occasionally malfunctioned, making it a big problem to determine direction. Although there was Wang Wu, who was known as the old hand at finding his way, he had followed the main force into the grasslands a few times. But only to the edge, even he often scratched his head in this sea of grass. The team stumbled along, sometimes feeling like they had walked all day only to find themselves going in circles. Second, water sources. The clean water they carried was being consumed at an alarming rate. Rivers and lakes on the grassland were not readily visible. Many tribes and wolf clans stationed their forces between rivers and lakes to avoid encounters. Therefore, Xiao Zhan's team had to bypass these gathering places, and the remaining water sources were often murky, carrying a smell of mud and livestock dung, and after drinking it, several brothers ended up with weak legs from diarrhea that night. Chapter 163. Encountering the tribe. After wandering around the grassland for over 10 days, Xiao Zhan and his wolf-skin team had taken on a very primitive appearance. Each of them had scruffy beards, greasy hair that could be used for frying, and the distinct smell of a mix of sheep, sweat, and horse manure that could waft for miles in the wind. If it weren't for the polished steel knives and well-maintained crossbows they held tightly in their hands, along with the murderous glint in their eyes, they would have looked just like a group of lost refugees. Captain, we are just like headless flies bumping around, living on dry rations and drinking foul water every day. The camels are out of food, and my mouth is so dry it feels like a bird's. Mountain Cat sighed while scratching his bald head, which was covered in bites from prairie bugs and mosquitoes, making his shiny baldness gleam under the sunset. A soldier nearby weakly chimed in, "Cat, be grateful. At least we still have dry rations. I dreamed about that big pot of meat stew at the camp yesterday. And it smelled so good that I nibbled on the horse's leg for half the night. When I woke up, my drool was all over the horse's backside." Everyone chuckled softly, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Xiao Zhan felt like a pot of boiling oil inside, but as the backbone of the group, he had to maintain a steady demeanor, even deliberately smacking his lips as if savoring some delicacy. What's the rush? Good food is worth the wait. Look at your aspirations. The nails I've scattered, fed with so much silver, should yield some results. Once we find the place, I'll treat you all to roasted whole lamb. The kind that sizzles with dripping fat. Chapter 164, Infiltrating the royal court. After bidding farewell to the grateful Bayard chief and his small tribe, Xiao Zhan led his team. Clutching a few precious travel permits, feeling confident and straightening his back as they swaggered towards the direction of the left Virtue King's court. With the guise of a merchant convoy, their journey became significantly smoother. They encountered several patrols from the wolf tribe, who routinely asked, "Which tribe are you from? Where are you going? What are you doing?" Xiao Zhan smiled and handed over the permits. "Sir, we are from the southern Hatu tribe. Heading to the royal court for some small business, trading for some furs." The patrol inspected the permits. Although they were rough, the seals seemed fine. They glanced at the goods strapped to their horses and their merchant-like appearance, then waved them on, at most reminding them, the royal court has strict rules. Don't cause trouble. Yes, thank you for the reminder, sir. Xiao Zhan nodded and bowed. Once the patrol moved away, Mountain Cat sneered, "Pa. What's there to be proud of? If it weren't for you stopping us, we could have taken those fat sheep back there." Xiao Zhan interrupted him. "A little patience can lead to great plans. We are merchants now, harmony brings wealth. Once we find second brother, there will be time for you to have your fun." Chapter 165, Finding Second Brother. After waiting for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, which felt like a year. Just as Xiao Zhan began to feel anxious and ponder whether he hadn't bribed enough, the guard sergeant finally returned, followed by a particularly burly wolf tribe officer. Resembling a half-black tower. This officer was a head taller than the average wolf tribe soldier, his muscles bulging, and even through his leather armor, one could feel his explosive strength. A fierce scar ran diagonally from his left eyebrow to his right jaw, adding a more menacing edge to his already fierce face. His triangular eyes sparkled with cruelty and suspicion, sweeping over Xiao Zhan and Zhao Scarface, like a cold blade scraping against skin. Without a doubt, this was the infamous Bald Wolf Centurion. Bald Wolf scrutinized them like livestock, his voice harsh and grating, like sandpaper. "You two Hatu merchants want to do business with me." His wolf tribe dialect was thick with tribal accent, but the oppressive feeling was palpable. Xiao Zhan quickly stepped forward, bending lower and putting on a smile even more flattering and harmless than before, with just the right amount of nervousness. Yes. Centurion. Our merchant convoy has just arrived in this precious land. We have long admired your reputation, and have prepared a small token of appreciation. We hope you will graciously accept. As he spoke, he gestured for Zhao Scarface to push the silk, salt, and jars of wine forward. Chapter 166, Blood Battle at the Royal Court. Back at the temporary camp, Xiao Zhan dove into the tent, feeling a lump of fire in his chest that burned through his insides. The hunched figure of his second brother, Xiao Hua, covered in scars, and his once bright, but now lifeless eyes played on repeat in his mind like a revolving lantern, refusing to stop. Bang! He slammed his fist down on the makeshift military cot, which creaked in protest, as if it were saying, "Brother, I can't bear this weight. Damn Bald Wolf. Left Virtue King. Blood Wolf Guard. I won't let this go." Xiao Zhan growled quietly, like a wolf robbed of its pups, pacing back and forth in the cramped tent, wishing he could rush back and burn the craftsman camp down. Just as his anger was about to explode, ready to find a big tree to practice his punches and kicks, that familiar, emotionless electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Hidden mission blood debt blood payment first phase completed. Mission requirement. Confirm the exact whereabouts of Xiao Hua, both life and death need confirmation. Chapter 167. Using gunpowder to clear the path. The chaos and billowing flames from the craftsman camp soon alerted the entire left Virtue King's court. More wolf tribe soldiers, including the king's most elite guards, poured in like a pack of wolves sensing blood, blocking the valley exit like a crowded train station during the spring festival, making it completely impassable. Although Xiao Zhan and his men were valiant, like they had been pumped with adrenaline, their numbers were too small. And they still had to protect the dozens of emaciated, almost defenseless craftsmen slaves, which put immense pressure on them. The defense line was precarious, with most of the brothers already wounded, blood staining the ground beneath them. Captain, we can't hold on much longer. There are too many wolf pups. After we finish one batch, another comes, like cutting chives. Ironhead shouted, chopping down an enemy trying to climb up, his arm already slashed and bleeding profusely. Mountain Cat shouted from the side, Captain, we've poked a hornet's nest, and a supersized one at that. Xiao Zhan swung his knife to deflect a cold arrow shot at them, scanning the surroundings. Outside, a dark sea of enemies stretched endlessly, the flames illuminating their fierce faces. His brothers beside him were all injured, breathing heavily, and the rescued craftsmen were terrified, trembling in fear. At this rate, they wouldn't even be able to save anyone. They might end up losing their own lives here. Chapter 168. A counterattack. These blood wolf guards are truly like a stubborn sticky plaster. Once they stick, they can't be shaken off. Xiao Zhan led the team, fighting and retreating. The casualties among the brothers pierced his heart like knives. They were about to be driven into a rocky area that resembled the fangs of a giant beast. Xiao Zhan suddenly pulled on the reins, causing his warhorse to rear up with a whinny. He glanced back at the pursuing enemies shrouded in dust, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Damn it! Do they really think I'm just a clay figure, only able to flee? He spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. Looking around at his weary but still sharp-eyed brothers, their armor stained with blood, their voices hoarse yet fierce. He swiftly dismounted and strode up to Xiao Hua. His voice as heavy as a stone, Second brother, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. It's too dangerous to jostle with the main force. You and the mountain cat, along with the brothers and the precious craftsmen we rescued, should continue to retreat along this southern route, following the original plan. Xiao Hua immediately grew anxious. Straightening his frail body and grabbing Xiao Zhan's arm, his fingers turning white from the force, Xiao Sai. Are you crazy? This won't do. It's too dangerous. You're going to lure the pursuers away alone. That's like a meat bun thrown to a dog, with no chance of return. If it comes to worst, just leave me and these craftsmen behind. They are mainly after me. You all go. Chapter 169. Re-entering the wolf's den from a distance, he gazed at the royal court, which was waking up in the morning light, still bustling with people, but the air was thick with a sense of danger. Xiao Zhan took out the disguise mask produced by the system. This thing was incredibly advanced. Not only could it change facial contours, wrinkles, and scars at will, but it could also fine-tune skin tone, pore size, and even simulate different temperaments, naive, shrewd, fierce, whatever he desired. Here, let me see what I can disguise as this time. With a thought, the cool and elastic mask covered his face, and a strange, refreshing sensation, as if the muscles were writhing on their own, washed over him. Moments later, a middle-aged merchant of the wolf tribe appeared, his face dark and rough, marked by the winds and frost of the grasslands, with a shrewdness mixed with a hint of shrewdness and flattery in his eyes. His straightened posture slightly hunched, and his aura transformed to resemble those merchants hustling for survival on the grasslands. Clearing his throat, he unexpectedly spoke fluent wolf tribe language with a unique Western tribal rolled R sound and slight nasal tone. You two, don't just stand there. Change. Xiao Zhan was pleased with his new face and tossed 2 sets of slightly worn wolf header clothing with a hint of mutton smell to mudfish and groundhog. using the mask's brief cognitive influence feature to slightly alter their appearances, making them look like his two not-so-smart, but obedient subordinates. Chapter 170, Emptying the Treasury, with the memory of the previous infiltration, and his king-level sharp observation skills. Xiao Zhan quickly sketched a rough layout of the royal court in his mind. This time, his target was as clear as it could be, the private treasury of King Xian. Last time he casually snatched some iron materials, that was just an appetizer. Not enough to fill a gap. This time, he aimed for something big, a complete haul. However, while the ideals were beautiful, reality was stark. Inside the royal court, tents were everywhere, and the paths were complex, like a giant maze. He wandered around with his two subordinates for half a day, nearly exhausting his legs, and still could not find the legendary treasury hiding mountains of gold and silver. As the sun dipped in the west and dusk approached, Xiao Zhan began to feel anxious. Muttering to himself, "This old turtle has hidden the treasure too well, is it buried underground?" Just as he contemplated whether to catch a tongue to ask for directions. From behind an exceptionally lavish tent that obviously belonged to someone of high status, came a sharp, resentful complaint from a woman. Xiao Zhan's ears perked up, and he immediately signaled to Night Owl and Groundhog. The three of them quietly crept over, hiding in the shadows cast by the tent. Chapter 171. 1,000-mile chase. Days later, Xiao Zhan and his companions met the mountain cat tribe at the agreed southern rendezvous point without incident. The crowd saw that not only was Xiao Zhan unharmed, but he also looked radiant, as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Mudfish and Groundhog looked at him with almost superstitious admiration, all surprised and delighted, crowding around him. "Boss? You're finally back. If you hadn't returned soon, Mountain Cat would have led us back to fight." "Camp officer, what's the situation over at the royal court? You didn't stir up King Xian's golden tent, did you?" Xiao Hua, whose injuries had improved significantly, looked at his safely returned fourth brother with a relieved smile on his pale face, patting Xiao Zhan's shoulder with force. Everything was understood without words. Xiao Zhan looked at his brothers who had survived a disaster, feeling warm inside. Just as he was about to joke and boast about how clever and brave he was, playing the wolf soldiers like pieces, a scout responsible for the rearguard came rushing over, pale-faced and breathless, his voice trembling with a hint of crying. "Report. Camp officer. Bad news. There's a cloud of dust in the rear. Look at the flags, it's the Blood Wolf Guard. All elite troops. The numbers are uncountable, at least over 1,000. They've gone mad. They are chasing us like they are possessed, their speed is insane. It's like they are out for blood." Chapter 172, Desperate Counterattack. The number of pursuers behind was overwhelming. King Xian had undoubtedly invested heavily this time, sending out the Blood Wolf Guard in droves, with no end in sight. The momentum was as if he had brought his entire family out for a stroll, determined not to rest until Xiao Zhan and his crew were turned into meat buns. Xiao Zhan led the team in a desperate sprint, both man and horse exhausted, tongues lolling out, and he could see the nostrils of those wolf cubs close behind. "Camp officer. Camp officer. Ahead. Ahead is the Black Wind Gorge. That place is as narrow as a woman's belt, with steep cliffs on both sides." The scout responsible for the path, Night Owl, rolled back, panting as if chased by 18 strong men for 8 streets. Xiao Zhan pulled the reins sharply, and the warhorse let out a neigh. He squinted at the treacherous gorge, where the cliffs were like knife-hewn and axe-chopped, and the narrow path in the middle was so tight that even a fat person would have to squeeze through sideways. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a bloody grin spread across his lips as a bold, or perhaps crazy, plan instantly formed in his mind. "Damn it, we can't run anymore. If we keep running, my brothers will die from exhaustion even before they get cut down." Xiao Zhan spat out a mouthful of blooded saliva that glimmered ominously in the sunlight. "Here it is. Let us settle things with those tailing pests. I want them to know that chasing a mad dog will get them bitten back, and they'll lose a few teeth in the process." Chapter 173. Heroic return. After annihilating the pursuers, Xiao Zhan returned to his senses. He still had 2 drawers left to make, so he hurriedly proceeded with it, hoping to get something useful. A flashy virtual spinning wheel with cheap LED effects appeared before him. Xiao Zhan silently recited start, and various strange images flashed across, showing thank you for your patronage. Come again, empty, basic archery, you have mastered, eventually trembling to a stop on a square that read space upgrade. In that instant, the space seemed to be touched by a mysterious force, and the space, which had been filled with various items, suddenly started to emit dazzling light. The light spread like ripples, enveloping the entire space. As the light continued to flicker, the boundaries of the space gradually blurred and then rapidly expanded outward. The originally cramped space became wider and wider, as if endless space was waiting to be filled. Xiao Zhan watched in amazement as he felt the change in space. But he couldn't understand what was happening. He widened his eyes, watching as items that had been packed tightly began to arrange themselves neatly in the expanding space, leaving enough room. Chapter 174. Turmoil in the court. Xiao Zhan rode 1,000 miles to rescue his brother. Charging into the enemy camp, actually bringing along a group of brothers, causing chaos in the wolf court, and ultimately achieving remarkable military exploits by bringing back countless craftsmen and treasures. This news had already been sent to the capital by the border army commander Zhao Wenkang with an expedited report, like a firecracker shooting straight to the emperor's desk. When this news reached the capital, it was like dropping a giant bomb into the seemingly calm, but only on the surface, moat, creating not ripples, but a tsunami. In tea houses and taverns, storytellers were so excited that their beards trembled, spitting saliva onto the tea bowls of the first row of patrons. They described General Xiao, with a face like jade and eyes like shooting stars, standing 8 feet tall with an 8-foot waist. One storyteller was getting into his tale when a listener whispered, "Goodness. Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Someone nearby quickly nudged him, "Don't interrupt. Listen." The storyteller, oblivious, continued with fervor, just at that moment. Faced with the wolf clan's left sage king, General Xiao remained calm and composed, shouting loudly, "Hey! Wolf pups, hand over my second brother quickly, or I'll turn your wolf den upside down." This roar was so powerful it shook the heavens and made the snow on the tent's top fall in flakes. Chapter 175. The census challenge. Wang Mingyuan was unable to completely suppress the petition for Xiao Zhan's merit at the Ministry of War, which left him feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. However, as Deputy Minister Wang, having navigated the political waters for many years, knew well that one must not put all their eggs in one basket, he still had a backup plan in the court. The next day, during the Grand Court meeting, in the Golden Luan Hall, under the gilded pillars, civil and military officials lined up on both sides, each with their eyes observing their noses and their noses observing their hearts, presenting a solemn and dignified appearance. But if one looked closely, they could see a few old officials in the civil ranks silently exchanging glances of understanding. On the military side, a few rough men led by General Niu Dazhang were also trying to maintain serious expressions. But their slightly raised corners of their mouths and the occasional provocative glances towards the civil officials revealed their inner restlessness. Sitting on the dragon throne, the emperor, after reading Zhao Wenkang's beautifully written petition praising Xiao Zhan as unparalleled in the world, was indeed very pleased. He clapped his hands and laughed loudly, his voice resonating with obvious admiration. "Good. What a great Xiao Zhan. Brave and loyal, riding alone to save his brother, showing might beyond the borders. Truly a pillar of our great Xia. Approved. As of today, Xiao Zhan is promoted to General of Might, with a 5th grade official rank, and appointed as the commander of the Broken Troops Camp, commanding 1,000 soldiers." Chapter 176. Assistance from the minister. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, and the emperor appeared hesitant, preparing to postpone the matter, an old minister, who had been silent and seemed to blend into the pillars of the hall, the Minister of Personnel Lin Zhongyuan, slowly stepped forward from the front of the civil ranks. He was slim, wearing a meticulously washed scarlet official robe. His face stern and serious, as if he were born to be devoid of a smile. But when he opened and closed his eyes, the authority of someone who had long held power over the promotion and demotion of officials naturally emanated from him, making it hard for others to look directly at him. His movement was like throwing ice into a boiling pot of oil. The noisy hall was instantly silenced, as if a large invisible hand had grasped its throat. All arguments, justifications, and curses came to an abrupt halt. All eyes, including the emperor sitting atop the dragon throne, were filled with surprise, expectation, and scrutiny. Focused on this leader of the clear stream. Who didn't he know that Minister Lin was known for his integrity? With many former students and old acquaintances spread throughout the court, his every word and action could often sway the direction of the court. Even Niu Dazhang and General Lei, who had just been shouting fiercely like fire-breathing dragons, immediately shut their mouths, staring at him with eager eyes, like ferocious dogs waiting for a treat. Filled with a sense of grievance and immense hope. Chapter 177, Passing the Torch. The imperial decree, accompanied by generous rewards, traveled swiftly, as if it had grown wings. Crossing mountains and valleys to reach the northern border army camp. When the eunuch's unique high-pitched voice echoed from the command platform, announcing the promotion of Xiao Zhan to General of Might, with a 5th-grade official rank, and appointed as the commander of the broken troops camp, commanding 1,000 soldiers. The entire army first fell silent, then erupted in cheers that could lift the camp's palisade. The commotion was 10 times more boisterous than a New Year's celebration after slaughtering 20 fat pigs, with the entire army feasting to their heart's content. General is mighty. General is mighty. In the training grounds, the newly assigned soldiers from the broken troops camp, along with Xiao Zhan's old subordinates who had crawled out of the sea of corpses and blood, all puffed out their chests, veins bulging in their necks, feeling proud. They had indeed stood at the entrance of the Wolf Court's royal tent with this lord, not to urinate, but to achieve unparalleled military feats. In the future, in this northern border area, they would walk with their backs straighter than other camp brothers. Hey! Heisey, did you hear? 5th grade. Officially appointed commander. Our boss has truly leaped over the dragon gate, soaring to the skies. An old soldier missing half an ear elbowed a companion, who looked as thin as a piece of charcoal, grinning widely, showing his big yellow teeth. Chapter 178, The Training Maniac. As dawn broke, the weather grew colder, with the biting north wind whipping up snowflakes that made the tents flap like countless tiny ice grains constantly knocking. Xiao Zhan rubbed his slightly swollen temples, slowly coming back to his senses from the excitement and weightiness of his all-night conversation with his second brother Xiaohua. Inside the tent lingered the warmth of milk tea and the heat from the charcoal fire. But more than that was the fiery passion of blood ties and fighting side by side, a warmth strong enough to dispel all the cold of the northern border. Second brother, you just returned, take good care of yourself. The equipment department's matters are not urgent. First, strengthen your body to be as solid as an anvil. Xiao Zhan looked at his second brother, whose eyes were still slightly red and swollen, but his spirit was clearly refreshed. And he firmly patted his somewhat thin yet exceptionally sturdy shoulder. If you need anything, just tell that old miser in logistics. If anyone dares to show their teeth, I'll knock their teeth out to use as abacus beads. Xiaohua nodded heavily, swallowing hard, ultimately saying no more. Among brothers, some feelings, heavy and weighty, are better kept in the heart than spoken aloud. After bidding farewell to his second brother, Xiao Zhan took a deep breath of the cold air, sharp as a knife. Feeling his lungs shiver, then strode towards his office tent. He hadn't slept all night, but at this moment, he felt energized, as if he had endless strength. The heaviness of family matters had turned into motivation for moving forward, pressing on his shoulders and igniting his heart. Right now, he had even more important things to do. Chapter 179, A letter from Wanqing. Just as the troops in the broken troops camp were being drilled by Xiao Zhan to the point of despair, feeling as if they had reached the peak of their lives and gradually adapting to this painful yet joyful rhythm, a caravan from Qingju, the Longyuan pavilion, slowly drove into the military camp through the biting wind and snow, like sending charcoal in the snow. The head of the caravan, with a face frozen red, his eyebrows and beard covered in white frost, still maintained respect as he presented a thick letter imbued with a woman's elegant fragrance and a list filled with supplies to Xiao Zhan, who had just come down from the training ground, still radiating warmth. As soon as Xiao Zhan saw the familiar handwriting on the envelope, which was elegant yet had a hint of resilience, his face, which was always dark in front of the soldiers, as if everyone owed him 800 taels of silver, instantly melted like spring snow. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably lifted, almost reaching his ears, and that smile looked somewhat silly. He suppressed the urge to open the letter immediately, swallowed hard, and pretended to be calm as he waved his hand, instructing the steward to go take a rest and ordered the logistics to treat the merchant team well. Then, like a thief, he tightly clutched the letter in his hand, glanced around, and swiftly darted back into his tent, making sure to secure the entrance curtain tightly, fearing even a slight breeze might blow away his precious letter. Chapter 180. The autumn wind news of the Pulu camp receiving a large supply of resources from the Longyuan pavilion in Qingju spread like wings, quickly reaching all the camps along the northern frontier. In this relatively resource-scarce winter, blocked by wind and snow, it was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline, attracting countless envious and resentful gazes. Thus, on the afternoon of the second day after Xiao Zhan received the letter, the camp's entrance became unusually lively. The first to catch wind of it were his superiors, the governor of the northern frontier, Zhao Wenkang, and the captain, Li Zhan. The two arrived together, followed by only a few personal guards, claiming they were there to inspect defenses and care for the soldiers. But Xiao Zhan saw through the undisguised smiles and cravings in the eyes of these two older brothers. Subordinate Xiao Zhan, I greet the governor and Captain Li. Xiao Zhan hurriedly stepped out of the tent and cupped his fists in salute. Zhao Wenkang, dressed in a scholar's robe and a thick fur cloak, still had a red nose from the cold, stroked his beard, and smiled at Xiao Zhan without saying a word. Beside him, Li Zhan, a robust man, directly slapped Xiao Zhan on the shoulder with such force that it made him grimace. Good lad. You've done well, quietly getting such a hefty sum delivered to your home. Damn, the little bit of weaponry in my camp is almost as much as your leftovers. And the medical supplies are tight, yet you're doing well with iron by the 1,000 pounds and medicine by the box. Tell me, which virtuous wife is this considerate? Li Zhan's loud voice was full of teasing. Chapter 181. The wolf riders crossed the pass. The cold winter on the grasslands was like a drunken man who had too much mare's milk, stubbornly lingering at someone else's doorstep, with snot and tears, snow and wind, all over his face, refusing to leave. The north wind blew, whipping up snowflakes and gravel, hitting the face harder than being whipped with a shoe sole that had 1,000 layers, drilling straight to the bone. In this filthy weather that even the devils would complain about, the Wolf Kingdom's Khan, Ashina Tuoji, who was said to be able to kill a giant grassland wolf with his bare hands and had no problem with 10 women, probably got bored in the royal tent and finally couldn't hold back. He personally led 200,000, shamelessly claiming to be 300,000 archers, like a pack of starving wolves dug out from frozen soil, rumbling towards the northern frontier of Daxia. The sound of hooves was like muffled thunder, shaking the ground from dozens of miles away, scaring the timid so much that they might lose their overnight meals. The battle letter was even more arrogant. Thrown directly onto the emperor's desk, written in crooked wolf tribe characters and barely readable Xia script, break into the summer capital, wash away previous shame, and use your heads to forge my capital. The wolf smoke along the border, one after another, shot up into the sky like a string of firecrackers, turning the peaceful dawn that had just begun to show a hint of light into a scene of chaos and unease, even causing the price of soy milk at the breakfast stalls to rise. Chapter 182. Initial defeat in battle. The vanguard of the wolf soldiers arrived with astonishing speed, like a hurricane that suddenly whipped up on the grasslands, bringing snow dust and the smell of death. These wolf cubs were clearly not foolish. They did not charge directly towards Xiao Zhan's heavily fortified camp, like a hedgehog's iron wall, but instead cunningly turned their attack towards the flanks. Aiming for a military fortress called Panshi Fortress, which looked like a small desert 30 miles away. The officer in charge of the fortress, named Wang Piyu, was no ordinary figure. He was the nephew of Wang Mingyuan, the deputy minister of war who advocated for using love to win over the wolf tribe. Relying on this hard-to-crack connection, he usually acted high and mighty in the army, boasting as if he were the reincarnation of Sun Wu or Wu Qi. As if given 3,000 troops, he would dare to storm the wolf court and bring back the wolf lord as his servant. However, when the dust and smoke rolled in the distance, and the menacing wolf-headed flags and the thunderous sound of hooves grew closer, the panic gripped Wang Piyu's bladder. And he felt a suspicious warmth in his pants. He trembled as he held onto the wall, as if he had touched an electric gate. Chapter 183. Fierce battle at the Iron Wall. The minor disturbance on the flanks was forcibly suppressed by Xiao Zhan, using Wang Piyu's still warm head, which was frozen in terror and unwillingness. The retreating soldiers were reorganized and placed in the areas of the city wall where the defensive pressure was least, under the pretense of redeeming their sins, but in reality, they were merely used as cannon fodder. As they put it, whether they could survive depended on whether their ancestors' graves emitted green smoke or wolf smoke. But the real storm brought by the main force had truly arrived. The scene was 100 times more lively than a New Year's market. Though the offerings were singular, and did not bargain, specializing in various forms of death. Beneath the iron wall, the dark mass of the Wolf Kingdom's army covered all the snowfields in sight, as if a moving, menacing black forest had sprouted overnight. The horns sounded like mournful wails, accompanied by the unique yelping of the wolf cubs, resembling thousands of ducks being choked, making one feel vexed and wanting to plug their ears. The first wave of the siege began amidst this cacophony of death. Archers, have you not eaten? Swing your arms around. If you lack strength, think of your wives running off with others. 3 rounds of fire. Cover 80 steps in front of the city. Shoot those howling wolf cubs back. Turn them into hedgehogs. Xiao Zhan's voice exploded on the city walls, overpowering the wails below. With the blood-soaked saber in hand, his gaze was like a poisoned blade, sweeping over every corner of the city walls. Any soldier who dared to avoid his gaze would immediately be glared at, causing them to shudder and quickly pull back their bowstrings. Chapter 184. Collapse of the city wall under the grand tent of the Wolf Kingdom's main army. Adorned with a golden wolf head emblem, Khan Ashina Tuoji squinted his eagle-like eyes, looking far at the Iron Wall city, which resembled a steel porcupine covered in spikes, which he had suffered losses against but still couldn't take down. A flash of intense impatience and fury crossed his eyes. He had originally thought this would be an easy armed parade, coincidentally robbing a few things to take back for winter, but he didn't expect to hit a hard wall, especially in front of so many tribal leaders under his command. These Xia people were tougher than the sheep in the pen, resembling something. He snorted coldly, his tone tinged with offended anger, and said to the spear-like captain of the messenger guard beside him, "Convey my order. Don't save anything. Bring out our ultimate weapon, the hammer of Thor. Concentrate all the heavy artillery, aim at the southwestern corner of the wall that looks the most unsightly, the part that seems to have been built by a sissy, and bombard it to death. I want to see whether their wall is hard or our stones are hard. Before night falls, this lord wants to sit in the main hall of the county office in Iron Wall City, using the head of that Zhao surnamed governor as a wine cup, drinking the strongest liquor." Chapter 185. Fighting to the death. The deafening sound of the collapsing city wall was like the thunder of the apocalypse, with smoke and dust rising into the sky, and debris falling like hail. The wall, which had already been ravaged repeatedly by the Blood Wolf Guard's heavy catapults, finally crumbled under the pressure, collapsing with a roar to create a gaping 10-meter-wide gap. The wolf cubs have entered the city. It was unclear who let out a desperate scream filled with tears. Before the smoke had even cleared, the elite troops of the Blood Wolf Guard, like starving wolves smelling blood, howled loudly and surged toward the deadly gap with their gleaming curved blades. The remaining defenders on the city wall shot a few scattered arrows and threw down some bricks in a futile attempt to stop the flood of attackers. As the last line of defense of Iron Wall City was about to be torn apart, the city was on the verge of becoming a hellish battlefield. At this critical moment, a voice as loud as thunder broke through all the shouts and screams, and the echoes of the collapsing wall. Filled with a reckless bravado and undeniable determination, rang in the ears of every defender, break the enemy camp. Follow me. Block the gap. Let those wolf cubs know that the warriors of Iron Wall City are not dead yet. Want to enter the city? Did you ask about my wolf-slaying blade? Chapter 186. Turning the tide. The fighting at the gap was extremely brutal, with every breath carrying the rusty smell of blood, and every swing of the sword feeling as heavy as lead. Although the brothers of the break the enemy camp were brave and held their ground like rocks, the number of wolf soldiers was overwhelming, continuously pouring in from the outside like a tide, including many skilled officers and veterans with rich combat experience. A particularly burly wolf sergeant, with a vicious centipede-shaped scar running from his forehead to his chin, hid in a relatively safe position behind and continuously barked orders in wolf language, dispatching wave after wave of fresh troops to assault the already shaky defenders, whose shields were covered in knife marks and arrows, as if they could collapse at any moment. His presence was like a shot of adrenaline for the wolf soldiers, making their attacks appear organized, like relentless waves crashing against a dam, bringing immense pressure and continuous casualties to the defenders. The pile of corpses at the feet of the defenders grew higher and higher, nearly reaching their knees, making movement difficult. Xiao Zhan swung his serrated wolf-slaying blade, cleaving a wolf soldier trying to climb the corpse pile from the side, blood splattering his face. He wiped it off casually, adding a more terrifying look to his already fierce face. Out of the corner of his eye, he locked onto the sergeant hiding behind the pile of bodies. He was well aware that if he didn't eliminate this command node and take out the morale core of the wolf soldiers, this gap would eventually be completely breached by these rabid dogs, and everything would be over. All previous sacrifices would be in vain. Chapter 187. Where are the reinforcements? After repelling this most dangerous and life-threatening attack, the sky had completely darkened, like ink being poured. The wolf army seemed exhausted. Or perhaps they were reorganizing their deployment, temporarily halting their frenzied attacks. However, the continuous campfires outside, like countless hungry wolf eyes, surrounded Iron Wall City tightly, clearly indicating that when the sun rose tomorrow, a more brutal and bloody battle awaited them. Xiao Zhan leaned against the cold, bloody city parapet, with a newly replaced standard broadsword, panting heavily, each breath bringing a sharp pain to his lungs and a thick, cloying smell of blood. His armor was damaged in multiple places, looking as if it had been gnawed by dogs, although several deep wounds had been crudely bandaged by the medics accompanying the army. They still ached with every movement. The gap in the wall, although temporarily blocked with sandbags and corpses, was as fragile as a paper window. The next concentrated bombardment from the wolf army's heavy catapults, or a reckless human wave assault at any cost, could reopen it at any moment, or even expand it. He subconsciously looked toward the southern night sky, which was pitch black, like an unfathomable black hole, with no signals of reinforcements arriving. Not even a glimmer of hope could be seen. The reinforcements and supplies that the court had promised so confidently before the battle were like the mythological stories told by storytellers, sounding beautiful, but leaving no trace. Inside the city, arrows were almost depleted, and archers had to think carefully before shooting. There were nearly no rolling logs or stones left, and they could barely keep up with the destruction of buildings. The oil for lamps had long run out, and they could barely light anything. The field hospital was overcrowded, with the sounds of painful moans and desperate wails ringing continuously. The few medics that Xiao Zhan had called upon were overwhelmed, their eyes sunken, but lacking sufficient medical supplies. Many severely wounded soldiers could only lie there, watching their lives slowly slip away. If it weren't for the batch of medicinal materials that Xiao Zhan had stored before the war using the commercial network of Longyuan Pavilion, the situation would have been even worse. The Ministry of Revenue had not provided any supplies since the war began. Now, everything was lacking on the battlefield. And insufficient combat supplies further dampened morale. Chapter 188. Emergency. In the space, the meat grinder at the gap continued to squeak. With the brothers of the break, the enemy camp holding the line with their lives, but the wolf cubs kept springing up like chives, endlessly cut down. Xiao Zhan's extended wolf-slaying blade had become as dull as a saw, every swing numbing his hands and making his arms feel like they could barely lift. Damn it! This can't go on, or I'll be worn out. My arms are almost not my own anymore. Xiao Zhan spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva mixed with sweat, dirt, and the flesh of some unlucky soul. The taste was incredibly sour. His gaze swept across the system space, landing on the lonely corner where the sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal explosives he had received as a reward from the left prince were stored. There was only one left. This thing was precious, used little by little. Like a maiden's rouge, it hurt to use it every time. I have to make some more myself, but the materials are hard to come by. Relying on this stingy system, I'll have to eat the northwest wind sooner or later. A thought exploded in his mind. While swinging his sword to deflect an arrow shot from an unexpected angle, the arrow grazed his helmet. With a crisp clang, he shouted at the vigilant captain beside him, who had a bloody gash on his face, "Dog Sheng. Stop just chopping away. Take a few quick-footed and clever ones, and scour the whole city for me. Sulfur. Saltpeter, the kind that looks like white frost at the wall's base, yes, that stuff like urine alkali. Charcoal, burnt leftovers are fine. If you can scrape up some pot-bottom ash, bring that too. Yes, just like the alchemists making pills, those 3 things for setting off firecrackers during the new year. Get as much as you can. Hurry. I'm waiting to use it." Chapter 189. Reinforcements arrive with the precious time Xiao Zhan gained through his miraculous explosion. The defenders risked their lives to reinforce the gap, using everything they could find: bricks, wood, door panels, and even the cold corpses of enemies and comrades, to barely build a low wall. Although it looked shabby, it was better than leaving the gap open. Xiao Hua, along with the craftsman's camp, worked overnight to produce a batch of homemade explosives, which were significantly less effective than the refined materials provided by the system, but could still cause considerable damage, as well as a set of crude yet practical city defense tools. These included sharpened wooden stakes that had been roasted over fire, or soaked in the last bit of oil. Xiao Zhan called them giant wolf thorns, specifically designed for stabbing horse bellies and lifting ladders, and a large number of triangular iron spikes made from scrap metal, always with one point facing upward, like a metallic carpet laid inside the breach, specifically designed to pierce the feet of wolf soldiers. The next day, as the sun barely rose, the wolf nation's Khan Ashina Juoju was clearly enraged by the loud noise from the previous day and the subsequent failures, feeling that he had lost face. He launched a more frenzied and reckless attack. The battle continued from early morning until the sun began to set in the west, with the defending troops pushed to their limits. Each soldier was fighting on sheer willpower, relying on the vague thoughts of their home behind them to hold on. The low wall at the breach was breached several times by the wolf soldiers using a human wave tactic, and was pushed back several times by the defenders at the cost of their lives, leaving behind more corpses each time. The homemade explosives were also used repeatedly, though their effectiveness was not as good as the day before. Xiao Zhan himself could not remember how many enemies he had cut down. He only felt that his arms were numb and not his own, drenched in blood, with armor heavy as if filled with lead, unable to distinguish between his own and the enemy's. Chapter 190. The heroic general. As the fighting temporarily ceased, Iron Wall City looked like a seriously injured patient who had just escaped from the gates of hell, with no part of its body unharmed. And even breathing brought blood froth. The large breach in the city wall gaped like an old woman missing a front tooth, facing the desolate plains, recounting the previous carnage. Inside the city, chaos reigned. The names of fallen soldiers were engraved on hastily found wooden plaques, and the intermittent cries of their families cut like dull knives through everyone's hearts. Xiao Zhan clenched his teeth. Taking the gold and silver he had received as awards from the emperor, which he hadn't yet had time to warm up, along with the money he had later obtained through deception and coercion from several passing merchant caravans, and first paid out a portion of the compensation. He patted his chest and assured the tearful families, "Brothers fought for me, Xiao Zhan, in defense of Iron Wall City, and we haven't brought shame upon it. I, Xiao Zhan, will sell my pots and pans, even my blood, but I will never let the families of heroes go hungry. This money is just for emergency. I'll go to the court later to beg for more." Just as the compensation process was getting started, the injured soldiers' camp was a living hell. Several military doctors were so busy that they were practically pulling their hair out, their eyes bloodshot like rabbits, wishing they could split themselves into 8 pieces. Medicinal herbs. Those were more precious than the enemy's heads. The wound ointment had long run out, and the blood-stopping bandages had been washed so many times they were almost rags. An old doctor, tugging at his few remaining beard hairs, shouted at Xiao Zhan, "General. My General Xiao. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. Right now. Not to mention high-quality ginseng to save lives, even the most common blood-stopping herbs are almost gone. If we don't get more medicine soon, the next time you come, all you'll see is me dancing and praying for the wounded." Chapter 191. The military industry craze. The orders from the Northern Frontier Command soon came down. In addition to generous rewards and promotions for the meritorious soldiers, they also specifically gave Xiao Zhan a new appointment and authority. When Xiao Zhan took a look at the document, his eyes immediately lit up. Besides the usual accolades, the core content had 2 main points. First, Xiao Zhan was formally promoted to the rank of 4th rank General of Valor, still commanding the breaking enemy camp, and also responsible for the defense of Iron Wall City and 3 surrounding military forts, greatly increasing his power. Second, and most importantly, Xiao Zhan was authorized to establish a military workshop in the northern frontier, specifically responsible for the research, improvement, and manufacturing of military equipment, the required craftsmen, facilities, and some initial funding would be coordinated and supported by the command, with the output prioritized for equipping the border troops. "Ha ha ha! Heaven helps me!" Xiao Zhan exclaimed, almost jumping up with excitement. He threw his arms around Xiao's shoulders. "Brother, did you see? Our military workshop has a future. It's legitimate. From now on, you will be the chief administrator of the Northern Frontier Military Workshop. No, you will be the technical director." Xiao was also excited, his hands trembling slightly. This meant he could not only utilize his skills, but also use his craft to serve the country and kill enemies, achieving greater value. The authorization document from the court and the gold and silver that Xiao Zhan had obtained from the left virtuous king eased Xiao Zhan's financial pressure, and he immediately transformed into the largest contractor, technical director, and chief dreamer in the northern frontier. He designated a wide area in a valley surrounded by mountains, which he privately named Dragon Spiral Valley, located 100 miles behind Iron Wall City, as a restricted area. He erected a large wooden sign with 7 bloodthirsty characters written in his own shaky handwriting: "Great Sheer Military Workshop. Unauthorized personnel keep out. Trespassers will be shot." The sign even featured a crudely drawn skull, with the skull's mouth holding a blade of grass, exuding maximum arrogance. At the bottom of the sign, in smaller letters, it added, including lost rabbits, "Kill without mercy." The guards at the gate couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Chapter 192. The Logistics Artery. While the military workshop was bustling and ringing with activity, the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's merchant caravans, operating under the banner of fair trade and honesty for all, became even more active within the Wolf Nation's territory. The managers of these caravans were all cunning old foxes, appearing to deal in fur, salt, iron, and tea, befriending the wolf nobility, drinking and feasting, and dancing with wolf maidens. In secret, a vast and intricate intelligence network was quietly covering every corner of the grasslands, like a spider weaving its web. Information about troop movements in various wolf tribes, The sordid disputes among nobles over grazing land and water sources, the locations of crucial grain storage points, and even where tribal leaders slept last night, all these seemingly useless bits of information were recorded by the caravan staff, horsemen, and even cooks, using specific coded language. For example, 300 fat sheep might represent 3,000 cavalry, ample fodder might indicate a large grain storage point, and head sheep fighting might symbolize tribal conflicts. This information was continuously and riskily sent back to Xiao Zhan, either through specially trained pigeons that could outrun messengers, or cleverly hidden within the layers of goods, hollowed-out wooden wheels, and false bottoms of bags. Chapter 193, The Eye of Breaking Illusions. With well-equipped troops, intelligence in hand, and ample provisions, Xiao Zhan's confidence grew immensely. Enough to support a warship. He could no longer hold back the restless heart that yearned for action. No longer satisfied with passively waiting in the city for the wolf cubs to crash against the walls. Utilizing the system's granted ability, known as the Eye of Breaking Illusions, effect, greatly enhances visual sharpness, dynamic capture ability, and night vision, able to see through simple camouflage and traps, and even roughly judge the material of distant objects. He personally selected 500 of the most elite, brave, cunning, and familiar with the grassland climate and terrain cavalry from the entire army, especially from his own breaking enemy camp, to form a special rapid response unit named the Wolf Hunting Camp. The selected soldiers not only received superior treatment, but also each received a specially designed badge by Xiao Zhan, modeled after a wolf's fang and embedded with dark metal, which they could pin to their chests or arms. These guys walked with a swagger, looking at the other troops with a hint of superiority, as if they were the chosen ones, the personal guards of the general. And they trained especially hard, fearing being kicked out. Chapter 194, Prelude to the Final Battle. Xiao Zhan and his wolf hunting camp's continued activities were like a festering wound, constantly bleeding the wolf army, significantly weakening their frontline troops' morale and logistical support capacity. At the same time, this also provided the great Xia dynasty with extremely valuable time to prepare for a full-scale war. Within the court, the voices of the pro-war faction, buoyed by solid achievements and the gradually clearer dawn of victory, finally completely overwhelmed those advocating for peace. The emperor on the dragon throne, under the continuous persuasion of veterans like Zhong Qingzong and Niu Dazhang, as well as the constant reports of victories and the enemy's fatigue from the front lines, finally made up his mind to put the fate of the nation on the line, gathering 150,000 elite troops, including the core Imperial Guard, the battle-hardened border troops, and the skilled forces urgently summoned from various regions, with the highly respected and experienced General Zhong Qingzong appointed as the Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition. They would actively march out of the pass to seek a decisive strategic battle against the main force of the Wolf Nation, vowing to avenge past humiliations and restore the prestige of the Great Xia, ensuring that neighboring countries would no longer dare to underestimate them. At the rallying conference in the northern suburbs of the capital, flags covered the sky, and weapons reflected a cold light. The 150,000 soldiers, having undergone initial selection and received equipment upgrades, were united in their hatred for the enemy and filled with high morale. With a command from General Zhong Qingzong, they let out a thunderous roar: "March north! March north! March north! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The sound surged into the sky. The army moved like a gigantic steel dragon that had finally awakened, stepping forward with heavy yet determined strides, marching out of the border towards the vast and unknown depths of the grasslands. The scene was dramatic, with battle drums beating like rolling thunder. The horns sounded like a long dragon's chant. The momentum was overwhelming, as if they were about to trample the entire grassland beneath their feet. Chapter 195, Blood-stained yellow sand. On the vast plains, two massive armies collided like two surging torrents of steel. This decisive battle, that would determine the fate of both nations, skipped any preliminary tests and plunged directly into the most brutal and heated confrontation. The sounds of war drums, horns, battle cries, clashing weapons, and the dying wails of the wounded mixed together, forming a symphony of death that was both exhilarating and chilling. Crossbowmen. 3 volleys. Aim for the densest part of the wolf cubs. A summer army captain shouted hoarsely. Whoosh! 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 The black crossbow bolts flew like a swarm of death, whistling through the air towards the charging light cavalry of the wolf tribe. The standardized strong crossbows produced by the military workshop displayed astonishing power, with longer range and greater penetration, instantly sending the first wave of wolf riders tumbling to the ground like cut wheat. Xiao Zhan led the reinforced breakthrough camp and wolf hunting camp, acting as the fire brigade and spearhead of the army, charging left and right on the battlefield. He himself was like a war god, wielding a lance with such precision that wherever he passed, wolf soldiers either died or were injured. General. That wolf tribe centurion in front is troublesome. He has already taken down 3 of our brothers. A blooded lieutenant rushed to Xiao Zhan's horse and shouted. Chapter 196. The strategy of the elite while the front lines were engaged in a bloody battle. The atmosphere in the central camp of the Xia army was heavy enough to drip water, as if it were 2 different worlds from the chaos outside. The news of the left wing's collapse and the Iron Wolf Guard turning to flank the central army was like 2 cold stones pressing on every general's heart. Great Marshal. Let me take some men to block the gap. Let's fight those iron cans. I don't believe we can't break through their shells. Niu Zhizong, Niu Dazhang, exclaimed. His eyes red like an enraged bull, swinging a giant axe that resembled a door panel, saliva almost spraying onto the marshal's table. Damn it! Seeing my brothers slaughtered like that, I can't hold it in. Do not fight head-on. General Niu is brave, but the Iron Wolf Guard's impact is too strong. And their armor is solid. Engaging them directly will lead to heavy casualties. A more cautious general quickly advised. Even if we barely hold them off, our army will be severely weakened, unable to advance, and will only be passively beaten. How can we fight this battle? Then what do you suggest? Should we just stand by and watch those iron bastards ruin our central army? Another hot-tempered general shouted. Enough! Everyone be quiet. What kind of disorder is this? Zhong Qingzheng's low shout, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, and the tent fell silent instantly, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. The old marshal's gaze swept over the anxious, angry, and even somewhat desperate faces of the generals, finally landing on a young commander who had been squatting in front of a large sand table and map, using his fingers to measure distances. With a piece of grass in his mouth, looking somewhat out of place. Chapter 197. 1,000 miles of rapid advance. This was a path filled with unknowns, dangers, and extreme challenges. 8,000 iron cavalry, each with 2 horses, carried hopes and destruction as they plunged into the vast, boundless grasslands. The deafening sounds of battle quickly faded behind them, replaced by a deathly silence and the whistling wind in their ears. Xiao Zhan took the lead, and his enhanced perception played a crucial role at this moment. He was like an efficient human radar, constantly scanning the front and surroundings. 5 miles ahead. There is a small wolf tribe scouting party of about 20, grazing, he whispered, signaling. The entire team, like a coordinated wolf pack, silently changed direction, making a wide detour. The grass color in that depression on the left is off, there may be a swamp trap. Move to the right high ground. Watch the sky. There are wolf tribe hawks. Everyone dismount, put on camouflage, and conceal yourselves. They had to rely on Xiao Zhan's extraordinary eyesight and the fragmented, sometimes outdated information provided by the Longyuan Pavilion Intelligence Network, carefully avoiding the wolf tribe scouts, tribal settlements, and any factors that might expose their movements, like walking a tightrope. Chapter 198. The night bonfire in a secluded valley 10 miles away from the Wolf Nation's royal court. The only sounds were the wind rustling through the dry grass and the occasional snorts of war horses. The 8,000 iron cavalry lay in wait like a lurking pack of wolves, silently resting, feeding horses, and checking equipment. The air was thick with the tension of impending battle and a barely perceptible excitement. The soldiers silently polished their swords and oiled their crossbows, their movements skilled and silent, with only the faint sounds of metal grinding and leather creaking echoing in the night. "Old Jew, give me some of that refreshing ointment. I'm so tired my eyelids are fighting each other." A young soldier leaned towards the army physician, Old Jew, and whispered in request. Old Jew glared at him, carefully taking out a small ceramic jar from his kit, scraping a bit of the dark, pungent paste that mixed the smell of mint and unknown herbs. Applying it to the soldier's temples, use it sparingly. Just this little bit. If you use too much, you won't be able to sleep tonight, don't blame me. The young soldier was invigorated by the smell, instantly feeling more awake, grinning and saying, "Wow, this is strong. Better than my wife's pinching." In the deep night, several figures clad in dirty wolf tribe pelts, exuding a strong smell of sheep and sweat, silently slipped back into the camp like ghosts, heading straight for the inconspicuous small tent in the center. Leading them was the deputy leader of the Night Owl team, nicknamed Groundhog, known for his skills in tunneling, reconnaissance, and camouflage. At this moment, his face was smeared with a special herbal juice, rendering him pitch black except for his eyes glistening in the moonlight. Chapter 199, Burning the Wolf's Nest. The darkest moment before dawn is when people are most fatigued and least alert, making it the perfect time for Xiao Zhan's meticulously chosen strike. The 8,000 iron cavalry stood lined up at the valley entrance like arrows ready to be released. No one spoke, only the restless war horses scraped their hooves, and the white mist they exhaled condensed into frost in the cold air. The soldiers silently checked their final gear, adjusting the fuses of the thunderous explosives to the easiest ignition state. Xiao Zhan sat on his black steed, his gaze sweeping across the faces that appeared blurred yet resolute as iron under the faint starlight. He cleared his throat and began to issue the final orders. His voice was not loud, but it carried a unique penetrating quality, clearly reaching everyone's ears. His tone still held that carefree yet convincing air. "Listen up, all of you. After raising an army for 1,000 days, it's time to use it. We are going to raid and annihilate tonight. I'm dividing you into 3 groups, each doing your own thing, and no one is to steal anyone else's work." Zhao Taichu. The scar on Zhao Titu's face looked more menacing in the night, as he suddenly stepped forward, cupping his fists and roaring, "At your command. You take 3,000 men, and head straight for the largest supply camp on the west side of the royal court. I don't care how you do it, but make that place a torch that lights up half the prairie. The bigger the commotion, the better. Ideally, let the wolf pups over in Kuye Yuan see the smoke from home. Remember, use thunderous explosives more, fire from the launch tubes. That stuff has a long throw distance, makes a loud noise, and sounds festive." Chapter 200, The Queen's Curse. Xiao Zhan led his 3,000 elite troops like a hot knife through butter, encountering almost no real resistance as they swept through the scattered, dazed guards. Before the patrols could react, they fired several rounds of thunderous explosives, causing widespread devastation, and then moved in like cutting vegetables, directly entering the noble district. The tents here were clearly more luxurious, spacious, adorned with exquisite carpets, and decorated with gold and silver utensils, but they were also more chaotic. Nobles in silk pajamas, women with disheveled hair screaming, and children scared to the point of wetting themselves darted around like headless flies, colliding with the household servants trying to maintain order, all of whom were captured one by Xiao Zhan and his soldiers. Among them were the mother of the Wolf King, his wife and children, the beloved fat son of the right wise king, and the matriarchs and children of various tribes. Disperse and act. According to plan, target the left wise king's main tent. 4 other tents, if you encounter resistance, kill without mercy. All spoils of war must be collected uniformly, and rewards will be given after the battle. Who dares to keep anything for themselves, I'll chop off their hands." Xiao Zhan shouted, leading the charge toward the most familiar and lavishly decorated golden tent that had a dazzling golden wolf head on top. "Left wise king. Let us settle the score for capturing my second brother." Chapter 201, Victory in the final battle. News of the Wolf King's court being attacked, the supplies burned, and the queen and prince captured spread like a plague-ridden eagle, swift and despairing, across the vast Kuya plain, piercing directly into the heart of the wolf army's main camp. At that moment, the wolf Khan Ashina Duoja stood proudly on his wolf-headed war chariot, gazing at the crumbling central defense line of the summer army. He could almost smell the blood of the aging summer commander Zhong Qingzong and hear the resounding hooves of the iron wolf guard trampling the enemy lines. He was even calculating which style of golden wine cup to use for toasting the plundered wine after breaking through the Yangmen Pass. Report. A shrill voice shattered this beautiful fantasy. A blood-soaked messenger, helmet lost somewhere, crawled to the chariot, nearly crying out, "Khan! It's bad. The royal court was ambushed by the summer people. The granary is all burned. The queen and several princes have been captured." What? Duoja's weathered face, filled with imposing whiskers, instantly drained of color. His towering body swayed violently, and if he hadn't grasped the chariot's railing in time, he would have fallen off. It felt as if an invisible heavy hammer had struck him hard in the chest, leaving him breathless. Chapter 202, Ascending in Secret. The Northern Expedition's Great Victory. The breach of the royal court, the wolf lord's retreat, and the border troubles temporarily resolved. This news spread like wildfire back to the capital of the Great Summer, at a rapid pace, igniting excitement throughout the court and society. In tea houses and taverns, storytellers passionately recounted General Xiao's surprising attack on the royal court. On the streets, the common people praised him, as if they had witnessed the battle themselves. The name Xiao Zhan echoed through the sky overnight, bestowed with countless dazzling titles such as the God of War in the northern border, and the Shield of the Empire. On the day of his return to court, the capital was empty of people, with crowds lining both sides of the imperial road from the city gate to the palace, all there to admire the hero's grandeur. Flowers, colorful ribbons, and even shyly thrown sachets from young women rained down like raindrops on Xiao Zhan and his escort. Xiao Zhan, mounted on his horse, still looked carefree, waving at the crowd with a grin, occasionally picking up an exquisitely crafted sachet to smell, drawing even louder cheers and laughter. In the Golden Hall, the atmosphere was solemn and respectful. However, the emperor seated on the dragon throne couldn't hide his joy and satisfaction. He looked at the young general in a brand-new military court uniform, whose posture was still somewhat relaxed but whose eyes shone with cleverness. And he grew more fond of him with each passing moment. Chapter 203, Returning in Glory. Before heading to the desolate Shoja fortress in the west, Xiao Zhan decided to take a detour and return to Xiaohe village, the place where his journey began. In his words, "I need to go back and see how our revolutionary base is doing and replenish some spiritual nourishment." "General, why aren't we going to Xiaohe village first, but to Qingju instead?" the wildcat asked curiously. Xiao Zhan, riding on his horse with a grass stick in his mouth and squinting his eyes, replied, "Nonsense. I'm going to find my sweetheart, to inspect the operations of Longyuan Pavilion. That is my money bag." By the time they reached Qingju, night had fallen. Xiao Zhan had a bright idea, and decided to surprise Su Wanqing. He had the troops camp outside the city, and taking only the wildcat with him, changed into ordinary clothes and quietly slipped into the city, making his way to the back courtyard of the Su residence. "General, doesn't this make us flower thieves?" Goshing hesitated, looking at the high wall. "Nonsense. I'm here to see my future wife. This is called romance, understand?" Xiao Zhan retorted confidently. Then nimbly climbed over the wall like a raccoon, leaving Goshing on lookout outside. Chapter 204, Every child is cherished. The news of Xiao Zhan returning in glory spread faster than when he had sprinted across the battlefield years ago. It wasn't just wings. Each word seemed to have been fitted with a smoke signal, rapidly spreading across neighboring towns, and sending signal flares into the sky. Naturally, it accurately reached the ears of those scattered across various places, who could now stand on their own. These little ones, no, they could no longer be called little ones. Each one of them, now grown, was no longer the snot-nosed child that needed Xiao Zhan to carry in his arms or on his shoulders. As Xiao Zhan would later boast while drunk, "I didn't raise kids. I raised a bunch of divine beasts. Just letting one loose can stir up a storm." Of course, he would only dare to say this when drunk, otherwise. He had to maintain a bit of his uncle's composure, even though that composure on him was as flimsy as paper, ready to topple at the slightest breeze. The first to return was the eldest sister, Xiao Wenjin. What a spectacle that was! The head of Longyuan Pavilion was out. How could it be anything less? 4 riders in front and behind, all on tall steeds, alert and synchronized. In the center was a seemingly simple yet actually well-equipped carriage. As the curtain was lifted, a delicate embroidered foot emerged, followed by a figure gracefully jumping down from the carriage. Chapter 205, The Proposal Operation. Once he decided to propose, Xiao Zhan was like a person who had been injected with adrenaline, jumping around in the Xiao residence in Xiahe village. Commanding with confidence, as if he were about to embark on a battle more important than a surprise attack on the Wolf Kingdom's royal court. "Dog Sheng. Go. Bring out the brightest glass mirror from our storeroom. The biggest one that can reflect a person's whole body. Second brother. Second brother. Where's my box of fennel? Yes. That box. Bring it too. This thing is rare, my father-in-law will definitely like it, and if not, it can be used to stew meat, can't go wrong. And also, from Longyuan Pavilion, get the latest financial report, yes, the one with lots of circles and graphs, copy it nicely. Also, bring the kitchen knife set we produced in our military factory, the one made of high-quality steel with floral and bird engravings. Yes, the kitchen knife. Wrap that up too. It's practical." Xiao He watched his younger brother buzzing around the courtyard like a headless fly, muttering strange things about how the bride price is combat power and how to crush all opposing voices with material foundations. He couldn't help but facepalm and chuckle. "Fourth brother. Calm down. We are going to propose, not to rob a bank. With this commotion, don't scare Lord Su." Chapter 206, The Wedding Night. With the marriage settled, all the residents of Xiahe village mobilized. General Xiao was marrying the daughter of a high official from Qingju, which was a huge event that had to be grand, letting everyone know the prestige of Xiahe village. On the wedding day, it was truly a spectacle of a 10-mile bridal procession, stunning everyone. From Qingju city to Xiahe village, the wedding procession was magnificent and endless, like a giant red dragon. The bridal gift boxes were lifted one after another, with no end in sight. Inside were not only traditional gold, silver, and jewelry, antiques, and silks, but also a large number of land deeds under Su Wanqing's name, the value of which was incalculable, fully showcasing what it meant to be the daughter of a high official and indicating the Su family's wholehearted support for this marriage and their unreserved investment in Xiao Zhan's future. "My dear mother, this bridal gift could buy our entire town several times over, right? Look at those boxes. They must be filled with gold bricks. Miss Su is truly marrying down. General Xiao is really lucky. What do you know? General Xiao is a hero, and Miss Su is both talented and wealthy. This is a perfect match, a match made in heaven." Chapter 207, System Upgrade. In the bliss of newlywed life, with a beautiful wife by his side, wealth and status, at least in the civilian and military circles, at their peak, Xiao Zhan felt his life was complete, living like a god. These days, he felt like he had fallen into a honey pot, walking with a spring in his step, always wearing a silly smile, finding everything pleasing. Even the crooked old jujube tree in the courtyard seemed particularly artistic to him. During the day, he pulled Su Wanqing around the expanded Xiao residence, pointing to an empty space. "Wife, look here, we'll build a martial arts training ground for our son. And over there, let us set up a fishing platform for our daughter." His long-term planning was as if he could foresee a scene of dozens of kids running around the courtyard in the future. Su Wanqing was amused and exasperated by his whimsical planning, playfully chiding, thinking so far ahead, when we don't even have kids yet. Besides, how do you know we'll have both a son and a daughter? Xiao Zhan proudly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, beaming, of course. With my body so healthy, blessed by the system, with my natural strength, I'll hit the mark every time. I guarantee 2 in 3 years. And in 5 years, we'll have enough for a whole class. Chapter 208. Arrival at Sea Buckthorn. A few days after the wedding, Xiao Zhan, together with Su Qingwan, Zhao Scarface, Li Taichu, Mountain Cat, and the accountant from Long Yuan Pavilion, along with a group of guards, set off for Sea Buckthorn Fortress. The journey was exhausting, and the last stretch to the fortress was a nightmare. The road was more like a path trampled out by countless vehicles and footsteps, filled with deep and shallow ruts and muddy pits. Every step the cart took was accompanied by violent jolts and shakes, as if it could fall apart at any moment. It was common for the wheels to get stuck in the mud, requiring the guards to push and pull to get free. Damn it! Which bastard built this road? It's worse than the wilds I trampled out in the northern frontier. Li Taichu grumbled while pushing the cart, splattered with mud. The scenery on both sides of the road was even more desolate. Withered yellow grass clustered here and there, and more exposed were the yellow earth ravaged by wind and sand, creating deep gorges. Occasionally, a few crooked trees could be seen, barely alive, with thick layers of dust covering their leaves. Abandoned, half-collapsed huts were scattered everywhere, and tattered cloth strips of indeterminate color fluttered weakly in the wind, adding to the bleakness. The air was filled with the omnipresent smell of dust, mixed with a faint, unpleasant odor of rotting garbage and animal dung. Especially when passing through some low-lying areas with standing water, the stench was dizzying. Chapter 209. The selling of daughters. The group struggled to advance on this suffocating main road, carefully avoiding traps, deep pits and unknown filth, while enduring the pervasive stench and wind and sand, searching for the supposedly existing garrison. Each person's face was filled with gloom and impatience. At that moment, a commotion and the sound of desperate crying broke the silence and drew their attention. They saw a local landlord, dressed in a brand new silk gown, with a round face and shiny skin, at least 50 years old, roughly pulling a frail little girl, who looked as weak as a reed in the wind. The girl was in rags, her small face dirty, and due to fear and crying, her features were scrunched up, making pitiful whimpering sounds. Nearby, a thin old man, as dry as a twig, dressed in tattered cloth, knelt in the mud, ignoring the dirt, and tightly clung to the landlord's leg, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, "Lord Wang. Please, Lord Wang, give me a few more days. Just 2 days. I'll find a way to gather the tax money, even if I have to sell my blood. Please, don't take my daughter. She's only 12. She's still a child." Chapter 210. The broken fortress. The so-called garrison was actually a slightly larger, similarly dilapidated courtyard compared to the surrounding mud houses. The walls were peeling off like a patient with a severe skin disease, with patches exposing the murky yellow earth underneath. The thatched roof was sparse, allowing sunlight to easily penetrate, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Xiao Zhan looked up and estimated that if it rained heavily, the inside would likely accumulate water even faster than outside. Weeds in the courtyard grew more vigorously than the people, and a mixture of mildew, earthy smells, and some indescribable rotten odor stubbornly invaded his nose. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes, lacking even the energy to spit. All his thoughts condensed into a heartfelt exclamation: "Is this really a place for people to live? That old bastard Wang Mingyuan must have found me a residence based on the standards for livestock. Settling in was impossible." His dream of moving in with just his luggage turned into a reality of clearing and cleaning. He could only wave his hand weakly, directing the few guards and servants he brought, "You guys, put in some effort and dig out a few rooms where we can at least stand. Or else if the beams fall while we're sleeping at night, it'll really become a big joke for the great Xia dynasty." Chapter 211. Planning first. The next day, after getting up, Xiao Zhan paced back and forth in the largest dilapidated room of his garrison's hall. which had just been cleaned out yesterday and still reeked of stubborn mildew, like a bear trapped in a cage who forgot to bring the key. Relying on this little bit of points, I might as well hope that that old bastard Wang Mingyuan suddenly has a change of heart and kneels to beg me to go back, while conveniently offering his daughter to me as a maid. He irritably raked his hair and sat down heavily on the only creaking broken chair. Feeling that the future was bleak, darker than the night sky over Soji Fortress. The technology tree is beautiful, but reality is stark. Do I really have to take this group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people and use these 10 points to make a flower bloom in this godforsaken place? What can 10 points do? Am I just redeeming a psychological consolation prize for myself? He sighed in despair, nearly giving up on the idea, and began to consider whether he should just lie flat, cuddle with his wife to stargaze, and wait for death. In that moment of contemplation, some fragmented images suddenly flashed through his mind, red flags fluttering, crowds of people fighting against the heavens and the earth. These were some scenes he had seen while studying military history and party history during his time in the army in his previous life. How did those predecessors, in an environment countless times harsher than this, start from scratch, unite people's hearts, and create miracles? Chapter 2:12, Points for food with a single order. The entire Soji fortress erupted like ice water splashed onto a red-hot branding iron, instantly boiling over. The first to move were the personal guards Xiao Zhan brought, and some of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's staff. Li Taichu and the Lynx led their men, armed with shovels, rakes, baskets, and a few creaking wheelbarrows, charging down the main road of Soji Fortress, which could be described as a scene from a biohazard crisis. Brothers, for the General's model project, so that we don't get suffocated by this smell, follow me, Li Taichu shouted, leading the way as he thrust a shovel into the pile of trash that had accumulated for who knows how many years, already hardened and blackened. A colorful mountain of garbage. As he pried open a section, a more intense and richer stench assaulted him, nearly sending this battlefield tough guy into oblivion. He fought to suppress the tumult in his stomach, his face turning the color of pig liver. Damn! This job tests willpower more than clashing with the elite of the wolf tribe. Lynx fared worse, being younger. He couldn't handle it as well and ran to the side to vomit uncontrollably. When he returned, his eyes were brimming with tears. Brother Taichu, is this really a place for people to live? The wolf tribe's horse pens are cleaner than this. Chapter 2:13, Urban Planning. The initial cleanup campaign yielded results beyond expectations. Not only was the environment visibly fresher, at least the main road no longer had visible landmines and garbage mountains that could trip a donkey. More importantly, Xiao Zhan used the magical key of labor points, and with a click, he initially pried open the lifeless hearts of the laid-back citizens of Soji Fortress. Now, the people's hearts can be won, and morale, barely, can be used. It's time to show real skills and draw a grand blueprint. At night, the largest, barely considered hall of the garrison was brightly lit, as bright as day. Xiao Zhan indulged himself for once, lighting several high-quality butter candles from the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's reserve, illuminating the peeling walls in an artistic manner. A huge makeshift table, assembled from several door panels and irregular wooden boards, was placed in the center, covered with a pristine, high-quality Zhuan paper. Didn't he expect this? The stock I brought from Qingju. I've been reluctant to use it, just waiting for today to make a big move. Xiao Zhan proudly boasted to the crowd that had gathered around. This paper is much better to use than that pockmarked sheepskin. Chapter 2:14, Underground Arteries. Planning is beautiful, exciting, but implementing it is damn hard, with pitfalls at every step. After pondering for a long time, Xiao Zhan decided to start with the most basic and effective underground sewage system to improve the living environment and enhance the residents' happiness index, mainly in terms of smell. This was undoubtedly a massive project. It required digging trenches several feet deep, or even deeper, and a large quantity of pipes. In this era, firing large ceramic pipes is costly and difficult to transport. Damn it, isn't it just pipes? I can fire them myself. Can't let urine suffocate. Xiao Zhan was determined. He remembered that at the lowest level of the system's tech tree, there seemed to be something inconspicuous, but possibly useful. He focused his mind, carefully searching through the dazzling yet costly tech tree in his mind, and finally found a faintly glowing icon in a corner: optimized earthenware firing. The price labeled below was 5 revitalization points. 5 points. Ha ha ha. Heaven does not forsake those who strive. Xiao Zhan was almost moved to tears. This was tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he spent half of his wealth and clicked to unlock it. Chapter 2:15. Wanqing is pregnant. The renovation project in Soji Fortress was in full swing, with smoke and dust filling the air and shouts echoing everywhere. Xiao Zhan completely transformed into a foreman, spending all day at various construction sites, covered in dirt. Drenched in sweat, his voice nearly hoarse, he rushed to the trench-digging site, hands on his hips, shouting at the workers below who were tirelessly swinging their shovels, "Damn it! Over here! Dig another half a foot deeper for me. Haven't you eaten? Look at you all, did you spend all your energy last night on your wives' bellies? Get your spirits up, don't you want your labor points?" Then he ran over to the earthen kiln where they were firing pipes, yelling at the bare-chested, sunburned Wang Laokong and his apprentices. "Old Wang. Temperature. Are you going to remember what I told you about reading the smoke? If this kiln cracks again, I'll deduct your labor points and make you dig shit." He cursed fiercely, but he paid well for the labor points, sometimes even personally joining in to work for a bit. With the strong soup, risk subsidies, and incentives for skilled trench diggers, the workers, although scolded mercilessly, were genuinely motivated. The entire Soji Fortress resembled a massive, noisy, dust-filled construction site, brimming with raw vitality. Chapter 2:16. Family arrives. The Dragon Abyss Pavilion's merchant convoy was now familiar with the route, like a resilient and efficient arterial blood vessel, frequently traveling back and forth between the Soji Fortress in the western frontier and the mainland, continuously supplying construction materials, various recruited artisans, and gossip. When the joyous news of Xiao Zhan's wife being pregnant returned with one of the merchant convoys to their true base, which had long since transformed into the prosperous Hengxing town's Xiahe village, the 5 children regarded as nephews and nieces by Xiao Zhan and Su Wanqing, Daya, Ergu, Sanhua, Sini, and Wubao, instantly erupted with excitement, more intense than when they heard that their 4th uncle had won a great victory and captured countless spoils of war. "What? Auntie is having a baby." The eldest girl, Xiao Wenjin, who had already begun to show her feminine charm, was engrossed in examining the account books in the study when she suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. Then she slammed her hand on the table, her small face filled with shrewdness and undeniable determination. "We must go. Auntie is weak, and I heard that Soji Fortress is very harsh. I have to go take care of her and conveniently investigate the market environment in the western frontier to see if there are any business opportunities." She immediately began to deftly pack her small golden abacus, the latest draft of the feasibility report on trade interaction between Xiahe Village and Soji Fortress, and a stack of blank contract templates. Chapter 2:17. Practical teaching. When the children arrived at Soji Fortress, Xiao Zhan was naturally delighted. The house was filled with lively chatter, and his wife Su Wanqing wore a smile, which was better than any tonic, looking at these 5 kids from the relatively prosperous and peaceful Xiahe village. Especially the undisguised disappointment, shock, and confusion in their eyes when they first arrived at Soji Fortress and saw its extreme dilapidation. Xiao Zhan felt that simply having them follow Wanqing around the manor and act like good little kids wasn't enough. They needed a practical first lesson that was truly representative of Soji Fortress, to shatter their unrealistic fantasies in the most brutal way possible, and show them what real, harsh grassroots life looks like. That morning, Xiao Zhan, with a stalk of grass he had casually picked up somewhere, and which still had a muddy smell, maintained his usual soldierly demeanor, wearing his military uniform loosely, exposing his sweat-stained undershirt. With his arms crossed, he leaned against the creaky door frame of the garrison, lazily speaking to the 5 kids, who were curiously examining the bare courtyard walls and discussing where they could plant some flowers. Chapter 2:18 Practical Activities the next day. Xiao Zhan squatted on the stone steps in front of the garrison, with a stalk of grass in his mouth, grinning widely to reveal 2 rows of white teeth. He believed that writing rules in the manor was less beneficial than spending a few days doing real work. What good does it do to just read dead books in the manor, bicker, and write those nonsensical rules? He spat out the grass stalk, stood up, dusted off his pants, and said, "Get out there, get grounded. Time for some social practice. Anyone who dares to slack off, dinner will be halved." With a command. There was a wail of despair, but Xiao Zhan's fist was the ultimate authority. Thus, on the only spot in Xiao Fortress that could be called a market, with only a dozen vendors, a few vibrant scenes appeared. Daya, with her overly serious doll-like face, stood behind a rickety table supported by stones, proudly displaying a wooden sign she had carefully prepared, in her opinion, to write letters, clearly priced, honest to all, starting from 2 work points. Nearby, her beloved rosewood abacus and leather-bound account book clashed with the surrounding environment. The whole morning, the place was deserted. Occasionally, someone peered in out of curiosity, but upon seeing the prices, they clicked their tongues and turned away. Daya went from being confident at first to frowning slightly. And then her little face turned red in the sun, as her internal calculations clicked loudly. The costs, wooden sign, charcoal pencil, paperware, had already consumed 3 work points. The time cost was uncalculable, and current earnings were 0. Could it be that the purchasing power of Xiao Fortress was so low? Or was there a problem with my pricing strategy? Chapter 2:19 Unexpected crisis. The relatively calm days, mainly because the kids were too exhausted from social practice to cause trouble, was suddenly shattered by a heart-wrenching, desperate scream. Late at night, the not-so-sturdy gate of the garrison was banged upon by a body, making a loud noise, as if it would fall apart any moment. The soldier on night watch had just opened a crack in the door, when a blooded man rolled in like a broken sack, falling heavily onto the courtyard. His shabby leather armor was askew, covered in knife marks and blood, his face a mix of blood, mud, and extreme terror, barely recognizable. "General, it's bad. The grain transport team was ambushed by bandits at Black Wind Pass. The entire army has been wiped out. The food has been stolen. Our brothers. They died so tragically." The soldier's voice was hoarse, filled with weeping and deep fear, his words pierced through the warm lights of the governor's office like ice picks, freezing everyone's hearts. That was the food supply for nearly half a month for Xiao Fortress. The hope for thousands of soldiers and civilians to survive. It was the life-saving grain that Xiao Zhan had painstakingly negotiated from nearby towns. Chapter 2:20 Clearing hidden dangers. Daya's discovery was like a lighthouse suddenly illuminating the dark fog. Xiao Zhan fixed his gaze on the blood-stained account book, then quickly walked to the rough map of the area around Xiao Fortress hanging on the wall. His finger heavily pointed at Black Wind Pass, where the grain transport team was ambushed, then slid along an inconspicuous path towards the location marked as the bandits' lair, Wolf Valley, and finally landed on the vast area representing the Black Wolf tribe. A familiar, terrifying grin spread across his face. One that made even Zhao Scarface and the other old subordinates feel uneasy yet somehow reassured. He, damn it, just when I was dozing off. Someone brings me a pillow. Just when I was about to beat someone, someone comes to me with their face. My lips cracked and blooded. Licked as he looked at the situation, with the greedy excitement of a starving wolf spotting a plump prey. I was worried about the leather factory lacking raw materials, the kids needing horses for training, and the city construction needing funds and food, and here comes a kind-hearted transport captain bringing it right to my door. The Black Wolf tribe selling their loot at Wolf Valley, great. This deal, I'm definitely taking it. Chapter 2:21 horse manure turns to gold. The more than 200 captured war horses injected a hot shot of adrenaline into the slightly fatigued Xiao fortress after the bloody battle. In the barracks, soldiers surrounded their new silent comrades, excitedly discussing and stroking their shiny manes, their eyes shining with the light only cavalrymen understood. This was a genuine enhancement of hard power. But the happy troubles soon followed, and they were quite intense. These four-legged heroes were too damn messy. The small cleaning team originally maintained by Wu Bao had just managed to clear out some semblance of a street, the newly planned industrial area. And even the corners near the barracks, only to be suddenly covered overnight with dense, steaming, variously shaped piles of horse manure. As the morning breeze blew through, the earthy scent mixed with fermented feed and pure digested matter rushed towards them, rich and thick. The soldiers practicing early were jolted awake by the aroma, which was even purer and more invigorating than the previous mixed garbage smell. Damn it! This is harder to deal with than the cavalry of the Black Wolf tribe. Xiao Zhan stepped out early in the morning with his hands behind his back, striding with an air of indifference to inspect the progress of city construction. Almost stepping right into a steaming pile of golden manure, startling him into a stumble, angering him to the point of cursing. I just told that kid ago to draw the line straighter. Do these straight-hearted beasts have a grudge against me? Do they only choose clean places to step? Are they made of sieves? They eat and then just drop without leaving any stock. Chapter 222, Xiao General Store. Let's get to work. With Xiao Zhan's strong push, and the backing of the highest administrative and military authority of Xiao Fortress, the first ever official and civilian joint comprehensive store in Xiao Fortress. Xiao General Store. Opened on a chosen auspicious day, set by Xiao Zhan casually, amidst the sounds of firecrackers, poorly replaced by burning bamboo segments, in a lively yet slightly rushed manner. The store was located next to the freshly leveled main road, consisting of several connected earthen houses that had been patched up with yellow mud, looking somewhat presentable. A newly polished wooden sign hung at the entrance, with the words Xiao General Store awkwardly written in charred charcoal, exuding a sense of simplicity and roughness. On the opening day, Xiao Zhan personally came to the scene to create momentum. He wore an old military uniform that had faded to a pale color, with stubble on his face, but was full of spirit. He didn't need anyone's help. He moved a broken wooden box to the front of the store, stepped on it, and picked up the tin megaphone, which had a touching, mainly relying on shouting, amplification effect. He began his opening speech and business declaration to the crowd below, which was mostly composed of dazed onlookers maintained in order by soldiers, as well as a few nomadic men holding thin horses, dressed in leather cloaks, curiously peering in. Chapter 223. Attracting investment. The success of the C. Buckthorn department store, at least in terms of attracting popularity and establishing trust, greatly boosted Xiao Zhan's confidence, but his heart, tormented by poverty to the point of twitching, told him that relying solely on these small antics would never meet the urgent construction needs of C. Buckthorn Fort. He had to introduce external capital, leveraging others' money to fulfill his dream of a strong nation. Thus, a letter dictated by Xiao Zhan, full of temptation and exaggeration, polished by the old accountant Mr. Qian, trying to make it look less like a scam, with extremely sincere and far-sighted wording, was sent through the well-connected channels of Long Yuan Pavilion, flying like snowflakes to major commercial ports, merchant associations, and the desks of well-known wealthy merchants in the mainland. The core of the document was Xiao Zhan's three-pronged approach, simple and crude, but directly hitting at some merchants' greed. First, 3 years of tax exemption. Clearly stated in black and white, as long as one invests in building factories in C. Buckthorn Fort, Xiao Zhan shrewdly limited it to the most basic industries like textiles, leather, and food processing, which heavily relied on raw materials and labor. All government taxes would be exempted from the formal start of production for a full 3 years. 3 years. Is that enough for you to recoup your investment and make a hefty profit? Just think about the layers of tax collectors in the mainland, and the myriad of levies. This is heaven. Chapter 224. Welfare for the young and elderly. With the preliminary development of sewage projects, road clearing, and other infrastructure, As well as the slight commercial vitality brought by the Sea Buckthorn department store, the stagnation of Sea Buckthorn Fort was broken, the population gradually stabilized. And even some refugees from nearby areas joined them. However, behind this barely considered prosperity, the issues of the elderly who had lost their ability to work and the orphans without guardians became more pronounced, existing like festering wounds in the corners of this border city striving for renewal. They curled up under the crumbling walls, their eyes hollow and numb, representing the heaviest and most unignorable backdrop of Sea Buckthorn Fort. Xiao, the soft-hearted and kind little girl, felt a sharp pain in her heart every time she saw those underdressed children rummaging through garbage for scraps of food, or those elderly people shivering in the cold wind, left to wait for death. She gathered her courage and approached Xiao Zhan, who was worried about funding and cursing at the map, presenting her meticulously prepared regulations for the construction and operation of welfare and elderly homes. Xiao's voice was a bit timid, but her gaze was exceptionally determined. I know that money is needed everywhere now. The city walls need repairing, workshops need building, and the army needs support. Every penny is precious. But they are too pitiful. Tears quickly welled up in her big eyes. We can start by not pursuing perfection, find a few abandoned houses that are structurally intact, do a little repair. And they can at least have shelter from the wind and rain. The government can allocate the most basic rations so they can have a bowl of thin porridge every day, so they won't starve to death. We can also encourage neighbors to help each other. Families that can afford it should at least provide some food or old clothes. At least giving them a corner they can call home and a warm meal to survive. Chapter 225. Sports Arena in the center of Sea Buckthorn Fort. The newly leveled yellow earth square looked like a pot of boiling water at this moment, bubbling with the heated voices of people. The ground, repeatedly compressed by stone rollers, was as large as 2 basketball courts, but yet carrying the curiosity and enthusiasm of the entire city's populace. 2 elderly men, who had just received rations from the Welfare Institute and were nearly unable to stand with their canes, squeezed their way to the edge of the crowd, stretching their necks like old geese, their murky eyes sparkling with excitement. Old Zhong, did you see? General Xiao had this precious land leveled. Not for building houses or planting crops, but to build a sports arena. Just for the kids in the city to jump around and exercise. A toothless old man shouted, nearly drooling from the corner of his mouth. The old man Li, hard of hearing, turned his head to loudly ask, what? A yam field? A place to grow yams? This ground is level, but how much yield can we get from growing yams? Who would eat it? Not growing yams. It's sports. A sports arena. The toothless old man stomped his foot in frustration, his cane thudding against the ground. To exercise? I heard at night they can even light torches and let the women come here to dance. Chapter 226. Wall reinforcement. The reinforcement project for the walls of Sea Buckthorn Fort commenced with great vigor after Xiao Zhan's command. The scene was bustling with activity, shouts echoing, and sweat hitting the ground like raindrops. The laborers sang ancient and mournful tunes, using the most primitive levers, rollers, and their own physical strength to slowly move heavy bluestone slabs and large compacted earth blocks, laboriously transporting them to the wall as a foundation. Watching the slow efficiency, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of frustration rising from his feet to the top of his head. He stood with his hands on his hips, like an anxious lion caged, pacing back and forth on the construction site, kicking up clouds of dust. Damn it! At this turtle's pace, by the time we fortify this wall, those dog-like barbarians in the west might as well come to Sea Buckthorn Fort to marry and have children, and their kids could be buying soy sauce. We might even get a banner for best slow work with fine craft. Xiao Zhan cursed under his breath, his eyes scanning the laborers who were nearly bending over from exhaustion, feeling both heartbroken and anxious. These simple men were truly putting in the effort, but relying solely on strength wouldn't work. Chapter 227. Gunpowder Workshop. As the construction of the walls entered the right track, A heavy stone in Xiao Zhan's heart was finally lifted. But another matter clawed at him like a kitten: gunpowder. It was an epoch-making weapon and a super tool. It had saved their lives several times on the northern border. 10 miles west of Buckthorn Fort, in a desolate valley surrounded by mountains, Xiao Zhan chose this place as a top-secret base. A few newly constructed, seemingly precarious, drafty thatched huts stood crookedly in the hollow, forming the most high-risk unit of the gunpowder testing workshop in Buckthorn Fort. The reason Xiao Zhan chose this feng shui treasure land was simple: it was remote and desolate. If it exploded, it would only flatten the wild mountains and not affect the citizens of the fort or his hard-earned belongings. One day, Xiao Zhan, along with his second brother Xiao Hua, sneaked into the largest and most pungent hut like a thief. As soon as they entered, the mixed smell of sulfur, acrid saltpeter, and a certain burnt scent nearly knocked them over. Chapter 228, Border Friction. In the spring of Buckthorn Fort, there was still a hint of chill in the air. But compared to the knife-like winds of winter, it was much milder. In the newly cultivated fields outside the city, tender green shoots stubbornly broke through the soil, adding a hopeful color to the yellow earth. However, beneath this rare tranquility, dark currents were quietly stirring. Buckthorn Fort, once a poor border town that even the wrong tribe scouts were too lazy to glance at, now seemed to have sprung up like weeds after fertilization, visibly thriving. Although the city walls are still far from majestic, most of the gaps have at least been repaired, and a decent city gate has been erected. The interior of the city is no longer lifeless. Occasionally, the sounds of clanging from the workshop area and the innocent voices of children reading in the primary school can be heard. Even the pedestrians on the street show fewer signs of pallor and a bit more vitality. When people become prosperous, it easily attracts envy, especially in this borderland where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The Qiangreng tribe, the fierce wolves of the grasslands, is known for their bravery and Pangshang for plundering. They circle like vultures in the sky, always searching for plump prey. In the past, during the transitional spring season, they would come near the Sandthorn Fort to raid, but they often left disappointed, as this impoverished place offered little reward after a round of plundering. They might not even gather enough spoils to feed their horses. In their own words, even a mouse would leave in tears, disdaining the lack of riches here. Chapter 229, Designing the Flintlock. Ergo's unexpected victory in the dung pit, while criticized by Xiao Zhan as pure luck, revealed the immense psychological deterrent and astonishing effects of gunpowder on horses in real combat, creating greater ripples in Xiao Zhan's mind, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. He realized that this dark powder could be used for much more than just blasting rocks or scaring people. It represented a brand new, revolutionary direction for military power. He aimed to create a firearm that could be used by a single soldier to truly kill enemies at a distance. The fragmented memories from a later era began to stir in his mind, leading him to think of the flintlock and matchlock guns that had changed the nature of warfare. A monumental task that undoubtedly fell to Liu Chichue, the best craftsman in Sandthorn Fort, who was also the most resilient after being tormented by Xiao Zhan's various ideas. In the temporary blacksmith shed next to the governor's office, the fire blazed, and the sound of hammering was incessant. Liu Chichue held the crooked and abstract flintlock design drawn by Xiao Zhan on a piece of tan sheepskin, his weathered face wrinkling like dried orange peel, his brow furrowed in concentration. The drawing depicted a long iron tube with a bent, spring-driven hammer at the back, which Xiao Zhan called the bird head, connected to a complex trigger mechanism that made him dizzy. Chapter 230, Earth and Cement. In the spring of Sandthorn Fort, the wind and sand were relentless. As if a persistent suitor was determined to exfoliate everyone's face with sand. The little moisture that had just emerged from winter seemed weak and helpless against this onslaught. Xiao Zhan stood with his hands on his hips, like a landowner who had just lost his wallet, frowning deeply by a patch of freshly tilled soil still dotted with grass roots. He bent down to grab a handful of soil. Typical sandy soil that was so dry it was smoking, with yellow grains slipping through his fingers faster than the few copper coins in his pocket. Damn it! This broken land. Xiao Zhan kicked a stubborn clod of dirt away in anger, which rolled through the air, bouncing and landing squarely on the back of Xiao Hua's head, who was squatting nearby, intent on studying the soil. The thud was followed by Xiao Hua's pained cry. I wanted to learn from Zhuge Liang to flood the 7 armies, no. To build irrigation. But this sandy land. The water hasn't even reached the field before it runs off to meet its underground lover. Isn't this just a fully automatic funnel? Watering the fields. More like feeding the rat holes. Xiao Zhan cursed, spitting in the sunlight. Chapter 231, Water Conservancy and Agriculture, with cement as a powerful tool for infrastructure. Xiao Zhan's confidence soared, making him feel as sturdy as a battering ram. He immediately elevated the construction of water conservancy to an unprecedented strategic height, prioritizing it even over the daily routine of training the new recruits. Coincidentally, the booklet he had exchanged for Manufacturing Earthen Cement included a few pages of practical knowledge on basic concrete applications, which contained some foundational concepts on water conservancy construction, such as how to use cement mortar for waterproofing and the simplest methods for compacting channel bottoms. Although the descriptions were vague, at least they provided a direction. Almost simultaneously, a heavenly chime echoed in his mind, ding. Successfully applied basic material technology, earthen cement, significantly advancing local infrastructure construction, initially resolving key material bottlenecks. Unlocking related branches, basic water conservancy engineering including simple channel design, original water level measurement, compacting for waterproofing, etc. Reward points, 15. Although it was just the most basic, almost common sense knowledge, lacking even decent scaled drawings, mostly consisting of descriptions like water flows downhill and compacted soil is less likely to leak. It was like a timely blessing for Sandthorn Fort, which was still in the primitive stage of relying on rain for food and digging holes to store water. Chapter 232, The Guard Unit is equipped just as reports of agricultural successes flooded in and the people of Sandthorn Fort basked in the joy of resolving the food crisis. Nearly forgetting about the threat of war, Xiao Zhan remained clear-headed. He understood deeply that in this chaotic world, food can keep you alive. But a weapon ensures you live securely and well. The first generation of flintlocks, which had undergone countless tests of safety and power, triggered from a distance using a long rope, while hiding behind a dirt wall, and had smashed through thick wooden boards. Straw dummies clad in double-layered leather armor, and even a wild boar that unfortunate wandered into range, finally welcomed their first official owners, the most elite, battle-hardened, and rebellious 500-member guard unit under Xiao Zhan. In the guard's encampment, on the training grounds, the atmosphere was tense yet tinged with an uncontrollable, explosive excitement. 500 carefully selected warriors, each muscular and fierce-eyed, with at least a dozen blood debts on their hands, stood in perfectly aligned ranks, like a silent volcano ready to erupt. Their fiery, sharp gazes were fixed on the wooden frames, freshly oiled and robust, each supporting a dark, shiny, rough iron tube, along with neatly arranged accompanying items, cowhorn powder flasks, leather lead bags, currently filled with uneven iron sand, and glinting cleaning rods. The legendary power of these firearms, their earth-shattering sound, and the formidable recoil at close range had already become the most exhilarating topic of conversation among the soldiers, as they prepared for sleep. Chapter 233, Initial Show of Strength. Over the past half-year, Sandthorn Fort has transformed like a carefully groomed bride, shedding its previous dust and grime to reveal a hint of vitality and prosperity. Although most of the newly built houses are still made of mud bricks, they are neatly arranged, and the thatch roofs have thickened significantly. Outside the city, the stalks of golden millet grow taller than people, and the sandthorn roots are straining to grow underground. The convoy from Longyuan Pavilion occasionally brings rare goods, and the small market at the city gate is gradually gaining popularity. The increasingly prosperous scene was like a piece of fatty meat emitting an enticing aroma, finally attracting the attention of the hungry wolf-like Rong tribes in the west. These large tribes, who usually fought fiercely among themselves, temporarily set aside their grudges under this common goal, formed an alliance. and gathered an army of about 1,000 cavalry riding short horses, wielding curved sabers and bone clubs, rushing toward Xiao fortress like locusts sensing blood. Their intention was simple and direct, written on every weathered face: to rob food, to steal goods, to capture people. It would be best to chop off that clueless Xiao Zhan's head to use as a wine jug. Chapter 234, Flintlock and Stingy System. The first actual combat of the shotgun squad was a brilliant and dramatic victory. Although, upon careful calculation, the number of Western Wrong soldiers actually killed by iron sand may be less than 30, the main achievements were accomplished through the earth-shattering noise, bizarre thick smoke, and the psychological collapse caused by precisely taking out the enemy commander. Yet this did not affect the fervent celebration of this battle by everyone in Xiao fortress, and their blind worship of this iron lump in their hands. For several days, everywhere in the military camp and streets, people were enthusiastically discussing the miraculous story of 11 thunderous shots driving 1,000 cavalry away. And the 11 participants in the raid were treated as heroes, receiving admiring glances wherever they went. However, as the main party and chief designer, Xiao Zhan maintained a rare calm after the initial excitement faded. At the celebration banquet, he drank the most and boasted the loudest, but early the next morning, he locked himself in the dilapidated room of the governor's office, which served as a military research and development laboratory, staring blankly at the several Xiao shotguns that had made great contributions on the table. Damn it, there are a ton of problems. Xiao Zhan rubbed his swollen temples, mumbling to himself, and began counting the faults of this meritorious weapon on his fingers. Range: at most 30 steps with a bit of accuracy. Beyond that, it could only scare sparrows with its sound. Accuracy. Bah! To talk about accuracy is to insult the term. Once the shot is fired, iron sand scatters like flowers. Where it hits depends entirely on the mood of the heavens. Loading speed: slow as an old cow pulling a cart, by the time the enemy cavalry charges. I can load only 1.5 rounds, and the rest of the time I can only wait to die. Reliability: it was lucky it didn't burst this time. But it misfired once, almost causing an accident. Recoil: even I feel it's tough. If someone weaker used it, one shot could send them flying feet up. Chapter 235, Wanqing's pregnancy. In the backyard of the Xiao fortress garrison, it has now become the most precious strategic hinterland of the entire fortress. Xiao Zhan issued a strict order: no matter if the sky falls, the sounds of battle must not disturb the lady's pregnancy beyond the second gate. And anyone who disobeys will be dragged out for military punishment, starting with 20 lashes. Therefore, the yard was so quiet that one could hear the sound of wind rustling through the newly planted sea buckthorn saplings, the pecking sounds of a few fat hens in the corner, and even the subtle scratching sound of the small red pen in Su Wanqing's hand gliding over the account book in the sunlight. Su Wanqing was reclining on a chair specially crafted by the best carpenter in the city out of poplar wood, with thick soft cushions and a complete white wolf skin. The warm spring sun poured through the newly pasted mulberry paper window, gently illuminating her slightly fuller figure due to pregnancy, and her beautifully rounded small belly with a layer of sacred, soft glow. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of calming herbs, mixed with the elegant scent of a few wild hawthorns in the yard. However, this former official's daughter, with the innate competence and business acumen belonging to the Su family, could not be completely restrained by a few military orders and a pregnant belly. She held a stack of the latest accounts and market reports sent by the Long Yuan Pavilion merchant team, her delicate eyebrows occasionally furrowing slightly at some less than ideal data, and then relaxing in joy upon discovering new business opportunities. That focused and calm expression seemed as if she was holding not a ledger filled with the smell of copper, but a beautiful landscape map concerning the future fate of Xiao fortress. Chapter 236, Ago's reconnaissance company. In the military training ground of Xiao fortress, slogans echoed, and dust flew as the new recruits practiced the most basic chopping, blocking, and awkward formations under the shouts of the veterans. Xiao Ergu wandered around the camp with his hands behind his back, resembling an old cadre in his 70s. Watching the new recruits, who were sweating profusely and moving stiffly, but still looked rather inexperienced, feeling like there were 25 kittens scratching him inside, restless. He felt he had endless energy, and his bones craved the thrill of real swords and guns, longing to be like his fourth uncle. Taking the enemy general's head in the midst of thousands of soldiers, although he had only seen his fourth uncle chop a few clueless bandits. And the scene was a bit too bloody. Rather than wandering around like a gatekeeper, under the city wall, or practicing tedious moves that could put one to sleep against those silly wooden stakes. This pent-up frustration had been simmering in his heart for several days, making his meals tasteless. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Seizing the moment when Zhao Scarface was supervising the crossbowman's fixed target shooting on the training ground, he dashed over, stood at attention with a loud bang, puffed up his not-so-wide chest, and performed a military salute that he thought was standard, but was actually a bit crooked due to nervousness. With his voice still a bit high-pitched, he shouted, "Report, Uncle Zhao. I, Xiao Qingji. Request to form a reconnaissance company." Chapter 237. San Wa's field hospital in the southeast corner of the Xiao Fortress military camp, several low adobe houses, which were originally used to store miscellaneous items and occasionally detain unruly soldiers, have been completely cleared out. The walls were simply whitewashed with lime water, exuding a cheap bright white and a faint alkaline taste. The ground was also packed with a mixture of lime and soil, finely leveled, soft yet firm underfoot. A brand new, slightly rough wooden sign hung at the entrance, on which were 3 large characters "Medical Camp" written in Xiao Zhan's own hand, dipped in ink. Crooked yet powerful. Next to it was a line of small characters written neatly in regular script by San Wa, "Saving lives and healing the wounded, a merit without measure." Here stood the first battlefield hospital and medical training center in the history of Xiao Fortress, jokingly referred to by Xiao Zhan as our life-saving straw base. At this moment, San Wa, a 10-year-old child who seemed mature like a well-read scholar, was dressed in a medical officer's uniform that had been specially tailored for him, but still looked slightly oversized and washed out. This was something he had begged Xiao Zhan for a long time to approve. Standing in front of a group of women of varying ages, most of whom could easily be his mother or even grandmother. His small face was tense, and his expression serious, as he tried hard to appear more authoritative, but unfortunately, the ill-fitting clothes and his still unbroken voice made him look like a child playing dress-up in adult clothes. Chapter 238. Day's business empire on the ground of Xiao Fortress, Xiao Department Store, has become the de facto commercial heart and economic hub of Xiao Fortress. Bustling with people every day, with the sounds of abacuses clicking, bargaining, and conversations in various dialects filling the air. Behind the counter, Day's small figure was almost completely hidden by the tall and heavy solid wood counter. Only a head with twin buns and occasionally raised sharp eyes could be seen. But as soon as she stood on a small stool, her undeniable, meticulous aura instantly enveloped the entire hall, causing even the slickest caravan managers to unconsciously tone down in her presence. In front of her lay a thick ledger filled with dense numbers, and in her hand was a pure gold abacus that Xiao Zhan had confiscated from some unfortunate Western Rong noble and specially gifted to her, which she clicked so rapidly it seemed to leave after images. The sound was crisp and decisive, as if the beads were not colliding but rather gold coins dancing joyfully. Nowadays, Daya is no longer satisfied with merely managing the daily operations of the Shajiang General Store and the already well-established Longyuan Pavilion. With her exceptional business acumen and the boldness and long-term vision she has subtly absorbed from being around Xiao Zhan and Su Wanqing, she has begun to focus on integrating the scattered, primitive, and loose craftsmanship of the local Shajiang fort. She believes that relying solely on selling specialties and war trophies is too shallow, as her fourth uncle said. She needs to build a complete industrial chain and master core competitiveness. Though she doesn't fully understand all of it, she feels it makes a lot of sense. Chapter 239. Sai Ya's talent dream. Next to the Mengswetang, in a small room that used to be piled with old tables and chairs, but is now tidy and bright, Sai Ya, Xiao Wenyu, is bent over a slightly old but spotless writing desk, writing quickly. In front of her are a few sheets of slightly better quality rice paper. Considered a luxury in Shaojiang Fort, on which she writes articles in a neat and elegant small script, imbued with a unique feminine grace. This is currently the only official publication of Shaojiang Fort, a spirit beacon and information relay known as the Shaojiang Fort Weekly, hand-copied, limited to 20 copies. Mainly posted at the city gate, market, military camp bulletin boards, and in front of Longyuan Pavilion, with a very high circulation rate. Sanyo is the soul of this weekly, responsible for collecting, editing, writing, and occasionally even assisting with layout and distribution. The content covers a wide range of topics. Striving to be close to life while guiding upwards, there are interpretations of the latest policies and laws issued by Xiao Zhan. Rephrased in the simplest and most humorous language to ensure that even the old farmers can understand, there are recognitions of military and civilians who have excelled in war construction, field work, or border patrols, setting examples and inspiring a sense of honor. There are basic knowledge tips like washing hands before meals, not drinking untreated water, and regularly cleaning the environment, with technical support provided by SANWA's medical camp to ensure scientific accuracy. And there is even a highly anticipated serialized column of stories from the frontier, created or adapted by Sanyo, featuring tales of bravery, trustworthiness, unity, and wisdom. With intricate plots and vivid characters, becoming the most important spiritual nourishment for the military and civilians of Shaojiang Fort. Many illiterate commoners would gather early in front of the bulletin board after the weekly was posted, eagerly waiting for literate people to read it aloud. And when they heard exciting parts, cheers and discussions could be heard from afar. Chapter 240, the children's group of Xiao Wubao in the streets and alleys of Shaojiang Fort, at the foot of the city walls. And in the corners of the market, you can often see a dark-skinned, bright-eyed little boy named Wubao, leading a group of similarly aged children dressed in various patched-up old clothes, each with shrewd eyes, like a gust of invisible wind quietly weaving through every corner. They are the underground intelligence network of Shaojiang Fort, or the street inspectors, and the children's group that Wubao, the most inconspicuous yet ubiquitous scout under General Xiao Zhan, proudly claims to lead. Although Wubao is young, after the preliminary practice of the intelligence network concept and occasional cheeky guidance from Xiao Zhan, when he is in a good mood, for example, when observing people. Look at their eyes, those with shifty eyes probably have something to hide. When listening, pay attention to the tone. Those who stutter or speak loudly on purpose should be watched. If someone is overly nice for no reason, they are either a thief or have ulterior motives. Unless they are trying to curry favor with me, the esteemed Wubao, she has developed an extraordinary sensitivity to information and a childlike logic of her own. She fully utilizes her youth, inconspicuousness, speed, and agility to organize the children in the streets who are usually idle, playing around, or from poor families who need to fend for themselves, establishing this informal children's group and self-appointing as the leader. Chapter 241, the invasion of the wrong tribe. In the past 2 years, Shaojiang Fort has truly prospered, like smoke rising from ancestral graves, or a colorful spiral of smoke from a desolate borderland where not even a mouse would pass through without shedding tears for 2 grains of rice. It has been transformed by Xiao Zhan into a small Shanghai in the northwest. The merchant caravans are bustling, the market is lively like a festival. And the people have gone from being emaciated to having meat on their faces, occasionally even indulging in a couple of tails of pork to feast. This scene is truly disgusting to the wrong tribesmen across the neighboring grasslands, who rely on the heavens for their livelihood and are used to a life of plunder. Not to mention that several short-sighted tribes that tried to borrow food were brutally beaten back by Xiao Zhan's terrifying thunder magic, turning them into a joke among their tribes. Finally, the ultimate leader of the western grasslands, the wrong chieftain Huyan Shua, has been driven to a headache by his subordinates, who complain daily about being poor and fear the terrifying thunder magic. Inside the golden-topped tent, the beef tallow torches crackle, casting uncertain shadows on the fierce or sinister faces. Huyan Shua, a burly figure resembling a black bear standing upright, with round muscle bulges all over his body and a dark face adorned with a thick curly beard that nearly covers half of his face, listens to his subordinates, such as the Black Wolf Beta, tearfully accusing Xiao Zhan of being inhumane and using magic to bully these honest grassland herders. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, he smashes a silver bowl filled with mare's milk wine onto the wolfskin-covered ground, splattering the milky liquid onto the nearest beta. Chapter 242, Building Strong Walls and Clearing the Fields. The enemy situation is like an ice bucket challenge. Dousing Xiao Zhan in cold water and quickly snapping him out of his initial shock. His brain CPU is running at full speed, instantly formulating the ultimate Iron Turtle survival plan. Fighting against 50,000 cavalry in the wild. That's like looking for dung in a latrine with a lantern, certain death. The only way to survive is to turn Xiao Zhan into a super porcupine that the wrong dogs can't bite without breaking their teeth. Everybody better perk up and listen. This is not the time for whining and crying. If you want to survive, follow my script. Xiao Zhan stands on a makeshift high platform in front of the governor's mansion, his hoarse voice filled with an intimidating aura cutting through the crowd's noise. First rule, build strong walls and clear the fields. Have you ever played hide and seek? Now we are going to play a supersized version with the wrong dogs. All the villages, hamlets, and all the breathing commoners outside the city, listen up. It's everyone. Bring all your belongings, food, livestock, pots and pans, wives and children. Anything edible or usable, all of it into the city. Not a single grain of rice can be left for the wrong dogs. What about things that can't be taken? Houses. Tear them down. If they can't be torn down, burn them. Wells. Fill them in. Or just urinate and defecate in them, add some extra seasoning. In short, there is only one principle: not a single grain of rice, not a drop of clean water, can be left for that bunch of bastards outside. Let them drink the northwestern wind and eat sand. Chapter 243, Blood Battle at Qinghuan. The wrong army surrounds Xiao Zhan like an iron barrel, making it impossible for even a mouse to escape without prior application. 50,000 cavalry are spread out outside the city, their white tents stretching to the horizon, like a cheap wool blanket forcibly laid over the land. Chieftain Zhuo, surrounded by fierce leaders, rides his magnificent black horse, surveying this fort that is much sturdier than he had anticipated, with suspicious mounds and obstacles outside the city. A mixed expression of disdain and annoyance appears on his dark face. It seems that the southern Xia savages are not entirely useless, at least. They are good at digging like field mice. Zhuo scoffs, pointing at Xiao Zhan with his whip, and says to those around him, "Boys, do you see that? Those are a bunch of plump lambs hiding in their hard shells. Break the shell, and the gold, silver, food, and beautiful women inside are all yours. The great Khan vows here, the first warrior to climb the city wall will be rewarded with a fortune of 1,000 gold, 100 servants, and the pick of beautiful women, allowing you to be the groom every night. With such great rewards, there will surely be reckless men, especially these wrong tribe warriors who adhere to the philosophy of robbing money, grain, and women." Chapter 244, Surprise Attack. The siege battle had turned into a long and stinky affair, like an old lady's foot-binding cloth. The wrong tribe, relying on their numbers, attacked at dawn like clockwork, and changed shifts at dusk, leaving the city defenders' biological clocks more precise than a Swiss watch, but with dark circles under their eyes like a panda. Their arms were so sore from wielding swords that they could barely lift them. Arrows, rolling stones, and fire oil were being consumed at an alarming rate, and the stockpile was about to run out. Xiao Zhan squatted in a corner of the city tower, chewing on dried meat that could serve as a hidden weapon, frowning. He knew very well that if they continued to be like turtles hiding their heads, they would eventually be worn down and exhausted by the wrong dogs using their sea of people strategy. They had to come up with some clever tactics to win by surprise. He turned his gaze to Ago, who had just slipped into the city like a loach, still carrying the scent of grass and livestock, along with his subordinates, who were increasingly resembling a group of clever groundhogs, or wild old rogues. These guys might not fare well in a frontal confrontation, but when it came to sneaking through mountain ditches, lying in mud pits, and silently slipping poison into the enemy's cooking pot, they were definitely professionals at level 8. Ergo. Come over here. Xiao Zhan pulled Ergo to a darker corner, avoiding others, his expression unusually serious. Yet his eyes sparkled with the kindness of a wolf grandma seeing Little Red Riding Hood. I am giving you a task that could bring glory to your family. Or possibly smoke up your ancestral grave. Take your best subordinates who can hold their breath, play dead, and control their fart volume and flavor. And find a way to sneak out from under the wrong dogs' noses to locate their supply depot where they store grain, hay, and raise warhorses. Once you find it, don't hold back, set a massive fire for me. Make it as big as possible, and preferably singe Hu Yangzhua's beard. Chapter 245. Inside and outside cooperation. Burning the food supplies was akin to cutting off the oxygen supply for the wrong army. Rumors began to spread like a plague in the military camp, claiming that the Xiao Zhan fortress had the thunder god on guard, and that the Emperor of Xia had personally come to encircle them from behind. The morale of the troops melted away like ice cream under the scorching sun. The originally fierce offensive turned soft and weak, like a mere formality. Khan Hu Yangzhuo was so anxious that he developed a string of blisters at the corners of his mouth and was pacing like a donkey in a big tent. Caught in a dilemma, retreat. He had led 50,000 troops and hadn't even touched a single hair of the Xiao Zhan fortress. And now he was being burned in the pants. He would be laughed at by other tribal leaders if he went back. Continue the assault. The soldiers were so hungry their eyes were turning green, and their hands shook when they held their swords. How could they attack? They might even start fighting amongst themselves for food. Just as Hu Yangzhuo was pulling his hair out, wishing he could twist the heads of those advisors around him who only said the Khan was wise. Another piece of terrible news struck him like a bolt from the blue, nearly causing him to ascend to heaven on the spot. Chapter 246. Decapitation on the battlefield. The battlefield had completely descended into chaos. The wrong army was collapsing like a landslide, fleeing north like headless flies. The defenders of Xiao Zhan fortress and Jubo's reinforcements had converged, chasing the retreating soldiers like herding sheep, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the fleeing troops. And the air was thick with the stench of blood and the fervor of victory. Xiao Zhan was drenched in blood, most of it from the enemy, with a few wounds of his own. He rode on his warhorse, his gaze scanning the chaotic battlefield like a hawk, searching for the most valuable target. His personal guard followed closely behind, like a sharp knife piercing through the tide of fleeing troops. Soon, his gaze locked onto a small group of wrong cavalry in the distance, who, despite their disarray, still maintained a relatively intact formation, and were obviously better equipped. Protecting them in the center was the burly wrong Khan Hu Yangzhuo, adorned in splendid armor, and wearing a wolf-headed helmet. Found the main target. Xiao Zhan's spirit lifted, pointing his long knife forward. Brothers, focus on that group wearing wolf helmets. Charge forward and chop Hu Yangzhuo down. A reward of 1,000 taels and a promotion of 3 ranks. Kill. Chapter 247. The stabilization of the western frontier. News of the great victory at Xiao Zhan fortress spread faster than wildfire across the western frontier, even stirring up ripples in the stagnant waters of the capital. Khan Hu Yangzhuo was sent away with a single thrust, and 50,000 troops were wiped out, uprooting the largest evil force on the western grasslands. General Xiao Zhan of the West, once synonymous with hardship at the border, was now a nightmare for wrong children. A living Buddha for the people of the western frontier, and an idol for the rough soldiers in the army. The smaller tribes that used to wander the border, casually stealing sheep and teasing young women, were truly scared now. Envoys came rushing in like dumplings, bringing the fattest cattle and sheep, the fastest steeds, the most flattering smiles, and guarantees swearing to never offend the border again, lining up at the gates of Xiao Zhan fortress to seek an audience. The western frontier welcomed the most peaceful and stable period since history began, allowing people to sleep soundly. The reaction from the court was no longer the perfunctory red, and will act next time. Heavy gold and silver ingots, dazzling silks, fragrant imperial wines. And an edict formally appointing Xiao Zhan as Duke of the West, granting him all military and political power in the western frontier, were grandly sent to Shodja Fortress. Everyone knew that this was merely the court officials trying to save face, riding the wave of success, and appearing wise. Chapter 248. The end of Wang Mingyuan. The victory over the wrong tribe brought not only surface celebrations, but also deep, quiet rewards. Late at night, Xiao Zhan, like a weasel that had stolen a chicken, rubbed his hands together, slyly communicating with the system interface in his mind, preparing to tally the greatest loot from this equipment explosion. This was far more exciting than the court's meager rewards. Ding! Major historical event detected. Successfully repelled and defeated a massive external invasion, decapitated the enemy's highest commander, greatly expanded the actual control area and influence, and laid the foundation for regional hegemony. Comprehensive assessment. The military-industrial system has greatly improved through practical combat, and the foundation of civilian life has been solidified and tempered in the fires of war, with personal and factional prestige reaching unprecedented heights. One-time reward settlement, 800 revival points. Unlocking new technology tree branches, intermediate military engineering, including fortress design, large siege machinery. Basic chemical applications, including acid, alkali preparation, basic gunpowder improvements, etc. Looking at the points that had previously been meager and hovering in the double digits, now soaring to 830 points like he had taken a potent tonic, and the newly unlocked technology branches that made his mouth water. Xiao Zhan felt his heart pounding like a drum, and his breathing heavy like an old ox. Chapter 249. Wanqing's difficult labor. Shodja Fortress had just experienced the aftershocks of a wild celebration. With the air still filled with the fragrance of victory wine and the smell of firecrackers, the soldiers were arm in arm, boasting about their bravery on the battlefield, while the common people wore smiles of joy for having survived and looked forward to the future. Xiao Zhan was even more spirited, plotting how to completely trap that old rogue Wang Mingyuan in a dung pit, while considering how to turn the western frontier into an impregnable fortress. However, it seemed that heaven could not stand to see someone too pleased. In the midst of this joyous celebration, the courtyard of the governor's mansion was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. Madame Su Wanqing was about to give birth. Outside the delivery room, Xiao Zhan paced back and forth like a caged mad tiger, his footsteps nearly grinding down the bluestone slabs beneath him. Those hands, which had steadied to take the heads of enemy generals amidst a sea of soldiers, were now clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, trembling slightly. The sounds coming from the delivery room were no longer the gentle and melodious voice of Su Wanqing, but rather strained, intermittent groans of pain, reminiscent of a wounded beast. Each sound piercing Xiao Zhan's heart like a poisoned needle. The midwife and several experienced nurses came and went, bringing in steaming hot water and taking out blood-stained water. Their expressions grew increasingly grave, their eyes darting, unwilling to meet the fiery gaze from outside the door. Chapter 250. Caesarean section. Inside the delivery room, the atmosphere was thick with despair. Su Wanqing's breathing grew weaker, and the bloodstains on the sheets expanded, shocking to behold. San Wa and Lin Qingyuan also appeared pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, having exhausted all their methods, their eyes filled with helpless pain. Xiao Zhan knelt by the bed, tightly gripping Su Wanqing's cold hand and watching his beloved wife's life ebb away, feeling as if his own soul was being drawn away with it. He had faced mountains of corpses and seas of blood, confronted thousands of soldiers, yet never had he felt such fear and helplessness as he did at this moment. No. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Wanqing will be fine. System. Are you damn dead? Get out here. Deep within his heart, Xiao Zhan let out a frantic roar, akin to a dying beast, desperately trying to connect with the system that had brought him countless miracles, now seemingly dormant. Save her. By any means necessary. Whatever the cost. I must save her. Save her. As if stirred by his nearly collapsing will and overwhelming obsession. Just when Xiao Zhan's consciousness was about to be engulfed by darkness, the silent system interface in his mind suddenly erupted with blinding red light. A massive, flashing red emergency alert box, exuding undeniable authority, forcibly occupied his entire consciousness. Chapter 251, Mother and Child Safe. Time crawled in the atmosphere of extreme tension and oppression. Each second feeling like a century. Inside the delivery room, Xiao Zhan completed the final subcutaneous suture, using special scissors to cut the flexible synthetic suture. The moment the last stitch was finished, his tightly wound nerves suddenly relaxed, a wave of exhaustion and weakness crashing over him like a tsunami. He was drenched in cold sweat, as if just pulled from the water, his legs weakened, unable to support him any longer, and he collapsed onto the ground. Leaning against the cold wall, gasping for air like a fish out of water, too weak to even lift a finger. San Wa was also nearly exhausted. Sliding down the wall to the ground, his face pale, his gaze fixed on Su Wanqing on the bed, and the newborn baby that had just been delivered, lying still. A deathly silence enveloped the delivery room, only the heavy breathing of a few people could be heard. Despair seemed poised to descend once more. Amidst this suffocating silence, time appeared to freeze. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Lin Qingyuan's forehead, his hands trembling slightly, but his movements showed no hesitation. Chapter 252, The sublimation of love. Having gone through that life-and-death ordeal that nearly frightened Xiao Zhan's soul away, the bond between him and Su Wanqing transformed. Like monkey fur thrown into the furnace of the Grand Supreme Elder, emerging not melted, but forged into indestructible diamonds. The soldier who could stop a child's night cries on the battlefield, and could curse like a flower on the construction site, instantly switched to a doting husband and clumsy new father, entirely devoted to his wife and son. Xiao Zhan had no concept of the era's ridiculous customs of favoring grandsons over sons, or the strict father-son hierarchy. To him, this wrinkled little bundle in his arms was a priceless treasure, nearly earned with their lives, to be cherished and protected, with no time for any foolish rules. Could rules be consumed like milk? Thus, in the heavily guarded courtyard of the Xiaozhan fortress, astonishing scenes frequently unfolded. Xiao Zhan, dressed in loose home clothes with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing arms once capable of slicing through enemies, was now grinning and sweating profusely while changing the diaper of his little ancestor, wrapped up like a tiny dumpling, with only his exquisitely carved little face visible. He personally oversaw the selection of the finest soft cotton for the diapers, even overseeing the washing and drying, fearful that any roughness might hurt his precious son's delicate bottom. Chapter 253, The eldest son Xiao Dingbang. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the little guy reached his full moon celebration. Xiaozhan fortress was once again engulfed in a sea of excitement, even more exaggerated than when they had defeated the wrong army and held a victory banquet. Xiao Zhan was genuinely happy this time, waving his hand to organize a citywide banquet. From the entrance of the governor's mansion to the city gates, there was an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and fine wine and delicacies were freely available, with the motto, "Celebrate together. Rejoice in the birth of the Duke's son." Xiaozhan fortress has an air. The peak of the banquet was set on the general's platform in front of the governor's mansion. Dressed in his official attire, Xiao Zhan appeared spirited, cradling his son, bundled up like a little zongzi with only his delicate, pink face visible. Surrounded by his trusted generals, including Zhao Scarface and Li Ironhead, as he ascended the platform. Below, a sea of people, the eager military and civilians of Xiaozhan fortress, awaited with faces beaming with genuine joy. Xiao Zhan gathered his strength, his voice booming like a bell, clearly resonating throughout the crowd, old and young. Brothers and sisters, today is a great day. It is the day of my son Xiao Zhan's full moon celebration. It is also a joyous day for all of us at Xiaozhan fortress. Chapter 254, The ambitions of the Silk Road. With a new addition to the family, a warm home filled with wife and child, and his position as Duke secure. One would think Xiao Zhan could finally enjoy a comfortable life with his family, right? Pa, you wish. Our Duke Xiao's heart, rivaling a perpetual motion machine, would never settle down. He would never be content to stay home with the baby unless Li Ironhead suddenly took up embroidery, and Zhao Scarface began studying the Confucian classics. One day, Xiao Zhan sneaked into the study of the governor's mansion, which he called the Strategic Deception Center. Standing with hands on hips in front of an increasingly detailed and colorfully annotated giant map, comparable to a modern sand table, his gaze, like a searchlight, swept beyond the walls of Xiao Zhan Fortress, casting its light on the vast, mysterious lands of the western regions and further afield. On the map, a flamboyant, winding dotted line drawn in vermilion began at the marked point of the capital, twisting through the Heshi corridor, hopping over names that sounded exotic, such as Lulan, Gizi, and Yuqian, finally heading west towards the legendary Persia. This was the Silk Road, capable of driving countless merchants mad and making emperors and generals envious. Chapter 255. Forming the Camel Bell merchant group. Xiao Zhan was always a man of action. With a blueprint in mind, he got to work the very next day. With a wave of his hand, he immediately summoned the core members under his command, as well as the person in charge of the Long Yuan Pavilion at Xiao Zhan Fortress, a particularly shrewd middle-aged accountant named Mr. Qian, along with several local businessmen who had passed his political review, mainly checking for any criminal records and whether they honestly paid taxes, who had a decent reputation and a glimmer of adventurous spirit in their eyes, all to the conference hall of the garrison. This group of people, suddenly summoned by the Duke, felt anxious and uncertain, not knowing what kind of trouble this lord was planning. Especially the businessmen, their legs were a bit wobbly, fearing they might be there to recover past tax evasion histories. Everyone's here. Don't just stand there, find a place to sit. I don't have so many petty rules here. Xiao Zhan sat majestically at the main seat, still displaying that soldier-like demeanor, grabbing a teacup and gulping down a large mouthful, then slamming it down on the table. He got straight to the point, his voice booming. The reason I called you here today is not for anything else, but because there's a tremendous opportunity to make money, and I want you to join me. I just don't know if you have the guts to gamble with me. Chapter 256. The Westward Journey of the Caravan. The first westward journey of the Camel Bell Caravan was nothing short of spectacular, comparable to Columbus discovering a new world in Xiao Zhan Fortress. Hundreds of meticulously selected, well-fed camels formed a mighty moving fortress, carrying silk, porcelain, tea, medicinal liquor, and other hard currencies from the east. Under the scorching sun of the Gobi Desert, their shadows stretched long enough to be used for jump rope. Zhao Scarface, responsible for escorting them, rode on his spirited black horse, which shared his bad temper, looking at the 500 elite cavalry behind him. Not only were they equipped with dazzling weapons, but they had also secretly received 30 sandthorn no. one-hand cannons, a name coined by Xiao Zhan, and 20 powerful crossbows capable of shooting through leather armor. The scar on his face seemed to stretch into a grin, radiating a bloodthirsty excitement that dared anyone to provoke him. Everyone, keep your eyes wide open. Ears perked up like rabbits. Zhao Scarface's voice was clear amidst the sandstorm that could tear one's lips apart. Don't think we are here just to babysit these slow-moving camels. We have a mission. Are the mountains along the way shaped like a butt? Is the water sweet? Are there beautiful girls in the oasis? Which tribe can befriend us? And which ones are wolves in sheep's clothing? Are those big-headed soldiers in the western countries wearing sturdy armor? Is their weapon sharper than ours? Anything you think is useful? Remember it well. Whoever brings back news that makes the Duke slap his thigh in approval will be heavily rewarded. I'll personally treat him to a rare vintage drink that can set fire. Chapter 257. The pattern of the western regions. When the massive Camel Bell caravan returned to Xiao Zhan Fortress after more than a year of arduous travel, laden with dust and fatigue, but also bearing staggering wealth and priceless intelligence, the entire city erupted in excitement. Drums and firecrackers filled the air, and the scene was even more lively than when Xiao Zhan was first granted the title of Duke. The heavy boxes on the camels contained not only gleaming gold ingots, shining silver coins, and dazzling jewels, but also richly crafted Persian carpets and spices potent enough to be used as seasoning. More importantly, they were the golden key to the Western world, representing infinite possibilities and a mouth-watering fortune. Inside the garrison, Xiao Zhan could hardly wait. Almost dragging Zhao Scarface and Ergo into his strategic deception center. Ergo eagerly laid out thick volumes of records, the edges worn down, and a meticulously drawn, detail-rich map, almost toppling the teacup on Xiao Zhan's large desk. "Uncle, look at this. These are treasures." Ergo was excited, gesticulating like a treasure hunter who had just discovered riches, pointing at the map and records. "This is the detailed route map from Shodja Fortress to the capital of Persia. It marks all the important water sources. Some of the water is salty, large and small oases. Some oasis chief's daughters are quite pretty, and strategic passes, suitable for ambushes. It includes the approximate troop strengths of major Western countries like the Great Yuezhi, Wuzhen, Gizi, and Shulei, their food preferences, and specialties. Jade is nice. The territory of the Persian Empire is really vast, with an army mainly consisting of heavily armored infantry and archers, as well as those long-nosed, thick-skinned war elephants. They look intimidating, but it seems they are not all united. The local governors have a tendency to listen selectively." Chapter 258. Unlocking the primitive steam engine. Xiao Zhan secretly locked himself in the room of the governor's mansion, known as the Strategic Deception Center, rubbing his hands together. He called up the system interface in his mind, looking at the glaring number of revitalization points, 710, so excited that his fingers almost danced, nearly knocking over the teacup on the table. "Damn it. Early to rise and late to bed, working hard and saving every penny. I finally saved enough for my wife. No, I mean for research funding." He confirmed that number 7 or 8 times, even pinching his thigh to make sure he wasn't dreaming. "This is it. My ticket to the Industrial Revolution." His eyes sparkled green, his consciousness locked onto the coveted item, priced at 500 points. With an icon resembling a hissing black iron lump, principle of the primitive steam engine. "Confirm unlock. Charge." He internally shouted like a groundhog. Boom. In an instant. It felt like being hit by a tsunami of knowledge, countless unfamiliar terms, complex structural diagrams, abstract physical principles, stringent material requirements, and early improvements thought up by Uncle What came flooding into his mind like a deluge. Boiler, cylinder, piston, flywheel, condenser, pressure valve. Although it was just the primitive version, the power contained within was enough to shake an entire era, causing Xiao Zhan's soul to tremble. Chapter 259, the first iron bull for the next 3 months. The core workshop area of Shodja Fortress became the most intense, hardest working, and loudest place in the entire city. The sounds of clanging, grinding, and Xiao Zhan's occasional wild laughter, as if he had won the lottery, interspersed with furious shouts, as if his wife had run off with someone, created a symphony comparable to a large construction site. To meet Xiao Zhan's nearly obsessive requirements for mirror-like smoothness and precise fitting, Chief Blacksmith Liu Chichue and Chief Temporary Precision Machinist Master Zhu experienced the darkest yet most fulfilling 3 months of their professional careers. Master Zhu, responsible for polishing the inner walls of the cylinder, nearly exhausted all the patience and sandpaper of their team. They used every type of grinding stone and sandpaper, from coarse to fine, even attempting Xiao Zhan's ultimate polishing concept using soft sheepskin dipped in finer than flour quartz sand. Rubbing little by little, over and over again, like a monk in meditation, trying to eliminate every single micron-level flaw. "Duke, come and take a look. I think if a fly stands on it, it would split, and if a mosquito lands on it, it would slip. Isn't it smooth enough?" Master Zhu trembled as he carefully held up a cast iron cylinder that appeared perfect, like a work of art to others. Cautiously and with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, which were filled with bloodshot veins. Chapter 260, Irrigating fertile fields. The birth of this steel monster, Iron Bull, was not merely a self-indulgent act by the tech enthusiasts in the workshop, it was about to stage a grand mechanical spectacle in the real world. It was early summer. A crucial period when wheat was desperately filling its grains and sweet potato vines were stretching out. But the land of Seabuckthorn Fort seemed to have been forgotten by the heavens, facing an unprecedented and extreme drought for many years. Goodness! It hadn't rained a single drop in months, and the ground cracked like a tortoise shell. The once proud main water canal, capable of running small boats, was now so low due to the severe shrinkage of upstream water sources that the riverbed could be seen, with turtles sighing. In the slightly higher fields or those far from the main canal, the seedlings drooped, their leaves curling and turning yellow, on the verge of collectively performing a tragic death. Prematurely entering hay mode. The old farmers squatted on the ridges, watching their precious crops, sighing more painfully than if they had lost their wallets. With wrinkles on their faces that could crush flies, Xiao Zhan stood on the city wall, looking at the miserable rural landscape and the scorching sun outside. So angry he almost performed a failed rain summoning on the spot. Damn it! If the heavens want to feed us, I'll create it myself. He slapped the stack, shaking off a piece of wall plaster, and decisively issued the highest order: dismantle our precious iron bull. Be careful. Don't damage the parts. Transport it to the largest water reservoir on the eastern high ground, which is now almost empty. Equip it with the large watering gun I designed, using a steam engine to drive a piston pump. Today, I'll make this iron lump bring a man-made downpour to the farmland of Seabuckthorn Fort. Chapter 261, Contradictions, Expansion and Conservatism within Seabuckthorn Fort. As the steam engine successfully pumped water to save the fields and resolved an imminent agricultural crisis, a wave of optimism, even a bit of arrogance, began to spread like an epidemic among certain classes. Especially among the original group of old subordinates who had followed Xiao Zhan to defend the city, experienced food shortages and medication scarcity, and lived through life and death struggles. Many felt that the current situation was not just slightly good, but immensely favorable. The West had been subdued. Trade routes were open, and they could even produce a miraculous iron bull at home, which was simply reaching the pinnacle of life. At this time, shouldn't they enjoy peace, recuperate, and cherish their family? What is the point of stirring things up? During a high-level military and political meeting about the future development direction of Seabuckthorn Fort, this complacent mindset collided with Xiao Zhan's south relentless drive for progress, inevitably sparking intense conflict. At the beginning of the meeting, the atmosphere was relatively harmonious. However, when Xiao Zhan suggested taking advantage of the current strong military and high morale to choose several strategic locations deep in the grasslands, the core area of the original Wrong Tribe's activities, to establish permanent military outposts and forward bases to further compress the living space of the Wrong Tribe and serve as a base for future explorations to the west. A group of senior officials, led by Sun Disheng, the former deputy commander of the Seabuckthorn Fort garrison, and now mainly responsible for internal security and part of the logistics, could no longer sit still. Chapter 262, Xiao Zhan's decision. The conservative, complacent rhetoric of the preservationists was worth less than a fart to Xiao Zhan. He was clear in his mind that dealing with the nomadic tribes on the grasslands, who were like wild dogs, meant that a temporary victory was merely scratching an itch. For long-term peace, they had to stick to them like a stubborn scab, applying continuous pressure and effective control, firmly pinning them down to achieve real quietude. Moreover, in this era, cavalry still held a significant advantage in warfare, and it was essential to eliminate dangers in advance to avoid the suffering of war. Days later, he bypassed those bureaucrats who only knew how to talk and the conservative faction, directly convening a core military meeting, with all attendees being officers of company level and above, each a trusted warrior who had followed him through bloodshed. The meeting took place in a large tent next to the military camp, with the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and sweat, a stark contrast to the previously refined atmosphere of the deliberation hall. Xiao Zhan sat boldly in the main seat, skipping pleasantries and diving straight into the topic. his voice grinding like sand and gravel. I know that recently some people have started to get lazy, thinking that after winning a few battles and having a few coins in their pockets, it's time to lie back and enjoy themselves, right? Chapter 263, Nail Fort. Zhao Scarface received the first task of expanding territory, and he was like someone who had been injected with adrenaline, immediately entering roll-up mode. He personally led the most elite reconnaissance battalion, the Night Owls, transforming into a ghost of the grasslands, repeatedly sneaking into the target area during dark nights, surveying the terrain, water sources, wind direction, and even secretly observing the migration patterns of nearby Wrong tribes. Ultimately, he chose a location at the intersection of several important nomadic routes, near a seasonal stream, barely qualifying as a water source, and on slightly elevated terrain that overlooked vast grasslands as the fort construction site. In his words, this place, if occupied, is like grabbing the neck of a wrong dog. The advance party for building the fort mainly consisted of engineers and some infantry responsible for security, who huffed and puffed as they brought the first batch of building materials and tools to the site, looking at the vast expanse of grassland before them, with nothing but grass as far as the eye could see, and the wind blowing sand into their mouths. Many were dumbfounded. Soldier A shaded his eyes, gazing far off, his eyes nearly crossing, and with a mournful face said to Soldier B beside him, "Brother, are we just going to guard this broken place, feeding mosquitoes every day, counting stars? How is this different from being exiled to the frontier?" Chapter 264, Military District Model. The wind outside carried grass clippings and dust, blowing over the newly built, still damp walls of Nail Fort. Inside the fort, on the training ground, victorious soldiers were polishing their weapons. Although they looked fatigued, there was an unprecedented sparkle in their eyes, a sense of security that came from having a solid base. The success of Nail Fort created ripples across the grasslands, proving the feasibility of Xiao Zhan's aggressive defensive strategy. However, standing on the fort wall, gazing at the endless grasslands, stroking the stubble that had just sprouted on his chin, Xiao Zhan's mind was as clear as a mirror. Building a few turtle shells is useless, he complained to the aides and master craftsmen beside him, saying that defending a city isn't about stone lumps, but about living people. If the hearts of the people are unstable, no matter how solid the fortress is, it can still be pried open from within. Aide Mr. Wang, stroking his goatee, cautiously said, "The Duke has profound foresight. However, how can we stabilize the troops' morale?" Simple. Xiao Zhan waved his hand, leading everyone to a crooked yet detailed map, jabbing his finger on it with loud pops. "See this? Here, here, and here. Next to each military fort, allocate at least 50 acres of land to me, and create military district compounds." Chapter 265, Establishment of Military Academy. The army of Seabuckthorn Fort grew like a snowball, becoming increasingly larger and more complex, with remnants from Blackwind's stronghold, incorporated remnants of the official army, surrendered bandits, and wandering heroes coming to join. The equipment was no longer just big knives and long spears. They began to standardize with shields, long spears, crossbows, and even a few formidable bed crossbows and the upcoming formation of cavalry. Xiao Zhan watched the soldiers enthusiastically training on the parade ground but frowned. He said to Zhao Scarface and Li Ironhead beside him, "Brothers, morale is good, they are brave and willing to fight. A good material. But relying solely on bravery and brotherhood is fine for easy battles, but when encountering tough opponents or complex fights, they might suffer losses." Li Taichu spoke in a low tone, "Lord, we are strong and powerful now, what are we afraid of? Let's push straight through." Zhao Balface calmed down a bit. "Taichu, war is not just fighting. The Lord means we lack brains." "Exactly. What we lack are officers who can think." Xiao Zhan slapped his thigh. "Especially the squad leaders and section leaders at the middle and lower levels. They are at the end of command and the backbone of the soldiers. Their quality determines the upper limit of our team. It's not just about charging, they need to know why to charge, how to charge, and what to do if they can't charge." Chapter 266, Military-Industrial Explosion. The chugging sound of the Iron Bull steam engine, although it sounded like a late-stage tuberculosis patient, was powerful and persistent. Once this thing was running stably, relatively speaking, at least it didn't fall apart. It was like giving the military-industrial system of Xiao Zhan a shot of adrenaline, and a massive dose at that. The revolutionary breakthrough in power sources directly led to a rocket-like surge in productivity. The original hydraulic hammer, which relied on the flow of a small creek, would wilt during droughts and go wild like a mad bull during floods, was magically modified by the skilled artisans in the workshop. Successfully grafted onto the Iron Bull's drive shaft, upgraded into a must-have steam hammer for real men. When the surging power of the Iron Bull was transmitted through complex linkages and gears, the hammer piston, as thick as an adult elephant's leg, rose and fell with a stable, heavy, heart-stopping rhythm, boom, boom, boom. Each strike felt like a small earthquake, shaking the entire workshop floor. The red-hot iron ingots groaning in pain under the heavy blows, sparks flying like fireworks. The scene was as spectacular as Thor forging iron. Chapter 267, Wolfpack Tactics. Although the wrong tribe's Chan Yu Huyen Zhuo was taken down by a single shot and the main forces were obliterated, the vast grasslands were like a huge sponge, still absorbing and hiding many defiant tribes. These guys were like hungry wolves on the prairie, having given up on the foolish idea of a frontal fight after their spines were broken, turning instead to play dirty. They broke into small groups, using their familiarity with the terrain and their swift mobility to carry out ambushes, like maggots in the flesh, attacking isolated reconnaissance teams dispatched by Xiao Zhan, understaffed patrols, and merchant convoys laden with goods, causing significant casualties, material losses, and psychological panic. These remnants of the wrong tribe were skilled horsemen and archers, striking and then running, never lingering in battle. Their level of annoyance was top-notch. Several reports of ambushes were sent to Xiao Zhan's desk, and the loss list made his blood boil. The hot-tempered Li Taichu was even more furious, shouting and demanding to lead a large force out of the city for a sweep to root out those hiding rats and tear them to pieces. However, the ideal was grand, but the reality was harsh. The vast grasslands, sparsely populated, made the enemy scattered like sand thrown into a river. When Li Taichu took a large force out, the noise was loud, the speed slow, often resulting in empty catches, not even touching a hair of the enemy, but instead, because of the large target, their own movements were far spied by the enemy. It was like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito, powerful but nowhere to exert it. Frustrating to death. Chapter 268, The fortress surrounded. In these days, Xiao Zhan Fort was rarely filled with a festive atmosphere akin to a celebration. Spring plowing was smoothly advancing amid the roar of the Iron Bull pump, the tender green shoots in the newly cultivated fields waving in the wind. The taxes brought by merchant convoys filled the treasury. In the military district courtyard, the sounds of children reading and women chatting intertwined, forming a picture of hope for a peaceful border town. This tranquil and harmonious scene was shattered by a sudden shout. Urgent! Military situation is critical. Make way! Everyone get out of the way! A shrill cry, like a night owl's mournful wail, accompanied by the rapid and unsettling sound of hooves, crashed into the evening tranquility of Xiao Zhan Fort. Pedestrians and vendors on the streets hurriedly avoided it, as a figure that looked like it had been pulled from a blood pool in hell charged towards the governor's office at lightning speed. The horse, frothing at the mouth and nostrils mixed with blood, was drenched in sweat, its forelegs running in a distorted manner, staggering like it was drunk, clearly at its limit. The rider on the horse was even more tragic, his armor in tatters, revealing dark red wounds beneath, almost no good flesh on his body. Dried blood clots mixed with fresh blood and dirt, turning him into a moving blood-soaked figure. He lay on the horse's back, gripping the reins with sheer willpower. Chapter 269, 1,000 miles of reinforcements. The night was like thick, unyielding ink, tightly wrapping Xiao Zhan Fort. However, this border city was strangely wide awake, brightly lit as if it were daytime. The sharp, piercing sound of copper whistles, various officers shouting at the top of their lungs, some even with broken voices. Along with hurried yet chaotic footsteps, the clattering of armor, and the neighing of war horses intertwined into a cacophony, like countless burning blades, harshly tearing through the night's tranquility. Scorching everyone's hearts. Emergency assembly. All troops to full combat readiness. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Move it. Where are the cavalry battalions? Get your asses to the parade ground for assembly. Hurry. 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 Equipment department. Open warehouses 1 and 3. Get all the new stuff out. Handle it with care. That equipment is precious. Logistics department. Check all mounts and saddles. Prepare 10 days' worth of jerky, fried noodles, and clean water. Move fast. If the march is delayed, I'll pack you into the backpacks as rations. The soldiers burst out of their warm barracks like firecrackers, with their tails lit, scrambling to don their armor and grab weapons. Loudly asking each other questions, their faces mixed with tension, excitement, and a hint of urgency to save their brothers from fire and water. Chapter 270. Thunderous reinforcements. When Xiao Zhan led 3,000 weary yet fierce reinforcements, like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, appearing on the familiar ridge outside Dingxi Fort. The hellish scene before him made even this self-proclaimed veteran of blood and corpses gasp in shock, a mix of fury, heartache, and murderous intent surged straight to the top of his head. Good heavens! This was no longer the forward position he remembered. It was a large outdoor slaughterhouse. Around the fortress, densely packed, layer upon layer, like a disturbed ant nest plus locusts crossing, were the wrong tribe's greyish tents, emitting a stench. Various crude siege ladders, rough as elementary school craft projects, wrapped in tattered metal sheets, creaking as they were pushed, and even a few catapults clearly imitating the Iron Bull's design. Clumsily constructed and with accuracy so poor they could hit their own men, though the precision was concerning, the sheer number was intimidating. The fortress walls were even more pitiful. The originally smooth rammed earth wall now covered in dense arrow holes, scorched marks from oil jars, and several key parapets collapsed under giant stones. Where the defenders were desperately patching up with removed doors, tables, and even the lids of large cooking pots, mixed with mud and blood. In a desperate attempt to hold on. The arrows shot from within the fortress were sparse and weak, like the last gasps of a dying patient. The occasional sound of hand cannons was no longer loud and imposing, but muffled, sparse, and more like the unwilling cries squeezed from the throats of the dying. Chapter 271. A great leap in military industry. Back at Sea Buckthorn Fortress, Xiao Zhan barely settled into the chair at the governor's office. Without even having a sip of water, when Zhao Scarface, sporting dark circles under his eyes that rivaled those of a ferocious beast, clung to him like an unshakable burden, or a vengeful spirit come to collect debts. He began his lament about being poor, this time adding some body language for effect. Your Excellency. My dear Your Excellency. You must take charge for everyone at Dingxi Fortress. Zhao Scarface was on the verge of tears, attempting to target Xiao Zhan's sleeve, which Xiao Zhan skillfully dodged with a look of disdain. He waved his bandage-wrapped arm, spitting as he spoke. You haven't seen it with your own eyes. The little stock we have in the fortress isn't enough for those dog soldiers to fill their teeth. Flintlock rifles are good. They shoot accurately and sound better than hand cannons, like firecrackers going off. But damn it, we have too few. Just a few dozen, treated like precious jewels. After a few rounds, they run out of steam. The ammunition is even scarcer. The brothers have to count on their fingers when firing, mentally calculating. Afraid of running out for the next time. It's more meticulous than counting money at a brothel. This isn't fighting. This is being stifled. It's like dancing with shackles on. You must allocate more for us. The more, the better. Ideally, each person should have one. With enough ammunition so the brothers can experience the feeling of throwing lead like stones, just once. Chapter 272, Mining Orders and Geological Enlightenment. The military workshop, at Sea Buckthorn Fortress, was like a venue for a postmodern heavy metal rock concert. The roaring of steam hammers was the main theme, the wheezing of the bellows served as background noise, and the clanging of iron hammers provided the rhythmic beat, weaving together an industrial symphony filled with power and fireworks. Liu Tai Hammer, with muscles glistening and sweat streaming down his bronze-colored arms, was glaring at a newly assembled flintlock rifle firing mechanism, cursing under his breath, "What the hell? Is this spring starving or what? It's all limp, no strength at all. What I want is that crispness that ignites gunpowder with a bang, not some pathetic puff like a fart." At that moment, Mr. Chien, the logistics chief, came running in, clutching a thick ledger that could serve as a brick for self-defense, with a mournful expression on his face, like a wronged little wife. "Your Excellency. Second Master. This is bad. With the rate at which we are consuming the fine iron stored in our warehouse for making guns and cannons, we can only last for 2 months at most. 2 months. If we can't produce new guns and replenish shells and bullets by then, this military workshop will have to shut down, and Sea Buckthorn Fortress will become a toothless tiger. What should we do?" Chapter 273, Clues and Hope. The exploration team scattered like spilled beans around the Sea Buckthorn Fortress for over half a month. However, most of the reports brought back were disheartening. Either they found no significant traces of mineral veins, or discovered a few scattered, small mining spots, with pitiful reserves that wouldn't even cover the labor costs. Xiao Zhan's mood darkened with the weather outside, growing increasingly gloomy and irritable. One day, while sulking over a map, his fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, making a dull sound. Li Taichu, nearby, scratched his head in frustration and couldn't help but shout, "Your Excellency, if you ask me. We shouldn't waste our effort searching everywhere. Let's just go and take back that old mine that the wrong people used to occupy. Although I've heard the ore quality isn't great, and has a lot of iron impurities, it's still better than starving." Zhao Scarface scoffed, his single eye filled with disdain. "Take it back. It's easy for you to say. That broken mine is deep in wrong territory. Although Huyen Li has been driven away, his remnants are still lurking there like wild dogs. If our army moves in, what about the long supply line? If they seize the opportunity to cut off our retreat, won't we be wrapped up like dumplings?" Chapter 274, First Encounter with the Wuzhen Tribe. Zhao Scarface took on this hot potato of civilized diplomacy, not daring to be careless. He carefully selected a team of 20 elite soldiers, led by his subordinate Sun Ming, a rare educated person in the army who had studied in a private school for a few years, capable of writing and calculating, quick-witted, and articulate, with decent combat skills, a versatile talent standing out in an army full of illiterates. The team members were all clever and cautious veterans, dressed in faded patched coarse cloth to disguise themselves as a small merchant caravan lost and exhausted on the prairie. A few pack horses carefully carried high-quality green salt, brick tea, and several brightly colored silks, which were considered hard currency on the prairie. The group, filled with trepidation about entering the tiger's den, and a curiosity to see just how formidable the Wuzhen were, steeled themselves and stepped into the dense forest at the edge of Haisha Mountain, which seemed capable of swallowing light. As the team entered the traditional activity area of the Wuzhen tribe, every hair on the back of their necks stood on end. The forest was eerily quiet, dead silent. The usual bird calls and insect chirps that were annoying in other forests were muted here, leaving only the rustling of leaves in the wind, which heightened the eerie silence. The team felt out of place, as if countless cold eyes were shooting out from the overlapping tree canopies and the shadows of the tangled bushes, sticking to their backs, sending chills down their spines and making their palms sweat as they gripped their weapons. Chapter 275, a turning point in saving the boy. Just as Xiao Zhan was pondering whether to send Li Taichu to persuade through physical means, or have Zhao Scarface conduct more advanced reconnaissance, an unexpected turning point, like a pie falling from the sky, though it was a bit hard, crashed down on Sea Buckthorn Fortress. It was a night of thunder and lightning, with rain pouring down as if the heavens had opened. A small team from Buckthorn Fortress was patrolling the outermost area of Xiao Mountain when, braving the storm, they trudged along a rapidly rising creek due to the heavy rain. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed captain spotted what seemed to be a dark shadow lying next to a protruding rock at the edge of the muddy water. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a boy, unconscious. He appeared to be about 13 or 14 years old, dressed in rags that barely covered him. And his body was burning hot like a piece of charcoal. There was a noticeable head injury on his forehead, swollen high. And most alarming was a deep tear on his left leg, exposing bone, with the flesh turned outward and soaked white from the rain. The marks clearly indicated he had been viciously clawed by a large wild beast. The captain's heart sank, judging by the boy's clothing and injuries. He was certainly not an ordinary herdsman's child. Not daring to delay, he immediately called his men to carry the barely breathing boy onto a horse, covering him with an oilcloth to shield him from the wind and rain, and rushed back to Buckthorn Fortress, directly delivering him to the now considerably scaled-up military hospital run by Sanwa. Chapter 276, Communication and Trade with Fornyo's Patient Care, and Relentless Communication, the boy. Named Kang Ya, the name derived from the wolf-tooth symbol he drew on the ground, and Fornyo's guests gradually began to recover, like the resilient Saxall grass thriving on the Gobi Desert. The pure, beast-like hostility in his eyes melted away like ice under the sun. He began to babble like a baby, awkwardly mimicking the pronunciation of Sinyo, learning simple words like eat, water, and thank you. Although he still resembled a tight-lipped person who refused to speak, he was already able to communicate basic ideas with precise nods and shakes of the head, along with a set of self-invented, wild gestures. Xiao Zhan felt it was about time to confront this wolf cub, or rather, to engage in friendly negotiations. He brought along the gold medal translator Sinyo, as well as a bone tablet engraved with a fierce wolf head, likely some token from the Wuzhen tribe, that he had picked up from a corner of nowhere, which he had kept as a curiosity, to the room where Kenya was temporarily housed as a VIP isolation ward. Chapter 277, Mine Construction north of Shaji Fortress. In the Xiao Mountain mining area, construction had already begun in full swing. Make sure your eyes are wide open. Move your hands and feet faster. If this mine cart track is even half an inch off, affecting the transportation of our Duke's Xiao treasure, be careful, I'll throw each of you into the iron smelting furnace for a remake. Li Taichu, with his muscular, bronze-colored arms glistening with sweat, looked like a moving bronze statue as he patrolled the dust-filled construction site, cracking his whip with loud sounds. The tedious work at the mine had him boiling with anger, but this fury had transformed into a powerful drive to push the project forward. Old Li, can you keep it down? You're making my ears nearly deaf. Zhao Bafei's, like a lazy old cat, squatted on the roof of a newly framed work shed halfway up the mountain, chewing on a blade of grass, squinting with one eye as he looked down. The construction of this mining area required precision, steady progress, not just relying on a loud voice like in your wrestling camp. Shut your trap! Li Taichu snapped, cracking his whip onto a pile of freshly mined stones, sparking a spray of sparks. I'm building a treasure trove for the Duke to lay golden eggs. You understand? Look at this track, this mine cart, once it starts running, it'll blind your one eye. Chapter 278, Provocation from the Snow Bear Tribe. At the core camp of the Snow Bear Tribe, inside a huge beast skin meeting tent. The leader, Temujin, not the same Temujin, just a name coincidence, was rudely weighing a piece of ore that his subordinates had painstakingly stolen from the outskirts of the Xiao Mountain mining area. This tribal leader, known for his bravery and temper, wore a face full of undisguised disdain and sneers. Is this black, rough stone really worth those spineless Wuzhen tribesmen to go running to the southern Xia people? It's truly embarrassing for us prairie warriors. He casually tossed the ore to the ground, producing a dull thud. Below, a cavalry captain responsible for reconnaissance bowed to report, his tone serious, reporting to the chief. Our scouts have seen clearly that the southern Shia people are making a huge fuss in that mining area, digging wells, laying roads, and even building quite a few stone houses. From the looks of it, they are preparing to treat that place like their own home for long-term extraction. Long-term extraction. Temujin leaped up from his seat covered in complete bare skin, his voice booming like thunder, filled with a fierce aura. Have they asked our snow bear tribe's sharp claws? Have they asked about the curved blades in our warriors' hands? Pass my orders down. Let all the patrol teams keep an eye on this new neighbor, who doesn't understand the rules. Let them know who calls the shots in this northern prairie. Chapter 279, Hunting Conflict in the traditional hunting grounds of the Wuzhen tribe. The morning mist hung like a light veil, not yet fully dispelled by the rising sun. The experienced old hunter Batu was quietly tracking a group of fat deer with a dozen young hunters led by his nephew Chi Ge. For the water and grass-dwelling Wuzhen tribe, this hunt was crucial for whether the tribe would have enough food for the coming days, so everyone was fully alert. Uncle, look at these footprints. Deep and large, it must be a majestic stag. The young hunter Chi Ge, suppressing his excitement, pointed at the clear hoof prints in the mud, his eyes shining like he had discovered treasure. Batu crouched down, his calloused fingers carefully tracing the edge of the hoof print. A hint of satisfaction appearing in the wrinkles of his face. Heaven bless us. This is a good omen. If we catch this big fellow, it will be enough for our tribe's old, weak, women, and children to feast for 3 days. Stay sharp, don't let it slip away. Just as the hunters were cautiously setting up rope traps, preparing to surprise the imagined big stag, the previously serene morning mist suddenly filled with the rapid sound of approaching hooves, like drums. Before they could react, dozens of armored snow bear tribe cavalry, grinning menacingly, burst out from several directions like wolves emerging from the fog, quickly encircling the group of Wuzhen hunters. Chapter 280, Slapping the Snow Bear Shrinking Bear. Xiao Zhan lightly repeated the phrase, and instead of showing anger, a brilliantly radiant smile slowly spread across his face, revealing a set of white teeth. However, those familiar with his temperament, such as Zhao Baface and Li Taichu, didn't dare to breathe a word, as they knew all too well that the happier the Duke was, the more severe the consequences would often be. This was undoubtedly the brief and eerie calm before a storm. Good, very good. Xiao Zhan slowly stood up from his chair, moving leisurely as if taking a stroll in his backyard, but the cold aura radiating from him seemed to drop the room's temperature by several degrees. I've been busy with production and construction lately, and indeed haven't had a chance to stretch my legs for a while. My bones feel a bit itchy. Since the Snow Bear tribe has so warmly extended an invitation, I shall not be polite, and will enjoy playing with them, going all out. Xiao Zhan's orders were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves in the military camp of Shaji Fortress. The piercing assembly horn shattered the sky, whether training, resting, or eating. Soldiers rushed toward the parade ground as if wound-up robots, quickly and orderly forming ranks, reporting numbers, and checking equipment. Unlike before, this time, the troops mobilized were all the elite forces hidden deep within Shaji Fortress. Chapter 281, Armed Deterrence. On the open grassland in front of the Snow Bear tribe camp, the air felt frozen, heavy enough to suffocate. 20 gleaming cannons, reflecting a cold metallic sheen, stared like depths of an abyss, all aimed at the core of the camp. Behind the cannons stood tightly arranged sharpshooters from Shaji Fortress. Like statues, utterly still, they remained silent, only occasionally broken by the restless snorts of war horses, creating a pressure more chilling than any pre-battle roar. Temujin felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and he could even hear the sound of his heart pounding in his chest. As the strongest tribal leader, who had dominated this prairie for years, he had gained the opportunity for his tribe's free development by offering his daughter as a concubine to the prince of the Shia, which gave him a sense of superiority in this border tribe. Now, for the first time, he clearly sensed the breath of death, chilling and close at hand. Chief, we can't back down. Let us fight these southern Shia barbarians. Our Snow Bear tribe warriors would rather die standing than live kneeling. A young and impetuous centurion, provoked by the humiliation before him, drew his curved blade and shouted with red eyes. Chapter 282 New Order Inside Xiao Fortress. The streets were bustling with people, and the victorious army received a hero's welcome. The citizens cheered along the streets, offering food and drink. Children ran after the soldiers, and young women cast affectionate glances at the bravest warriors. However, the main character, Xiao Zhan, did not immerse himself in the celebration for long. Upon returning to the governor's mansion, he barely took a few sips of the victory wine before immediately summoning the core members to begin a new round of planning with astonishing efficiency. "Is everyone here? Raise your hand if you're not here," he said. No one raised their hand, so it was clear everyone was present. Xiao Zhan looked at the smiling Zhao Scarface, the still excited Li Ironhead, the almost glowing-eyed Liu Ironhammer staring at the new ore samples, and the specially rushed Wuzhen leader. The smooth progress of this friendly visit to the Snow Bear tribe was undoubtedly due to the hard work and strong support of everyone present. Xiao Zhan smiled as he opened the meeting, his tone relaxed. "So, the spoils we brought back this time will be distributed based on merit. Everyone who contributed will receive a share, absolutely fair and just." He began to distribute the materials obtained through reasonable compensation from the Snow Bear tribe, detailing each item. Chapter 283 Western Unity. The news of Xiao Fortress's defeat of the Snow Bear tribe, and the armor's demand for a treaty spread like a spring breeze, or perhaps a sandstorm, mixed with the smell of horse manure, across the entire western region, at an astonishing speed. The mindset of the tribal leaders experienced a roller coaster ride, from initially watching the show, waiting for Xiao Zhan to be beaten, to later being dumbfounded, how did the Snow Bear tribe kneel? And finally to a rush to Xiao Fortress to seek favor, fearing they would miss out on the benefits. Outside Xiao Fortress, the once sparsely populated grasslands now resembled a large influencer hotspot and job market. Various tents sprang up, and the lines twisted and turned, stretching from the fortress gate all the way to 3 miles outside to the sheep pen. Leaders from small and medium tribes to esteemed elders all held up pristine gift lists, bleeding inside, but maintaining nearly sycophantic smiles, eagerly waiting for Xiao Zhan's audience. A leader from the Grey Rabbit tribe, known for their speed and sense of smell, wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained to an elder from the Antelope tribe famous for their jumping ability. "Brother, you're here too. How long have you been waiting?" Chapter 284 Settling Brothers. As the influence of Xiao Fortress grew like a snowball, the number of core personnel increased, and the placement of families and craftsmen became a major issue. "We can't let the families of the heroes squeeze into makeshift barracks. Can we?" Xiao Zhan waved his hand. "Build houses. Let's create the most comfortable, safest, and coolest neighborhood for our people. I've already thought of a name, Xiao Fortress First Military District. It was to become the benchmark for real estate in the West." Inside the governor's mansion, Xiao Zhan, Zhao Scarface, Li Ironhead, Liu Ironhammer, and other core members gathered around a planning map that Xiao Zhan dictated while the artist drew it in a crooked but detailed manner. "Listen up. Think long term." Xiao Zhan held a thin wooden stick and pointed at the squares on the map. "This area is right next to Xiao Fortress. Beside a mountain and a stream, actually just a small dirt slope and a creek, a prime location. I want to build the Xiao Fortress First Military District here. The first phase of the project will solve the housing problem for our brothers and senior craftsmen." He excitedly gestured. "See? This is the residential area. All made of blue bricks and tiles, facing south, with independent courtyards. You can grow vegetables and raise chickens in the yard, achieving egg freedom. This is the children's school. The kids must go to school and learn to read, no illiteracy. Later, we'll also teach arithmetic and natural philosophy. This is the clinic. We'll hire the best doctors, no need to tough it out with headaches, injuries, or illnesses. This is the activity center. After work, you can come here to play. Do some soccer, wrestling, and maybe even listen to some music. This is the communal canteen, if you don't want to cook. Just come and eat, guaranteed hygiene and plenty to fill you up. And here, the public toilets and bathhouse. Maintain hygiene to avoid illness. Chapter 285 Diplomatic Skills. News from the Western countries was not cut off. After all, the merchant caravans on the Silk Road were the best information carriers. The rise of Xiao Zhan fortress, the defeat of the Wrong tribe, and the rapid submission of the Snow Bear tribe were like a boulder thrown into the not-so-deep waters of the western region, creating ripples. Soon, Western envoys represented by Lu Lan, known for beautiful women and murals, Jingjue, famous for jade and mysterious disappearance legends, and Dao Yuan, the origin of the prized blood-sweating horses, arrived at the emerging power center of Xiao Zhan fortress, curious, cautious, and eager to see which way the wind was blowing. The Lu Lan envoy's envoy, Ngui, was a middle-aged man with a handsome little mustache and a proud demeanor. He believed Lu Lan, located at a vital point on the Silk Road, was a significant power in the West, and his attitude was rather arrogant. Without waiting for pleasantries, he began his performance. Honorable Duke of Nansha, I am Ngui, he spoke in fluent but heavily accented Mandarin, slightly raising his head. Lu Lan and your nation have a long-standing traditional friendship, dating back 200 years. Lu Lan is the brightest pearl on the Silk Road, a must-pass for East-West traders. Its strategic position is self-evident. He rambled on, with the core idea being, we Lu Lan are very important, and you, Xiao Zhan, should treat us with special consideration, offering the most favorable trade conditions, and even military protection. Chapter 286 Emperor's Evaluation. Detailed reports on Xiao Zhan's bold maneuvers and achievements in the West flew into the capital like snowflakes in winter, piling up on the Emperor's desk. Opinions clashed fiercely, with merits and demerits intertwined, making it difficult to define simply. Finally, under the Emperor's directive, a special meeting aimed at Xiao Zhan, a mix of criticism and praise, was held in the solemn yet noisy Golden Luan Hall. In the Golden Luan Hall, the atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung out, but beneath the surface, various factions were ready to strike. The representative praising Xiao Zhan, General Niu Dasa, known for his temper and fighting skills, stepped forward first, his voice booming as he began to enumerate Xiao Zhan's achievements. Your Majesty, colleagues, Duke of State Xiao Zhan, since taking office at Xiao Zhan fortress, has achieved remarkable feats that are evident to all. Today, I will count the 8 major accomplishments. He extended his stout fingers and listed them one by one. First, suppressing bandits and ensuring peace. Once, merchant caravans barely survived, now, the trade routes are open, and merchants gather. Second, discovering and developing the giant open-pit mines of Blackstone Mountain, rich in coal and iron, benefiting the present and future generations. Chapter 287 Undercurrents. The results of the court's debates, after intense bargaining, compromises, backdoor deals, and several senior officials nearly staging a full-on brawl in the hall, ultimately led to a heavy imperial edict, guided by the emperor's undeniable will. It was sent to the distant Xiao Zhan fortress by express horse, carrying the emperor's expectations, the calculations of court officials, and countless prying eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan fortress remained immersed in a unique atmosphere of fervent infrastructure development and tribal integration, completely unaware of the storm brewing in the capital. In the mining area, Blackstone Mountain, Xiao Zhan was squatting next to a newly opened mine, watching Liu Ironhammer demonstrate the latest batch of pickaxes, made by a group of craftsmen. These pickaxes used new steel ratios and heat treatment processes, with blades gleaming coldly and handles sturdier and more durable. Old Liu, well done. This craftsmanship and quality are almost on par with Iwu's small commodities, or even the level of the capital's craft supervision. Xiao Zhan picked one up and swung it casually, creating a whooshing sound, nodding in satisfaction. Liu Qichue didn't understand what kind of amazing place Iwu was, but he knew that the Duke was praising him. And a simple yet proud smile appeared on his dark face. It's all thanks to the Duke's good plans. And this new type of blower. The furnace temperature has to be high to produce good steel. Chapter 288. the shock education of the Imperial Envoy. When the Imperial Envoy team arrived at the territory of Xiao Zhan Fort, it was early morning. The mist had not yet fully dispersed, and the sunlight cast a golden hue over the vast grasslands. The leading eunuch, surnamed Wang, was just over 20 years old. Fair-faced and beardless. This was his first time undertaking such a mission representing the royal family, and he felt both excited and anxious. Calculating how to maintain the dignity of the Imperial Envoy in front of the legendary border general, Xiao Zhan, while successfully completing the task, perhaps even gaining some benefits. Not long after entering the direct jurisdiction of Xiao Zhan Fort, eunuch Wang felt something was off. The road was too smooth. It was completely different from the bumpy, dusty paths he had imagined at the border. Underfoot was a straight, wide, and incredibly hard grey road. The horse-drawn carriage drove smoothly, almost imperceptibly bumping, with only a slight clunk when the wheels rolled over the joints. On either side of the road, neatly dug drainage ditches lined the way, and at intervals, white-painted wooden barrels marked with bold black characters reading trash bin were placed. Unable to resist, eunuch Wang lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and asked the soldier from the Xiao Zhan Fort Guard, who was leading the way, "Excuse me, military officer. What is this road paved with? It's so smooth and solid." Chapter 289, Diplomatic Efforts of the Lady in Xiao Zhan Fort Spring. Even the wind and sand seemed much gentler. Perhaps out of fear that a strong gust would harm the carefully transplanted drought-resistant flowers and plants of the Protectorate's lady. While Xiao Zhan was busy using hard-hitting methods like the truth cannon and iron or trucks to persuade the various powerful figures in the West, another key figure, the Protectorate's lady, Su Wanqing, was making contributions to the stability and integration of the Western Protectorate in a completely different yet equally effective and penetrating way. Sunlight streamed through the carefully trimmed window frames, illuminating the elegantly arranged flower hall. This place was entirely different from the rugged border scenery outside Xiao Zhan Fort. It was a piece of southern Jiangnan, created by Su Wanqing with her personal taste and some resources from Longyuan Pavilion. Several pots of sea buckthorn bonsai twisted and turned, exuding unique charm, along with some drought-resistant orchids and pinks adding vitality. Several ladies or daughters of leaders from friendly tribes like the Wuzhen and Wild Wolf tribes sat somewhat reservedly on the cushioned carved wooden chairs, curiously and somewhat reverently examining the exquisite porcelain tea sets before them, as well as the small and cute Jiangnan pastries they had never seen before, such as lotus flower crisps and ding sheng cakes. Chapter 290, Sudia's Mischief in the Tranquil Backyard of the Protectorate. There were originally only the soft sounds of Su Wanqing tending to flowers and the gentle laughter of the womenfolk. However, with the arrival of an unexpected guest, an undercurrent began to stir. Sudia, the sister of the Snow Bear tribe leader Temujin, and now bearing the title of Ning Wang's favored concubine, returned to the West in a high-profile manner under the pretext of missing her homeland and visiting family. And she unceremoniously attended the regular tea party hosted by Su Wanqing for the women of the various tribes. Inside the flower hall, the fragrance of tea remained, but the atmosphere subtly stiffened for a moment with Sudia's entrance. She was dressed to the nines today, in a bright red grassland brocade robe embroidered with intricate patterns in gold thread, wearing layers of agate necklaces around her neck and a pair of translucent jade bracelets on her wrists, gifted by the Ning Wang. She seemed to want to adorn herself with them on her forehead, making a jingling sound as she walked, deliberately showcasing the luxury that matched her identity as the Ning Wang's favored concubine. As she entered the garden, her wild and beautiful eyes scanned the entire room with unabashed scrutiny and disdain, like a searchlight, finally landing precisely on the gentle and graceful Su Wanqing in the main seat, with a provocative smile tugging at her lips. Chapter 291, The Emperor's grave illness. Just as the Western Protectorate was thriving and the couple Xiao Zhan and his wife had just staged a clever play to defend their marriage, the entire Xiao Zhan Fort was filled with a vibrant spirit of construction and development. Meanwhile, in the distant heart of the empire, the capital city, an ominous thunderclap sounded without warning, and its invisible shockwave rapidly spread to every corner of the empire at a breakneck speed. A letter stamped with the royal seal. Personally escorted by the long-serving eunuch leader, who had served 3 emperors and whose face always seemed to wear a human skin mask, traversed mountains and rivers. Reaching the desk of the Western Protectorate, Xiao Zhan, with the highest level of confidentiality. The content of the letter was extremely concise, but weighed heavily. The emperor suffers from a recurrence of old ailments due to Dan poison, vomiting blood and fainting. His health is in grave danger, resting in bed, temporarily overseen by the Crown Prince Cheng Qian, Second Prince Cheng Zi, Third Prince Cheng Ju Ningguang, and Fourth Prince Cheng Rui, with the Cabinet and Privy Council assisting. The state is paramount. I hope you carefully guard the western frontier, and do not disappoint my expectations. Xiao Zhan dismissed the messenger, and read the brief lines alone in his study. The usual nonchalant expression on his face faded like the tide. He unconsciously tapped his fingers on the hard sandalwood desk, his brow slightly furrowed, and his gaze grew deep. Chapter 292, Ningguang returns to the capital. Ningguang Liqingjue, deeply worried about his father's illness, was consumed with grief and wished to personally serve medicine at his bedside to fulfill his meager filial duty. He staged a tearful farewell performance that moved listeners to tears. And amid the admiration of countless loyal subjects and filial sons, he left his fief openly, accompanied by a large number of elite confidants and advisors. Hastily returning to the capital. Even before he arrived, his name as a pure filial son had already spread throughout the court and the common people. However, as soon as this filial son set foot in the capital, without even crossing the threshold of the royal palace, he eagerly plunged into a smoke-free yet far more dangerous war of public opinion than one fought with real weapons. His primary target, without a doubt, was Xiao Zhan, whom he had repeatedly suffered losses against and harbored deep resentment towards. Inside the imperial palace's sleeping quarters, the mixed scent of medicinal herbs and the decay that even precious fragrances could not mask filled the air. Despite his frail health and fluctuating spirit, the emperor's occasionally wide-open eyes still concealed the unique sharpness and suspicion of a ruler. Late at night, only the trusted elder eunuch stood like a shadow beside the dragon bed, breathing cautiously, afraid to disturb the frail body that seemed ready to fall apart at any moment. The emperor suddenly erupted into a fit of heart-wrenching coughs, his body curling up, and his bony hand clutched tightly onto the bright yellow brocade quilt, his knuckles turning white from the effort. After a long struggle to catch his breath, he gazed at the intricately embroidered 5-clawed golden dragon on the canopy. His voice weak, but carrying a cold, undeniable clarity. Have you heard the words Ningguang has been whispering in my ear these past few days? Each word feels like it's been squeezed from the depths of my lungs. The old eunuch bent his body even lower, almost touching the ground. His voice humble like a mosquito, old slave dares not recklessly listen to the sacred words. But it seems that His Highness Prince Ning is quite worried about the situation over at the Western Region's Protectorate. He chose the most neutral term. Chapter 294, The ambition of Prince An in the murky political quagmire of the capital, which had become even more turbid due to the emperor's serious illness. Prince An Li Ju, who had always presented himself as a wealthy idler and carefree prince, finally grew dissatisfied with merely being a cold-eyed spectator. He was like an old crocodile lurking in deep waters for decades, cloaked in thick moss, who caught the scent of blood and began to quietly wave its tail. Surfacing through the murky water, the prince's residence still appeared tranquil, filled with the fragrance of flowers and the sound of birds. His daily routine was as regular as a clock. In the morning, he practiced a soft and powerless health-preserving boxing routine amidst the scent of flowers and the chirping of birds. In the morning, he enjoyed newly acquired antique paintings in his study, gazing at a piece of ancient painting from a previous dynasty for half an hour, marveling at its beauty. In the afternoon, he discussed poetry and chess with several invited scholars, appreciating the world's literature with elegant language, transcending the mundane. In the evening, he listened to light tunes and occasionally mused about life being a dream under the bright moon, performing with an acting skill worthy of an Oscar, perfectly embodying what it means to be a leisurely royal. However, behind his study, in a soundproof absolute chamber with specially thickened walls, the atmosphere changed drastically. A huge, meticulously detailed map of the Great Xia territories hung on the wall, its precision astonishing, with fine markings in vermilion ink and indigo clearly indicating the deployment of local military forces, the names and backgrounds of commanding officers, the locations and exact stock of important grain depots, key points for river and transport logistics, and the distribution of power among various princes and their maternal families. The level of detail exceeding that of certain archives in the Ministry of War. On the bookshelf beside the map, there wasn't a single collection of romantic poetry, instead. It was filled with local chronicles, military texts, account books, and densely packed diagrams of personal relationships. Chapter 295, The Imperial Edict Arrives. Returning to the capital at the city gate of Xiao Fortress, the air was filled with the scent of steel and sweat. But when a group of weary messengers, their armor caked with mud, raised the bright yellow Imperial Edict, a symbol of royal authority, and swept through the straight and smooth concrete road like a whirlwind, ignoring the orderly market and pedestrians on either side, an unusual atmosphere of tension and suspicion began to spread rapidly throughout the city. In the great hall of the Protectorate, the incense altar had long been prepared, with smoke curling upwards. Xiao Zhan, dressed in a relatively tidy duke's uniform, knelt on the ground along with his main generals. Zhao Scarface, Li Ironhead, Liu Ironhammer, and several prominent figures from the civil service of Xiao Fortress, in a dark crowd. This time, he knelt properly, with his back straight and a serious expression. After all, this was a formal messenger from the imperial court, representing the highest will of the emperor. And he had to put on a show, leaving no one with any handle to criticize. Even Li Ironhead was holding his breath, trying hard to look like an obedient cat, although his face looked like it wanted to eat someone. The leading messenger was a young guard with a pale face and no beard, his eyes showing a hint of fatigue from the long journey and a natural superiority of a visitor from the capital. He cleared his throat and, in an exaggerated tone, loudly proclaimed, Chapter 296, The Reluctance and Choice of Xiao Fortress. The news that Xiao Zhan was about to return to the capital on imperial orders swept through every corner of Xiao Fortress like a sudden strong wind. From the busy mines to the classrooms filled with the sounds of learning, from the roaring workshops to the smoke-filled family quarters. This city, born from him and filled with vitality and hope because of him, was suddenly shrouded in a complex and indescribable emotion, a mixture of reliance, reluctance, and deep concern for the future. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a large number of military personnel and civilians had spontaneously gathered in the square outside the Protectorate and nearby streets, though it was unclear when this had happened. The crowd was silent and orderly, consisting of men just off their shifts from the mines, still covered in coal dust, craftsmen rushing from the workshops with the smell of machine oil on their hands, farmers who had come running from nearby fields, soldiers on break from the barracks, and even some herders in colorful tribal clothing who had come from nearby pastures upon hearing the news. There was no organization, no noise, they simply stood silently, all gazing toward the tightly shut doors of the Protectorate, their eyes filled with hope, anxiety, and a desire to hold on. When Xiao Zhan finished his official duties and stepped out with Zhao Scarface and others, he was startled by the dark, silent crowd. The crowd stirred slightly at the sight of him. Chapter 297, The journey is rough. Having left the orderly, steel-filled, and vibrant Xiao Fortress, Xiao Zhan and his group felt as if they had suddenly dropped from a passionate, inspiring infrastructure novel into a wilderness survival documentary filled with primitive challenges and dark humor. The messenger from the capital, named Wang, was at that moment perfectly illustrating what it meant for a leader to give a command and have subordinates run themselves ragged, as well as what it meant to be caught in a difficult situation, unable to escape. Because along the way, Xiao Zhan was either jotting down notes with a charcoal pencil, pondering how to improve the structure of horseshoes for better wear resistance, or jokingly boasting with Li Ironhead about how he once woke up a wolf trying to sneak up on him using urine at Blackstone Mountain. The truth of this story is questionable, completely treating the leader representing imperial authority as a moving backdrop, or rather, an unimportant navigation device. Upon reaching the first official post station, Xiao Zhan and his group, relying on their identity documents as the protectorate of the western regions, and the kind of gaze from Li Ironhead that would make any post station clerk's legs weak, were naturally arranged into the best rooms in the station, although the so-called best was merely relatively clean, slightly more spacious, with cracks in the walls patched up with mud and the window paper still intact. Chapter 298. Arriving in the capital, stepping through the tall, heavy, and historically marked gates of the capital, a mixed aroma of human life, fragrant powders, food smells, garbage decay, and some indescribable, unique chaos of a vast metropolis hit him like a tangible wave, in stark contrast to the orderly, clean, and vibrant atmosphere of Shoja Fortress. The first impression of the capital on Xiao Zhan was simple and direct, crowded, chaotic, and noisy, like an overcooked stew. Along the main road, shops lined up one after another, flags fluttering, and various signs competing for attention. The flow of people was like a woven tapestry, shoulder to shoulder, with carriages and sedan chairs weaving continuously. The sounds of shouting, selling, bargaining, creaking axles, and even occasional arguments intertwined to form a noisy and jarring urban symphony, truly showcasing the unparalleled prosperity and vitality of the imperial capital. However, upon closer inspection, the problems became glaringly obvious. The streets were pitifully narrow, barely accommodating two carriages side by side, and even then, one had to be cautious. The crowd of pedestrians, vehicles, sedan chairs, and porters jostled together, refusing to yield, and often erupted into heated arguments due to collisions, with foul language flying everywhere. Trash was visible everywhere on the roadside, with fruit peels, vegetable leaves, animal dung, and unidentified waste piled up in corners and alleys, emitting waves of sour and rotten smells. Murky wastewater flowed recklessly along the poorly planned stone cracks, reflecting a greasy sheen in the sunlight. The entire air felt like a giant, complexly composed fermentation tank. Chapter 299. Conflict at the dental shop. The gilded sign of the bright dental shop, under the slightly grey sky of the capital, still made an effort to showcase its grandeur and exceptionalism. Xiao Zhan only brought Li Taichu and two specially selected personal guards, who looked the most honest and simple. So much so that you couldn't pick them out in a crowd. They swayed as if they were just wandering around, stepping into a bustling shop filled with various accents and schemes. The dental shop was quite spacious, with a few managers dressed in satin long gowns and wearing melon seed caps, flitting around several well-dressed customers, who were either fanning themselves or being supported by young attendants. Their faces were adorned with enthusiastic, almost fawning smiles as they excitedly introduced some prime locations with excellent feng shui, boasting of bustling shops or pavilions and towers, which had once been the luxurious residence of a retired minister. One manager, sporting meticulously trimmed mustaches, and with shifty eyes that revealed his shrewdness, or perhaps cunning, had just sent off a customer, and was wiping the counter idly with a cloth. Upon catching sight of Xiao Zhan and his companions, his gaze swept over them like a scanner. The young man at the front was dressed in seemingly clean, but ordinary cotton clothing with no embellishments, produced in Sandthorn Fort, focusing on comfort and durability. But in the eyes of the capital's residents, it was just the standard attire of a country bumpkin. His skin was a healthy bronze color, roughened by the winds and sands of the border, and although his eyes were bright, he exuded a wildness that seemed out of place in the capital. Following him was a towering figure, his face heavy with flesh and a menacing scar running across his cheek, with a fierce glint in his eyes that made it clear he was not to be trifled with. The other two attendants were also taciturn and robust. Chapter 300. Revealing identity. Xiao Zhan strolled back to the Yulai Inn, not in a hurry at all. He even leisurely instructed a servant to brew a pot of jasmine tea, said to be a specialty of the capital, and enjoyed sipping a half-cup, only to wrinkle his nose in disdain after the first sip, feeling it lacked the flavor of the black tea produced in Sandthorn Fort. Then he finally instructed the impatient Li Taichu, go and find my ceremonial, the banner of the Duke of the State, and polish it a bit. Also, Bring the seal of the Protectorate of the Western regions. Additionally, tell the brothers to change into our best outfits, look spirited. We can't let anyone think we come from Sandthorn Fort like beggars. About half an hour later, when Xiao Zhan and his entourage reappeared at the grand entrance of the Guangming dental shop, the scene had transformed drastically. As if they had suddenly switched from an obscure grassroots production to a big-budget film set. 2 towering personal guards, as tall as 8 feet and as robust as bears, dressed in shiny simplified armor that was intimidating enough, stood on either side, holding high a plaque and banner, with black backgrounds and golden letters reading Duke of the State Xiao and Protectorate of the Western Regions, reflecting blinding light in the sun. Chapter 301, Invitations from all sides, just after moving into the luxurious and spacious front residence of the former king of Jingbei. Rumored to have a heavy aura, but indeed equipped with pavilions and towers, Xiao Zhan whimsically named it the Sandthorn Fort's Beijing office, abbreviated as the Beijing office. And while his luggage had not yet been fully settled, the clever personal guard acting as the temporary head of the Xiao family brought in a large stack of various invitations, emitting different fragrances, and made with exquisite materials, nearly filling the large rosewood desk in the study, creating quite a spectacular scene. These invitations were themselves a form of art. Some were made of gold-stamped paper, shimmering under the light. Others were made of fine pattern paper, delicate to the touch. Some even carried faint sandalwood or plum blossom scents. The handwriting was neat and beautiful, clearly from renowned calligraphers or professional scribes. The signatures were diverse, each with a prominent name, carrying significant weight, and almost encompassing half of the capital's top elite circles. There was an invitation to the Ningguang's spring flower viewing banquet at the Ningguang's residence, scheduled for 3 days later, an invitation to the Anwang's Lanting literary gathering, promoting friendship through literature and poetry, scheduled for 5 days later, an invitation to the 50th birthday banquet of the newly appointed Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War, an invitation to a welcoming banquet for Xiao Zhan hosted by an old noble, and even an invitation to a tea party from the seemingly upright, but actually deeply entangled with various factions, Dr. Qian, leaving one dazzled by the variety. Chapter 302, No Good Banquet. After carefully considering and politely declining most of the irrelevant invitations that were merely for show or of insufficient rank, Xiao Zhan ultimately chose to attend the seemingly unavoidable and representative banquet, the Anwang's Lanting literary gathering. As he put it to his own people, sticking your head out is a knife, pulling it back is also a knife, always dodging isn't a solution. Might as well go see what script that old handsome Anwang has prepared for me to play as a rough man from the border. Plus, I want to see what the top cultural salon in the capital is like. Once he decided to go, Xiao Zhan rarely spent half an hour diligently studying in his spacious new study, large enough for horses to run. He flipped through the little remaining knowledge he had brought from his past life, almost moldy, reciting aloud, "The bright moonlight before my bed. I suspect it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. This should be fine, at least kindergarten level. Plowing the fields at noon, sweat dripping down to the soil below. What comes after that? Who knows the food on the plate? Every grain is hard-earned. Right, saving food, positive energy." Chapter 303, The stench of wine and meat in the Red Gate. The Anwang's Lanting literary gathering eventually approached its end in a bizarre and heavy atmosphere. Xiao Zhan's outlandish poetry and his proud declaration of being illiterate completely doused the refined literary interests of the scholars present, turning the meticulously prepared cultural humiliation script by the Anwang and Ningguang from elegant to a construction site of the common folk. The guests, losing interest, began to rise to take their leave, the air filled with an awkwardness of those who had hoped to see others embarrass themselves, but realized they were the fools instead. A loud and satisfying burp broke the hypocritical silence. Xiao Zhan rubbed his slightly bulging belly and said to the adoring Shi Xiaohu, mainly admiring his ability to eat, "Xiao Shichu, did you see? Knowledge doesn't necessarily change fate, but snacks can definitely fill your stomach." The pastry chef at the Wang's residence is absolutely top-notch. He gave a thumbs up, adhering to the principle that not losing is a huge gain. This wave isn't a loss. Xiao nodded foolishly. The protector is wise. Just a bit too full. That's why life is about movement. 100 steps after a meal, live to 99. Let's go, stroll around, digest a bit. Xiao Zhan slapped his thigh. This Wang residence is like a maze, perfect for exploration. Maybe I can even find some of Wang's hidden stash. Chapter 304, Military Drills at the Parade Ground. The cultural humiliation at the poetry gathering felt like a punch on cotton. Not only did Xiao Zhan not feel pain, but he also took the cotton home to pack leftovers. This left the Ning Wang and Wang feeling as if they had swallowed a fly, disgusted and frustrated. If culture wouldn't work, then they would resort to martial prowess. They couldn't believe that Xiao Zhan, a rough man from the border, could stir up waves in front of the capital's most elite army. When the Ministry of War's gold-edged, overly polite invitation arrived at Xiao Zhan's temporary residence, he was lounging with his legs crossed, instructing Xiao on how to crush walnuts with minimal effort. Protector, someone from the Ministry of War is here, saying they invite you to observe and guide the military drills at the capital's main camp. Li Taichu, holding the invitation, frowned slightly, feeling the situation was fishy. Xiao Zhan took the invitation, glanced at it, and casually tossed it on the table, continuing to tell Xiao, see? You have to apply force with precision, combining skill and strength. Just relying on brute force won't do. You have to be like me, combining wisdom and strength. The official delivering the message was a young, hot-headed Vice Minister of War, with his chin held higher than his eyes, looking down at Xiao Zhan through his nostrils, his tone laced with obvious provocation. Xiao Juhu, the lads from the capital garrison have long admired your fearsome reputation in the western regions for slaying barbarians. This routine military exercise, they are all hoping to receive some guidance from you, the renowned general. You won't let the fatigue of travel deter you, will you? He particularly emphasized the words renowned general and dare not. Chapter 305, Renewed Malicious Scheme in the Secret Chamber beneath the Ning Wang's residence. The flickering candlelight cast the shadows of the few seated figures into monstrous shapes. The air was thick with a strange mixture of sandalwood and conspiracy. A great humiliation. A great humiliation. Ning Wang suddenly smashed the priceless jade ring in his hand onto the ground, shards scattering. That crude warrior, Xiao Zhan, on the training grounds. He made this king lose face before the capital. And those words, about happiness, withholding military pay. How dare he? His face turned ashen, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. Princeton remained relatively calm, leisurely skimming the tea foam with his cup lid, his gaze as cold as ice. My dear nephew, calm down. What good does impotent rage do other than harm your own body? This Xiao Zhan is like a piece of tough meat that cannot be steamed, boiled, pounded, or stir-fried, a copper pea. In literary matters, he just lies flat, responding with, yes, 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 making your punch land on cotton. In martial matters, he snorts coldly. And those soldiers under him are true fiends who have crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The young masters of the capital's garrison are not even enough to fill a gap in the teeth. Then are we just to let him continue to flaunt his power in the capital, riding roughshod over us? Ning Wang growled, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white. Chapter 306, Luring the king into the trap. The waters of the capital appeared calm on the surface due to the previous training ground incident, but beneath, the currents were turbulent because of the two eager fish, Ning Wang and Prince En, wishing to turn the tide. And what of Xiao Zhan? He seemed like an experienced angler, leisurely sitting by the shore, using a fishing rod called law enforcement, too lazy to change the bait. Just waiting for those two foolish fish to bite, while conveniently observing what new heights of foolishness they might reach. The dark secret chamber of the Ning Wang's residence had become a dumping ground for negative emotions. The shards from the previously smashed jade ring had yet to be cleaned up, and Ning Wang was both pained and furious. pacing back and forth like a cornered beast deprived of its food, nearly wearing a hole in the carpet. "Uncle. A heavenly opportunity." Ningguang waved a small piece of paper, excited as a gambler who had spotted a winning card. The informant had brought definite news, in 3 days. That Xiao Zhan would enter the palace to visit the ailing emperor. This was our excellent opportunity. On the eve of his palace visit, we will bury the carefully prepared gift under the rockery in the backyard. When he dresses up the next day to meet the emperor, our people will conduct a routine check or make a surprise discovery, catching him red-handed. Let us see if he can still laugh then. Chapter 307, Cold Palace. Waning Moon. The investigation report from the Jingjiaoyin side, passing the buck, had yet to be finalized, and the emperor's summons was still delayed. Xiao Zhan was getting increasingly idle in the capital, almost growing mushrooms on himself. That night, after finishing the last piece of marinated duck leg, he let out a contented burp and kicked the napping Li Taichu beside him. "Taichu, get up. Let us go for a night run to digest." Li Taichu, still groggy, asked, "General, what is the point of running in the middle of the night?" "Don't be silly. 100 steps after a meal, live to 99. Plus, let us inspect the night view around the palace and see if there are any security gaps. This is called being concerned for the country and the people." Xiao Zhan's excuses were always grandiose. The two of them meandered under the shadows of the tall palace walls. The surroundings were quiet, only the summer insects buzzing. Just as Xiao Zhan was criticizing the palace walls for not being straight enough, saying they didn't compare to the straight walls of Shaji Fortress, a faint, suppressed sound of weeping and scolding drifted over with the wind. Xiao Zhan's ears perked up, sharper than a radar. "Sure, Taichu, did you hear that? There's something going on inside." He had Li Taichu, the sturdy man, crouched down to act as a human ladder, while he agilely climbed up to peek over the wall. What he saw was quite the spectacle, a live broadcast of palace bullying. Chapter 308. The audience before the king. It seemed the imperial doctors had finally found the right KPIs, and with the emperor's own vitality comparable to a cockroach. The dragon body that had languished in sickness for many days was genuinely improving day by day, visibly regaining spirit. Once the illness had eased, the first clear edict issued was to summon that Duke of the State, Xiao Zhan, who had stirred up the capital, to enter the palace for an audience. Upon returning to the Crimson Palace walls, Xiao Zhan clearly sensed the atmosphere was different. If the last time was a routine inspection, this time felt like a customs-level crackdown. The palace guards wore stern expressions, inspecting him so thoroughly that they might as well have used a magnifying glass to check for hidden weapons between his teeth. The head of the guards was a newcomer, likely just rotated in. With a face that suggested he was strict and rule-abiding, he said stiffly, "Duke. According to the latest palace regulations, to ensure safety, your personal guards must disarm outside the palace gates and wait here." Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow, looking at him as if he were an idiot. "Regulations? Whose regulations?" "My personal guards are my honor guard. Do you understand what it means to have the Duke of the State's prestige? Do you understand what it means to be the stronghold of the nation? Search. Feel free to search. Disarm. No way. Or why don't you come in with me and personally explain to His Majesty why you want to disarm the general who just achieved great merit in pacifying the West? Let us see if His Majesty takes my head or your skin." Chapter 309. The old man's lost. The sunset cast a warm glow over the capital, like an overturned orange paint palette, softening the cold blue bricks and dark tiles. Xiao Zhan rode his magnificent steed from the western regions, leisurely making his way back to the capital office. He wore a neutral expression, neither joyful about his promotion nor angry about his demotion. Only a sense of comfort, as if the man, who had just been given a trivial position in the palace, was not him. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Li Taichu, who had long been seething with anger, immediately gathered a group of equally indignant personal soldiers around him. All red-faced and necks thick, as if ready to smash someone's ancestral hall at any moment. Duke. This is clearly a case of discarding the hard-working donkey after it has carried the load. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. Li Titu's loud voice startled the sparrows under the eaves, making them flutter away. When you were in the western regions, you achieved great merit in expanding territory and stabilizing the frontier. Coming back to the capital, not only do you not get promoted, but you're given the position of a mere minor official in the Ministry of Military Affairs. What is that? It sounds like dealing with wooden lumps and muddy clay. Isn't this intentional humiliation? I, old Li, cannot swallow this anger. Chapter 310, Napping during court every month on the new moon and full moon. A grand court session would be held, which had become Xiao Zhan's legally designated day of suffering. While it was still dark outside, as black as spilled ink. Even the bell ringer was so sleepy he struck the wrong bell. He had to be dragged out of his warm, cozy bed by his diligent captain of personal guards. Like digging up potatoes. Duke. Duke. It's time. We need to attend court. The captain's voice was filled with a whine, harder to wake than his own father. Xiao Zhan, still groggy, could barely open his eyes, mumbling, "What court?" "Just say this duke has caught a cold, is gravely ill, and needs to rest." "My lord. That excuse was used last week. If we don't go, the impeachment documents from those old officials at the censorate will drown our gate." Thus, he could only be like a puppet, being dressed in the heavy, ornate court robes adorned with fierce-looking chelene and jingling with trinkets, resembling a moving jewelry display. Beneath the sky filled with stars that were still trying to blink before the end of the workday, a yawn was stuffed into a carriage, swaying all the way to the palace. Then, like an expensive humanoid standee, he was precisely placed in his designated spot among the ranks of civil and military officials. A position that allowed him to perform without being too far ahead or behind. And began to listen to the lengthy and tedious reports that were far more boring than any scriptures he had been forced to listen to in his previous life. Most of which had nothing to do with his daily life of eating, sleeping, and dealing with the Xiongnu. Chapter 311, The Crown Prince's Protector. The glittering title of Crown Prince's Protector was bestowed by the previous emperor as a reward for Xiao Zhan's efforts in expanding territories in the western regions. And to placate this fierce beast, with a rank of the second grade, it sounded quite illustrious. Those who didn't know would think he had become one of the guardians of the empire's heir. However, this title was a complete sham, especially awkward since the Crown Prince, the original fifth prince, was the only legitimate son of the empress, who had passed away many years ago. And the grass on his grave had probably grown several times over. Every time an official occasion required listing all titles, such as during sacrifices to heaven, announcements to temples, or certain important official documents, Xiao Zhan's name would always be followed by a long string of intimidating prefixes: Duke of the State, Protector of the Western Regions, Crown Prince's Protector Xiao Zhan. At first glance, this lineup seemed overwhelmingly powerful, capable of stopping a child's night cries. But those who understood the inner workings of the court knew the Duke's fief was far in the western regions, separated by thousands of miles. The real power of the Protector of the Western Regions had already been temporarily handed over to his deputy, Zhao Scarface, after his return to the capital. As for the last title, the Crown Prince's Protector, it was utterly ridiculous. Chapter 312, The Eastern Sea Woe. A military report from the southeastern coast, stained with the smell of smoke and blood, rang in the quiet morning of the capital like a death knell. The crimson wax seal seemed to be made of human blood, conveying the messenger's pale face and bloodshot eyes, all of which indicated the urgency of the situation. The alarming report detailed massive numbers of Japanese pirates landing boldly in dozens of fast boats, attacking coastal counties like locusts, burning, killing, and looting, committing every kind of atrocity. The local military forces were weak and crumbled at the first battle, fleeing in panic, resulting in several prosperous towns suffering devastation, with countless civilians dead or injured, and an immense loss of money and supplies. The southeastern half of the territory was in a state of panic, and some refugees had already begun to flee inland. When the military report arrived, it was like pouring a bucket of ice water into a boiling pot of oil. The entire court erupted. The old emperor had to force himself, despite being gravely ill, to hold an emergency court meeting with the support of his close eunuchs. The atmosphere in the Golden Luan Hall was darker than the emperor's face. And even the incense that usually wafted in an attempt to create an ethereal atmosphere now carried a scent of anxiety and despair. The Minister of War, Zhong Qingzong, with white hair and trembling hands, was holding the military report, reading aloud the horrifying losses and the horrific acts of the pirates in a voice tinged with tears. Wherever the pirates pass, not a blade of grass remains. Men are slaughtered, women are humiliated and cast into the sea, children are impaled on spears, while the treasury and granaries are looted, official buildings are burned, and corpses lie everywhere. Smoke and fire have been cut off for hundreds of miles, Your Majesty. With each sentence, the hearts of those in the hall sank further, and some timid officials even began to tremble. Chapter 3:13. The sixth prince is pushed forward in the court. The deadlock over the choice of the commander for the southeastern campaign against the Japanese lasted nearly an hour. Just as the emperor's face became increasingly grim, almost ready to spit blood, and everyone felt suffocated, including Xiao Zhan, who was on the verge of dozing off while standing. A seemingly unexpected yet carefully calculated and coordinated proposal was put forward, breaking the unbearable silence. The piece that broke the deadlock was an almost forgotten figure, like a transparent person in the corner. As several princes had finished showcasing their skills in deflecting blame, the court fell silent again, with the air seemingly frozen in ice. Prince Ning stepped forward once more. He wore an expression of just the right amount of concern for the country and the people, his brow furrowed, as if he had undergone immense difficulty and painful ideological struggles. Father, the situation in the southeast is dire, and the people are anxious. We must quickly send a heavyweight imperial envoy to oversee the military, in order to stabilize the troops, reassure the people, and demonstrate the court's seriousness, to intimidate the pirates' arrogance. He first set the tone, emphasizing the importance and urgency of the matter, then cleverly shifted the discussion, stating that several elder brothers were burdened with state affairs, or were physically unwell, and could not be easily spared, which was indeed the truth. His elder brothers were all concerned for the state, and did not dare to neglect public duty for personal reasons. The son felt the same way. Chapter 3:14. The Feast of the Viper. In the underground secret chamber of the Prince Ning's residence, on a golden nanmu table, amber-colored fine wine rippled in the night-light cup, reflecting the twisted face of Prince Ning Li Hongbi, excited. The incense was top-grade ambergris, with a rich scent, yet inexplicably mixed with a metallic rust and the sweet smell of conspiracy. Uncle. It worked. Ha ha, the sixth brother, that dullard, couldn't even let out a fart after 3 hits, and now we have successfully stuffed him into that big pit in the southeast. Prince Ning downed a cup of wine, the liquid dribbling down his chin onto his embroidered python robe. Next, he planned to firmly tie Xiao Zhan, that stubborn mule, to this doomed cartwheel, letting him be shattered to pieces along with it. Prince Li Xuangui was brewing tea with an extremely complicated method, his movements elegant, as if performing some ritual. He twirled a few well-maintained but still sparse beard hairs, barely lifting his eyelids, his voice as soft as a snake's hiss. Calm down. Xiao Zhan is indeed brave, but he is a reckless man who doesn't know how to turn. He can show off in the open spaces of the western regions, but in the densely waterlogged, treacherous southeastern area, how much of his reckless methods can still hold power? Chapter 3:15. The Imperial Edict is issued. The Emperor's Imperial Edict did not keep everyone waiting long, and was soon formally issued, with content almost identical to what Prince Ning had hoped for. Clearly, under the reality of having no one available, and the need to stabilize the southeast, the Emperor could only accept this seemingly most reasonable arrangement. The eunuch delivering the edict arrived at Xiao Zhan's residence, and his attitude was completely different from the last time he announced the appointment of the overseer. This time, the eunuch's face was filled with near-fawning respect, bending over almost like a shrimp. After all, this lord now held real power as the deputy commander against the pirates, about to head to the front lines. And his power and influence were far beyond that of a mere idle official. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, the Japanese pirates in the southeast are rampant, harming the people and trampling the land. My heart aches deeply. I hereby appoint Duke of the State and Crown Prince's Protector Xiao Zhan as the deputy commander against the pirates, to assist the imperial envoy, 6th Prince Li Chenghong, in overseeing all military affairs in the southeast, mobilizing troops, and acting as deemed appropriate. I hope you will uphold my intentions, and set out soon to eliminate the vile, and restore peace to the sea borders. Thus decreed. Xiao Zhan, dressed in his usual attire, still appeared lazy as he received the bright yellow imperial edict, his expression unreadable, as if he had just received an ordinary package. He casually weighed the edict and then said in his characteristic, slightly cheeky tone, "All right, got it. I, your subject, accept the decree with gratitude." Chapter 3:16. Requesting the imperial sword before leaving the capital, it was customary to enter the palace to bid farewell to the emperor. However, this time Xiao Zhan's visit was not just a formality, saying a few words of loyalty. He had meticulously prepared a heartfelt performance filled with concern for the country and the people, with a clear goal of requesting the imperial sword that would allow him to deal with people, referring specifically to a certain prince, and take charge of affairs without worry. Inside the emperor's sleeping quarters, the medicinal smell seemed even stronger than usual, much like the emperor's heavy mood. Xiao Zhan changed into a more formal duke's attire, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by a heavy expression filled with worry, and he respectfully saluted. "Your Majesty, please rise. How are the preparations going? When can we set off?" The emperor's voice was weaker than before, leaning against the dragon bed, as if a gust of wind could topple him. "Your Majesty, the troops are being assembled, and the supplies are being gathered. We can depart in a few days." Xiao Zhan raised his head, his brow furrowed, his face filled with hesitation and deep difficulty. "But your Majesty, I have a matter that weighs heavily on my heart, like a giant stone pressing down on my chest. I am anxious, and if I do not speak out, it may jeopardize military affairs." Chapter 3:17. The concern of Xiao Fortress. When Xiao Zhan was appointed as the deputy commander to suppress the Japanese pirates, and was about to head to the turbulent southeastern waters, the news was relayed through encrypted channels back to Xiao Fortress, thousands of miles away. This new city, built single-handedly by Xiao Zhan on the edge of the western Gobi, did not fall into panic or chaos, as some in the capital had expected. Instead, it erupted like a disturbed lion, displaying a suppressed anger and a more determined, efficient support. The atmosphere in the Xiao Fortress Protectorate was tense enough to drip water. Zhao's Scarface's single eye flickered with cold light. His fingers clutching the thin secret letter whitened from the force. He slammed his palm down on the heavy hardwood desk, producing a loud bang. And the surface instantly cracked like spider webs. Too much. This is truly too much. The Duke has shed blood and sweat in the western regions, expanding territory and stabilizing the borders, achieving remarkable military accomplishments for the court. He just returned to the capital for a few days, and now he is dispatched to that godforsaken mud pit in the southeast, to be a deputy to a young prince who hasn't even grown any hair yet, acting as a babysitter. Those two turtle grandchildren, Prince Ning and Prince En, really have a malicious calculation. This is clearly a plan to use a knife to kill someone. Chapter 3:18. Encountering the 6th prince again on the day of departure, at the temporary assembly point outside the capital. There was finally a semblance of a grand army preparing for battle, with flags, although somewhat outdated, waving and troops, mostly made up of the capital's garrison, standing solemnly. Xiao Zhan, wearing light chain mail but over it a flashy duke's robe, sat atop his tall steed, looking somewhat out of place compared to the polished and armored ceremonial cavalry around him. He chewed on a root of grass that he had pulled from somewhere, squinting his eyes, appearing bored, but in reality, he was waiting for someone, the nominal highest leader of this trip, the imperial envoy, the 6th Prince Li Chenghong. After waiting for about half an hour, just as Xiao Zhan was about to doze off on horseback, a not-so-luxurious, even somewhat shabby princely entourage finally arrived. The guards in the team looked listless, and the palace maids and eunuchs hung their heads. The leading carriage appeared to be quite old, with much of the paint chipped off the yoke. When the carriage stopped, a pale, beardless eunuch quickly stepped forward and cautiously lifted the curtain. A thin figure, looking as if a gust of wind could blow him down, awkwardly stepped down under the eunuch's almost supportive, or rather, coercive, action. Chapter 3:19. The first battle against the Japanese pirates. The convoy left the official road and marched rapidly along the coastline for several days, finally entering the jurisdiction of the first important area, Junhai Way. However, what they saw along the way was far from a peaceful scene. The closer they got to the sea, the more the people's livelihoods deteriorated, desolate fields, villages reduced to ruins after being burned, and citizens who were emaciated, numb-eyed, and terrified of the army all spoke of the suffering this land was enduring. The air seemed to be filled with a faint smell of burning mixed with the briny sea breeze, creating a disquieting atmosphere. That afternoon, as the convoy was traveling along a dirt road not far from the coast, beside a small fishing village with dilapidated thatched houses, a piercing scream erupted from the village, filled with desperate pleas and a strange, violent cacophony of madness. Xiao Zhan, who had been half closed-eyed, suddenly opened them wide. He instantly sensed something was wrong, and that deep-rooted disgust surged up again. Chapter 3:20. Junhai Way. Just as Xiaohu was urging his horse, trying to inquire and finally locating the somewhat run-down, peeling-walled Junhai Way city, he breathlessly approached the few soldiers at the city gate who were lazily yawning with their spears tilted askew. Explaining the situation and requesting to see the highest-ranking officer on duty to report the urgent military situation. What he encountered was a series of maddening refusals and delays. What? Japanese pirates? Completely annihilated. An old soldier, who seemed to be in charge, dug in his ear, casting a sideways glance at the dusty Xiaohu, his face written all over with disbelief. Kid, where are you from? Do you have any paperwork? What about your waist badge? Xiaohu forcefully suppressed his anger. We are under the new deputy commander to suppress the Japanese pirates, Duke Xiao. There is an urgent military situation. We must see your lord immediately. The Japanese pirates are just tens of miles away at Lejao. We've just finished fighting them, but there may be remnants. We need to send troops to patrol immediately. Deputy Commander Xiao. Never heard of him. The old soldier smirked. You think you can see the lord whenever you want. He is taking a nap in the back hall. No interruptions. Do you understand the rules? Wait until he wakes up and is in a good mood, and I might pass on your message. After saying this, he ignored Xiaohu and began to exchange knowing glances and whispering with a few other soldiers. Mocking, completely annihilated the Japanese pirates. What a load of nonsense. Must be some fleeing soldiers or local militia, killed a few rascals and come here to claim credit. Chapter 3:21. Seizing achievements and the wrath of thunder. The sunset resembled a gigantic fireball, struggling to cast its last rays across the horizon, draping the battered Lejao in a tragic orange hue. Xiao Zhan stood at the village entrance, his shadow elongated, his expression dark enough to drip water. His patience had, like the setting sun, completely sunk below the horizon. He forced down the almost explosive fury in his chest and turned to Li Taichu, instructing in a voice as cold as the Siberian chill, Taichu, take the men outside the village to find a sheltered place with a good view. Set up a fire to cook, and let the brothers and his highness rest well. Increase the number of sentries, stay alert. Li Taichu looked at Xiao Zhan's stormy expression, swallowed hard, and cautiously asked, Duke, then you, I'll wait right here. Xiao Zhan squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Let those turtle grandchildren come over, and see how many heads they have to dare treat my military report as nothing. He walked over to the still silent carriage, knocked on the side, his tone slightly softened but still firm. Kid, it's not safe outside, stay in the carriage and don't come out unless necessary. No matter what noise you hear later, Just treat it like watching a show. Chapter 322, questioning the commander. The night was as dark as ink, with only sparse stars and a waning moon providing faint light. Xiao Zhan completely ignored the mud on the ground known as Sun Qianhu and, accompanied by Li Taichu and a dozen personal guards, rushed toward the not-so-distant Jin Highway city like a leopard hunting in the night, moving at lightning speed. The sound of hooves striking the cold ground echoed like the urgent and muffled drumbeats of death. The city gates were already closed, with only a few dim yellow lights on the city tower and a few sleepy soldiers holding spears, huddled together. Who goes there? The city gates are closed. Retreat at once. Otherwise, arrows will be shot, shouted a small squad leader from the city wall, peering out, his voice fierce yet lacking confidence. Xiao Zhan paid no attention, maintaining his speed without slowing down. Li Taichu understood the situation, suddenly squeezing the horse's belly and charging to the front. The whip in his hand cracked like a venomous snake striking, echoing in the air as he roared at the city tower. His voice like thunder on a clear day, Duke of the State. The deputy commander in the anti-Japanese campaign, Duke Xiao, has arrived. Have you all gone blind? How dare you block the Duke's path? Those who obstruct shall die. Open the gates. The soldiers on the city tower exchanged glances, a bit bewildered. But as they looked down at the fierce group below, and their obviously non-standard military equipment, they felt a twinge of fear. Before they could decide whether to report this, Li Taichu, already impatient, drew out his flintlock pistol and fired a shot at the top of the city gate with a bang. Chapter 323, the disarray of the garrison leaving the corrupt Jin Highway. Xiao Zhan and the 6th Prince Li Qinghong's party continued their arduous journey along the coastline towards the frontline command center in Taiju. The further south they traveled, the more shocking the sights became, as if an invisible giant hand had ruthlessly ravaged this once prosperous land. Burned villages were left with only charred remnants. Like scars on the earth, the once fertile fields were overgrown with wild grass, left untended. Emaciated refugees shuffled along the official road, dragging their families with them. Their eyes filled only with fear and avoidance upon seeing the army, as if they had encountered Japanese pirates. All of this silently accused the brutality of the Japanese pirates and the extreme incompetence of the local officials and garrisons. The carriage, symbolizing the authority of the imperial family yet also representing solitude, remained silent, like a moving confinement chamber. However, during a brief rest stop, while Xiao Zhan squatted on a large stone, frowning as he studied the coastal garrison distribution map he had drawn messily, Li Qinghong rarely took the initiative to dismount and hesitantly approached him. Chapter 324, the nephew and uncle's contest. While Xiao Zhan patiently accompanied the skilled commanders in the Taiju command tent in a contest of stubbornness, several disciplined and lethal-looking troops, like sharp knives, silently yet irresistibly arrived at the prearranged secret gathering point outside Taiju. Leading the group was the veteran General Zhu Kang from Shoja Fort, a middle-aged commander with a scarred face and eyes steady as a rock. His 1,000 musketeers carried the latest, well-maintained flintlock rifles, marching in perfect unison, as if they were one person, with only the sound of their footsteps and the slight clinking of their gear breaking the silence, while their sharp, hawk-like eyes scanned the unfamiliar surroundings with vigilance. Following closely were 500 artillerymen, even more eye-catching. They operated 30 light field guns, polished to a mirror shine, the heavy wheels rumbling over the muddy southern ground, producing a deep, oppressive sound. Next to each gun was a dedicated ammunition cart piled high with wooden ammunition boxes wrapped tightly in thick oilcloth, the sheer quantity making the occasionally glimpsed guards feel a chill run down their spines. Chapter 325, 3 visits to the lavatory in the following days. Xiao Zhan seemed to have truly resigned himself, completely entering a mode of patient waiting. He slept until late in the morning every day, either studying the nearly torn coastal defense map in the command tent or pulling the increasingly sullen 6th Prince Li Qinghong along, under the pretense of familiarizing himself with the local customs of southeastern China, while in reality, he began a friendly visiting tour of several key garrisons in the area. This visit was less of an inspection, and more of a carefully planned game of humiliation, akin to a cat catching a mouse. The first stop was the garrison of the Commander Chen, who had complained the loudest during the command meeting and was also the largest in stature. The group rode slowly to the garrison's entrance, where they found the grand gate, adorned with red paint and copper nails. But the two soldiers standing guard were leaning against the doorframe, their armor askew, dozing off, drool almost reaching their feet. The personal guard stepped forward to announce. His voice booming, Duke of the State, Deputy Commander in the anti-Japanese campaign, Duke Xiao, and His Highness the Sixth Prince have arrived. Quickly notify Commander Chen to come and greet them. The soldiers at the door were startled awake and hurried inside to report. The group waited at the entrance for a good while, and just as Li Qinghong's frown deepened to the point of almost losing his temper. An officer dressed in subordinate attire, looking shrewd, finally jogged out, bowing to Xiao Zhan and Li Qinghong, his face filled with just the right mix of difficulty and apology. Chapter 326, using force to persuade. The joke of the 3 visits to the lavatory had spread in the southeastern officialdom. With everyone waiting to see what this reckless duke from the western frontier would do next, whether he would come up with something even more ridiculous, or simply recognize reality. Retreating with his tail between his legs, becoming an eternal source of laughter at their meals. However, Xiao Zhan, with a sudden, textbook-level display of military might, clearly told everyone that the time for amusement was over, the time for reckoning had come. On a dark and windy night, with the clouds obscuring the stars and moon, it was the perfect opportunity for reconnaissance. Inside the command tent, under the dim candlelight, Xiao Zhan, feeling impatient, called over a go, who had been eagerly waiting, and casually tossed him a set of somewhat stiff dark nightwear. "Kid, haven't you been shouting all day about wanting to help and see the world? Now you have a serious task. Use the reconnaissance team and those old night owls to thoroughly check out the key garrisons of Fatty Chen and Monkey Li. Inside and out, top to bottom, like combing hair. Focus on the army, granaries, the hidden compartments in the officers' quarters. And what those soldiers are up to at night when they aren't sleeping. Remember, I want hard evidence, details that could kill. Photos, numbers, eyewitness accounts, the more the better. Be discreet. Don't scare the snakes before we even start." Chapter 327, Killing chickens to warn monkeys and rectifying military discipline. The weather in the southeast went from clear skies to overcast in an instant, pressing down on people like a weight. In the camp of the Quanzhou garrison, an indescribable oppressive atmosphere hung heavier than the weather. On the drill ground, thousands of ragged, emaciated garrison soldiers stood listlessly, their ranks crooked, like scattered straw stacks after the autumn harvest. They whispered among themselves, their eyes mixed with fear, numbness, and a barely perceptible curiosity about the legendary executioner, the imperial inspector, Duke Xiao Zhan, who was about to put on a grand show on the drill ground. Xiao Zhan did not disappoint them. In front of the temporary command platform, a Huanghuali wood table was set up. Apparently quite valuable, but completely out of place in this dilapidated camp. Xiao Zhan lounged in a grand chair, one foot even propped up on the edge of the table, nearly dropping the mud on his boot onto a plate of freshly washed, glistening southern fruits in front of him. He casually picked up a fruit, took a bite, and juice burst forth as he mumbled to the standing Li Taichu beside him, "Old Li, be quick about it, once we are done with this. I'll take you all to the seaside to catch crabs and improve our meals." Chapter 328, Lighting up technology. After using his thunderous means to intimidate the southeastern garrison, and initially grasping military power, Xiao Zhan did not immediately strike blindly. He knew that to deal with the swift Japanese pirates, merely rectifying military discipline and boosting morale was not enough. He needed a technological advantage. It was time to bring out his ultimate tool, the long-dormant strong nation system. The night along the southeastern coast was filled with the salty sea breeze and the faint sound of waves. Inside the supervisor's command tent, the candlelight had long gone out, and only the cold moonlight filtered through the seams of the tent, casting a few silver rays on the ground. Xiao Zhan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes tightly closed and his breathing steady, seemingly meditating, but in reality, his mind had long since sunk into a mysterious realm that only he could touch. He had finally managed to temporarily calm that group of soldiers. In his consciousness, Xiao Zhan stretched lazily and grinned at the vast virtual light screen before him. Akin to a sea of stars. Next, it was your turn, my old treasure, the strong nation system. The light screen flickered, and the points balance displayed above was dazzling. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, father, grandfather, ancestors. Xiao Zhan counted in his mind, TSK, the days of scraping by in the western regions, where he had to split 1 point in half, were finally over. Now, I am also a rich man. He rubbed his hands in delight. Although his consciousness did not have physical hands. Tonight, no matter what, he had to do 10 consecutive draws. Ah no, it's precise investment. Chapter 329, Rearranging military equipment the next morning, at the temporary training ground outside Taiju Prefecture. The sky was just lightening, the morning mist not yet dissipated. And the air still carried the bloody scent from last night, mostly psychological. The commanders and captains, frightened by the previous events, stood below the stage with dark circles under their eyes, huddled like quails, not daring to breathe loudly. On the platform, Xiao Zhan yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, appearing as if he hadn't woken up, but just his presence sent an invisible pressure that made all the officer spines chill. Is everyone here? Xiao Zhan lazily glanced at those below, saying those who hadn't arrived need not come anymore, they could directly go to the camp gate to accompany Chen Fatty. There was a dead silence below, even the sound of breathing was deliberately softened. All right, since everyone is here, this Duke will announce something. Xiao Zhan cleared his throat. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly spread across the training ground. Starting today, all soldiers who have arrived in Taiju, regardless of whether your last name is Li or Wang, will be disbanded. I, Xiao Zhan, will unify the reorganization. Vaz? The crowd below instantly erupted like a boiling pot. The officers' expressions changed drastically, whispering to each other, restlessly. Disbanding the organization. Isn't this taking their lifeblood? Without soldiers, what would they be as commanders or captains? Chapter 330, Turning craftsmen into gold in the official workshop of Taiju Prefecture, located in the western corner of the city. The sound of metal clanging could be heard from afar, and the air was filled with the smell of charcoal, metal, and wood. However, contrary to this bustling background noise, most craftsmen in the workshop yard looked listless, polishing some crude-looking gun heads and swords, their eyes filled with numbness. Several heads of the workshop, sitting together under a shade, were chatting over tea, completely indifferent to the scene before them. Oh, several masters, quite leisurely, aren't you? A casual voice suddenly broke the harmony under the shade. The heads looked up to see a young man dressed in the Duke's regular attire, accompanied by several fierce-looking bodyguards, who had slipped in unnoticed. The leading old craftsman, surnamed Hu, recognized Xiao Zhan and was so startled that his hand trembled, almost dropping the tea bowl. He quickly stood up. Bowing to everyone, I did not know the Duke was visiting, forgive my lack of welcome. It's all right, I'm just looking around. Xiao Zhan waved his hand, casually picking up a gun barrel that had just been forged but not polished, squinting at the sky. Good craftsmanship. This gap could fit a chopstick. Is it meant to be used as a telescope for the Japanese pirates? Chapter 331, Good Brothers. Let us get into trouble together on the southeastern coast. The summer heat felt like a giant steamer. The training calls in the military camp were weak. Even the cicadas in the trees chirped intermittently, exuding a sense of laziness and irritation. Xiao Zhan took his guard team to the military factory outside the city early in the morning, as it was said that the new batch of divine fire flying crows had encountered a technical bottleneck and needed him, the chief engineer, to provide guidance. Near the commander's tent, it instantly became a power vacuum zone. In a designated study corner next to the tent, Xiao Qingji was nodding off while staring at an open copy of The Art of War, nearly drooling onto the words "the military is deceitful." Sitting opposite him, the sixth prince, Li Chenghong, sat upright, but his eyes were somewhat vacant, unconsciously tracing the text with his fingertips. Chu. Ergo's exaggerated yawn broke the silence, as he rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to Li Chenghong, lowering his voice, Chenghong. Don't you think swift as the wind, slow as the forest sounds like that new troop from the western regions in Taiju, the one that performs tricks? The one doing magic is as fast as the wind. The one swallowing swords is as slow as the woods. Li Chenghong raised his eyelids slightly. Showing no expression, the teacher instructed us to study the military art thoroughly and not to be distracted. Chapter 332, Good Brothers. Let us get a beating together. Li Taichu walked into the commander's tent, holding a well-maintained, shiny leather whip that had obviously consumed the blood of countless soldiers. Striding in like a dragon, sir. Which one should I whip? That look clearly carried a hint of expectation. Xiao Zhan leisurely sat back in his chair, crossing his legs. Watching the two young men in front of him instantly stiffen up. And slowly said, wasn't he someone just shouting that they would rather have their buttocks flower than copy books? This duke values democracy, respecting personal choices. Li Taichu. Here. Bring those two little warriors who volunteered for corporal punishment to me. 10 lashes each. Let them feel what the weight of knowledge is. Xiao Zhan emphasized the word please. As ordered. Li Taichu grinned, revealing his white teeth, and along with another fierce-looking bodyguard, stepped forward, unceremoniously pressing the struggling Ergo and the stiff-bodied Li Chenghong, who was trying to maintain his last semblance of dignity, onto the execution benches, their butts stuck high in the air. Crack! The first whip, cutting through the air, accurately landed on Ergo's thigh. Chapter 333, Mud on the wall. The summer military training ground on the southeastern coast resembled a giant sauna. The newly reorganized army was practicing, but the scene exuded a strange sense of disconnection. The veterans from Shajiang Fortress moved in perfect unison, exuding a murderous aura. Like a group of leopards ready to pounce, while the original soldiers from the garrison looked like a bunch of sleepy sheep, their movements soft and their gazes evasive. Their formations crooked, able to drive the instructors to the brink of a stroke. Arms? Raise your arms straight. Are you all spineless? Or did you exhaust your strength last night at the brothel? A sentry officer from Shajiang Fortress named Zhong Hater, a former fierce warrior, roared at the row of garrison soldiers holding their long rifles at awkward angles. With this performance, when the Japanese come, are you planning to kill them with your gazes or tickle them with your soft gun tips? In the ranks, a soldier nicknamed Old Oil Stick muttered quietly, what is the use of practicing this fancy stuff? When we really see the Japanese, running fast is the real skill. Zhong Hater's ears were as sharp as a hunting dog, and his bell-like eyes instantly glared over. The whip cracking loudly in the air. Which bastard is farting down there? Disturbing the morale. Do you believe I'll hang you up right now, and let you taste the flavor of human jerky? Chapter 334, Combat power begins to show. The sea breeze carried a salty and humid scent, bringing the urgent sound of hooves from the scouts. A scout dismounted in a hurry, rushing into the commander's tent, kneeling on one knee, panting, report. Duke. 30 miles to the north, at Baisha Bay. 2 small Japanese boats were spotted, with about 30 people landing. It seems they are scouting and plundering along the coast. Inside the commander's tent, all the generals gathered. Upon hearing the military situation, Li Taichu was the first to jump up, his voice booming, Duke. Let me take the brothers from Shajiang Fortress. Just 30-some short ones. I guarantee to bring them all back with their heads as night pots. Other commanders of the Sandthorn Fort were eager to jump into action, all saying that there was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, and they would be back shortly. However, Xiao Zhan waved his hand, his gaze passing over the clamoring loyalists and landing on a few original Weisu officers standing at the back, their expressions tense yet somewhat expectant. They were currently undergoing retraining in the officer instruction team. No, Xiao Zhan tapped his fingers on the table, pointing to one person, Zhao Deshuju. You are now the acting commander of the 1st Battalion. This time, your 1st Battalion will be the main force. The Sandthorn Fort will dispatch a post, led by Wang Laowu, to serve as tactical guidance and reserve. Chapter 335, Reputation Spreads. Experts come to join Xiao Zhan's thunderous methods along the southeastern coast, and the astonishing achievements of the new army were like a deep-water bomb dropped in the sweltering summer, with shockwaves radiating rapidly from Taiju in all directions. It wasn't just through official channels, more so through merchants, fishermen, wandering performers, and even those released veteran soldiers. The name Xiao Guogong became shrouded in a layer of legendary color. One day, a few particularly eye-catching men arrived outside the Taiju camp. Their skin was dark and shiny, as if pickled repeatedly by sea salt and the scorching sun. Their pant legs were rolled up to their knees, revealing muscular calves. And they stood barefoot on the hot ground, exuding a strong scent of the sea and a wildness that refused to be restrained. The leader, around 30 years old, had sharp eyes like an eagle and was nicknamed Dragon in the Waves, Chen Ashui. "We want to see Xiao Guogong." Chen Ashui shouted loudly at the Sandthorn Fort soldiers guarding the camp, his voice rough like the sea breeze. Seeing their unusual appearance, the guarding soldiers did not dare to be negligent, but still followed protocol to question them. "Who are you? What business do you have with our lord?" Chen Ashui patted his sturdy chest. "I'm Chen Ashui, and these are my brothers. We've heard that Xiao Guogong is a real man, fighting against the Japanese pirates without hesitation. Unlike those old officials who only hide in the city and drink the blood of soldiers." Chapter 336, All sides shocked, mockery turns to silence in the capital city. At the Ningguang mansion, in a cool pavilion by the water, Prince Ningli Qingjue was engaged in a chess game with his trusted aides, leisurely enjoying iced plum juice. A trusted scout hurried in, whispering news from the southeast. Initially, Prince Ning remained calm, making swift moves. However, when he heard about the ambush at Baisha Bay, where the Weisu soldiers suffered 0 casualties while defeating the Japanese pirates, and that experts from the martial arts world and descendants of Liu Ban were flocking to join, his hand trembled, causing a crystal-white jade piece to fall onto the bluestone ground and shatter. "What did you say?" Prince Ning suddenly stood up, overturning the chessboard, black and white pieces scattering everywhere. He was oblivious, staring intensely at the scout, his voice sharp with anger. "Those useless Weisu soldiers. How long has it been in my hands? They can ambush the Japanese pirates with 0 casualties. And now experts and skilled craftsmen are coming to him. How is this possible? What kind of potion has Xiao Zhan fed him?" The scout lowered his head even further, nearly touching the ground. "It's absolutely true, Your Highness. Now in the Taiju area, the common people say that Xiao Guogong is a manifestation of the martial star, possessing the ability to turn stone into gold. Those who join the army are endless, and the military presence is flourishing, no longer the former Wuxia A Meng." Chapter 337, Volunteer for Battle. Military morale can be used. The swift and decisive 0 casualty ambush at Baisha Bay was like a deep-water bomb dropped in the previously stagnant military camp, triggering a chain reaction far exceeding the small victory itself. The joy of victory, the shock from new equipment, and the tangible rewards and military merits mixed into a wonderful catalyst, qualitatively changing the atmosphere of the entire Taiju camp. On this day, several original Weisu officers, led by Zhao Deshuju, had now been promoted to acting commanders of various battalions. They exchanged glances and adjusted their brand new military uniforms and leather armor, took a deep breath, and marched with determined steps toward the command tent. Unlike their previous timid and fawning demeanor, their faces now radiated excitement, confidence, and an uncontrollable battle spirit. Subordinate Zhao Deshuju, Qian Meng, Sun Palu, seeks an audience with the Lord. The voice was loud and resonant. Xiao Zhan was reclining with his feet up, studying a freshly delivered maritime map marked with several suspicious islands, and without raising his head, he said, "Come in." The few officers entered in single file, cupping their fists in salute. Zhao Deshuju stepped forward as the representative, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, but his gaze was exceptionally firm. My lord. The brothers have not been abandoned by you, granted fine armor and sharp blades, practicing day and night without the slightest relaxation. Now, the morale throughout the army is like a rainbow, all eager to kill the enemy and repay the Lord's kindness. We earnestly request the Lord to issue orders for us to take the lead, proactively attack, and seek a decisive battle with the main force of the Japanese pirates. We must make those short and ugly ones pay for their blood debts, never daring to covet our southeastern coastal waters again. Chapter 338. Sharpening new blades. The enthusiasm for battle in the camp was skillfully guided by Xiao Zhan, like rivers flowing into the sea, all converging into a more detailed and frenzied state of preparation for war. Xiao Zhan understood clearly that morale is a catalyst, but real combat power comes from tight organization, professional skills, and precise intelligence. Xiao Zhan issued a series of highly targeted integration training orders, and the entire military camp instantly transformed into a massive, high-speed war machine. Dragon in the Waves Chen Ashui and his band of brothers were officially assigned to the Naval Reconnaissance Team, equipped with several nimble small patrol boats. They no longer merely familiarized themselves with maritime conditions, but began systematically training in covert approaches, reconnaissance under cover of night, and complex water conditions. Even practicing how to infiltrate the island unnoticed by the Japanese pirates for sabotage and intelligence gathering. Chen Ashui stood at the bow, shouting at his brothers. Bring out your best skills. The Lord values us, and we cannot drop the ball. From now on, we are the Lord's eyes and ears on the sea. In the military workshop, the forge was working day and night. The old craftsman Lu Sanchi had become the anchor of the place. He held the sketches given by Xiao Zhan, filled with various ingenious ideas, such as mortars, improved rockets, as if they were treasures, and led a group of craftsmen in hard work. He optimized the flintlock's flint holder, improved the waterproof coating on fixed ammunition, and even attempted to cast small curved mortars that could launch explosive projectiles, affectionately called heartless little cannons by Xiao Zhan. Lu Sanchi often pondered over a part for half a day, muttering to himself, "Wonderful, my lord's plan is splendid, but this airtightness still needs to be considered." Chapter 339. Night attack on the pirate den. 3 days passed in a state of extreme suppressed excitement and tension. The air seemed to solidify, thick with the smell of gunpowder, the scent of the sea, and a fervent atmosphere of battle that was almost tangible. Soldiers repeatedly wiped the blackened barrels of flintlocks, checked the sharp edges of their swords, and carefully packed the yellow fixed ammunition into new leather pouches, as if treating a lover. No one spoke, but every exchanged glance transmitted the same message: the time has come. In the evening, the setting sun cast its final glow upon the sea, illuminating the waves like flowing molten gold. The mixed fleet gathered at the dock, with tattered masts standing like a forest. The main force consisted of dozens of swift patrol boats and skiffs, while the most eye-catching was an old fortune ship that had been patched up by Lu Sanchi and the craftsmen, who had worked tirelessly to reinforce it and installed 4 light cannons at the bow and stern. This ship was named Dinghai, and although the hull still appeared somewhat worn and the sails were patched, in the eyes of all the soldiers, it had become an extraordinary maritime fortress and a symbol of confidence. Chapter 340. Landing assault. As the ghostly fleet approached within a mile of Blackstone Island, the pirate sentinel dozing in the lookout tower was finally awakened by some instinct. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he gazed at the pitch-black sea, and his pupils suddenly contracted as he saw that deep shadow moving, and the numbers were staggering. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There are ships at sea! Many ships! The shrill, high-pitched cries in Japanese, along with the urgent sound of gongs, shattered the tranquility of Blackstone Island like a death knell. In an instant, several main bonfires on the island were hastily lit, casting flickering light that illuminated countless panicked and disheveled pirates rushing out of their huts with their trousers in hand and swords drawn. Shouts, inquiries, and the clashing of weapons sounded all at once, chaos spreading like a plague. On the Dinghai ship, Xiao Zhan watched this lively wake-up show on the island through his telescope, not surprised but rather grinning widely, revealing a set of white teeth. Oh. They are awake. Just in time. Saves me the trouble of kicking down their doors for a wake-up service. To the gunners on the Dinghai, he ordered. Aim for that loud wooden frame, the lookout tower, send them to the sky, let these shorties experience what it means to rise step by step. Chapter 341. Crushing resistance. Once the beachhead was fully secured, the landing troops plunged mercilessly into the depths of Blackstone Island like several red-hot daggers. Gunfire, explosions, and the sounds of battle gradually spread from the coastline to the island's interior. Resistance had not completely ceased, in some areas. It grew even more intense and brutal due to the desperate struggle of the pirates. In a natural rock cave backed by a cliff in the middle of the island, Li Taichu and his troops were blocked from advancing. About 30 pirates, under the command of a scarred little leader, fiercely guarded the cave entrance. They used the rocks as cover, continuously firing arrows from within the cave, and even a few old firearms occasionally roared, scattering hot iron sand. Although their power was not great, the wide coverage had already caused injuries to several soldiers charging forward, temporarily stalling the offensive. Damn it! Are these shorties turtles? Hiding in their shells and not coming out? Li Taichu shouted angrily, organizing several short assaults, all of which were repelled by the dense arrows and iron sand. And he narrowly avoided being hit in the arm by a cold arrow, which made him even more furious. I don't believe I can't chew through this tough bone. Chapter 342. Triumphant return. The sun broke free from the horizon, pouring endless golden light onto the chaotic battlefield of Blackstone Island. Smoke stubbornly twisted among the charred reefs and broken shipwrecks, and the air still carried a complex mixture of blood, gunpowder, and salty seawater. However, on this land that had just experienced life and death struggles, this odor oddly transformed into a sweet, rusty scent in the nostrils of the victors. The soldiers, with tired faces, could not hide their excitement, efficiently clearing the battlefield. The bodies of the pirates were dragged together like piles of firewood, doused with oil, and prepared to be set ablaze. As per Xiao Zhan's strict orders to eliminate any possibility of plague. Captured weapons, including curved sabers and short daggers, although roughly made, were solidly constructed and were bundled together, resembling small mountains of iron. My goodness, how much is this worth? A young soldier from the original guard unit stared at the boxes of gold and silver, rolls of silk, stacks of porcelain, and those corals and pearls gleaming enticingly in the sunlight, his eyes wide. He instinctively reached to touch the freshly received silver rewards in his pocket, still warm, and felt that the little silver suddenly seemed less appealing. Chapter 343. Fire in the backyard. Food supply cut off. The noise and glory of the victory banquet receded like a tide, and the camp was once again shrouded in the regular sounds of drills and a tense atmosphere of readiness. The soldiers cleaned their weapons that had played a role in the victory at Blackstone Island, their eyes filled with eagerness and confidence for the next battle. However, this spirited fighting spirit was quickly overshadowed by a heavy gloom when a sudden piece of bad news arrived a few days later. The logistics officer responsible for coordinating supplies with Taiju Prefecture burst into the commanding tent, almost rolling in, his spirit gone. His face was as pale as paper. Drenched in sweat, his official hat askew, neglecting even the most basic etiquette, and with a desperate, crying tone, he fell to his knees. Your Excellency, a disaster has struck. A huge disaster. Xiao Zhan was bent over a maritime chart table with Ergo and Li Chenghong, studying the locations of potential pirate nests for the next attack. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Zhan did not lift his head but impatiently dug at his ears. What are you wailing about? I'm still alive. Even if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Tell me, is this little bit of trouble worth your appearance? The logistics officer, banging his head on the ground, cried out with a sobbing voice. The government has just sent a secretary from the prefectural office, who arrogantly notified us that the next batch of grain, originally scheduled to be allocated to us in 3 days, along with this month's pay for all soldiers, has been completely intercepted by higher authorities. Not a single coin. Not a single grain of rice left. Chapter 344. Cleverly seizing supplies. The news of the food shortage cast a shadow over the camp. But after Xiao Zhan unleashed his reckless combination of tactics, panic did not spread. Instead, it transformed into a strange kind of excitement. As if they were looking forward to a show. Duke Xiao was personally going to borrow grain. This news thrilled the soldiers more than any pre-battle mobilization. The leading rice merchant in Taiju, Wang Million, had a grand estate with its red doors tightly shut. Xiao Zhan only brought a go, Li Chenghong, and 8 of his most amiable-looking, muscle-bound bodyguards, swaggering up to the door. Knock, knock. Xiao Zhan, with a straw in his mouth, signaled to Ergo. Ergo stepped forward, not using his hand but the hilt of his sword, banging on the door, making a thunderous noise. Open the door. Duke Xiao has arrived. Quickly open the door to welcome him. The doorman, trembling in fear, cracked the door open a little, and upon seeing a group of intimidating figures outside, he nearly collapsed. Xiao Zhan pushed the door open with a smile, walking in as comfortably as if it were his own home. Wang Million, hearing the news, scrambled out to greet them. His chubby face filled with a flattering yet fearful smile. I did not know the Duke was visiting. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. All good, all good. Xiao Zhan naturally walked to the main seat in the living room, crossed his legs, and said, Wang boss, business is booming, huh? Chapter 345. Public opinion offensive. Xiao Zhan understood the principle that martial power must be strong, but the pen must not be soft. While temporarily resolving the grain crisis with reckless means, he keenly realized that he must take control of public opinion. Splashing the dirty water of the food shortage back at the higher-ups, and do it splendidly so that everyone knew. The largest tea house in Taiju, the Yulai Tea House, was packed today. With a loud clap, the storyteller with a goatee cleared his throat and began his tale with passion. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will not speak of past dynasties or ghostly fox spirits, but rather about our southeast coast, that heavenly scourge, savior. Duke Xiao, Lord Xiao Zhan. The audience fell silent, all tea drinkers perked up their ears. Since Duke Xiao received the imperial order to oversee the troops, he has been diligent, reorganizing the military, and treating the soldiers like his own children. In the recent Battle of Blackstone Island, he displayed an unstoppable force, sweeping away over 200 pirates, boosting our national prestige, and raising morale. The seized wealth was not taken for personal gain, but was entirely confiscated for the cause of eradicating the pirates. What tremendous loyalty to the country, what integrity in public service. Chapter 346. Technological overwhelm. The crisis of supplies was temporarily alleviated under Xiao Zhan's rogue operations and media manipulation. However, since they liked playing dirty, Xiao Zhan decided to give them a technological blow that they could not comprehend, letting them experience what it felt like to be a toad that doesn't bite, but still irritates. On a dark and windy night, a merchant ship flying the Fushun flag quietly sailed away from a remote dock, its hull deeply submerged, clearly loaded with special cargo. The captain stood at the bow, vigilantly observing the dark sea around him. Stay alert. This cargo is important. Don't let anything go wrong, the captain whispered. However, just as the ship entered a turbulent area of water, the helm suddenly emitted a screeching sound, followed by complete failure, causing the ship to spin in place like it was drunk. What is going on? Helmsman! The captain exclaimed in shock. The helmsman desperately turned the wheel, but to no avail. Captain! The helm seems to be jammed by something. Before they could figure out the situation, a dull thud echoed from the bottom of the ship, followed by a series of grating sounds, as if countless ropes were entangled around the propeller, causing the ship's speed to drop suddenly. Chapter 347. Nonsensical interference. Xiao Zhan was well aware that those without shame are invincible. While stabilizing the internal situation and using technical means to discuss the opponents, he perfectly applied his shameless style to the correspondence and diplomatic affairs with neighboring counties and even higher authorities, taking the art of playing the victim to the extreme. In the command tent, Xiao Zhan, holding a pen, looked at a draft document meant for the Zhejiang provincial government, his brow furrowed, seemingly unsatisfied. No. This isn't tragic enough. He turned to Li Chenghong, who was helping organize the documents, and said, Chenghong, you modify it. We need to highlight that we are starving and poorly clothed, yet still unwavering in our loyalty to the country. If the provincial governor doesn't shed a couple of tears after reading this, then he must have a heart of stone. Li Chenghong reluctantly took the pen and pondered over the words. The final document, after routinely reporting on the recent small-scale defeat of a Japanese reconnaissance team attempting to land, suddenly shifted tone. However, although our soldiers have fought valiantly and repeatedly thwarted the enemy, our military provisions have long since run out, and the payment is still far off. The soldiers only have 2 meals a day, with thin porridge barely enough to see a figure, accompanied by half a salted vegetable, which is already a rare delicacy. The armor is damaged, and there is no money for repairs, the weapons are dull, and there is no strength to replace them. Every night, hearing the thunderous rumblings in the soldiers' stomachs and seeing their pale faces, this humble general feels as if his heart is being cut into pieces. Wishing he could take their place. Even in such dire straits, not a single person in the entire army speaks of retreat or bears resentment. Everyone says they eat the emperor's rations and serve the emperor's affairs, willing to follow the duke and the court to eliminate the Japanese threat, dying without regret. We can only hope our superiors will understand our situation and quickly allocate food and payment to alleviate our urgent needs. And then the morale of the troops will surely rise even higher. Chapter 348, following the clue, locking in the target on the coast of the East China Sea. Within and outside the Taiju city, a hidden current surged in corners where sunlight could not reach. Our protagonist, Xiao Zhan, was like a stone that fell into a cesspool. Both stinky and hard, preparing to make a shocking impact in this murky water. In the temporary study of the 6th Prince, Li Chenghong, the space was completely buried under ledgers, sea charts, and various fragmented intelligence, with the air filled with ink fragrance, humidity, and a faint smell of salted fish from a go. The prince, with ink on his sleeves and slightly disheveled hair, was frowning at a ledger written in a special format. Obscure. Too obscure. Li Chenghong pointed at a line of records with his fingertip, being 703, into the cesspool. Exchange for flying fire. What is this cesspool? What is flying fire? Could it be related to firearms? Ergo, squatting on a stool and scratching his head, leaned over to take a look, sniffed, and confidently said, Your Highness, you don't understand this, do you? Cesspool means toilet. In our line of work, we like to make exchanges in such places. The smell is strong, and no one wants to linger. It's safe. As for flying fire, I reckon it's sulfur. That stuff is pungent, a perfect match for a toilet. Chapter 349, Evidence Chain Closes. Dark secrets emerge. The sky over Taiju was heavy with the impending storm. However, in Xiao Zhan's courtyard, the atmosphere was like a boiling hot pot, spicy and bubbling, with various clues swirling in the broth, gradually coming to fruition. Next to the serious sea chart that was originally hung, a huge wooden board had been added, filled with all sorts of incomprehensible symbols and connections drawn by Xiao Zhan with charcoal, resembling a child's doodle. Xiao Zhan, holding a charcoal pencil, acted as the chief analyst, explaining to the onlookers, including Li Chenghong and Ergo, Come, brothers, look at my business model analysis chart. He pointed to a blurred crown symbol at the top. This person, a certain prince from the capital, could be Prince Ning or Prince En, or perhaps they are collaborating on angel investments, providing political protection and startup funds. Abbreviated as a venture capital daddy. Moving down, he drew a simple cartoon of a fat-headed, big-eared figure, then, our Taiju Salt Taxation Commissioner, Ambassador Zhong, acts as the project executive president, using official channels to rationally write off official salt, by reporting it as washed away by seawater, taxed by heaven, or even more ruthlessly, selling private salt as official salt, stamped with our court-certified seal, completing asset stripping and packaging. Chapter 350, shaking the mountain to scare the tiger. Luring the snake out of its hole. The sky over Taiju was heavy with clouds, making it hard to breathe. But beneath this oppression, a darkly humorous grand play directed by Xiao Zhan was quietly unfolding. In his words, directly using a knife to stab someone lacks technical content. First, we'll give them some psychological guidance, and wait for them to stretch their necks out, that is when it'll be truly comfortable. At the salt taxation office in Taiju, the usual sounds of abacuses were interrupted by the clanging of armor. Ambassador Zhong Defu was casually sitting with his legs crossed, squinting, calculating how much silver he could squeeze from this month's losses, when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. General Xiao is here, on orders to inspect and comfort the troops regarding anti-Japanese matters. The doorman rolled over in a panic, his voice cracking. Zhong Defu jolted, nearly dropping the purple clay teapot in his hand. He saw Xiao Zhan, wearing a harmless smile and accompanied by a group of intimidating soldiers, striding in with an air of indifference. Today, he wasn't in formal official robes, but rather in a neat outfit, making him appear even more casual and unrestrained. Oh my! Mr. Zhong. It's been a few days, and you look as rosy as freshly cooked red braised meat. Clearly, you've been overworking for our great sheer salt industry, causing your internal heat to rise. Xiao Zhan exclaimed enthusiastically, stepping forward to grasp Zhong Defu's chubby hand, shaking it vigorously, as if meeting a long-lost brother. Chapter 351, Thunderous Action, catching everything in one net. The night sky over Taiju was dark and windy, a perfect time for killing and arson, no. A perfect time to eliminate harm for the people. Xiao Zhan squatted in front of the command post's sand table, a blade of grass in his mouth, his eyes shining like an owl in the night. Brothers, he spat out the grass, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, after raising troops for 1,000 days. We now use them for a moment. Recently, we've been comforting and spreading rumors, like playing with monkeys. Now, the monkeys are in a panic. It's South time to close the net. Tonight, we feast on a seafood banquet. At midnight, outside the salt taxation office, Zhu led a team of elite soldiers, silently surrounding the area like leopards in the dark night. He touched his bald head and grinned, "Brothers, let us move quickly. We're just here to invite the god of wealth back to the camp for tea, don't scare our Mr. Zhong." Soldier A chuckled softly, "Commander. General Xiao said we should enforce the law civilly." Zhu glared, "Nonsense. Isn't this quite civil? I didn't he kick the door down?" As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier nearby had already quietly pried open the side door. Inside the yamen, Zhong Defu was sleeping in the bedroom with a concubine, drooling and dreaming of gold ingots. Suddenly, the door was slammed open, and the light from the torch instantly illuminated his terrified, plump face. Chapter 352, requesting for the people. The sky over Taiju seemed much clearer, as if washed clean by that thunderous action. The price of pork in the market hadn't changed, but the heavy stone in the hearts of the common people was finally kicked into the East Sea by Xiao Zhan. However, our General Xiao was currently troubled by the crooked-necked tree in the yard. Old Zhu, Xiao Zhan stroked his chin. Do you think it would affect the city's appearance if I hung those heads of those fat-headed and big-eared people on this tree? What if it scares the passing young wives and maidens? Zhu Kang's lips twitched. General, the heads have already been hung at the city gate for public display as per regulations. Oh, right. Xiao Zhan slapped his forehead. Then it's fine. Let us go. Time to work. Dust one tea run away by itself. We need to give this southeastern area a thorough cleaning. In front of the bulletin board at the Taiju Yamen, a crowd of people filled the area inside and out. It wasn't because of the new tax policy, but because a notice with extremely unique wording was posted. The notice was titled, "Notification regarding Zhong Defu, Liu Meng, and other bastards' acts of treason, corruption, and harm to the people, and the resulting actions taken." Author, Xiao Zhan dictated. Clark tearfully compiled. Chapter 353. Upheaval in court. Over here in Taiju, Xiao Zhan was enjoying hot pot and singing with everyone, causing a huge uproar in the southeastern officialdom. But the commotion was so great that the shockwaves sped back to the capital at an urgent pace, shaking the tiles on the Golden Luan Hall until they buzzed. In the Ningguang's residence, in the study, precious Jing Dajun porcelain cups lay shattered on the ground, just like the Ningguang's currently shattered heart and purse. The Ningguang's face was ashen, his chest heaving violently. That pig Zhong Defu. That idiot Liu Meng. Just like that. They were taken down by Xiao Zhan, that lowly soldier. How much silver have I poured into this every year? How much effort? His aides stood with their hands at their sides, cautiously saying, "Your Highness, please calm down." Fortunately, it seems that Xiao Zhan hasn't obtained direct evidence pointing to the Wangfu. Just the foolish last words of those idiots. Is that not enough? The Ningguang growled. That mad dog Xiao Zhan wouldn't he let go of any clue. With this uproar in the southeast, our income from salt has been directly cut off. And our planted personnel have nearly been uprooted. This is equivalent to cutting off an arm for me. He paced anxiously, an old six. He follows Xiao Zhan, he must have seen everything. Now it's good. He's made a great contribution in front of the emperor. Chapter 354. A child knows how to care, as the court was in turmoil due to Xiao Zhan's thunderous methods in the southeast. Impeachment memorials flew towards the capital like snowflakes. A weary yet well-supplied convoy, under the protection of a troop of elite Shaji fort cavalry, rolled grandly into the Taiju camp. The heavy sound of the wheels rolling over the ground seemed to beat the drum of victory, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Zhan was chewing on a root, squatting with Li Taichu, Zhu Kang, and others in front of a huge sand table, scratching their heads over the model-marked Ghost Island. The small flags representing enemy defenses on the sand table were densely packed. And Xiao Zhan was pointing at several critical points, muttering, "Damn it, this Ghost King pill knows how to pick a place. This island is like a damn hedgehog. My ship isn't sturdy enough, and the cannons aren't powerful enough." Just as he finished speaking, a personal guard burst into the tent, rolling and crawling. His voice pitchy with excitement, "Your Highness. Outside the camp, a large convoy has arrived, carrying the flags of our Shaji fort and Longyuan pavilion. The leader says the young lady has come." Young lady? Xiao Zhan first blinked in confusion, then suddenly sprang up like a firecracker. The frown on his face instantly replaced by wild joy, the root in his mouth falling. "What? It's my precious girl. Wen Jin has come. Is that true?" Chapter 355. Foundation of the shipyard. After the convoy from Longyuan Pavilion arrived, the entire Taiju camp felt as if injected with a shot of adrenaline. The solid feeling of grain being stored hadn't dissipated yet, but what delighted Xiao Zhan even more was the dozens of people who came with the convoy. Most of them were dressed in coarse cloth, their faces weathered, yet their eyes glimmered with a unique light of focus on their craft, immersed in creation. Xiao Zhan had specially set up several long tables in the open space outside the tent early in the morning, piled high with fruits, snacks, and hot tea, making it look less like a meeting with craftsmen and more like a tea party. He himself didn't sit at the main seat, but wandered around, watching the craftsmen, who were somewhat shy as they were led in by a go. "Everyone is here. Don't be shy, sit down, fill your stomach first. You've worked hard on the way." Xiao Zhan casually picked up a fruit and took a bite, mumbling greetings. The craftsmen had never seen such a scene, especially the few elderly men with white hair and beards. They were respected in their local areas, but had never been treated so casually and warmly by a duke. This was old Chen, from a shipbuilding family in Jiangnan. Ergo pointed to a spirited old man with large knuckles, introducing him as someone whose ancestors had built warships for the court for 3 generations. Chapter 356. The will of the people. The silver and supplies from Longyuan Pavilion were like timely rain. And the news of the shipyard construction spread, like spring thunder, throughout the areas of Taiju that had suffered from the ravages of the Japanese threat. For many coastal people, whose homes had been destroyed and loved ones separated, struggling in hunger and cold, this was no longer just an unattainable grand project, but a lifeline within reach, a ray of light breaking through the darkness of their lives. At the gates of Taiju City, and in the open spaces of several larger towns under its jurisdiction, new makeshift shade structures had been erected, with a conspicuous sign for the recruitment office of the Great Xia Royal Taiju Shipyard. In front of the tent, a long, winding line had already formed, stretching out of sight. In the queue were dark-skinned fishermen with large hands and feet, weather-beaten farmers with soil embedded under their nails, and even some women who, though thin, had determined eyes, with half-grown boys squeezed in the crowd, eagerly waiting. The two clerks responsible for registration were too busy to even stand still, their throats nearly hoarse from shouting, "Line up! Everyone line up! How many times have we said it? No cutting in line. Name, place of origin. What did you do before? Those with strength, but no skills stand on the right. Those skilled in woodworking, masonry, or blacksmithing, even if just for repairs, stand on the left. Women go to the side tent to register for sewing or cooking jobs." Chapter 357, Lighting Up Technology. Steamships. The first pot of gold seized from destroying Blackstone Island, the stable income brought by stabilizing the southeastern situation. Especially the continuous project points brought about by starting the shipyard, all of these finally converged into a long string of heart-pounding, breath-quickening numbers in Xiao Zhan's mind under the strong nation system interface. Looking at those numbers, Xiao Zhan felt like a newly rich landowner, walking with a breeze. It was time to spend some points, and get something that could truly change the game. That night, the candlelight in the tent flickered. Xiao Zhan, claiming to contemplate life, sent everyone away, and his consciousness quickly sank into that vast and mysterious sea of stars in the strong nation system interface. Looking at the string of numbers in the points column, that could make his previous penny-pinching self shed tears of happiness. He, the consciousness, couldn't he help but place his hands on his hips, looking up at the sky, which wasn't he really there, and laughing silently, ha ha ha. Today is my day too. You used to have to count on your fingers to buy a flintlock gun blueprint, but now, let's experience the thrill of spending money like a tycoon to instantly acquire technology. His gaze was like a searchlight, directly bypassing those fragmented small technologies and precisely locking onto the two ultimate targets under the military technology, naval technology, branch that he had long coveted, but remained grayed out due to their high prices. Chapter 358, Division of Labor, an assault by the shores of Taiju Bay, the shipyard transformed overnight. With a wave of Xiao Zhan's hand, thousands of thick logs were driven deep into the ground, forming an impenetrable barrier wall. On the wall, a simple yet sturdy wooden watchtower was erected every 10 paces, with a sign hung above it reading in bold black letters on a white background, "Royal Military Stronghold of the Great Xia, intruders will be killed without mercy." The red lettering looked as if it was stained with blood, exuding an undeniable aura of ruthlessness. The garrison troops here were all seasoned veterans transferred from Shoja Fortress. These battle-hardened soldiers, who had followed Xiao Zhan through the border conflicts, had sharp eyes like eagles, with their fingers always resting on the trigger guard of their flintlock guns. They didn't care if the visitor was a royal relative, or a wandering hero, without a personally signed order from Xiao Zhan, marked with a blood-red seal, or his direct leadership. Even a mosquito trying to fly in would have to consider whether their loaded flintlock would allow it, and whether the mosquito was worth the trouble. The shipyard had completely turned into an independent kingdom, isolated from the outside world, allowing only entry but no exit, with sounds of clanging coming from inside and speculation rife outside. In the core area of the shipyard, in a hastily built command center made of thick logs, still emanating the fragrance of pine resin, Xiao Zhan gathered all the core craftsmen. On the walls hung his steam engine and armored ship disassembly diagrams, masterpieces comparable to those of abstract masters, with wild lines and casual annotations that made the veteran craftsman's eyes twitch. Chapter 359, The Wrath of Pirates. Blood-stained war letter on the vast East Sea, the once incessant smuggling sails had now become sparse. The fall of Blackstone Island was like the extraction of a venomous tooth, and the previously arrogant strongholds along the southeastern coast were being eliminated one by one. Especially the secret smuggling route leading to the Japanese mainland, flowing with gold, silver, and contraband, which was abruptly cut off. The pirate forces entrenched on the outer islands had, for the first time, felt what an economic crisis truly meant. The source of wealth was visibly drying up, and the space for plunder was being compressed to just the doorstep of their own homes by a general from the Xia kingdom named Xiao Zhan. His name had become the curse that kept all pirate leaders awake at night. Deep within a secret island shaped like a tusk, difficult to defend yet easy to attack. In a natural cave transformed into a conference hall, flickering flames illuminated twisted and fierce faces. At the head of the table sat the pirate leader Ghost King Maru. A hulking figure, with a centipede-like scar running from his forehead to his chin, teetering on the edge of fury. He had just heard from his subordinate about another smuggling stronghold being wiped out, resulting in heavy losses. Chapter 360, The Many Faces of War. Winning the hearts of the people, the war letter from Ghost King Maru, stained with the blood of fishermen and filled with insults. Splashed into taiju like cold water poured into a boiling pot of oil, instantly causing an uproar. However, unlike the past when the news of pirate attacks sent people fleeing inland in panic with their families, this time, taiju exhibited a peculiar scene: tension, yet no panic, sorrow, yet more determination. A cohesion that surged forth after being oppressed to the extreme was quietly breeding on this ravaged land. In the training grounds of the taiju camp, dust flew, and shouts echoed. The booming sounds of flintlock rifles firing in succession, with white smoke spreading, brought an adrenaline-pumping scent of gunpowder. New recruits practiced loading, aiming, and firing under the strict watch of veterans, their uniforms soaked with sweat. A young recruit, still bearing traces of boyishness, nervously wiped the gleaming bayonet while asking his dark-skinned, scarred squad leader, I heard that this time the pirates have come with thousands of men, with ships enough to cover the sea. Can we really hold them off with just us? Chapter 361, The Boiler Roars. Emerging brilliance, as the entire taiju remained tense due to the looming threat of the pirate army, with coastal lights burning all night in readiness. The atmosphere within the core testing ground of the Huluku shipyard, protected by heavy barriers and loyal veterans, was equally tense to the breaking point. The external sounds of alarm seemed to be cut off by the thick walls of the workshop, leaving only the steam prototype machine that gathered the heart, wisdom, and folk ingenuity of countless craftsmen, emitting a low, oppressive roar like a trapped beast, along with the heavy, hurried breaths of everyone present. The massive boiler was burning dark red from the raging flames within, and approaching it felt like having skin scorched by heat waves. The craftsmen responsible for feeding coal had long stripped off their shirts, with sweat cascading down their bronzed backs like waterfalls, gathering into small puddles at their feet. The simple pressure gauge, a product of Xiao Zhan's creative guidance and the craftsman's hard work, had its thin needle trembling in a painfully slow motion, inching toward the red area marked with cinnabar on the dial, representing the theoretical maximum pressure. Liu Taihammer stood at the forefront like a statue cast in iron. His face smeared with oil, coal dust, and sweat, black and white streaks contrasting sharply, but his bloodshot eyes were firmly fixed on the needle of the pressure gauge. Letting out a low growl like a beast guarding its food, hold on, just one more push and we'll be there.